1. Reborn eggs, boiled in the pot? Requesting monthly votes and favorites. What is this place? Why is it so dark? Don't they light lamps in the netherworld too? Luo Feng's last moment. Only remembered that he was crushed by a big truck. Once again, he became conscious, but came to this inexplicable and fingerless place, and there was some sticky mucus. This environment. Luo Feng thought at once. He wouldn't be in an eggshell, right? Could it be that he died? Reborn into an egg? Sister Shiyen, look at how big this goose egg is. Yes, it's much bigger than an ordinary goose egg. The villagers even say it's the king of goose eggs. Boiling such an egg? It should be enough for the two of us, right? He. Suddenly, Luo Feng heard the voices of two girls, and the content of the speech, but it made Luo Feng a bit raw. Woo, I'm actually a goose egg, and they're going to cook me? Oh my god. No. Luo Feng was speechless, wanted to cry very much, but couldn't cry. Was this how fate joked with him? Crushed to death by a big truck? Reborn? To be boiled in the opening? What a heavy egg. I'm afraid it's a pound, right? Huang Ziqing picked this egg up. I even suspect it's not a goose egg. It's really heavy. The villagers sold it. How could it not be a goose egg? Ziqing, didn't you hear them say that it's a goose egg king? Li Shiyan explained. I remember watching the news. There was an egg king that was 200 grams. Think about it. Eggs can be so much smaller than duck or goose eggs. I'm being picked up? Going to put me in a pot? Don't. Luo Feng was anxious. Really miserable. But, Ziqing? Shiyan? These two names? Why are they so familiar? Is it the famous one girl group in China? GDD girls? The one with the long legs? The one with long legs? Totally fat and thin. All kinds of flowers compete. Luo Feng loves to watch them sing. Yes, that's right. Simply watching. It doesn't matter what they sing. When those rows of long white legs jumped up on the stage, your ears couldn't hear the sound at all. But these, none of it was what Luo Feng should be thinking about at this moment. Himself right now? Regenerated into an egg? Now going to be cooked by these two girl group members? You two stinking women. Don't eat me. At least let me be born. Become a goose. Eating meat is better than eating eggs, right? Soon, Luo Feng felt like he was put somewhere. It couldn't be a pot, could it? Pity. Oh, so pitiful. Helpless. Is this water not boiling hot though? How come I can't feel the temperature? Luo Feng was surprised. Nope. I can feel the temperature of the water. It was boiling water. It was a very marvelous feeling, like the soul knew it was boiling water, but the flesh didn't feel hot. Luo Feng was a bit confused. Could it be that he was angry and stupid? But the current Luo Feng, even if he knew that his fate was a big goose egg, nor did he give up. He struggled desperately. If it made some noise, then the other party could still eat a nearly hatched egglet? He struggled. Finally, Huang Ziqing saw the scene. Sister Shiyen, this goose egg, it seems to be moving again? Too scary. The egg moved? Requesting monthly tickets. Please collect. Huang Ziqing was startled. Immediately, her face turned pale. After all, anyone who boiled an egg and then that egg moved would be startled. The guy in here seems to be moving again? Is it about to break out of its shell? Huang Ziqing said in surprise. Quick, Ziqing, quickly take him down. Li Shiyan also panicked. What the hell? Boiling a goose egg? To actually meet one that's about to hatch? I've heard that this is highly nutritious, but it would be disgusting to eat. But even if the nutrition is high, the two girls weren't this cruel. So hot. Huang Ziqing grimaced for a moment, but still took the towel, wrapped it, took Luo Feng out of the pot. Geez, these villagers, how hateful. Selling goose eggs that are about to hatch to us? Huang Ziqing beamed and huffed. But the problem now was that this egg boy needed to be dealt with? That is, it had to be helped to hatch out. This egg doesn't look like a goose egg, right? Finally, Li Shiyan found something wrong. The pattern of a goose egg was not like this. It seems like when we bought the goose egg, the villager who sold it was sneaking around. Did they pick it up at the beach, posing as some kind of goose egg king, and sell them to us? After all, if it's this big, it's the price of 3 goose eggs. Maybe it's simply some other animal's egglet. I don't know what it is. I'd hate it if it was a snake. Ziqing, you don't understand. Snakes aren't bad. You can provide shelter for it. Li Shiyan's words came out. Luo Feng in the eggshell froze. This TM, heard about it a long time ago. GDD girl group. Huang Ziqing was a naive little cutie. Li Shiyan's private style was a bit dirty. In other words, it's a burn. I didn't expect it to be true. We don't know how to hatch either. So why don't we bring it over to show everyone? Let's see if we can hatch a giant panda. I like this the most. He. Ha. Why don't you say hatch out a dinosaur? Just kidding. As soon as he talked about the giant panda, Luo Feng in the eggshell, just a little bit want to shed tears. One's rebirth is rebirth, right? Since he was reborn as a goose or other poultry, could he also be reborn as a giant panda? Of course, that thing is a fetus. One's self is an egg. Definitely not a giant panda. Epsilon sadface omicron asterisk, alas. Being reincarnated is really a technical job. Alright, let's hurry up and go find Mr. Wang and the others. Find a nest to get a thermostat, and see what animals hatch out at the time. Li Shiyan urged. As long as it's not a snake. I'm scared of this thing. 3. This is not a goose egg. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for favorites. I see the size of this eggshell. It's much bigger than an ordinary goose egg. Maybe it's the egglet of some large animal? Li Shiyan was observing while speculating in her heart. Could it be an ostrich egg? No. Ostrich eggs are too big again. Or maybe a lizard? A crocodile? Anyway, in Li Shiyan's heart, this egg was definitely not an ordinary poultry. Of course, the members of the female group, naturally, were invited to a Run Old Iron episode. The recording of this installment was at the beach. The two of them boiled goose eggs. Is the money they earned to buy snacks, secretly improve their lives, because they do not have a penny. The crew guests can only play fishermen, rely on their hands to earn money to maintain life. Soon, Huang Ziqing and Li Shiyan returned to the main tent of the filming base with Luo Feng in their arms. When the show's crowd knew that Huang Ziqing had almost eaten an egg that was about to hatch, it was also a non-stop laugh. And the program team also questioned the fisherman who sold the goose egg. The other party told the honest truth. It was indeed a random egg picked up on the beach. It was then passed off as the goose egg king and sold to Huang Ziqing and Li Shiyan. Ha. Ziqing, Shiyan, you two are so naive. This egg? It's a goose egg? You can believe this too? Yeah, it's too big, isn't it? Much bigger than an ordinary goose egg. Seeing the crew members poking fun at the two of them, Li Shiyan didn't care, but said, alright, everyone, don't argue first. It's imperative that we know, what kind of egg is this? After all, to meet the egg of some protected animal, it can be not good. I don't know what kind of egg it is, but it's definitely not a goose egg. Is it a turkey egg or something? Ouch. Can a turkey egg be picked up by villagers on the beach? On the beach? Then it's either a turtle egg or a crocodile egg. It wouldn't be snake eggs, would it? I'll go. If it's this stuff, throw it away quickly. Oomph. The most hated creatures are snakes. These villagers have gone too far. Picking up an egg from a random beach? Selling them to you? So many people from the crew were all crowding around this egg and discussing his species, exactly what kind of creature it was. But actually Luo Feng was also curious about this. It was pitch black. He couldn't feel what kind of animal he was either. Anyway, it should be one with claws. P.S. I'm begging for a wave of monthly votes. 4. Could it be lizard eggs? Begging for monthly votes. Begging for favorites. Soon, Luo Feng felt it. He was placed on something flat. It was probably a cardboard box. Ziqing, it's better to make a nest for him and keep it warm for hatching. Look, Sister Shiyan, he's moving again in the paper box. It could only be seen at the moment. This egg had really moved, like it was about to break out of its shell, but it seemed like the egg shell was very sturdy. It just shook a few times. Why don't we help him? Break the egg shell? Huang Ziqing, a little simpleton, just said it. Li Shiyan then gave a blank look and said, if you artificially help an egg-living animal break its shell, then after he breaks his shell and is born, his adaptability will be poor, which will cause him to die quickly. When Huang Ziqing heard this, she immediately stopped the idea. She didn't want the little guy inside to come out and die. But if he really can't break the eggshell, we can also make a small gap and let him try to break the shell himself. And at this moment, Luo Feng, listening to their conversation, it always felt, it was like he was loved by all of them. Going to be the pet of the GDD girl group? Ha! I seem to feel that I myself have scales. Luo Feng's trial and error in the darkness. Once again, he got results. Such a big egg, and scales? It can't really be a lizard, right? Ziqing, this egg boy, what are you going to do with it? Really want to adopt it? I love small animals. As long as it's not a protected animal, I'll adopt it. Huang Ziqing said without even thinking about it. Actually want to adopt me? But what I am, I don't even know yet. At this moment, Luo Feng, still struggling to feel his shape. There were claws, there were scales, and there was a head. It's 80% a lizard, right? Luo Feng felt that this could only be the result. And there were only a few types of lizards that were protected. One shouldn't be that lucky. Of course, if it was a choice between a pet and a protected animal, Luo Feng would rather choose to be a protected animal, because being a pet, it depends on the mood of the owner. Happy, feed you well. To be unhappy, I'll starve you for 3 days. Like Huang Ziqing, although Luo Feng didn't know her temperament and character, but such a little girl, for small animals, must only be enthusiastic at first. When the enthusiasm passed, probably not so enthusiastic. Protecting animals is different. Get to the zoo. Every day someone checks the body. Eat and drink are fed. A lifetime is considered to have insurance. For example, pandas. That day. Simply better than a billionaire's day. Efforts to squeeze out the eggshells at first, but it was unsuccessful. This made Luo Feng lose a lot of physical strength, but rested for I don't know how many hours. Luo Feng didn't have a watch, didn't know the time. Luo Feng, who had recovered some strength, started working on attacking the eggshell again. Claws kept scratching towards the eggshell. Squeak! That eggshell was creaking by Luo Feng's grasp. Finally, there was a click. It was the sound of the eggshell breaking. This sound was very crisp. It was heard by Luo Feng's ears. It was completely heavenly. This damn eggshell? Is it finally breaking open? Very quickly. The crack on one point of the eggshell quickly spread to the entire body of the egg. If any painter could record this moment, just the image of the eggshell breaking apart, it would be very artistic. Luo Feng knew the opportunity had come. Must work harder at this moment. Started swinging hard left and right. Let the eggshell break a little more. A few minutes passed. Luo Feng was really running out of strength. Ha! There's light? Luo Feng saw the light for a moment. He actually didn't feel that the light was blinding. It was reasonable to say, having been in darkness, immediately seeing light, it will be blinding, right? I guess. Human eyes are not the same as animal eyes. Luo Feng was thinking according to human thinking. The estimation was wrong. The eggshell shattered into a hole. Luo Feng continued to widen the hole, then stretched his head and drilled out, endeavoring to climb to the top of the eggshell. His feet slipped, along with the smooth eggshell, like a slide. It slid to the bottom of the cardboard box. Luo Feng immediately fell on all fours. Luo Feng kept struggling, thinking in his heart, if it was a turtle, he couldn't flip over, right? This turtle thing. The thing that he was most afraid of was being on all fours. Ha! My claws? Luo Feng was constantly kicking blindly on all fours, but he saw his claws clearly. This little claw? Why is it so weird? A chicken claw? Or a turtle claw? Or a lizard claw? But let's not worry about that first. It's so annoying. On all fours, Luo Feng rolled his body hard again. Finally, still rolled over. So tired. Finally a salted fish rolled over. Luo Feng looked at the top of the cardboard box, like a frog at the bottom of a well. On top of the box was the tent. This was the tent for the cast of Run Old Iron, right? Wow. See? The little guy broke his shell. It's so cute on all fours. Suddenly, a delicate and soft female voice was heard by Luo Feng. Luo Feng propped up his head and looked towards the mouth of the box. It was Huang Ziqing. Her face was big enough, at least in Luo Feng's perspective. It was a giant. It was probably because she heard the sound of the eggshell breaking and came over to look at herself. Aha! It's so cute. Sister Xian. Just now, this little guy, who came out of the eggshell on all fours and kept kicking his feet, was really too cute. Huang Ziqing in an instant. She was overwhelmed with motherly love. Humans, all like to sympathize with the weak, especially cute things. Under her excitement, Huang Ziqing directly reached out, caught Luo Feng's body, and then hugged it. Really cute little guy. Li Xian was also adored by him and stroked Luo Feng's tail. Huang Ziqing tenderly held Luo Feng in her arms, still looking into his adorable eyes. Little guy, what are you looking at? Afraid I'll stew you in one pot? Crap, you still want to stew me in one pot? Big sister, if you want to eat it, wait until I grow up and grow more meat before you stew it. I'm so small now, I guess I'm not enough for your teeth. Sister Xian, what kind of animal are you talking about? Huang Ziqing didn't know much about wildlife and could only ask. Can't tell. Li Xian observed Luo Feng and shook her head. It looked like a lizard, but it was much cuter than a lizard. What the hell am I? They actually don't know either? Luo Feng had thought that he could get a bit of news from Li Xian, but now he could only be disappointed. It's really the first time I've seen such a creature. So strange looking, Li Xian said. Isn't it? I've never seen one either. Huang Ziqing hugged Luo Feng and reached out to touch a raised place on top of Luo Feng's head. Look guys, on top of his head, it looks like he has a horn? But, it shouldn't have grown out. It should be able to fully grow out when it grows up. But Ziqing this little guy, it looks like there's eye underneath. 5. Isn't this a ING dragon? Requesting monthly votes and favorites. Li Xian reached out and probed, oddly embarrassed. What's there? Huang Ziqing saw Li Xian's expression was strange. Instead, she became curious. Nothing. Li Xian was also embarrassed to say it. Playing dumb. This should be a male anyway. Alas, Sister Xian, you don't know what kind of animal this is either. Why don't you ask Tang Yongzhen? Of course, Tang Yongzhen was this person. It was Huang Ziqing who knew. In the crew, the most educated. History, culture, wild survival precautions, the reading of flora and fauna and so on. The other party was all very powerful. Just ask him. It should be clear what species this little guy really was. Teacher Tang is out on the set nowadays. Not in. Sister Fong smiled helplessly. Then how about this? Send one in a tweet. Find someone to check it out. In that case, with the presence of so many people, there will always be someone who knows what species it is, right? Huang Ziqing proposed. After all, it was online now. Although there were a lot of little white jets, but there were also quite a few big gods. A few times ago, when Huang Ziqing found a cultural relic, she looked for a lot of friends to ask about it, and they didn't know the identity, but it was just posted on the internet, and it was really recognized. This time, Huang Ziqing felt that the powerful netizens must not have a problem. Little guy, wait, strange you'll be able to know what it is by then. Huang Ziqing touched Luofeng's beard once again and smiled happily. Immediately after that, Huang Ziqing then asked Sister Fong to take pictures for her. She just hugged Luofeng like that. A few photos were taken. Huang Ziqing then placed Luofeng back in the box, took out her cell phone, opened the microblog, and also edited a copy of about 100 words. GDD girl group member Huang Ziqing, Sister Xiyan and I, on the beach side of the cruise filming location, picked up a strange egg child. After the egg child broke its shell, it was a 40 centimeters or so strange guy. Several people in our crew have never seen such a creature. Please powerful netizens to see, help identify it. Of course, the two didn't say anything about the farce of almost boiling this egg, because Mr. Wang said it was better to do more than less. If it's a wild animal, the two girls will have a bad reputation. In the future, it would be good to say to anyone that they picked it up at the beach. When Huang Ziqing sent the microblog, when it circulated online, after all, she was a member of a flow girl group. Immediately, thousands of netizens replied, "This thing? A lizard? It doesn't look like a lizard. It's a bit thinner than a lizard. A four-legged snake, right? A gecko? Crap, am I the only one who thinks that? Is this a dragon? Dude, this is a dragon? Not really, right? Yeah, it's a skinny lizard at most. Brothers, take a closer look. This little guy's head, does it look like a small bull's head? A bull's head? Yes, this dragon thing, its body parts, its eyes are long and thin, like the eyes of a shrimp. The claws also look like eagle claws. It can't be, it's really a dragon? You guys can't play around. Today, April 1st, those who understand. Huang Ziqing is joking with everyone. But, this thing has the appearance of a cave salamander. A cave salamander? What is this? Of course, some people were not sure about the cave salamander, but it is indeed the creature in the world that most resembles the Chinese totem dragon. The creature, the cave salamander, was discovered by biologists in a limestone cave in the Alps in 1768, and because of its peculiar appearance, this instantly reminded biologists of a dragon, but it was only a general resemblance, and the picture on Twitter today clearly has scales, and cave salamanders don't have scales. I say this thing? It can't be pee, right? This is too much like a dragon. Ha ha ha, these traffic artists? For a bit of traffic? Just all kinds of rumors? Ziqing shouldn't be such a person, right? Even if Ziqing isn't, could it be that the agency behind them, or the crew, is that a good thing? Capital which doesn't need traffic. This was not a bad thing to say. Many artists were actually quite stifled. To put it simply, even if some big-name artists had a new movie coming out, Capital will all make mandatory arrangements. You make some news for me, whether it's news about making a fool of yourself or something else, as long as there is heat. And at this moment, in the office of a newspaper, Shi Shui, as a new member of the newspaper, also saw this tweet. Master this thing, is it really a dragon? Dragon? What the hell? Lin Gang stretched his head to look at his disciple's computer. Master, the thing is probably like this. The GDD girl group picked up an egg on the beach at the cruise filming location, and then it hatched out into such a thing. Shi Zishue pointed to the picture on the computer. Lin Gang pondered for a while and laughed disdainfully. Hype. Absolute hype. The economic company behind this girl group is so shameless. Actually using a dragon for hype? Hype? How do you say, master? Isn't this still hype? The appearance of this thing, it looks like a dragon. It's just a pee picture. Lin Gang raised his hand and took a sip of coffee, and they deliberately didn't pee out the real dragon. Do you know why? Not pee out the real dragon? Yes, their hype is very skillful. To pee out the kind of dragon in the TV series, then it's a person who won't believe that it's real. Then if it's a creature that looks like a dragon, then there's a topic of controversy. And that's the traffic. Lin Gang was also a newspaperman, and he saw through the purpose of the capital behind Huang Ziqing at a glance. Huang Ziqing the naive. Good figure. The person Mo was also pretty. Definitely couldn't think of such hike tactics. It must be the damn crew and the capital behind it. Lin Gang's eyes narrowed. Another day of capital NVA, as the boss behind this girl group, calling in 2 escorts a day. It was probably going to send people to heaven. Master, then how did they end up? Sure, Jishue asked. How to end it? Oh, this is simple. Just find a random excuse when the time comes and say that this little guy unfortunately died young. Lin Gang thought about it and said, at most, we'll put makeup on the little guy's corpse later on, and then prove that the picture they posted isn't fake. Sounds like it's really a brilliant hype. Sure, Zishua looked at the messages underneath the microblog, and they all surpassed hundreds of thousands. But master, despite the words, if a real dragon really appeared, I guess those experts are going to be dumbfounded, right? Sure, Zishua said with a sudden thought. P.S. Seeking a wave of monthly votes. 6. And dragons? Is that possible? It's just fake news. Requesting monthly votes and favorites. The experts are going crazy? I'm afraid the whole world is going crazy. What giant panda? A national treasure, right? It's estimated that it'll have to give up the title of national treasure. Lin Gang laughed out loud. Compared to a dragon, giant pandas really weren't worth mentioning. The dragon was the totem of China, the belief in people's hearts. The ancient emperors were all true dragons. Only the emperor can embroider a 5-clawed golden dragon on his clothes. Princes could only embroider a 4-clawed scaly dragon. Even in modern times, the dragon is the most desired creature in the hearts of the people. What has been living in the legend? Once it really appeared, it must have shocked the world. But everything, it's all a lie. The dragon indeed did not have such a creature. Even though for so many years, there had been news of real dragons being discovered. But it was all just hype, or creatures that looked like dragons. The actual real dragon, it still hadn't been found. It's a pity. This would have been great if it was a real dragon. Sure, Jishue could only leave a sigh of regret. And on the other side, Huang Ziqing from the cast of Run Old Iron sent Luo Feng's photo on Weibo. Originally wanted to see if people could recognize the identity of this strange little guy. What they didn't expect was a flood of ridicule. Some people said Huang Ziqing was bored and teased everyone with pee pictures, while some people said that Huang Ziqing was a woman with a heart of gold, and that this was hype for the topic level. But this thing is real. Huang Ziqing felt aggrieved. These people, why are they just starting to scold me? Huang Ziqing was about to be scolded to tears. Since debuting, one had never been scolded by so many people. Even if one had done something wrong, most of them would be forgiven. But this time, there were actually so many people saying that they were playing with their hearts. Ziqing, ignore these people. Li Xiyan also looked at the replies on the computer's microblog, comforted her female group sisters, and said, no matter what, now that we've properly raised the little guy a little bit, it's not certain that his identity, we'll be able to find out. Of course, in the animal kingdom, many mysterious creatures, when they were young and when they grew up, completely the appearance of two animals. For example, the giant panda. Who could have known that as a child it was a pink mouse? That's right, newborn pandas. Can't see cute, can't see naive, just a pink mouse look. So that's why, Li Xiyan was the one who said that after raising him, he might be able to know his identity. Regardless of these people, by the time the little guy grows up, if it's really some undiscovered unknown creature, I'll definitely have to log on to a press conference and clarify. Huang Ziqing wasn't a scheming woman, she wasn't subject to such aggravation. Little guy, if in the future, I'll raise you. Luo Feng was in the paper box, seeing the mouth of the top box. Huang Ziqing's expression of true love. She also felt a warmth within her heart and opened her mouth. Thank you for adopting. You can raise me well. But Luo Feng now, it was just an animal. Where could it open its mouth to speak? So Luo Feng's opening became a kind of wailing sound. Sister Xiyan, look, this little guy is even barking at me. So humane. Seeing this, Huang Ziqing inwardly liked it a few more points. Crap, I was just answering you. How come in your opinion, I'm just being cute? So shameful. Luo Feng was speechless for a bit, but inwardly, he was also confused. Why did Huang Ziqing tweet herself up, and yet he was scolded? Luo Feng just heard them say that he looked like a lizard, but thinner than a lizard. What kind of animal was he himself? But just at this time, Luo Feng heard the footsteps of a person walking in. Ziqing, Xiyan, what's the meaning of the creatures you guys are tweeting about? P pictures? This person was Tang Yongzhen. It was the person who Huang Ziqing was initially going to ask him about Luo Feng's identity. Tang Yongzhen saw Huang Ziqing's Weibo. He also thought it was a P picture. 7. This skinny lizard? In the end eat what? Requesting monthly votes. Begging for favorites. Teacher Tang, this time you're wrong. We really didn't P picture it. The little guy in that picture is real. Li Xiyan returned. Really? Tang Yongzhen didn't believe it. But in the next moment, he saw a strip of something in the box and was shocked. What is this? This is what Ziqing said on her microblog. The egg she picked up, and then hatched out. Li Xiyan smiled cheekily. Was Mr. Tang even frightened by the little guy's appearance? What is this thing? Tang Yongjin immediately took a closer look towards the box and determined that it was undoubtedly the creature from the Weibo picture. But Luo Feng sighed. Seeing that the wellhead is an ugly middle-aged man, I don't want to pay attention to it at all. Lie down in the box. Continue to rest. It's not a big beauty like Huang Ziqing Li Xiyan. There's nothing to it. Ha ha ha. Teacher Tang, look at the little guy. He doesn't even bring a glance at you. If I have to look at him with Sister Xian, he'll look up at us every time. Huang Ziqing thought of the puppy she used to feed. Every time she went to look at him outside the cage, he was able to look at herself in a munchkin-like manner. Teacher Tang, it's just right. If you come, you have to tell us what kind of creature this is. Anyway, we can't recognize it. We sent it out on Weibo, and it's still being scolded. Li Xian looked at Luo Feng in the box and snapped. I don't know. Like a cave salamander with scales and whiskers. Tang Yongjin thought for a moment. But it can't be a cave salamander. It's probably some kind of unknown new or rare species. For now it's better to raise it and get a better nest for him. Thanks hurry up and get a nest. I really don't want to stay in this box. Luo Feng opened his mouth to thank him, but the sound he made was just wailing. This Tang Yongjin was ugly as hell, but the heart was really good. But was he himself a cave salamander? What was this creature? Luo Feng didn't know this vocabulary very well. What did they mean? He or she looked like a cave salamander? But shouldn't be? There wasn't a mirror either. Otherwise, Luo Feng would be able to see a full body shot of himself. Soon, the crew was loving. Everyone helped out. They made a decent home for Luo Feng. It was a wooden house that was about 1.2 meters high and half a meter wide. There was something like a bird's nest inside, but laid on top of it, it was an incredibly silky satin. Comfortable. Luo Feng swaggered and climbed up, while basking in the sun. It was very cozy. It had to be said that Luo Feng really liked sunbathing. Teacher Tang, what do you think this little guy is eating? Huang Ziqing also seemed to have forgotten one thing. After such a long time, she hadn't fed him anything yet. His appearance, since it imitates a lizard. But even if it's not a lizard, it probably belongs to an amphibian. And amphibians generally eat flies and bugs. Tang Yongjin's words came out. Luo Feng, who happened to be sunbathing, almost fainted. Who wants to eat flies and bugs? You like it that much? Why don't you eat them? Flies? That's too disgusting, isn't it? Huang Ziqing immediately shook her head. Then just feed some small fishies. It should be edible. Tang Yongjin's words fell. Huang Ziqing didn't say a word. Just picked up the net spoon. Fished up a small fish in the fish tank. It was probably as long as a small thumb. Little one. Eat it. Fresh live fish. 8. Luo Feng has an appearance fee? Seeking monthly votes and favorites. But Luo Feng was in trouble. This ing raw? How can I eat it? Also, should he eat it? What kind of creature one really is doesn't even know. It seems like you don't eat fish Li Xian looked at Teacher Tang. After all, it's an unknown creature, and it can't be viewed with common sense. Maybe it's a vegetarian? That's easy. Huang Ziqing was quite attentive, immediately going out of the house and bringing another plate. Inside was actually Chinese cabbage. She also carefully tore it into small pieces, then handed it to Luo Feng's mouth. Still not eating? Huang Ziqing was in trouble. This little guy was so hard to serve. Why don't we try the greens that goats eat? Li Xian proposed. Crap. Green grass again? But looking at these 3 kinds of food, all placed around himself, Luo Feng didn't know what to choose. At this moment, Luo Feng, the look was comical, actually choosing back and forth between the small fish, cabbage, and green grass, hesitating. Seeing this scene, Tang Yongjin was also surprised and spoke. This little guy has some spiritual intelligence. I suggest participating in the filming of our Run Old Iron crew. Participate in filming? Huang Ziqing froze. Can he? Of course he can. This little guy has a strong acting talent and is very photogenic. Tang Yongjin analyzed. I have acting talent? Do I? Luo Feng didn't even think he did. He was just hesitating on what food to eat. But we have to give him a nice name. Li Xian suggested. Why don't we leave the name to the audience? That would be fun. Tang Yongjin laughed. Little guy, now you're also a guest of the crew. When the time comes, I'll apply for appearance fees for you, and all of this money, all of it will be used for your basic living. Luo Feng heard this, immediately rejoiced. I also have private savings now? Can. But Luo Feng also knew. This money, one only had the right to own it. There was no right to spend it. Definitely had to have Huang Ziqing go buy the ingredients for food and drink for himself. But God TM's cast guests? All of you are my servants. Ha ha ha. After Luo Feng finished being arrogant, he still rubbed against Huang Ziqing's palm. So tender, but the other party sounded. Another wail. He, little guy. So good. Huang Ziqing was getting more and more adorable by Luo Feng. Immediately after, Since everyone said that this little guy was quite photogenic, then let's bring it out live. Hello everyone, welcome to this installment of Run. Today's words. I have to introduce you all to the new members of this episode, the host of the Running Bar crew. It was that old sour cabbage teacher Wang. Of course, because the crew had exploded a while ago that a certain goddess guest, Bobby, actually used a body double. Such a false thing also led to the crew traffic and ratings much less, but the loyal fans, there were still quite a few. What the hell? Run for the hills? Going to add a new member? It's not going to be another dainty big star, is it? Please don't fake eat. Less female guests with serious idol baggage. It's meaningless to have a stand-in on a show like this. A sudden guest? A woman or a man? Could it be Yang Mi? Ha ha ha. Yang Mi is even better. Not suitable for a program like this. Only the GDD girl group. Looks like they don't have any idol baggage. The others are all too pretentious. At this moment, the crew's live broadcast room. So many people were speculating just what new member was coming. It could be said to have instantly raised everyone's interest. And when Mr. Wang saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, he crowed and laughed a little and said, "Don't guess, it's not Yang Mi, nor is it any big handsome guy, because this new member, then, is not a human, but an animal," said. Huang Ziqing then appeared in the camera, and in her arms, she was holding Luo Feng. 9. Crap. Luo Feng's flirty maneuvers keep on coming, seeking monthly votes and collections. Everyone, this little guy, from now on, will be the newest member of our crew. Huang Ziqing placed Luo Feng on the table and continued to introduce. This is the one I picked up on the beach this morning, and now it's finally breaking out of its shell. Tang Yongzhen's side of the table took over the topic and said, "Yes, this little guy is very special, since he was born in our crew. It's also a kind of unparalleled fate. I hope he can grow up along with our crew." Red hot. After the two people finished speaking, all the members of the crew, all applauded as well, expressing their welcome to Luo Feng's new member. Luo Feng didn't care too much in the face of these people's applause, blankly eyed the camera, and then on the table, he found a box, used it as a pillow, and lazily just leaned on it, accepting the sunlight's baptism. So comfortable. This new body, just loves the sun. And what a new member. Said it, you're all just servants. Of course, Luo Feng was sunbathing at the moment. That lazy movement, naturally, it was seen by the people in the live broadcast room, especially Tang Yongzhen, who blocked the sunlight, making Luo Feng actually push the box and continue sunbathing. They all looked dumbfounded. Crap, this little guy? So spiritual, ah? Ha ha ha. It actually pushed the box a bit and continued to use it as a pillow to bask in the sun? This lazy look, totally the look of a salted fish. Ha ha ha. A saying comes to mind, as long as I don't make an effort, you won't be able to live the life you want. 0. The little guy is so cute to say the least, but this appearance, it doesn't look very nice. Goo. A newborn little one definitely won't look good either. Human babies aren't pretty either. Maybe in other people's animals' perspective, they still think you're ugly. Ha ha ha. As far as the girl group is concerned, these big beauties, in the eyes of the gorillas, they're probably all ugly. It was such a sunbathing action by Luo Feng alone. What was not expected was, the heat of the crew's live broadcast room even picked up slightly. This little guy, what a spirit. Teacher Tang, don't block people's sunlight. Ha ha. Seeing this, Teacher Wang also laughed out loud. This IQ? It really surprises me. Female group Li Xiyan said, sunbathing as well. It's an animal's instinct, and everyone shouldn't imagine animals as too stupid. Mr. Wang was still quite sensible. Sometimes he would take a whip to beat his puppy, and then the puppy would run, and when the humans saw it, they would say that the puppy was so spiritual, but it's just a routine operation. Hearing what animal instincts, Luo Feng rolled his eyes towards Mr. Wang. What a stupid human. Give you a look. Experience it yourself. What instincts? This is just a human soul living inside this great master. Okay, everyone, let me say this. This little guy, he doesn't have a name yet, right? Ziqing and I also proposed, intending to go on Weibo and get a poll to name the little guy. Tang Yongzhen thought of an important thing. It couldn't just keep calling the little guy, and it looked like the audience loved the little guy. This way, it could tickle everyone's enthusiasm. When they heard that Tang Yongzhen was going to name the little guy, everyone naturally started sending up pop-ups. Some directly wanted to call Luo Feng ugly, or little snake, and then there was flathead brother or something. But Luo Feng heard Huang Ziqing pronounce these names out. He had the heart to die. What kind of names are these? Flathead? At a glance, he himself was much thinner than flathead brother. It's still the same problem as just now. We have to feed him first. He didn't even eat just now. Female group Li Xiyan opened her mouth. After such a remark, Huang Ziqing also thought of this matter. Just now, fish boy, green grass, and cabbage. This guy didn't choose any of them. This time, it was brought out again to give Luo Feng a choice. At this moment, millions of viewers were watching. This strange little guy. What food would it choose? Luo Feng twisted his head and looked at the food. It continued to lie down. Then there was no reaction. What does he mean by this? The few people in the crew completely didn't understand. Is he too young to know what he's going to eat? Ha ha, Li Xian guessed. It shouldn't be, right? As soon as a small animal is born, it can have the instinct to distinguish between food, right? Teacher Wang spoke up. Perhaps there are some animals that have to be taught by their parents' experience, only then can they know? For example, humans? Huang Ziqing said. Luo Feng saw this. It was also unusually speechless. One really doesn't eat fishies and raw cabbages, especially green grass. One wouldn't eat it even more. But Luo Feng looked at the green grass, and actually, ghostly, raised his paw and pushed it to one of the guests of the program, Zhang Yixing. 10. Wake up from your nap. Go to the kitchen. Requesting monthly votes and favorites. This moment, the audience in the live broadcast room looked completely dumbfounded. Crap. The cast and crew, just as dumbfounded. But the pop-up side, it quickly exploded. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. This little guy? What do you mean? Let Yixing eat grass? Bull. So he chose fish and cabbage? Pushing the grass to Yixing? How did he know that Yixing wanted to eat grass? Ha ha ha, this little guy. This operation is really great. Did the crew do that for the show? Dude, are there any animals that cooperate with program effects? If it's a trained animal, it's more like it. Anyway, I laughed, and now I'm so excited that I can't even be bothered by this little guy. Ha ha ha, poor Yixing. Even the little guy knows he's a little sheep? Of course, at this moment, the guest of honor Yixing. Naturally, he was somewhat taken aback. His face was ashen. It was truly the ultimate embarrassment. He himself was actually being a small animal, pushing over grass? Was this contempt? Probably. Anyway, in Yixing's perspective, Luo Feng's eyes were facing him just now. It looked like contempt. At this moment, Yixing really had a feeling of social death. This is like a female guest of honor who is a princess of peace, and then the little animal pushes over a cup of papaya milk to you. Do you think you're embarrassed? This little guy. What an abomination. Yixing inwardly said silently. It's not like he could say anything. Could he still have a problem with the animal? Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed out, looked at Yixing, didn't pay much attention, and continued to rest. But although the grass was given to Yixing, but that couldn't mean that the fish boy and raw cabbage, Luo Feng was going to eat. After all, although turned into an animal, but it still didn't change that Luo Feng wanted to eat what humans wanted to eat. Little guy doesn't eat fishies? What exactly is it going to eat? At this moment, Huang Ziqing was also in trouble. Will it eat raw meat? Li Xian said. I don't know. Maybe. Tang Yongzhen, as the wise man of the crew, was equivalent to the Lejia level in very do not disturb. He didn't even recognize such a species. So how could he know? Epsilon Sadface Omicron asterisk, alas. Oh you stupid humans. Are all brains pigs? Can we have some cooked food? I'm so mad at you. Forget it. I won't bother with you. See, Luo Feng does not eat. Everyone cannot help. Originally wanted to say let the little guy to participate in the shooting. Increase the heat of the crew. But it seems that this guy is so lazy. Are not like just now, so show yourself. So sex the crew on the side of the live broadcast up. Like telling jokes or something to the viewers of the live broadcast. Anyway, Luo Feng just slept on the table. I don't know how long it was. The plate on the side. That little fish boy. It was all dead, but still placed here. Luckily it didn't stink. Otherwise Luo Feng would have to throw the plate to the ground. What an idiot. Raw fish still sitting here? Luo Feng couldn't help but curse. But the next moment, he could smell the kitchen. The fragrance was actually wafting up. It was Tang Yongzhen from the crew, cooking in the kitchen. He had heard that this guy not only knew astronomy and geography, but also had good cooking skills. Smelling such an aroma, Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. Still, he braced himself and took that small fish boy in his mouth. He climbed off the table, towards the direction of the kitchen. Ouch! Little guy, slow down. Seeing Luo Feng fall down from under the table with the fish in his mouth, Huang Ziqing also pinched a sweat. But this height, for Luo Feng, it didn't seem to hurt at all. The scales were thick. Wait first, let's see what this little guy is up to. Teacher Wang also noticed this side. Ha ha ha, this little thing, finally woke up from his nap, right? It's a bit ugly, but the movements are too cute. Was this attracted over by the aroma from Tang Yongzhen's kitchen? Tang Yongzhen's cooking skills have reached a level that transcends races. The movements are so cute. It's like a student getting out of class and taking a big bowl to the cafeteria. Those four paws are so cute as they walk and sway. For a while, everyone was curious. Luo Feng suddenly went to the kitchen with the fish boy in his mouth. What exactly was he doing? Ha, you woke up from your nap? Why did you come to my place? Tang Yongjin personally cooked for the crew today. Seeing this little guy actually holding the fishy in his mouth and climbing up to the stove, he joked, "What? You still want me to cut up the little fishy for you? Can't you swallow a bite?" But the next moment, Luo Feng's action simply let the entire audience of several million viewers all silly off. 11. The crew looked silly. Small animals cook their own meals? Seeking monthly votes. Seeking collection. Luo Feng actually didn't slice the little fishy for Tang Yongjin. Instead, he directly placed the fish on the embers of the fireplace. Oh, omega. Crap. Seeing such a scene, the live broadcast room a lot of pop-ups. Can only be spit? Good a crouching awe. Never thought. This little thing? Actually this operation. Little guy, what are you doing? How did you put the fish in the fire? Tang Yongjin immediately reached out to block it, but it was lifted off by Luo Feng's other paw. Luo Feng actually refused Tang Yongjin's dissuasion. Tang Yongjin was dumbfounded at this moment. What situation was this? Don't say he was confused. The millions of people in the entire arena were all confused. What's going on here? He's going to eat grilled fish, isn't he? What kind of monster is this? It has a higher IQ than a dog, right? Is this a demon? The IQ of animals is already high. Okay, the IQ of many animals is actually a few years older than us humans. But this is too smart, right? It can still eat grilled fish? Ha. This cow. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew up. There were even some people. Specifically, they took a screenshot of Luo Feng grabbing the fish boy and roasting him in the fire, wanting to send it to their circle of friends. Seriously, everyone saw the scene. Inwardly, they were all clear. This little guy was definitely trained by the program group in order to generate heat. After all, if not trained, it simply wouldn't be this smart. Everyone knew that the crew had been scolded for being exposed about the guest stand-ins, and had to make up for the traffic from somewhere else. And at this moment, Luo Feng naturally didn't know that he was being watched by millions of people. The camera actually followed him to the kitchen, but seeing it is seeing it. Even if he turned into an animal, he wouldn't eat raw fish. Luo Feng took the fish boy and flipped and roasted it on the fire. But suddenly his paw was not paying attention. He touched the fire, but he actually didn't get burned? You know, this stove, it's not a low temperature. Ha, what kind of creature am I? Kind of interesting. Luo Feng was surprised in his heart. It was also surprised. In the future, could he just grab meat and roast it? This is really hell. Tang Yongjin could only be dumbfounded as well. Life in the world for decades. It was the first time he had seen such a strange animal. To actually be able to take a fish boy and bake it? But Tang Yongjin felt that this was precisely the effect that the program group needed. This wave. It could definitely add a lot of points of interest and audience interest. Ha, little guy, want to eat grilled fish? If you beg me, I'll help you roast it. When Tang Yongjin saw him flipping over there with great effort, he spoke up. Stupid. Step aside. Luo Feng gave a blank look towards the other party, nor did he pay any attention to him. Humans were really idiotic. Always like to think they are smart. Actually ignoring me. Tang Yongjin deflated his mouth, and on a whim, he took the small fried meat that he had stir-fried, and brought it up with a plate, and took out a small bowl, put a few slices of small fried meat into it. Here, are you going to eat this or not? Tang Yongjin looked like he was teasing Luo Feng again from a long distance away. Idiot. Luo Feng knew the other party was teasing him. Definitely another blank stare went over. Short arms, right? I'll put it closer for you? Tang Yongjin laughed and passed the small bowl over more. Although Luo Feng expressed his contempt for Tang Yongjin, but still, he couldn't carry the hunger. He began to be unable to resist looking towards the small fried meat in the small bowl. Let's put it this way, little guy, if you can distinguish between cooked food and raw food, you'll be able to successfully take the cooked food you want. Tang Yongjin had a sudden thought. Slicing raw meat and frying cooked meat, both served to Luo Feng, wanting to have some fun, and at this moment in the live broadcast room, millions of viewers were all watching. Is this little guy that smart or not? 12. Humans are so stupid. Requesting monthly votes and favorites. I'll go. Are you stupid? Cooked meat and raw meat? I can't tell the difference? Honestly. For an instant, Luo Feng felt that Tang Yongjin was a stupid fool. Were all humans that stupid? So boring? Think they are smart? Are all other animals stupid? Luo Feng didn't care about that. Pretending to choose a bit before finally placing his paw on the edge of the bowl of cooked meat and grabbing a slice up with his paw, and then began to enjoy the food. Not bad. Cooked food is still the best. Of course, this scene, after being seen by the people in the live broadcast room, immediately shocked again. This little guy actually chose the right one? Everyone old iron. Is this a live broadcast? It's not edited, is it? Rehearsed several times? Yeah, So smart. This thing can have such a high IQ? This little guy's IQ is already like a child's. It's so invincible. This isn't very impressive, is it? My puppy can do it. Bro, that's a dog. It's more advanced than this one by one creature. Yeah, it's rare to be that smart. I seriously doubt that this must be something the crew went to the circus to hire. Egg-born animals usually can't be this smart. It's possible that it's a script for the crew. Just take a look at the hilarity. Don't ever take it seriously. The live broadcast room now. So many people were surprised, but someone came out and said it was a script. Also believed it in droves. After all, the crew's popularity was indeed low for this installment. This must be the way to suck in traffic. If it was completely untrained, and it was simply impossible for a newborn critter to have such an IQ. Of course, if Luo Feng had seen the pop-ups, he would have said, raw meat and cooked meat laborers can't tell the difference? What more scripts? But if this Tang Yongjin wasn't so boring, he wouldn't have come up with such a stupid question to make things difficult for himself. Humans really are creatures that secrete too much dopamine. Luo Feng finished eating, chewed his mouth a bit, feeling not so hungry anymore, but there was still some more to eat. He immediately grabbed the edge of the big bowl and glanced towards Tang Yongjin, saying, "Big idiot, quickly give little master some more meat." But Luo Feng couldn't make a human sound at all. Tang Yongjin just heard an owlish grunt. You still want more, right? Tang Yongjin also understood Luo Feng's meaning. For a split second, also felt, this little guy was adorable. Just those recorded programs that still needed post-processing. This little guy, he was really 100 times smarter. Choosing him to join the new members of the crew was really too right. Alright, seeing as you're pathetic, just a little more. Soon, Tang Yongjin's ghostly ideas came back. Directly slicing the raw meat and cooked meat, messed it up, then put them in a bowl. Once again examining how Luo Feng chose. Seeing such an operation, Luo Feng was once again inwardly speechless. How could there be someone as boring as Tang Yongjin? Immediately after, Luo Feng didn't hesitate, and with a single stretch of that little paw, he peeled away those pesky slices of raw meat, grabbed up the cooked meat slices, and put it into his mouth. 3 or 5 slices of cooked meat. After being eaten by Luo Feng rummaged around. There was no more cooked meat either, but saw that there were a few pieces of lettuce. Luo Feng still grabbed it and put it in his mouth. After all, eating too much meat, it would be very greasy. Have some meat and vegetables. It was also very good. Good for digestion. 13. Twitter blew up. What kind of creature is this? Requesting monthly votes. Begging for favorites. Oh, this little guy is so awesome. So smart. Ha ha ha. No more cooked meat? Rather eat lettuce than raw meat? Kind of interesting. Tang Yongjin still wanted to test the little guy? Didn't realize his IQ was being rubbed on the ground? A plate of fried lean meat. A large portion was eaten by the little guy. And at this moment, Tang Yongjin, it was called an embarrassment. One would have thought that this little guy, choosing between raw and cooked meat left and right at the beginning, it was just luck. I didn't expect myself to mess it up. Then put in lettuce to add confusion. But the other party still picked out the cooked meat. The audience is right. He was indeed badly outplayed by the little guy. This little animal is too smart. Soon, Luo Feng was also full. With a 6-parent pace, he crawled towards the outside of the kitchen. Ha ha ha, look at this 6-parent pace, completely treating Tang Yongjin like a hotel attendant. It's like seeing a rich tycoon with a big gold necklace, eating a big meal, getting his teeth done with a toothpick while doing so, and then strutting out of the hotel at the same time. Ha ha ha, there's that picture. There's that picture. Everyone saw Luo Feng's current appearance. It was simply cute and arrogant, completely treating the feeder as a slave. This little guy, you're just leaving? Tang Yongjin originally wanted to say, is the little guy so rude? But you're serious with an animal that he's not polite? Probably there would only be people saying Tang Yongjin was stupid. For an animal to have manners, is it still an animal? Ha ha ha, what a surprise. Always the wise man of the crew. Teacher Tang, who was as cunning as a fox, was actually completely abused by a small animal? Mr. Tang has participated in many shows, right? He's never suffered a loss like this before, right? Ha ha ha. Teacher Tang is indeed extremely smart, but this time, he's capsized, underestimating the intelligence of animals, only to be rubbed on the ground? Of course, the current era. That was the era of big data and big communication. Luo Feng's operation here. It quickly fermented on the internet. Weibo all rushed up to a hot search. The netizen comments below were also quite lively. Absolute. It's absolutely perfect. It's become a spirit, isn't it? This little thing is so smart. Tang Yongjin is so smart. He was insulted by a small animal? A new member of the running iron crew? It's also too interesting, isn't it? So many hot comments. There were tens of thousands of likes underneath. The most awesome thing was, Luo Feng finished the cooked meat and left in a grandpa-like manner. leaving behind a look of contempt for Tang Yongjin. This was the most absolute. Epsilon sadface omicron asterisk, alas. People are inferior to animals series ah. Is this little guy favored by so many people? The point is, this is ugly, but Huang Ziqing and Li Xiyan seem to like it so much, they often carry it in their arms. Families, this little thing looks like a little dragon, doesn't it? Yo, a dragon? Does this creature exist? It's just a rare species of lizard. Ha, what if it's a dragon? I guess the War Department came over immediately. In my opinion, it must be a new species left over from ancient times but not discovered, right? Or a mutated species? Or a species we don't recognize. It's cute anyway, whatever species it is. Of course, the topic on this side of Weibo, it's getting hotter and hotter. For this creature, there was also a specialized newspaper that interviewed a biological expert. That biological expert responded with, everyone doesn't need to be nervous. This animal, it can't be a creature like a dragon. It's just a creature that we haven't discovered yet. Such a creature could have been living in the deep mountains, or the deep sea. For everyone saying that he has a high IQ, I, on the other hand, don't think so. It's just that it can tell the difference between cooked meat and raw meat, most likely by smell, but it's as high as a dog's IQ. It's the equivalent of a small child of about a year and a half old. This level of intelligence is not surprising in the animal world. People don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. 14. Shut up, my lord. Requesting monthly votes and favorites. This biologist says things. A lot. Posts articles. A lot. Probably just over 800 words. The content of the speech. All of these netizens are brainlessly bragging about things. Of course, people's authority is very high. They're experts. As soon as they send out an article like this, it was agreed by many people, but there were also people who said that it was hyped by the crew. How could Tang Yongjin, a grown man and so smart, be fooled by a small animal? And now Luo Feng, after the meal naturally began to crawl around the house for a while, as a digestive exercise after the meal. After all, after meals, walk a little, live to 99, even if it becomes an animal. Luo Feng also didn't forget. After the walk was finished, Luo Feng then continued to climb onto the desktop and started to bathe in the sunlight. Without realizing it, he fell asleep. Anyway, at this moment Luo Feng felt, being an animal. What's wrong with that? In the past when he was a human, he had been a cat slave and a dog slave. Now when an animal, come and try the thrill of being a master too. You don't have to worry about working overtime on weekends, or about prices and house prices. And don't worry about how expensive the bride price is. Eat and sleep and eat. Be a happy little animal. What's not to like? This little guy, falling asleep in the sun again? Huang Ziqing came back from their meal, seeing Luo Feng lazily lying down and sleeping, also gently stroked Luo Feng's tail. There was no desire to disturb Luo Feng's sleep, but for some reason, Luo Feng's skin reaction speed was 10,000 times more sensitive. Just such a gentle touch. Luo Feng actually opened his eyes. Once again, he looked. It turned out to be little cutie Huang Ziqing. Ziqing, this little guy likes both of us so much. Li Xiyan looked straight into Luo Feng's eyes from the side. It's only when we come that he looks straight at us. Con. When Luo Feng heard this, he was powerless to spit out his words. Aren't you the ones who disturbed my master's sleep? You're not allowed to look anymore, right? Besides, what's wrong with looking at you? I'm an animal now. Staring at you? You can't call me a hooligan, can you? Little one, if you've had enough sleep, let sister hug you? Huang Ziqing bent over slightly. She reached over. If you want a hug, just hug? Can I still open my mouth and refuse? Luo Feng spoke indifferently, but still, he let out an owl. Huang Ziqing thought that Luo Feng was agreeing and was pampering her. Immediately, she hugged Luo Feng in her arms. Ziqing, he really likes you so much, that's for sure. Sister Xiyan, this is the egg I picked up, and the first person I saw when I broke the shell was me. Ha ha, Ziqing, no way, he really treats you like a mom? Zhang Yixing was at the side, making such a joke, but things weren't right. Luo Feng here but blankly eyed Zhang Yixing. How can such a cute little girl be my Luo Feng's mom? How speechless. Luo Feng was molested by Zhang Yixing, then surely things aren't over. Put me down, put me down. Luo Feng struggled in Huang Ziqing's arms, then Huang Ziqing also felt that he didn't want to be held by himself. Solely, he placed it on the ground, waiting. This little guy, what on earth is he going to do to go? But the next moment, Luo Feng got off the ground and then went out of the tent. Toward the tent outside the fisherman's sheep pen climbed. 15. Laughing my ass off. Luo Feng's flirty maneuvers again? Seeking monthly votes. Seeking collections. What's the little guy doing inside the sheep pen? Huang Ziqing didn't read it. A few people also chased after him. At this moment, Luo Feng climbed from the railing to the back of the sheep pen, smelling those sheep poop. Really powerless to spit. Too unqualified. pulling the Shanghai indiscriminately, but I don't blame them. It's just some silly sheep. Luo Feng selectively bypassed those sheep poop. Then he came to the stone trough, picked up a handful of grass. First of all, that simple sheep saw Luo Feng grabbing its grass. It actually glared at Luo Feng, but after Luo Feng returned a fierce look, for some reason, the other sheep was afraid of himself. Ha ha, this little guy, robbing the other goat's food, and milking a fierce look? This is too overbearing? So overbearing at such a young age? What's going to happen when he grows up? But this little guy? What's he doing with grass in his mouth? Of course, Luo Feng, who was holding grass in his mouth at the moment, like a crocodile, that six-parent four-legged pace, majestically exited the sheep pen, in front of the crowd, crawled towards the crowd, and at this moment, Zhang Yixing felt a hint of bad, but he really felt right. The next moment, Luo Feng actually held the grass in his mouth again and placed it in front of Yixing, and he also used his claws to pick at the back of Yixing's feet. Oh, crap, I rub. The crew, once again, the show was numb. Thought this guy went to grab grass to eat. I didn't realize that he was bringing food to Yixing. Little sheep Yixing, molested again? And Luo Feng's words were smug. Who told Zhang Yixing to flirt with Huang Ziqing, and to find himself a mom? Damn you, this grandpa doesn't need any mom. Holy, why are we here again? Ha ha ha, what a loving little animal. Eat and sleep well yourself, but also do not forget the pleasure. Ha ha ha, how interesting. This is definitely a trained animal and a program effect, right? This program effect is very funny. It's just a big sacrifice for fun. But did you guys notice just now? This guy's words glared at those two sheep, and they got a bit scared. Maybe it's bloodline suppression. After all, a sheep, when it sees a small tiger that's 10 times smaller than him, it will be scared too. Yes, that's pure bloodline suppression. This sheep thing, besides not being afraid of bugs, I guess it would be afraid of any creature. I'm just pitying me Yixing. Now it's incredibly embarrassing again. Why is this little guy always bullying my Yixing? Ha ha ha, the young lady upstairs all said, it's a trained animal, messing with the show's effect. And at this moment, Yixing, in the face of such a thing, could only squat down awkwardly, touched Luo Feng's head, and said, little guy, I don't eat grass, thank you. And at this time, Tang Yongjin then ran out and immediately spoke. Everyone, don't be fooled by the little guy. He definitely didn't mean to give food to Yixing. Then what does the little guy want? Right, any intentions? Everyone was curious. Tang Yongjin, on the other hand, spoke up. I think that he's telling Yixing to shut up and stop talking, but it's really not the intention of delivering food. Tang Yongjin's words came out. The whole room was dumbfounded. 16. The lead singer of the girl group has arrived. Shangguan Shuier, seeking monthly votes and favorites. Tell Yixing to shut up and stop talking? This? Ha ha ha. Yeah, I feel like Mr. Tang said it well. Huang Ziqing laughed and squatted down, stroking Luo Feng's head, jokingly saying, alright, now brother Yixing, hurry up and eat grass. Ha ha ha, this little guy actually ran all the way to take grass? To shut Yixing up? Li Xian and also teacher Wang, the two of them, were already laughing their asses off. You guys, this, Yixing also knew it all. Everyone was just poking fun at themselves together. This little guy, how could he shut himself up in such a way? But the little animal was unintentional though. But he himself was pitted by this little guy. Ha ha, Yixing, don't feel bad. Wasn't I also being shown his intelligence just now? Tang Yongjin appeared to be consoling, but in reality, he was actually falling on his sword. It was just great. He wasn't the only one in the crew who was being teased by the little guy right now. Huang Ziqing saw that the little guy was becoming more and more likable, and hesitated for a moment. In this tent, people come and go. It's very messy. I think we should find a separate tent, and give him a good home. I have no opinion. Although Tang Yongjin was tricked, he didn't cynically hate Luo Feng. After all, who else could hate such a cute little guy? It's to get a nest. Zhang Yixing's words had something to say. In the future, he had to stay away from the little guy. Otherwise he would really die of speechlessness if he kept getting grass over to himself. After everyone had finished their plans, in the campground by the sea, the staff quickly set up a tent, and they also had a whim. The scene was broadcast live to build a house for Luo Feng. Seeing this, Luo Feng also warmed his heart. No matter if they are for the flow or not, whether they really like themselves or not. Anyway, they were good enough for themselves. So touching. The crew is so caring. This is the running old iron crew. A heartwarming scene. Playing around is playful. The crew is still good. This is good. The little one also has a separate tent. He's no longer afraid of being blocked from the sun when he sleeps, right? Ha ha ha. The way he looked, as I recall, was like my dog sleeping, kicking him with his foot, then moving over and continuing to sleep. The little guy needs to grow up fast. It's so cute. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. With the collective participation of the cast and crew guests, Luo Feng's new home, it was built very quickly. When Huang Ziqing carried Luo Feng over to see his new home, Luo Feng was also surprised for a moment. Inside the tent, a small house more than half a meter high, is Luo Feng's master bedroom. Out of the master bedroom, actually is a lot of stones and grass composed of back garden. If Luo Feng has nothing to do, can crawl around in the inside. You can also sunbathe. There is also a slide. After the slide, there is a small water tank. I think it's for bathing, and there are small steps on the side. It would allow Luo Feng to climb back up after bathing. Little guy, how is it? Do you like this home? Huang Ziqing embraced Luo Feng in her arms and realized that those two eyes of Luo Feng were actually looking at the new home a bit obsessively. Not bad, not bad. I like it a lot. Luo Feng opened his mouth and said, but what was exchanged? But it was the sound of wailing and pampering. Do you like it? It's good if you like it. Huang Ziqing said and realized that Luo Feng actually struggled. Are you going down to try out your new home? Huang Ziqing sensed this and immediately placed Luo Feng in the back garden. Luo Feng went down, took a look around. The more he felt good. This treatment really has no one else. When people don't say such a villa with a back garden and pool, even a 50 square meter suite could not afford it. The last life is not as good as a rich man's dog. But suddenly, a royal voice sounded outside the tent. 17. Goddess hugs, requesting monthly votes and favorites. Mr. Wang Ziqing, Xiyan, where have you been? That voice was imperial. Specifically, it was that of Medusa's voiceover in Do Do Bao Cang Dong. It was imperial and domineering. Immediately after that, at the door of the tent, a pair of long legs crossed in, wrapped in sexy black silk. There were also the high heels with red soles and black surfaces. The beautiful feet were also wrapped in the high heels. Very seductive. This was a long leg that any man, looking at it, would have to tremble until, too perfect, and upwards. That was her slender waist. The great beauty at this moment, was wearing a small suit that was waisted, a white village shirt. It simply became a white tent. Very materialistic. Luo Feng recognized this person. This was the lead singer of the GDD girl group, that domineering new queen of the entertainment industry, Shangwan Shuier. She was the most popular of the girl groups. Even the second and third combined didn't have as many fans as her. Luo Feng had seen her in countless variety shows in his previous life. For her face value and body, it had always been astonishing. But after seeing it up close today, what the netizens said about her beauty was complete nonsense. What one has seen with one's own eyes, can it still be false? She was definitely the ceiling of the entertainment industry in terms of face value and figure. And for the girl group to be so hot, she was the first credit. Sister Shuier, you're here? Shuier, Sister Shuier. So many people greeted towards Shangwan Shuier. They all gathered around. After the pleasantries were over, Shangwan Shuier also noticed this unique house and spoke. What animal did you guys build this for? Chatter. Just this little guy. The beach picked up the egg child, and then hatched out. Now but our crew's new guest. Today's performance is not bad. Huang Ziqing pointed to Luo Feng who was lying on a rock. That Luo Feng was still staring at Shangwan Shuier with big eyes at the moment. Ha! Sister Shuier, he seems to like you a lot? After Huang Ziqing finished speaking, she immediately noticed that Luo Feng's eyes. Anyway, looking at himself and Li Xiyan with the same eyes. Crap, how come this little guy, same as a man, just staring at beautiful women? Which god has reincarnated? Look at that look in his eyes. Ha ha ha. The key person is staring at Shangwan Shuier and no one is calling him a hooligan at all. This is outrageous. Of course, the audience in the live broadcast at the moment. But it was also a joke. After all, animals, where would they be interested in humans? It could be that this little guy saw a stranger and was just curious to take a look. This little thing, it seems like it's really looking at me. Shangwan Shuier's face was slightly flushed with a smile. The kind of smile that was overflowing with motherly love. And all of a sudden, she squatted down, observing Luo Feng's expression. Although Shangwan Shuier was a domineering and imperial sister persona, but it didn't mean that she didn't like such cute little animals. And at the first glance, she felt that it was particularly eye-catching. Of course, there were studies that showed that humans had an inexplicable fondness for animals that liked to stare at them. Except, of course, for the lions and tigers met in the wild. So cute. Still looking at me. Look at me again. I'll eat you. Shangwan Shuier compared a claw to scare Luo Feng, but all of a sudden realized that her action was too inconsistent with her persona. Then she quickly collected herself. Seriously, that look in the little guy's eyes. It had already butted her. She also quickly fell in love with this oddly shaped guy. It's quite speechless. Even small animals are people watchers, aren't they? Tang Yongjin said with a smile. At first when I went to see him, he was looking at me with a squint. That's not true. Who asked our sister Shuair to be a great beauty? Huang Ziqing smiled cheekily, picked up Luo Feng and handed him to Shangguan Shuair, saying, Sister Shuair, why don't you hug him? He's very good. 18. This little guy has become a spirit, right? Requesting monthly votes and collections. Nice. Not bad. Ziqing is really my good teammate. Luo Feng opened his mouth to speak, but his voice was still an owie. See, he seems to have agreed and wants a hug from Sister Shuair. Huang Ziqing said happily. That's good. I'll hug him, Shangguan Shuair said, and then she picked it up, wrapped her hands around the bear, and hugged it in her arms. Seeing this scene, the audience could be excited. Crap, this little guy, how come he's surprisingly gentle with women? Can't it be that he's really become a spirit? Damn. To Tang Yongjin and Yi Xing, he was merciless, but to Shuair and Ziqing and Li Xian, it's different. This little thing, it's perfect. In the future, don't hire any more traffic artists, but bring in more interesting little creatures like this. Right, isn't this more interesting than a pop artist? I'm willing to see the little guy being cute. Traffic artist's showmanship just step aside. It's just that this appearance is a bit clownish. If you look at it more often, you won't find it ugly. This is clearly ugly and cute. Grow up a little bit more and it's definitely going to look a lot better. And Luo Feng's expressiveness, it was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, the audience pop-ups in the live broadcast room were getting more and more lively. The backstage data was analyzed. This time's live broadcast, there were already a few 100,000 more people than the last installment. Although it was said that it wasn't necessarily all the little guy's credit, it was indeed the fact that people had joined the guest seats that had risen. Sister Shuair, this little guy should especially like you, right? Huang Ziqing touched Luo Feng's head in Shangguan Shuair's arms and smiled. Anyway, when he was in my arms, he wasn't this comfortable. Look at him. Cha-yi. Shangguan Shuair here, didn't know why it was like this, but still smiled and responded. Maybe I have a different flavor? Flavor? Perfume flavor? Li Xian smiled and joked. What perfume flavor is it? I'll go get some too and see if the little guy will be a little more fond of me. Ha ha ha. There's an ancient saying that a woman's purpose is to please herself. Today, the purpose of a goddess spraying perfume? It's actually for a little guy? Ha ha. You men are not worthy of our GDD girl group dressing up. Men are inferior to animal series. This little guy, to return to nature someday, can run and brag to his friends. Ha ha ha. Listen everyone, I'm the character that the goddesses have to spray my favorite perfume for me. Awesome, right? And at this moment, Shangguan Shuair, looking at Luo Feng who was lying comfortably on his arm in his arms, poked his back and spoke. I heard that you're very expressive, and I don't believe it. Should I? How about you give everyone a greeting? After Shangguan Shuair gently finished speaking, Luo Feng looked at her stunningly beautiful divine face, lazily lifting up that small paw towards the program's camera. Just compared it. One moment, a screen full of question marks and exclamation points just floated up. 19. Shangguan Shuair's shock. This little guy is that amazing? Seeking monthly votes and favorites. Holy, what the hell is this? Does it understand human speech? This TM, the real deal, is definitely a small animal trained by the crew. Otherwise, this is too smart, right? Just now, he even looked at Shangguan Shuair, meaning to say, give you face, right? Bull. This little guy is amazing. Awesome. An absolute demonic spirit. You can't become a demonic spirit after the founding of the country. Ha ha ha. This is the most expressive little creature I've ever seen. Ha ha ha. I've taken screenshots of so many emoticons for this live broadcast. Very nice. Despite its ugly appearance, it looks so cute now. The audience in the live broadcast room, for such a spiritual little animal, even if it was disciplined. So what? It was just loved anyway. Any viewer can't refuse such a spiritual little animal, right? But what they didn't know was, Luo Feng was able to give face to Shangguan Shuair, and that was because her perfume smelled really good. It was the light kind that made Luo Feng very comfortable. And not to mention, that Everest warmth. To not have these, how could a slave like a human command this little master? Of course, from the beginning until now, Luo Feng didn't know what kind of animal he was, but he was definitely not ordinary, because just now, his own claws were actually able to withstand high temperatures, and staring at the sun, it didn't feel hot, but even without the sun, it wouldn't be cold either. There was also the fact that he himself just loved shiny things for some reason. Listen everyone, this nest we made, it's still a little too simple. Now that Shuair is here, let's improve it and make it a little more refined. Tang Yongjin also for Luo Feng liked it a lot, plus the audience also then have to give better treatment. This day was less than a day. Luo Feng had already attracted countless fans, especially a lot of female fans. They really couldn't wait to have a little animal like Luo Feng, completely fallen by his adorableness. Of course, There was also a popularity value for giving gifts in the live broadcast room. In the past, the highest was Shangguan Shui'er, as well as Huang Ziqing and Li Xian. But today, Luo Feng actually surpassed Shangguan Shui'er. It would be outrageous. It's still my Shangguan Shui'er's peak that's a bit taller. That Huang Ziqing, still young in age, needs to grow. Ha ha. Luo Feng was lying peacefully in Shangguan Shui'er's great beauty's arms. There wasn't a moment that was that shy. But at this moment, Huang Ziqing, depending on it, could see that look in Luo Feng's eyes. What was the meaning of this? How come Luo Feng looked at the bottom of his neck? Then there was an expression of regret? What a stupid Huang Ziqing. You don't even understand this? Luo Feng smiled inwardly and changed his position, lying even more comfortably in the crook of Shangguan Shui'er's arm. What is called life? This is called life? A bunch of big stars with tens of millions of fans, building a house for themselves. Yet he himself was able to sleep in the arms of the heaven-defying beauty with hundreds of millions of fans. And the food is still fried by Tang Yongjin, the chef himself. What a happy Soon, Shangguan Shui'er and the others, carrying Luo Feng, returned to the main tent, the tent where everyone was recording the program. The attentive Shangguan Shui'er realized, today is not missing a dish. On that table were 5 plates in the past, 4 plates around a plate. Today there is one missing. Is there a small fried meat missing? Shangguan Shui'er asked curiously. Ha! Shui'er, you're really meticulous. This was also discovered by you? Tang Yongjin laughed out, immediately following. Some of the other artists all revealed a mysterious smile as well. What do you guys mean by this? What are all laughing at? Shangguan Shui'er was a bit unsure and curious to death. What was going on? Could it be that there is a plate of small fried meat missing today? Is there some big secret? 20. How can I listen to you? Just don't move. Seeking monthly votes and favorites. Ha ha ha. Shui'er, guess what? This small fried meat was eaten up by a greedy little guy. Teacher Wang laughed and sold the story. A greedy little guy? Luo Feng was so speechless when he heard this. Mr. Wang, are you polite? Soon, Tang Yongjin here, told Shangguan Shui'er what had just happened. Originally, after Shangguan Shui'er heard it, she was also stunned, and looked down. That little guy was still resting comfortably in her arms. Geez, is this little guy really that smart? It actually crushed Mr. Tang's IQ? Shangguan Shui'er had a new perception of Luo Feng. So cute, so smart, a bowl, getting in a lot of miscellaneous things. This little guy actually managed to pick out raw and cooked meat. To say an animal can pick out the food it eats, that's easy. But you let a dog pick out raw and cooked meat? This definitely had to be specially trained, right? You're so smart, little one. Are there any more surprises? Shangguan Shui'er stroked Luo Feng's smooth scaly back, liking it even more. Surprises? Or do I have to peek at your bath to be considered a surprise? When Luo Feng heard this, he inwardly ha 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 laughed. Anyway, the water child queen's peaks. It's just very chai. So comfortable, so much that I want to lie here for the rest of my life. Of course, in the last life, to say that Luo Feng felt that the most beautiful showbiz woman was definitely Shangguan Shui'er. Feeling the other party touching his spine, Luo Feng actually looked up at her, then rubbed against the crook of her arm, continued to lean back and rest. One word, cute, really too cute. Shui'er, do you want more surprises from the little guy? Tang Yongjin laughed and looked at Yixing, then said, not only did you fool me, Yixing isn't immune either. Immediately after, Tang Yongjin told that matter again. Shangguan Shui'er also bared her teeth. He actually held grass in his mouth for Yixing to eat? Immediately after, Shui'er giggled even more, completely not caring about her queenly persona anymore. In fact, whatever persona, it was all arranged by the company. She was just a genuine person. Laugh if you want to. Don't laugh. It's going to be a landslide. At this moment, Luo Feng just felt that invincible non-stop squeezing. Although it was a bit of a landslide, but it was very comfortable. I feel it. This little guy, it doesn't seem like that kind of naughty and mischievous put. How could it be like this? Shangguan Shui'er inwardly felt that this is a budding creature. How could it trick Yixing as well? Ha ha ha. If we didn't experience it ourselves, we wouldn't believe it either. But it's actually true again. Tang Yongjin laughed. If Shui'er you don't believe it again, then you can still try again now. Are you really that naughty? Shangguan Shui'er looked down tenderly at Luo Feng and nodded her head. Okay, just try. I'd like to see if what you guys are saying is true or not. Immediately after, Tang Yongjin once again got some green vegetables, grass, raw meat, and leaves, cooked meat. This time, it was even more difficult to add the probability of 6 choices. Only then could Luo Feng choose the cooked meat. Little guy, choose quickly. You pick out the ones you want to eat. Tang Yongjin carried a plate and placed it in front of Luo Feng. Ouch. You guys are so boring. Luo Feng inwardly despised them fiercely. Himself isn't one of those stupid animals you guys think of. Don't play such childish games. However, the current Luo Feng, who really wasn't hungry, just looked at them contemptuously and didn't move at all. You are all slaves. Don't even think about teasing this little master. This little master won't listen to you guys. You all just want to watch a monkey show. Little master won't cooperate and gasp at you all. This. Tang Yongjin was embarrassed. He was fine at the beginning. How come he didn't choose now? He also did not pick. Shangwan Shuier grunted. You guys just lied to me. How can you be that smart? And at this moment, a good number of newcomers to the live broadcast also began to spit, saying that it was a lie. Where would one pick? Of course, Luo Feng's arrogance wasn't generalized. They wanted to predict their own choices. One simply won't fall for the trick. Stupid humans. Is not worthy of knowing this little master's operation. Anyway, Luo Feng just continued to sleep on Shangwan Shuier's arm. How did this happen? Tang Yongjin simply social death. Just now has been to Shangwan Shuier bragged about how smart the little guy. Now completely not show? Is it that the little guy is full and has no interest in food? Huang Ziqing suddenly said. 21. Alarmed the head of the crew, requesting monthly votes and favorites. Maybe, that's the only way to explain it. Maybe it's sick? Sick? If such an animal is sick, what kind of expert should we look for? Yeah, we don't even know what category he belongs to yet? The crew and the audience at this moment, all were speculating. Why didn't this little guy eat cooked meat anymore? Some of the audience who didn't see the scene just now even said that Tang Yongjin was cheating. Tang Yongjin credit. Immediately in the audience here big discount. In the future, don't trust a single punctuation mark of this guy. Mr. Tang, still don't eat. Our little guy is not a glutton. He's very well behaved, right? Shangwan Shuier grunted and joked. Ugh, Tang Yongjin was a bit hopeless. This little guy? The second time he fooled himself? The first time was being shown his intelligence. The second time was being punched in the face by him. But, next, Luo Feng's action. Then the people at the scene were once again dumbfounded. Could only see. Luo Feng climbed up from Nangong Shuier's arm, then walked towards the plate, picking apart those green vegetables, cabbage, raw meat, leaves. However, Luo Feng didn't put it in his mouth to eat. Instead, he pushed the selected cooked meat and slid it across the table. What is he doing? This little guy? Actually picked it out for real? Everyone was shocked, wanting to see what he was going to do in the next moment. One could only see. He was quite strong. Although this plate wasn't heavy, it was still a two tails, right? Hardly was he pushed up step by step. Soon, pushed to the front of Tang Yongjin. Then he looked up at Tang Yongjin and knocked on the plate again. Oh, this? What does he mean? Teacher Wang was dumbfounded. This is too humanized, isn't it? Could it be that he's letting Teacher Tang eat this cooked meat? Huang Ziqing guessed. My goodness. A few people from the crew completely just turned ashen. The little guy's sudden maneuver. They were all shocked, but it looked like he probably, seemingly, should have meant for Tang Yongjin to eat cooked meat. Thank you. Tang Yongjin also felt a warmth in his heart at this moment, being cared for by his family, being cared for by his friends, but this time being cared for by an animal. It was really the first time. Is it that he thinks Mr. Tang's cooking is good, so he's letting Mr. Tang eat it once too? Li Xian laughed floridly. Not bad. The little guy will still share good food now? It's really invincible. Very highly intelligent. For those who don't know, they thought you guys were messing with the special effects screen. It's incredible. Could it be that you think Mr. Tang has been working hard cooking and treating him? I want to adopt one. Yeah. I just don't know what kind of animal it is. Even if we can't have a real one, a doll will do. Where can I buy a doll? You can buy it in the sky. It's only the first day of its appearance. How can there be a doll? This little guy, he's the happy fruit of the crew. Of course, Luo Feng heard these people's speculations about his behavior. In his heart, he was endlessly speechless. Humans, it really is a creature that likes to fantasize and brainstorm. He himself was simply full and didn't want to eat the small fried meat, returning the stuff to Tang Yongjin. And yet they interpreted so many things? Of course, some of Luo Feng's operations here, on Weibo, that must have become the newest hot search. The news about the fresh meat who cut his fingertips because of filming but still insisted on filming was also pushed over. The crew really didn't expect it. Their traffic slipped, trying to find ways to remedy it. But to be saved by such a little guy, actually saved the day? Zhao Yubao, the head of the crew, also noticed this matter. Zhao in charge. Our live broadcast room already has 5.6 million actual followers online. The deputy in charge was in the tent and spoke faintly. What? 5.6 million? It's gone up that much? Zhao Yubao was a bit surprised and disbelieving. How could this be possible? The peak of this program was the third installment. It only had 4.8 million actual viewers online. Now it had already surpassed its peak, and it's still 800,000 higher? It's unimaginable. On our side, inform the publicity departments, as well as greet the sponsors. Be sure to put in more traffic. Publicize this strange little guy, Zhao Yubao said, pushed up his glasses, and added, also, the microblogging side should be contacted, so they can create more topics for the little guy. The current Luo Feng is a bit unstoppable fire. The crew definitely didn't let go of this opportunity for a big traffic explosion. As long as Luo Feng could have traffic, then even if they treated Shangguan Shui'er the same and gave a period of $30 million in notice fees, it was also possible. Zhao is in charge. There's one more thing. Need to talk to you about it. The deputy in charge opened his mouth. Oh, what is it? 22. The beautiful woman herself feeds, requesting monthly votes and favorites. It's like this. At first when he was found, no one recognized what kind of creature he was, so we invited animal protection experts from outside the crew. The deputy head paused. If it's a protected animal, our crew can't continue to invite him as a guest. Zhao Yubao hesitated for a moment and helplessly said, keep letting them come. Once it's a protected animal, there's nothing we can do about it, right? After all, if it's really some undiscovered rare animal, or even more so, it was some ancient creature, how could they keep Luo Feng with just this one crew? Could it still be against the Empire? Unless this little guy is just an ordinary mutated lizard. But judging from Luo Feng's IQ, there was no way it could be an ordinary strange lizard. Zhao Yubao could only hope that this little guy wasn't of some prestigious origin. Of course, on Luo Feng's side, he still didn't know that the people in charge of the crew had started a big discussion about themselves. After he pushed the cooked meat to Tang Yangjin, the other party still wanted to hug himself, but Luo Feng ran away in a puff of smoke. Pushing Shangguan Shui'er's arm, he spoke, "Goddess, hug me." That Shangguan Shui'er could only hear an owl and smiled. Look at this little guy, he just likes me to hug him, right? Tang Yangjin sighed. There was also a burst of embarrassment. Of course, a big beautiful girl's embrace, and a 40-year-old man's embrace? Which other dude reborn over? All of them should have chosen Shangguan Shui'er, right? Not me. Little guy, are you not hungry or not? If you are hungry, how about Shui'er's sister feeds you? Shangguan Shui'er said, trying to pick up a piece of cooked meat. She handed it to Luo Feng's mouth. Unexpectedly, that Luo Feng actually opened his mouth. I'll go. At this moment, everyone's eyes stared out. What's going on here? I'm giving him food? He doesn't eat it? Now Shui'er feeds him? And he eats it? Tang Yangjin laughed bitterly again. What is it? Ha ha ha. This little guy, he especially likes girls, right? Zhang Yixing's mouth broke again at the side. But the next moment, Luo Feng swallowed the food that Mistress Shui'er fed him. He actually turned his head and glared at Zhang Yixing. Immediately after that, Luo Feng began to move in the arms of the Water Empress goddess. That Shangguan Shui'er also frowned. Was he going to leave his arms? But still let go of him. Immediately after, everyone just saw that Luo Feng actually picked up the grass that was just picked out again. With that crocodile-like left and right swinging, 6 relatives not recognizing each other's pace, he placed the grass in front of the little sheep tabletop. Oh, again? Everyone was also stunned once again. This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? This was on purpose, right? Oh my god. This little guy. They all said something about plum blossoms blooming twice, but Luo Feng teasing Yixing. It's already 3 blooms in 3. Outrageous. Just outrageous. But immediately after, Luo Feng put down the grass, and twisted his head back to the Shangguan Shui'er's hand, opened his mouth. Goddess, quickly hug this big master again. Shui'er heard an owl. It also understood what he meant. Immediately, she held him in her arms, quietly like a beautiful man, resting against the crook of his arm. Of course, Luo Feng was just an animal. Shangguan Shui'er didn't feel annoyed no matter what, although they hated strange males, or greasy uncles, but for the closeness of such a cute little animal, there really wasn't any aversion at all. Immediately after, everyone continued to chat. The topic was all about this little guy, except for Yixing, who was a bit embarrassed. The rest of them were quite happy, but just at this moment, there was another colorful pop-up screen from the live broadcast room that started to bring up the tempo. 23. The Academy of Sciences can't sit still, requesting monthly votes and favorites. Not that I'm saying, this little guy just looks like our legendary dragon, right? Indeed it does. Yes, especially that head. It's pretty much the same shape as the dragon's head in animation and movies. Guys, why are we bringing this up again? That what's known biological expert. Sorry, I don't know if he's known or not, but didn't this expert say so? It's probably just an unknown creature. That's right, every year, In our Dongsheng Empire alone, thousands of new creatures and plants will be newly discovered. A dragon? How is that possible? Since it's called a divine dragon, it must be a god. What is a god? Isn't it something that only exists in legends? I think creatures like dragons definitely exist. Our ancestors, if they didn't see such creatures, how could they create them out of thin air? Yes, we have always been descendants of dragons. There must be dragons. Look at the little guy's claws. They also look like the claws of a dragon in a movie. Anyway, no matter what the experts say about not spreading rumors and not believing in rumors, I have to strongly urge the biology experts to take a good look again. Right, take a good look. Let's go punch the hot search. Don't these experts care? They're putting off an unknown creature? Let's go. Let's form a group. Experts who don't do anything. What's going on? They're just trying to explain it away scientifically? Anyway, what can I say? This dragon thing. No one can say he doesn't have one, but also dare not say he has. Because how do you prove that he does not? And how do you prove he has? Like a ghost? How do you prove it? Of course, these netizens, too, are very powerful. They say they're going to rush the hot search. They've really gone for it. Millions of people. As long as there are hundreds of thousands of people so go to do it. It's really powerful. There are more and more hot searches in Weibo. Of course, when it comes to these experts, it's not the netizens who say they don't do the job, is really not dua. For example, this thing, some experts are very conservative, because if they take a position that it is like a dragon, then it is likely to be sprayed, saying that he is stupid and naive. Simply don't offend the netizens and make an impossible claim. Simply put, it's just a matter of mucking about with the position and making a false claim. More experts. And what? Young people do not have money. You can rent out the vacant house? And what about the fact that the average household asset in Dongsheng is $3 million? It's outrageous. Netizens rushed the hot search. This time, Luo Feng's news could be even bigger. The netizens were flooded with pictures, all hanging in the Weibo hot search. The comments below were also brilliant. Holy crap, isn't this a little dragon? Yeah, it is. It won't be. Dragons really don't exist. A program? Are you crazy about fire? How can they make this thing come out? It says it's a dragon. Damn it. What kind of variety show is Dongsheng now? Completely spoiled by the capital. Even the dragon is being hyped up? Why doesn't he fly into the sky if he's capable? And a dragon? Idiot. Those experts come out and respond again? You say definitely not a dragon. Just an unknown creature and that's it? Right. What exactly is it? There has to be an explanation, right? Are the experts on vacation? Ugh, this really looks like a dragon. Suffice it to say, Weibo. At this moment most of them were divided into 3 factions. The first faction, that is, they definitely believe that this is a dragon. Or they believe it in their hearts with a kind of trust. But this type of people are few. The second faction, that is on the surface look a little knowledge level of the literati. They know that this is not the Kruspe picture. So in accordance with their own judgment, believe the words of the experts. Luo Feng is just an unknown creature. And the third faction, most of them are uninformed white people. As soon as they heard what the crew picked up the dragon, then there was a flood of curses, saying that it was the crew's hype. Heat this thing. Originally, the more it was discussed, then the hotter it gets. The key dragon such a creature. It comes with a huge flow of traffic. The level of discussion must be super hot. In the end, Dongsheng biology faculty side also couldn't sit still. 24. Goddesses dress up, requesting monthly votes and favorites. They are in this field. Can be considered like Mount Everest. Can be 10,000 times more authoritative than those titular expert stuff. They spoke. Then it must be the actual hammer. Facing the netizens questioning. Now they finally came out to speak. Imperial Institute of Biology. The picture that everyone spread on the internet. Our institute has also verified that it's not a P picture anymore. But everyone says he looks like a dragon. For this, we can only tell you that it's superficial to separate species by appearance. All creatures are subject to mutation. From the birth of the earth to now, we, human beings, are only a few million years, and even a lot of things that existed in the ancient times, we certainly did not finish discovering. Even if there is something on earth now, we haven't finished discovering it. Even if there is a prehistoric civilization on earth, it is still unknown. Therefore, such a new creature, we do not spread rumors and do not believe in rumors, all waiting for the research of the Imperial Biological Institute. Of course, for this response, although there was nothing to it, but at least it's much more reliable than that expert at the beginning, right? In the beginning that expert told everyone not to believe it was a dragon. Surely it wasn't. And now the Imperial expert came forward. People were good at talking, didn't confirm, didn't deny it either. It can't be? It can't be? The Empire's experts have stepped in? Still can't tell what species it is? Isn't this the most authoritative in the country? Yes. What the hell is going on? Could it really be an ancient creature? The online audience, seeing such a response, some were surprised, some were dissatisfied, some were still in shock and wanted to know the follow-up answer. But at the same time, here at the Imperial Biological Institute, a large group of old men past their prime began to gather. They looked at the video. That Luo Feng's outer shape, it was also filled with sorrow. Professor Feng, this thing, it should be a lizard class, right? Yeah, if you look at the shape, it is indeed lizard-like. Could it really be a divine dragon? Now let's not rush to give everyone a reply. This little creature, looks like it's just a dragon-like creature. If we say that he is now, but not when he grows up in the future, then we're going to be making jokes all over the world. Professor Feng here. What was being considered was not the matter of responding to the netizens. His eyes were on the whole world. It's true that we shouldn't make a hasty decision. This is only a creature that was born for a day. There are many animals in their juvenile years that we haven't actually seen yet. My side thinks that Professor Feng's statement is right. We have to look at the whole world, but don't make jokes. Anyway, just wait, keep observing for a while. Faced with such a strange creature, experts, naturally, there was nothing they could do, because in the large database, this creature was completely unrecorded. 100% is a new species, but a new species is not surprising, but he was so much like a dragon. They're going to keep watching, but the netizens can't wait. They're all leaving messages urging for it, and on the crew's side, they are also very torn and worried. This little thing is getting hotter and hotter. The experts don't even know his identity? Will we be able to keep this little guy's belonging when the time comes? But let's keep it first. On the side of the Empire and experts, there is no claim for the time being. In the future, when the traffic has earned enough, it's okay to ask for it. Of course, the side of the crew, later on, also said that they intend to more finely build a nest for Luo Feng. The next day, Luo Feng saw, outside the tent, got a lot of wood, and stones, and some sea sand, and dirt. These are for the garden. In the tent, you can open a glass skylight, make an ecological environment, favorable for Luo Feng to play and run around, rest and so on. Little guy, got to build you the best looking house. But this installment of the crew is to experience the life of a fisherman, and we don't have any money, so we have to go to the beach to fish, and then sell it for money to buy you some construction building materials that can only be bought. Luo Feng was still resting in the morning. He was lying in his nest. He saw today's Shangguan Shue'er walk in. Luo Feng looked up. That Shangguan Shue'er had changed her clothes today, and invincible. It was really a bit white to shake people's eyes off, because she was bending down. Which girl would still put up defenses against animals? 25. Dragon's bloodline summoned? Requesting monthly votes and favorites. Are they going out fishing? Go have fun yourself. Luo Feng saw this. In a flash, he jumped on Shangguan Shue'er's lap, just grabbed on with a death grip. That Shangguan Shue'er, too, was startled for a moment. This? Waiting to come back to her senses. Just saw. That little guy had good suction. Stick to the calf. Then it tilted its head up and looked at itself. Shue'er, how come this little guy is willing to intimate you? Yeah, being intimate with you. I just don't know. What is he up to? Ms. Wang spoke up. Does he want to follow us out to sea to fish? Huang Ziqing suddenly came in. Looks like it to me. Shangguan Shue'er wrung up Luo Feng's neck and took it off her calf, then held it in her arms. For the way this little guy is acting, I feel like he definitely wants to go with us. Otherwise, why is he holding onto my calf for dear life? Alright then, let's bring him along later. After all, this little guy is traffic. It's good to bring him along. For breakfast, it was still very simple. It was the money earned by everyone working together to pick up garbage, fishing, working part-time, etc. Today's variety shows, it was all about this tone, but everyone still took the few meats and distributed some to Luo Feng. Little guy, eat quickly. This time I'm not going to play that picking cooked meat game with you. Tang Yongjin had been punked for 2 waves in a row. That definitely didn't dare. Luo Feng laughed towards the other party. Then he lowered his head and started eating. Getting up in the morning, he was still really hungry. This little wit. Today when you're hungry, you don't care about anything. You just eat. Yesterday when you weren't hungry, you even messed with the crew, right? Some netizens said, if this is a dragon, he could definitely fly? What do people say? Can he fly without wings? Do dragons have wings? Silly, only Western dragons have wings, and they're in the shape of pterodactyls. This little guy can't really be a dragon, right? The IQ is really high after all. Don't even talk nonsense. Imperial Biological Academy. There are no results yet. We have to wait for this little guy to grow up a bit before we can determine it. It's said that dragons give birth to 9 different sons. Dragons look like 1,000 different things. Who can say? The audience in the live broadcast room. They all came here today in admiration. Luo Feng's popularity was quite hot. and everyone accepted the Imperial Biological Institute's claim about this guy, that it was most likely an unknown ancient creature. Soon, after the crew and others had a full meal, naturally, they began to go out to sea to fish. Along the way, Shangguan Shui'er, Huang Ziqing, and Li Xian would all take turns holding Luo Feng. But a few minutes ago, an unattractive female staff member hugged Luo Feng. This little guy actually struggled. It didn't like it at all. Later on, it could only give up. Anyway, the face value is not up to par. Being this little master's mate isn't even qualified. I'm not going to be able to do that. I don't know why. Looking at this endless sea, I always have the urge to jump in. I want to swim in the sea. After Luo Feng was carried by Shangguan Shui'er onto the fishing boat, looking at the ocean, inexplicably there was such a stupid feeling in his heart. It was also strange. Luo Feng in his last life, he didn't like swimming at all. Such a feeling came a bit inexplicably. It's true that the 30,000 mile river enters the sea from the east. 5,000 refueling yakes go up to the sky. Seeing the endlessness of the sea, Tang Yongjin also opened his mouth to recite a poem. The sea gives a feeling of freedom. The sea contains hundreds of rivers. The sea gives one a feeling of too much heart. The people around, the more they said this, Luo Feng's body instinctively had that kind of restlessness, the stronger it was. Suddenly, Shangguan Shui'er then screamed, "Where is the little guy? Where did it go?" 26. This can't really be a dragon, can it? Requesting monthly votes and favorites. I think I heard something fall overboard just now? The staff member driving the boat spoke up. No, I saw the little guy jump off by himself. The two staff members said different things, but the same thing was, both pointed to the little guy going into the sea. What? Something fell into the water? It's not possible that the little guy fell, is it? Geez, can this little guy swim? Why did he jump into the sea by himself? The crew was panicking, very worried about Luo Feng. Shangguan Shui'er, who was holding Luo Feng just now, put Luo Feng on the deck because she wanted to take a picture with her sisters from the female troop, Huang Ziqing and Li Xian. What was not expected was, this little guy actually jumped straight down? Everyone, don't be dumbfounded. I saw it. He's there. Shangguan Shui'er pointed a few meters towards the front of the fishing boat and found a small shadow in the water. It should be Luo Feng without a doubt. Quickly, someone go down and save it. Truly, the crew members were panicking at the moment, because in the past 1 or 2 days, the show's traffic picked up. It could be said, it was all brought about by Luo Feng. If at this time, Luo Feng jumped and drowned, what's wrong with that? Why are you guys still dumbfounded? The staff on the boat, row the boat over to save him. If this little guy drowns, you staff won't be able to get away with it. Zhao in charge of the backstage, although he didn't come to the scene, but has been following the shooting. Seeing such a situation on the scene at this moment, definitely notified a few staff members on the ship in their earphones. Now Zhao was in charge. No matter what, he wanted to see people in life and see corpses in death. So comfortable. Of course, Luo Feng at this moment, after jumping into the sea, it felt like a man who had been busy all day and then lay down on a Simmons. It was very apt, very comfortable, very wonderful. I can't tell you how it feels. Could this be the feeling of a dragon returning to the sea? But what kind of creature was Luo Feng? He didn't even know? Deep in my soul, I have a strong desire for the sea. I couldn't help it just now, wanting to go down to the sea. Luo Feng said, even felt it, his own body, as if it was being moisturized by seawater again. Surprisingly, it started to undergo some changes. Moreover, these fish and shrimps, how come they all went around when they saw me? So strange. Just now there was a half-meter big fish that also saw me and ran away, and at this moment on the shore, the crew can be anxious. When the audience saw this situation, they naturally followed and got anxious. Over there, quickly go over. Over there. Huang Ziqing scanned the sea from the boat and spotted Luo Feng again. This little guy, he seems to be swimming quite joyfully. Ha, he can swim, right? Ha ha ha, actually worried for nothing. This little guy is paddling. So, it's an aquatic creature? Very awesome. It can't really be a dragon, right? Ha ha ha, the little guy is so cute. Look at him swimming on his back and rolling around. So happy. It's really scaring people to death. If this little thing is gone, the crew won't have anything to watch. Everyone, when they knew it was a false alarm, also put down their hearts. That being said, except for certain insects, basically, animals, all can swim, right? Only this human thing can't swim by nature. People are also concerned. Someone actually came down to save me? Luo Feng looked at the concern of everyone on the boat, a little embarrassed. Thinking of this, Luo Feng rowed towards the direction of the boat, but just had such a thought. I don't know why. There was an invisible force that pushed itself over, but in the vision of the people on the boat, the seawater around Luo Feng, as if it was alive, actually pushed Luo Feng to come this way. It was as if the seawater was making way for Luo Feng. You've seen a digital baby, right? That Goma beast. It can utilize the power of seawater. It was almost like this. Holy, what is this? Oh, 27. Water and fire do not invade? Begging for monthly votes. Begging for favorites. See this scene. The cast and crew, and the audience, could barely explain the phenomenon. Some were dumbfounded. Dragon. It's a dragon. On the fishing boat, there was a slightly older staff member, blurted out directly. His voice wasn't very high, but all of them, all heard clearly. Legend has it that in this sea, there have been people who have seen dragons, and that this sea is also a place where dragons are blessed. The older crew members who were more superstitious, when they saw Luo Feng like this, they definitely thought it was a dragon. Is it really a dragon? Mr. Wang's heart was also shocked at this moment. Don't talk nonsense. It's probably just a dark current under the sea that we can't see that caused this, right? Tang Yongjin explained. This is definitely a natural phenomenon. Natural phenomenon? The three members of the female group were also speechless, but they also knew, as entertainers, can't talk nonsense. Everything waited for the experts to identify Luo Feng's identity, because they were responsible for their words as public figures. He's swimming over. Hurry up, get a strainer spoon and fish it out. Hurry up, don't be slow. Just under the crew members' 7 hands and feet, Luo Feng was finally gotten onto the boat. Of course, even knowing that Luo Feng could swim, but not included, he was eaten by a big fish. Everyone was still worried. Just this small body. If he met a salmon, he would be able to eat it in one bite without even a crumb left. You little thing, it's fine. Why did you jump into the sea? Worried to death. Seeing that Luo Feng was fine, Shangguan Shuier looked at Luo Feng fiercely as if she was educating a child. But there was no more nonsense. Instead, she picked up the prepared tissue paper, started to wipe Luo Feng clean of the seawater. What's going on? When Shangguan Shuier took the paper towel and wiped it, it was actually discovered. On this little thing's scales, there were no water stains at all. Sister Shuier, what's wrong? Huang Ziqing asked. This little thing, he's completely dry. Shangguan Shuier's sentence came out. The entire room was once again dumbfounded. What the hell? There's no water? How is this possible? Not just fished up from the seawater? Gosh. Speechless. What's the situation? More and more magical phenomena, making the crew more and more alarmed. And Shangguan Shuier here, all feel that they are not looking at it wrong. Again touched Luo Feng a few times. Still no water stains. And the people around, in order to verify whether it is true or not, all reached out to touch Luo Feng. Don't touch it. You guys are so annoying. Luo Feng didn't like so many people touching him one by one. In fact, many small children didn't like it either. Did you guys see that? The little guy got angry. All of you don't pickpocket him. Tang Yongjin immediately realized the meaning and spoke. I think, right, his scales are dry. Most likely because the scales have a water-absorbing protective effect. Of course, actually, Tang Yongjin was also puzzled in his heart, but words could only go so far. On the side of the imperial experts, they had all said that they wouldn't spread rumors or believe in rumors until they were clear. They here led the audience to believe that it was a dragon? That crew was afraid that they wanted to die. Therefore, even if they had suspicions in their hearts, they couldn't say it in front of the live broadcast, and could only use scientific techniques to explain it. And then, it could indeed be the scales. Mr. Wang, as the host, also knew a lot and nodded. The relationship of the scales? Shangguan Shuier was a bit disbelieving. Of course it is. Seals, penguins, polar bears and whatnot, and all sorts of birds that can go into the water. Don't they all stay out of the water? Tang Yongjin had a wide knowledge base, and true to his name, he knew a lot of things. And before Shangguan Shuier could believe or disbelieve, the live broadcast pop-up screen here, someone else posted another shocking pop-up. Crap, I remember. When this little guy got the grilled fish by himself, he stuck his claws into the fire and it didn't burn? Yeah, I remember that too. There's this thing. So then, this little guy is invulnerable to fire and water? 28. All eaten clean and swept away. Requesting monthly votes and favorites. Bull. Water and fire don't invade. This isn't a dragon? What is it? A few little white guys. Don't you guys cloud up. Okay, does it hurt when an animal is burned, and he can still say no to you? And look at his scales. It's obvious that he can be protected. Let's all believe in science. What dragon phoenix? Throughout the ages, who has seen it? But this shape is so similar. And it can swim. It feels like a dragon. If you have the ability to spray a fire to see, I'll believe he's a dragon. If not, why don't you fly up to the sky? Can't fly? Is that still a dragon? At this moment, the live broadcast room, the noise could be cheerful. A part of the people suspected that it was a dragon. A part of the people proposed to believe in science. Dragons don't exist. Zhao is in charge. What should we do now? Everyone is arguing. The deputy in charge saw the scene in the live broadcast room. He could only look at Zhao Yubo as well, not knowing what to do. Let's see. How about lowering the heat a bit and forget about it? Zhao Yubao mumbled. For this thing called variety art, needing something tricky or negative like this, then there were definitely means. For example, for certain people who brought up the tempo, they would be invisible to their pop-ups or directly banned. Either that or let the water army go and divert the topic away. But actually, Zhao Yubao was also hesitant and torn. If they didn't care about the audience, then their crew would become a medium for rumors among the experts. But if it was managed, then not going to argue about the identity of the little guy? And where would the heat come from? It's better to leave it alone and love it. Zhao Yubao decided and added. It's not just people who are curious about his identity. I'm curious. Seriously, if he really is a dragon, that would be great. I'm waiting for him to prancing around in the clouds to show me. The deputy head could only be silently speechless in his heart. This Zhao Yubao really didn't have a position either. How could it possibly be a dragon? On the other hand, on the crew's side, when they saw that Luo Feng was fine in the sea, naturally everyone started criticizing him. You little thing. Ah, save your breath? Right. Everyone is worried about you. Look at Sister Shuweier. Her face was white with fear just now. Ha ha. Luo Feng heard everyone's complaints, pretending to be deaf. Although there is guilt, but little master isn't going to listen to your ramblings. Just pretend to sleep. Look at him. Sister Shuweier. Look at him. Ouch. This is too much of that, right? Li Xian also cheered up. It's like a child who was being taught a lesson by his teacher and then didn't want to listen to the teacher beeping. That's really kind of clever. Tang Yongjin also looked at him in amazement at that action. Ha ha ha, let's not accuse him then. Who asked him to be so cute? Shangguan Shuweier spoke up for Luo Feng. It must be his first time seeing the sea, so he's curious. He's still young. Can't we forgive him? Forgive. I'm the first one to forgive. With his behavior, he can't even be forgiven. Mr. Wang laughed, but I've never seen a creature that jumps into the sea when it sees it. Well, we have to work hard to catch fish, and the money we get from fishing, we have to buy some good construction materials for the little guy. With money, we can raise this little guy well. Tang Yongjin spoke. Soon everyone was focused on fishing, and specially called a person to keep an eye on Luo Feng. Can't jump into the sea again. This time, I was lucky and didn't get eaten by a big fish. Next time, it's not possible. But in fact, those fish, they don't dare to approach Luo Feng. It was like they knew Luo Feng's identity. Very quickly, the fishing net was then spread smoothly. Shangguan Shuweier couldn't help but ask the old fisherman, saying, "Old uncle, how much can we fight in a day?" The old fisherman naturally knew the sea very well and said, "If it's this season, there aren't a lot of fish, but it's okay, we should be able to hit up some." But his words had just fallen. The net that Li Shiyan and Huang Ziqing had cast down was fished up. Looking at the fish hanging all over it, the old fisherman was also confused. "Old uncle, what did you say? This season is not good for fishing?" Huang Ziqing smiled cheekily. "Isn't this quite a lot?" The old fisherman couldn't speak. It was very awkward. This was really oddly big. His experience, completely useless. Anyway, the crew's fishing this time. It's really too much. Even during the peak fishing season, it's not this good. It took almost 2 hours today to hit the amount their fishermen hit in a day. The point is, there are not only fish, there were also the rest of the crabs, sea shrimps, and other categories. So many fish and shrimps. This time, after we sell them out and buy building materials for the little guy, there will still be a lot left over, right? Teacher Wang smiled and spoke. Yes, when we have money, we can buy more delicious food to improve the lives of our crew, as well as the little guy's life needs to be improved as well. Huang Ziqing smiled cheekily. Of course, this installment of Run Old Iron, that was for everyone to experience the life of a fisherman. Everyone's desire for money. That was all very sufficient. Ha ha ha, Mr. Wang, last time I had something out of the crew and didn't come. I heard that you guys only hit a little bit every day, but after I came, look at it, so much. I'm especially lucky, right? Shangguan Shuweier embraced Luo Feng and jokingly said, "Yes, Sister Shuweier's luck is indeed good." The old fisherman also said that after decades of fishing, such a bountiful harvest has never been seen before. Huang Ziqing smiled cheekily, looked at Luo Feng in Shuweier's arms, and said, "Maybe it's not certain that the little guy brought us good luck." "That's right, Sister Shuweier, you've also been here with us a few times. The first few times we didn't have any luck. This time it's only good luck because of the extra little guy." Li Xian also retorted, "Maybe it is. This little guy is really amazing." Shangguan Shuweier said. Her white tender hand touched Luo Feng's head. "Crap, this crew don't act, okay? Isn't this a ING script? And lucky? Yeah, don't fake it guys, it's someone from the crew operating underwater, right? How can they hit so many? Of course, in the eyes of the audience, that must be the script. If the luck is really that good, I'll go over in a boat later and see how much I can fish. You definitely can't. I told you it's a script, buddy, or don't go. Small heart meets shark ha ha, and the crew sighed, definitely hit the road. Everyone hadn't started dinner yet, because they had to wait for Mr. Wang to sell the fish he called in and had to bring back some roast duck to improve their lives. But Shangguan Shuer and the rest of the girl group were worried that Luo Feng was hungry, so they first gave Luo Feng only a little bit of beef to eat. For their concern, Luo Feng could see that these three girls were very genuine. It seems like it's going to rain? Luo Feng twisted his head to look outside. It was starting to change the weather. Luo Feng was also worried about Mr. Wang and the others. After all, after they sold the fish, not only would they buy roast ducks, but they would also get building materials to build a luxurious villa for themselves. Really hungry, Luo Feng ate the only few slices of beef from the crew. It was simply spreading his teeth. There was absolutely no feeling. Thinking about this, Luo Feng looked up at his surroundings, sneaking off the table, and climbed to the kitchen, looking for any edible ingredients. They were also poor enough. Obviously they were all stars worth hundreds of millions of dollars, yet they wanted to come and play such a boring variety show and experience some fisherman's life. In his last life, Luo Feng thought that such a program was quite good, but this time for the animals. Just feel that this is not fed up with nothing to do? So like fishermen, change careers is not good? Ha, these guys, what are they doing? How come the kitchen is not even neat? Where are the snacks? Always spare a little snack, right? Luo Feng was speechless. Raw eggs? Suddenly, Luo Feng saw an egg tray sitting on the ground. There were actually eggs on it. Luo Feng, who was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, he directly grabbed one and cracked it, lifted his head and drank it. Not a moment later, more than 10 eggs. They were all eaten up by Luo Feng. Only a floor of eggshells remained. Of course, Luo Feng didn't know that this was the last ingredient for the crew members. More than 10 eggs were eaten. Only then did Luo Feng feel in his stomach, slightly eased. What's going on? After eating so many eggs, I don't feel too full? Luo Feng was very strange. Could it be that he was really a dragon? It couldn't be. Luo Feng was still hearing people discussing about this matter later, but even he didn't believe it. It was impossible for a creature like a dragon to exist. If he himself was a dragon, then he could call the wind and rain, and he could ride the clouds. Obviously, this small appearance of oneself, meet a big dog, probably couldn't even beat it. Luo Feng, who hadn't eaten enough, aimed at the refrigerator, then put his claws on it and pulled hard, then drilled into the refrigerator. No matter what, cooked or raw, all ate into his mouth. It was really hungry, comfortable, still only half full. A trip back from the sea, Luo Feng realized that his meal size was really big. Little guy, where did you sneak off to? We were all looking for you. Suddenly Luo Feng appeared by his feet. It made Shangguan Shuer's heart happy. Then picked up, placed it on the table. When to eat? When Mr. Wang comes back from selling fish, it won't starve little master. Luo Feng opened his mouth and spoke, but only with an owl. It's Mr. Wang and the others who are back. Finally they are back. They are about to starve to death. At this moment, one could only see, Teacher Wang was holding quite a few pockets in his hands, the ingredients he bought for today's extra dishes. That's good. Now I'll start cooking. Tang Yongjin also knew that everyone was hungry, and taking these ingredients, he definitely had to go to the kitchen to process them. But as soon as they arrived, Tang Yongjin was dumbfounded. What is this? A ground of eggshells. Was this stolen by rats? But this look. It doesn't look like a rat did it. Casually opened the refrigerator. It's empty inside too. 29. The first signs of Lo Feng's abilities. What's going on here? Did a thief come to our tent? Tang Yongjin instantly shouted. The crowd of the crew outside, hearing this, also rushed in. The camera master, too, trailed behind. Oh, this? What's going on? When the audience saw the scene, they were also confused. It was completely like being robbed. There were eggshells all over the floor. In the refrigerator, it was a mess. All that was edible was gone. Could some wild animal from the beach have gotten in? It shouldn't be, right? After all, this is the artist's living zone. The program team must have lined up the perimeter. That's right, wild animals wouldn't come in at all. Could it be that little guy snuck in and ate it? What? No way. This little guy ate it? That's all he's got? Can he eat that much? Hearing this, Shangguan Shuer picked up Luo Feng, who was sleeping on the tabletop. This big master is resting. What's the point of disturbing me? Luo Feng wailed. But the next moment, Shangguan Shuer touched towards her stomach. I go, goddess. What are you doing? Not allowed to be like this. If you go any lower, But the problem came. Luo Feng didn't even know if he still had that kind of thing. It seems like this little thing's stomach is bulging. It should be him eating it. Shangguan Shuer looked at Luo Feng in surprise. This meal is too big, right? Impossible. How much is this? In the beginning, he didn't have that big of a meal. Tang Yongjin countered the point. Then I'll smell it again. Shangguan Shuer suddenly picked Luo Feng up. Then he saw a pretty face leaning towards him. Is the goddess going to kiss me? Luo Feng was a bit expectant. I wonder what flavor the goddess's lipstick is. Does it contain lead or not? But the next moment, the other party didn't kiss up. Instead, he sniffed. So fishy. This guy definitely ate raw eggs. Shangguan Shuer said with certainty. He must have stolen them here. Oh my god, 10 or so raw eggs? And so many in the refrigerator? At least more than 2 pounds total? This amount of food for a normal man? All eaten by him alone? Tang Yongjin felt that things were not good and said anxiously. Quickly give him an emetic. Many small animals don't know the feeling of satiety and can easily prop themselves up. Catalyzing vomiting? How do I do that? Shangguan Shuer looked at Tang Yongjin fiercely. Of course it's soapy water to induce vomiting. Tang Yongjin said without hesitation. Crap, you want to feed your laborers soapy water? You sister. I'm a big living person. Can I prop myself up to death? Tang Yongjin, you devil. Luo Feng was dissatisfied. If this was to be eaten, what I had just satiated myself with just now, I had to vomit it all out. You guys are too devilish. I'm going to run away. When Luo Feng saw that the crew were starting to prepare soapy water, he also wanted to pour himself. He really panicked. Little guy, don't worry, the pain is only short-lived. It's really easy for you to die if you eat that much down there. Shangguan Shuer also sensed that Luo Feng was probably going to escape and grabbed him by the death. Asterisk. Goddess, you quickly let go of me. I really won't prop myself to death. What are you guys worrying about blindly? Luo Feng was speechless, wailing, but they all ignored it. I'll bite you to death. Luo Feng thought of this, and directly opened that big mouth of a few centimeters, revealing his fangs, and then made a gesture towards Shangguan Shuer's arm to bite. Sister Shuer, he's going to bite you. Huang Ziqing immediately warned. That Shangguan Shuer was startled, immediately scattering her hands. Luo Feng dropped to the ground. It directly ran towards the outside tent. I'm leaving. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Not moving. Feeding laborers soapy water. And force feeding? Tang Yongjin, you quack. Luo Feng landed on the ground. The speed flew up, simply as fast as lightning. 30. Shocker. Luo Feng can control the weather? Crap. This little thing. So fast. How is he so fast? The camera can't even capture it. Is he stepping on wind and fire wheels? Crap. It's like an electric mouse. Crap. Experts, you guys take a look at it. Doesn't this deserve some focused attention? He's so bullish. Found out that after coming back from the sea, not only did he eat a lot more, but he's also a lot faster. This was only born a day or two ago. If it was raised for a year and a half, God knows how fierce it would be. It can't really be a dragon, right? In the pop-up screen, so many people saw this scene. Simply scared silly. That speed. Not to say it was as fast as a cheetah, but it always felt like it was as fast as flying. Everyone listen to me. He's so capable of running. He's definitely not holding up. We might have misunderstood. Huang Ziqing suddenly spoke up. Tang Yongjin also scratched his head and said awkwardly. It indeed doesn't look like he's propped up. He must have hated the smell of suds, or else he wouldn't have pretended to bite Shangguan Shuer, but only to scare her. Yeah, just now I thought he was going to bite. It's true that he's an animal with spirituality. Shangguan Shuer is so good to him. How could he give up? For example, my puppy dog. When he gives birth to his pups, he's especially fierce, and when I go to get his pups, he'll also pretend to scare me by baring his teeth and then biting towards my hand, but he'll never bite. Ditto. Same. In that case, I'm quite touched too. What a grateful little guy. Shangguan Shuer looked at the pop-ups and was also very touched, shouting, little guy, come back quickly, everyone won't feed you suds, and Zhao Yubao in the background, seeing this, also panicked and hurriedly scolded in his earphone. Mr. Tang, what's going on here? Messy analysis? You want to feed soap and water? Now the crew's point of view is all this little guy, to really run away. I'll hold you responsible. Everyone grab him. Don't let him run outside the tent. If he goes out into the wild, it'll be hard to find him. Tang Yongjin immediately rallied everyone. All of them were chasing Luo Feng. Little guy, we were wrong. Don't run away. Come back quickly. Behave yourself. We've thrown away all the soap and water. Come back quickly. We'll eat meat. The crew, in the tent, chased after each other. This time, I really have to go. If I don't give you guys a lesson, you're always thinking of yourselves. Eat your sister's suds. Damn it, Luo Feng decided. This time he must escape and disappear for a night to scare them to death and give them a lesson. Aimed at the door of the tent, found that Yixing was about to close it. Luo Feng didn't care about that much, and directly took off with a healthy step, flying out through the gap of the door that was about to close in the next second. Just like a pole vaulter. Crap. Jumping this high? There's more than a meter, right? Bull. What kind of animal is this? The real thing is numb. Where's the expert? Seeing the little guy jumped out, Shangguan Shuier was even more anxious. Quickly open the door. Everyone chase, don't let him run off into the wild. The crowd immediately opened the door. And at this moment, Luo Feng saw dark clouds filling the sky. At the beginning when Mr. Wang went out to sell fish, Luo Feng was worried that it would rain, but the rain came a little late. It only came now. Asterisk. Did labor let you rain? I'm going to stay in the field all night today. You gave me rain? Luo Feng directly said this out loud. Anyway, he talked himself into an owie. There were times, there was no need for mental activity. But at this moment, Luo Feng, in the viewer's perspective, was roaring angrily towards the sky. Although that tiny body, staring at the sky, was a little cute, it still carried a few strong looks. Ha ha ha, look at this little guy. What is he blindly yelling at the dark clouds in the sky? Couldn't have seen that the weather was bad and wanted to call the dark clouds away, right? This little guy, it's the first time he's been so mean. I told you to feed the soapy water, and now the little guy is running away. The little guy is gone. We're leaving this program group too. That's it. Tang Yongjin is a quack. Shangguan Shuier saw Luo Feng outside the tent who was looking up at the sky and shouted, "Little guy, come back quickly. Sister will protect you. No one will feed you soapy water anymore." But just as her words fell, there was a click. A fierce wind rose suddenly, whistling and blowing. It caused the hair in front of Shangguan Shuier's forehead to be messed up a bit. The next moment, that dark clouds in the sky actually slowly dispersed. With that, the sky at around 6:40 could actually see a hint of sunset. It was now already cloudy. Oh, Omega, confused face? 31, shocking the whole network. Luo Feng has grown dragon horns? Seeking monthly votes. A few people from the crew. All of them were dumbfounded in an instant. It wasn't just the crew. The entirety of the live broadcast room, all looked dumbfounded. After all, in the sky, everyone knew that it was about to thunder and rain, but all of a sudden it cleared up? It is said that the weather in June and July is like a child's face, changing at the drop of a hat. But it didn't become that fast, did it? Crap. Is this really a dragon? He just wailed angrily at the sky just now, and now the rain has stopped? Crap. A real dragon. Definitely a real dragon. What a laugh. It's a coincidence at best. Where's a dragon? If he wails again and then it rains right away, I'll admit it's a dragon. Ha ha ha. Statistically speaking, before it rains, millions of animals scream at the sky. Are they all dragons? Asterisk you statistically. But I have to say, it does make sense. Did it scream towards the sky and then it rained? He is a dragon? Tang Yongjin at this moment, his heart is also incomparably trembling, although he has always used science as an excuse. But now he himself didn't believe in science. After all, the little guy's performance these days, it was really too abnormal. He also hoped that the rain was just a coincidence. In short, in a word, the above said not to believe rumors and not to spread rumors, while their crew categorically did not dare to steer towards the dragon. What the hell is going on? The rain stopped? Luo Feng himself was dumbfounded. He complained towards the sky, and then the dark clouds dispersed? It couldn't be that he was really a dragon, right? Luo Feng got excited in his heart. If he really is, what should he do? Frankly speaking, right now Luo Feng was more excited than everyone. Would the Empire study himself at that time? A little white mouse? Now that Luo Feng recalled, after he was reborn, he was invulnerable to fire and water? Then the fish in the sea went around, plus the strange looks? Ha ha, if it's really a dragon, I'll be awesome. Luo Feng thought of this. He didn't want to go either. It looks like they really know it's wrong. Dare to feed this great master suds again. Run away from home for the rest of your lives so that you can't find it. Thinking about this, Luo Feng directly strutted. That six-parent pace, crawled towards the woods and peed. Crap, this little guy? He's in the... Followed. Pissed. Luo Feng actually came back towards the tent. Cough cough. Did you run out to pee? Shangguan Shuier really died of speechlessness. What kind of operation is this TM? Is there a possibility that he's marking the territory? Tang Yongjin came up with a sentence. It directly made the audience laugh again. Ha ha ha, run old iron. You guys remember, from now on, this area is my big brother's little guy territory. Ha ha ha, overbearing ah. The cruise land has been circled. From now on, you'll all be slaves. There are cat slaves and dog slaves? Then what kind of slaves is this? Dragon slaves. Ha ha ha. It would be great if it's really a dragon. Bro, so far it seems that even if it's not a dragon, it's still a super precious species. Was it really a coincidence that the sky suddenly cleared just now? Gotcha. Shangguan Shuier took advantage of Luo Feng's return. Still all of a sudden, she hugged in her arms, and took a tissue, wiped towards there. Oh, your sister. I won't come by myself. It's so shameful. Luo Feng was dying. He himself was actually being a goddess. Woo. Anyway, it's just shameful. Ha ha ha. Look at this little guy. He's still shy? What a rich expression. TM. It's become fertilized. It's definitely become a sperm. My god. This thing. I can't talk anymore. It's too damn inviting. But now Luo Feng. Just wait and see what happens. It was as if the experts couldn't do anything about their own status. Just wait for a conclusion. After the day passed one night, Luo Feng woke up early, a person in the built villa sunbathing. Luo Feng does not know how much time has passed, climbed out and looked at the alarm clock, found that it was more than 10 o'clock. Ha! Look at this little guy. Why is he staring at the alarm clock? Huang Ziqing walked into the house, discovered this amazing scene. Ha ha ha, he's not looking at the time, is he? He can understand? Tang Yongjin also entered the tent. Our little guy is so smart, so I don't know if he can really read it, Shangguan Shuier said, and as usual, held him in her arms. In an instant, she felt different. This little guy, it seems like he's grown a lot, heavier. Shangguan Shuier was the one who had held Luo Feng the most. It was completely perceptible now. Several people heard this. They were also looking at each other. What the hell is this? A lot of weight in one day? What's so strange about this? My puppy dog, every day it's born. It weighs a lot. All small animals grow fast. Li Xian's words were true. That puppy, in half a month's time, could basically double a few times. It wasn't like a human. It didn't see much growth for more than a year. No matter what, this little guy is too uncomplicated, Teacher Wang Zhang said with a weak breath. Anyway, the current Luo Feng, it had gone from about 68 centimeters yesterday. By now, it was already approaching 1 meter. The speed couldn't be said to be fast. Everyone was also curious. This guy, he couldn't really be a dragon, right? Suddenly, Shangguan Shuier, who was holding Luo Feng, screamed, "Everyone, look, this one little bag, is it some kind of horns? Horns? There are actually horns? Oh my god, it could be said." This moment, everyone was agitated. For a moment, their faces were ashen. Crap, has it grown horns? This isn't even a ING dragon? Expert, do something, come out and say something. Asterisk Q. Don't believe in rumors. This is a dragon. Asterisk. What the hell? It can't be? The live broadcast room heard about Luo Feng's long horns. It was like going crazy in an instant. And Luo Feng was already unprecedentedly powerful in terms of heat. At this moment, this thing came again. Then it would simply be an explosion of heat. That, in the beginning, Ziqing also seemed to say that there was a small bag on his head, but he didn't care. Li Xian's speech was also a little trembling. If it's really a dragon, then, the internet is getting hotter and hotter. In the Imperial Biological Academy in the capital, a bunch of old men, naturally, they also knew about it. Academician Lu Changfeng, you are the head of our place. Now the netizens, the media, and even the foreigners are all paying attention to us. What should we do? Yes, if we don't respond, the netizens won't be able to contain their anger. From the appearance alone, this little guy is a perfect match for the ancient depiction of a dragon. Shouldn't we take a little measure now? Seeing this, Lu Changfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, what I'm waiting for has always been the attitude from above." The attitude from above? Yes, don't you guys know the saying, called the true dragon son of heaven? Lu Changfeng spoke out with a grim face. Boom! These 4 words, in an instant, it made everyone's backs go a little cold. After all, they were here in the capital. In ancient times, the dragon is the son of heaven. No wonder the attitude of the above, for this matter, had been to have the Biological Academy give the answer of not spreading rumors and not believing them. Then this matter, how exactly does the above plan to deal with it? Yeah, we can't just keep ignoring it, right? Lu Changfeng heard everyone's words and laughed helplessly. What else can we do? Let's just say let's observe for a bit longer. After all, it's only been a few days since it was born. Grow up some more and we'll step in again. Then we can't just let him be in the hands of the crew, right? What if some other department goes ahead and snatches it for us? Or stolen by an unscrupulous person? Robbed? What should we do? That's a problem, Lu Changfeng said, thought for a moment, and clapped his hands. Then let's make a first move, so that other departments don't snatch it for us in advance. We'll immediately send people over there, and start researching it ourselves first, as well as exploring the growth process of the little guy. Speaking of this, Lu Changfeng decided to go and talk to the above on his own. Whether it is possible to go first to research and protect it. Close contact with the little guy, and this side of the crew. After everyone was shocked that Luofeng had grown a little bit of horns, also slowly restored calm, it could only be seen. At the entrance of the tent, Shang Wanshuer and Huang Ziqing were sitting side by side. Luofeng, on the other hand, was lying in the arms of the two people, head resting on Shang Wanshuer's jade leg. The tail, on the other hand, was in that Huang Ziqing's arms. It was worth mentioning that Shang Wanshuer was actually just acting as a guest. She was going to leave today. She had been getting more intimate with her favorite little guy now, because after today, there wouldn't be a chance that, Mr. Wang, your crew, do you want a new guest? Suddenly, Shang Wanshuer opened her mouth a bit squirmingly. This curiosity of hers, it was really big, sort of the top stream of the entertainment industry. Now she came to guest star in a program. She actually didn't want to leave. Want to stay as a guest? It's really a bit hard to say. Teacher Wang was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Shuer, you won't tease us, right? Teacher Wang also knew that Shang Wanshuer's curiosity was sufficient, and it was certainly good to have this person participate. But why would the other party want to stay? She should be busy with movies and commercials, right? Of course I'm not joking. This matter, I'll say to Zhao in charge that I'm joining for free without money. He shouldn't say anything, right? Shang Wanshuer stroked Luofeng's head. This little guy, she really couldn't let go. Crap. Shuer isn't leaving? And no notice fee? Free? Great. Now there's something to watch. The combination of little guy plus Shang Wanshuer. This program, whenever you guys broadcast it, Wang Long, will keep watching until the end. Big long legs can still be watched every day. Not bad. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that the long legs now are just a pillow for the little guy. Too envious of this little guy. You see him? Even if he sleeps, he still claws at other people's Shuer's long legs. This message, in an instant, it filled the air again. The top stream of the entertainment circle, actually for an animal, but stayed on the set for free. Of course, this in disguise, gave Luofeng a lot more heat. Little guy, this time sister can accompany you every day. Are you happy? Shang Wanshuer looked down at the little animal that was sleeping on her jade leg. A face of favor. Luofeng saw this, that surely looked up at her and said, "It's good if the goddess doesn't leave. I like it when you hug me." Rubbing, finished speaking. Luofeng also rubbed his head against that invincible long legs. So good you. So cute. Sister really wants to adopt you alone. Shang Wanshuer's words had just fallen. It could only be seen. That tent was far away on the edge of the beach. There was a large group of people coming down from the boat. Who are these people? Mr. Wang also looked over towards that side. According to reason, this side is a small island sub in Jiangnan. The crew this side of the shooting, basically wrapped up. Now there are actually strangers breaking in? Immediately after, Mr. Wang sent the security team to negotiate with the other side. From a distance, there was no telling what was said. Anyway, the security guards immediately treated the group with respect. Later, it was even more so when they brought these people over. The people on the other side, there were about 7 of them, 5 male ones, 2 of them were older, and 3 of the men were younger. There were also 2 women who were no older than 30. They were all dressed casually. It was impossible to tell what their status was. Mr. Wang. These people claimed to be from the Jiangnan Wildlife Protection Society. The security guard came forward and gave Mr. Wang a greeting. From the Jiangnan Animal Protection Society? The crew saw this. The smiles on their faces also dissipated. It was replaced with seriousness and earnestness. Soon, the group of people also walked to the side of the main tent of the crew, and a small old man around 60 years old at the head of them spoke with a smile on his face. "Hello everyone, we are from the Jiangnan Animal Protection Society. I'm the vice president, called Gao Chuani," the man said. He also extended his hand towards Mr. Wang. Hello. Teacher Wang also put on a squeezed-out smile. "President Gao, how are you?" Shang Wanshuer also followed suit and shook hands. Soon, shaking hands with the other party loosened. Shang Wanshuer's eyes glanced at this person. Don't know why, it felt that the other party was not like a good person. Anyway, the other party had that lewd flavor of a greasy uncle when he saw his mature body. Mr. Tang Yongjin, Miss Wang Ziqing, Miss Li Shiyan. Hello guys. Gao Kuani was familiar with the cast and crew. Naturally, he was very familiar with them. They were all big stars, but even if he wasn't familiar with them, before he came, he would probably have done some homework. Surely they could recognize each other. And this little guy. Hello, After Gao Kuani finished exchanging pleasantries with the crew, he glanced towards Luo Feng on that floor. This old guy, what eyes? Luo Feng felt a hint of bad luck. It always felt like the other party. It was a look of taking possession. It was very greedy. Of course, and for some reason, Luo Feng felt that he was very accurate in reading people. Maybe it was because he was an animal. One was more able to detect the little bit of human mind. After all, animals, perhaps, were many times more vigilant than humans. This Gao Quan Yi, then, gave Luo Feng a bad feeling, or an uneasy feeling, even though this person seemed to be very polite. But Big Grasp was a moralistic guy, right? Luo Feng didn't know if his self-consciousness was right or not. This old guy, don't come near me, Luo Feng directly blurted out. Of course, Luo Feng knew that he couldn't make a human voice, in everyone's eyes. It was just that Luo Feng angrily produced two fangs and roared lowly at that Gao Quan Yi. It was like a lion king that had been invaded into its territory, declaring its territory to an external enemy. What's the situation? What? Is the little guy angry? Everyone saw the scene. It was also puzzling for a moment. If it was in the past, Luo Feng wasn't that agitated when he saw a stranger, right? At most, he didn't want to pay attention and just didn't look at the other party. But this time, the little guy actually furiously yelled down at the other party. What's wrong with him? Huang Ziqing saw that the situation was bad, and ran over at once, hugging Luo Feng, afraid that this little guy would bite people. That fangs. It's not ordinary. This, Gao Chuani is also a bit embarrassed. Why is he so mean to himself? I'm sorry, Chairman Gao. He's probably conditioned to react to strangers. Shangwan Shuer opened her mouth to explain. Oh, is that so? Gao Kuani didn't care and laughed out. It's an animal instinct. As long as a stranger invades his territory, he will be hostile. It's a biological inheritance and an instinctive reaction. Gao Chuani smiled carelessly, once again looked behind these people, in turn introduced to, behind me, this is our Jiangnan Animal Protection Society's honorary expert, called Professor Zhang. In the country, it is also very well known. Everyone looked at this Professor Zhang. He was probably over 65 years old. His hair was starting to turn gray. Looking at the way Gao Chuani introduced himself, there was a lot of respect for the other party. It looked like it should be a heavyweight in the association. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hung an honorary expert's name. And these few behind me, if they are relatively young, are staff members of our association. Gao Chuani once again pointed to the three boys beside the two girls. 5 people, average age. All of them were no more than 30 years old. President Gao and Professor Zhang. Tang Yongzhen looked at these two men at the head of the group and asked, I wonder if there's something you've come to our theater group for. Of course, Tang Yongzhen also probably knew what the other party was here for, but there was also a need to ask, wasn't there? Also, the experts they called in were local, just mere experts. How come they came directly to the Protection Society? In other words, coming to ordinary experts. They weren't that suspicious and resistant, but coming to the Protection Societies made people feel very uneasy and unsettled inside. Soon, that Gao Kuani crowed a little, looked at Tang Yongzhen, and said in a slightly bland tone, but out of his mouth, but not blandly, Mr. Tang, and everyone else in the crew, do you know what you're doing when you're doing what you're doing right now? This sentence, it directly made Tang Yongzhen freeze. It also made a lot of people in the crew, all of them hit a cold shiver. What exactly was the meaning? Why did you ask? Tang Yongzhen also probably knew what they wanted to say, but instead of going to mention Luo Feng, he asked in return, President Gao, I think our crew, we didn't do anything beyond the red line, right? Was something done wrong? Ha! Gao Kuani laughed softly, immediately after, said a sentence that made the entire audience. All were shocked by the words to, P.S. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Thank you all vote, free of charge. 32. Can't hide it? Officials to come? Requesting monthly votes. Didn't do anything that crossed the line? Gao Kuani once again smiled faintly and spoke. Does your theater group know that? You guys are already breaking the law. Gao Chuani's words came out. The entire audience, almost all stared out with two eyes. Tang Yongzhen's body even stiffened. And at this moment, the live broadcast was still continuing. Everyone started to come out and speak as well. Crap! What's the situation with this old man? Broke the law? Don't talk nonsense about this matter, you. Nonsense. I'll sue you for slander. Right. Sue him for defamation. This is outrageous. What's wrong with the crew? What's wrong with the crew? What are you talking about? Of course, now this theater group, because of Luo Feng, the Iron fans were very numerous in just a few days. They were all very defensive of the crew, suddenly saying that the crew broke the law. Then of course, they couldn't hold back, started to continue spraying them furiously. These people, have they eaten too much food for nothing? I wonder if they're really from the Conservation Society. Right, they don't look like good people. Do they have any documents? Did the crew check? If they dare to pretend to be from the Conservation Society, then they won't be able to eat a thing. The audience at this moment. Naturally, it was hard to imagine. The crew was doing fine. How was it that the other side said that they had broken the law? Ha! At this moment, Gao Quan-yi saw that the other party was very much deluded. Naturally very disdainful. What they did themselves, is it still need to say? Really speechless. Of course, today Go Chuani is also very impatient, because she had originally made an appointment with a female staff member who had just joined in a rural area in the association, to go to a coffee shop to discuss professional knowledge. But this Professor Emeritus in the Conservation Association, Professor Zhang, was requesting that they be allowed to come over to the side of the cast of Run Old Iron. Therefore, one missed the appointment with that young rural girl. Of course, came here. One could see Shangguan Shuer, Huang Ziqing and Li Xian. These beauties. I don't know how many times prettier than that rural female new employee. Very eye-catching. But these big stars, Gao Chuani knows that he has absolutely no chance. People are young, beautiful, and big stars. The gap is still there. Therefore, at this moment, Gao Quan-yi swept a glance at these people, his heart pressed with impatience, and opened his mouth to say, Mr. Tang Yongjin, you guys are really breaking the law. Don't you realize it yet? Speaking again. The faces of the cast and crew were also getting more and more frightened and pale, but Professor Emeritus Shang here was very clear. This unknown creature that was called the little guy, the little thing, by the crew or the netizens, he was very important. Just this morning, after he saw those online videos, Prof. Zhang dared to conclude that this creature that looked similar to the dragon in the ancient records, even if he wasn't a real dragon, it was definitely some kind of magical creature from ancient times, or rather, it might have something to do with dragons. Therefore, today, he brought the people from the Protection Society and came over here. The reason for coming, that was of course to take this magical creature away while the other departments hadn't reacted yet. I heard that the Biological Academy of that empire must have sent someone over, and they are now completely preempting it. This thing, as said earlier, even if it wasn't a real dragon, it was still very valuable. Such a creature, the research value was immeasurable, even if, at that time, nothing was researched. There would naturally be other departments that would come above them. To take this thing away, it would definitely have to go through their consent. Or rather, this little guy is the password for their promotions and the flow, the association's money. How could one not get their hands on it? Ha! Tang Yongjin kept hearing the other side say that they were breaking the law or something. He wasn't intimidated. Tang Yongjin didn't look like he had always been bullied by Luo Feng. But that was not counting with Luo Feng. His family was from the capital, and his mother's family was from Magic City. Let's start with Magic City. This place is a very rich existence. Isn't there a saying in ancient times? If you've never been to the capital, you don't know how big the officials are. Casually throw a stone out of the capital, it is likely to hit a 7th grade hat. But the Magic City, that place, there is also a saying, that has not been to the Magic City. You will never know your money is not worth mentioning. Over there, a random person who drives $1 million luxury car probably can't afford to buy a suite. They are all renting, because there are rich neighborhoods. A set of house is a few $100 million. Therefore, from a young age in the capital grew up Tang Yongjin. Learned, the family has money. Their own childhood lived in the old streets of the capital. Those places, a random neighbor, now is likely to have important positions in the capital. For these old guys who come today, what protection society? Tang Yongjin naturally will not feel very afraid. The other party opened his mouth. What breaking the law is? Let Tang Yongjin is very angry. What to say? Say it properly is, at the beginning to scare people? Do you think Tang Yongjin is bluffing big? Can no longer hold back Tang Yongjin? At this moment also just coldly looked at Gao Chuani, and then glanced at Professor Zhang. Cloudy lightness of speech, too. If we really committed something, I think it should not be the protection of the society to come to us to say things, right? Shouldn't it be the big hats to come? The so-called big hats. Those who understood. That would be the ones who maintained law and order. Of course, hearing this sentence from Tang Yongjin, the people in the live broadcast room were a bit dumbfounded. Luo Feng was likewise. He had always felt that although Tang Yongjin was a good person, he was just a stupid person. Just a person who lacked a root. And at this moment, facing these unkind guys coming from outside, Tang Yongjin was actually able to be so confident? This was something Luo Feng had never expected. Gao Kuan-yi's cheeks slightly trembled a bit. There was some fire in his heart. The other party really wasn't that good at intimidating him. He just faintly laughed out, and opened his mouth. Mr. Tang Yongjin, as well as everyone in the crew, let's not talk about anything else. Let's take a good look at this creature nicknamed Little Thing. Little Guy. Of course, although the other party seemed polite, But this sentence, it had a tone of condescension and bullying the weak. It was completely commanding the crew. It didn't ask for the crew's consent. These people, they definitely don't have good intentions. Tang Yongjin glanced at these people and resisted in his heart, especially this Gao Chuani. That look in his eyes, looking at Luo Feng, totally a kind of greed. Furthermore, animals were more sensitive to vigilance than humans, and the little thing actually began to rage after seeing them. It also showed that the other party was coming from a bad place. Want to see our little one? That's a no-no. Tang Yongjin definitely shook his head in rejection. The current Tang Yongjin, the attitude was also starting to be impolite. Just one person from the Protection Society alone, in a few words, was going to take Luo Feng? That basically didn't exist. Professor Zhang heard the other party's words at this moment, and began to go a little up in the air. How could the other party be so bold? To know, Jiangnan Coastal Island, this place it wasn't that big. For many years, there was no one that dared to speak to himself with such an attitude. He is a professor emeritus. Even if it is a lot of eating empire rice, see himself, are very respectful. Moreover, their Zhang family, in the coastal area of Jiangnan, still very powerful. Many people in his family have important positions in Jiangnan. All have important positions in Jiangnan. However, what about now? The other party was just a guest of a theater group, and he dared to treat himself so badly? However, Professor Zhang was weathered or seasoned in the end, so he naturally didn't get angry, but spoke. Mr. Tang Yongjin, now I can clearly tell you, as far as the creature nicknamed Little Thing such as this is concerned, although we don't know exactly what he is right now, it's highly likely that he's a new species that hasn't been discovered and has an ancient lineage, and I'm sure that you're also aware of the importance of such an animal, right? Therefore, the safety of a place like your theater group is not enough. You can't keep him. After Professor Zhang finished speaking, that Gao Chuani also picked up the conversation. If you guys are still not clear, I'll make an analogy. The identity of this little thing is precious degree. That is equivalent to the giant panda. If you privately raise the giant panda, this thing is not yet guilty of something? This Gao Quan, after saying that, sweeping a glance at the crew, the meaning in those eyes, it was also self-evident. Today's words, either you guys hand over this little thing, either you'll get a lawsuit. It's up to you guys. These guys, Tang Yongjin's face was getting ugly at the moment. He understood what the other party meant. The little thing they picked up would indeed bring them trouble. Once it was a wild animal, or a protected animal, then it was protected by law. If it was privately kept, it was definitely against the law. But just as Tang Yongjin opened his mouth and couldn't say anything, Shangguan Shuer, however, stood out and spoke, saying, "What kind of words are you guys talking about? Our little thing, he could very well be a divine dragon. Our Dong Shang, which rule has been laid down? Is it against the law to raise a dragon?" This sentence came out. It was completely stone-cold shocking. Too shocking. The entire live broadcast room, all of a sudden, it became lively. Never expected. Shangguan Shuer will come up with such a sentence? Is it illegal to raise dragons? Crouching, bull. Does the crew count as admitting it in person? This little thing? Is it a dragon? Bull. These words, it's really too domineering. Ha ha ha. Is it illegal to keep a dragon? I say you guys don't cloud the issue. What crew admitted it? Didn't people Shangguan Shuer say that this little thing could very well be a dragon, without saying that it is? That is to say, as long as it's a dragon, then it's not against the law, because there's no law that states that raising a dragon is against the law. Ha ha ha. So Shangguan Shuer is drilling that? Law, I didn't mess with you guys. Please don't come drill me. Let's see how the other side replies to this sentence. Don't look at it. This what's-his-name Professor Zhang, and President Gao, are already dumbfounded. Is it illegal to raise a dragon? Then it won't be illegal for me to raise a phoenix, right? As long as you have the ability, raising a Tyrannosaurus Rex isn't even against the law. After all, the same isn't written into the protection law. Ha ha ha. Raising a Tyrannosaurus Rex? I'm worried that your monthly salary is not enough. A Tyrannosaurus Rex is probably the diet of 10 tigers, right? Anyway, this little guy, he looks like a dragon to me. He definitely is. Right, I think so too. Let's be sensible. If it's really a dragon, it would definitely be able to call the wind and rain, and ride the clouds and fog, but this little guy can't do any of that. Right. What's the point of just talking so much? Come up with something practical. I also said that I am as beautiful as a certain ice. Blindly said that will not. To evidence no? Ha ha ha. You also ice. Which ice I saw? I think it's one shattered ice, right? At this moment, although the audience talked and laughed, but at first, they were still stunned by Shangguan Shuer's words. Is it illegal to raise a dragon? After all, everyone did not expect Shangguan Shuer will take the initiative to admit that this is a dragon in the live broadcast. to know. In the beginning, the crew of almost everyone did not go to mention that this is the topic of a dragon, and everyone said that it is. They are guided open, said to believe in science. Now it was directly recognized. That was really a surprise and unexpected. Sister Shuayer, this thing. Huang Ziqing looked at the big sister of the girl group at this moment, and also said in a trembling voice, not even knowing how to be good, was the little thing going to leave them today? Humph. Tang Yongjin here, silently hummed. He felt it. Shangguan Shuayer shouldn't have said this. After all, how could it be said? This what protection society people. Even if they suspected that the little thing was a dragon, it was still fine. They had absolutely no right to take it away. They had no law enforcement power. That is to say, such a thing, it has to be handled with more authority. Even if they had 10,000 reasons, they couldn't compulsorily take Luo Feng, because this was an unknown creature. It didn't belong to any protected animal at all. And Shangguan Shuaier's words, the moment she opened her mouth, it could be a dragon, which made the identity of the little thing magical and sensitive. But just now, he didn't think of anything to say to refute it. Only then did Shangguan Shuaier say something in a hurry. She is a true person, cannot let these what will be people, to the crew, just get a what illegal, right? Of course, Tang Yongjin also knew that these what's it experts, what they like to do the most is to scare people, and then somehow, give each other a crime. In the end, the one holding the antique, or the treasure, would only be able to obediently hand over the thing out of fear. In their words, there's always some, what is imperial, what is not allowed, what is illegal, a whole lot of excuses, always can put a lot of people, are scared half to death. But in fact, the reason is very simple. As long as everyone is doing things in accordance with the rules and regulations, without going over the line, then there is absolutely no need to be afraid. The other party wanted to take Luo Feng away, but said a whole lot of words to scare people. It was really a bit of shameful behavior. Gao Quan Yi here, when he heard Shangguan Shuayer say such words, glancing at her mature and invincible figure, he naturally found a rebuttal point and opened his mouth to laugh. Ms. Yang, let me put it this way. You're right, if you raise a dragon, there really isn't any rule that doesn't allow it. But if this little thing is really a dragon, then the Empire side will also soon come out with a new rule that's forbidden. Do you think you still have a point with this sentence? Shameless, simply shameless. Shangguan Shuayer completely did not expect the other party to say this. This protection society person, too bottomless, right? 33. The best department is here. Take me away. Begging for monthly votes. Everyone didn't expect it. Gao Chuani actually said something like this, although the other party was shameless. But again, it was right. All along, creatures like dragons, because they were non-existent, so the empire for such animals obviously would not introduce some useless protection measures. If there were laws to protect dragons, then why don't you get one to protect the Tyrannosaurus rex? These non-existent or extinct animals are not protected. But now this little thing, if it really is a dragon, in such a case, as long as the empire has introduced rules, then he is protected. At that time, if this crew bred a dragon, then it would be just as illegal. But the audience really do not care so much. They all opened their mouths to dislike these two shameless people. What is this thing? It's a disgrace. What about the professor? He's a dragon, and he's going to introduce rules right away? What a laugh. Although the other party is shameless, but the words make sense. This little thing, if it is a dragon such a species, then certainly the empire to protect cannot be taken to the crew to raise it. If it's really a dragon, he's a divine dragon, a deity, he has his own thoughts, he should be the one to choose. Right, that's fair. Upstairs, if it really is a dragon, then is such a creature still considered an animal? Only animals are protected because they don't have too high a spiritual intelligence, while dragons are different. What makes me want to laugh the most is that a temporary rule was made. How about targeting our crew? The empire wouldn't do that either, right? Using the soft currency fanfare. Did this new rule come out as soon as it did? What about the ones we've used in the past? Is it all illegal? Ha ha ha, the upstairs is right. It's the professor who came to be funny. At a glance, it's not a good bird. Disgusting. The scene was broadcast live. Everyone spoke their opinions. Many people felt, these professors, they were completely moralistic guys. Of course, there were also most people who felt that if Luophone was really a dragon, then he definitely couldn't be bred anymore. Such a creature had to be something that the empire stepped in for. It's not an exaggeration to say that such a creature, once it's actualized, then his treatment, I don't know how many levels higher than that national treasure. The giant panda. You guys, Shangguan Shuayer heard the other party actually say this. Also new to the law? Really want to be angry by the other party. That donut. It was also constantly undulating. It's not like she was studying law and didn't know that much. For the time being, she didn't find any points to refute the other party. But Shangguan Shu'er at least knew that the empire had to be somewhat fair, right? Directly adding new regulations on a temporary basis? Such an attitude? It shouldn't be there, right? Professor Zhang at this time also saw that the other party was not good at scaring, did a good deed and opened his mouth. Mr. Tang Yongjin, Miss Shangguan, I think that President Gao's words, there is still some truth in it. This little thing, it is definitely not ordinary. Your crew continues to raise it. It is harmful to you and will not be beneficial to you. If we are on our side, we will bring it back and will definitely take good care of him. We are just purely doing some academic research only. This words, the purpose was to take a step back, to first stabilize the two hardcore members of the crew, Tang Yongjin and Shangguan Shu'er. This little thing, if it really was a dragon, it would be 10,000 times more valuable for research than any ancient creature. Until now, throughout the ages, the legend of the dragon has been unbroken. It is the totem of the empire. It is the belief of the people. Even everyone is a descendant of the dragon. As long as this little thing could be taken away today, then even if it was just a corpse, their association, they could still rely on this little thing to catch fire properly, and strive to get more research and development expenses. Anyway, it came to hand, is the credit, is a lot of benefits. It wasn't like Professor Zhang and Gao Chuani hadn't done things like this before. Both of them, they've handled a lot of protected animals, and then they've done things in there to make a name for themselves, to get their own benefits. They've done it all. Or, to be bold, after getting this little guy, sell him secretly to the rich, and then get an identical creature to account for it. It's also operable. Just those so-called experts, scaring antiques out of the hands of peasants. The middle of the Hall of Fame? Many people actually do not know. Really deep water. Oh, you guys are saying this. Tang Yongjin heard the other party's words, completely disbelieving. It was okay for experts like them to fool farmers who hadn't seen the world, or young people who were afraid of things. They might be able to succeed, but in front of Tang Yongjin, it definitely wouldn't work. Wanting to take away Luo Feng in a few words was complete nonsense. To this little thing? Really to the hands of the other side? Then it is the people who say, want to do what? Are people's words. Tang Yongjin thought, such a cute little thing, these days bring joy to the crew. He can't easily give the little thing to the other side of such a person. It was completely irresponsible to the little thing. That, Mr. Tang Yongjin, you don't trust our association? Professor Zhang smiled faintly, felt out his cell phone, and continued, well, if you don't trust us, I can only call out now. As for what to call out, it would definitely be to report the officials to arrest them. That was the threat. A nonchalant threat. You guys watch what happens. If you don't hand something over, you'll be subject to a lawsuit. Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Wang. For today's live broadcast, I think I can end it here. Teacher Wang saw that the situation was not good. Definitely came this way to the audience in the live broadcast. Now that things had gotten to this state, it was impossible to continue the live broadcast. Holy, how come the live broadcast has to stop? What the hell is this? Crap, we still have to see the follow-up. This crew, it can't be a softie, right? The other side wants to call the police? Is this scared by the other side's words? What are you afraid of? It's not like the other party's unit is hardened. Bring in the fighter jets if you can. Really, the crew can't be like this, right? Just afraid of causing trouble? And then they're really going to hand it over to these disgusting professors? Hey, the other side is calling the officials. I think the crew is really scared. Such a big crew, so many big stars. Are they still afraid of a few old professors on the other side? Ouch. Buddy, the stars are also the people in front of the laws and regulations, are all equal. Who is not afraid of Anyway, don't turn off the live broadcast see how the follow-up, it's really going to piss people off. Alas, in the future, this crew, I'm afraid I won't see this little thing, right? Pity. Everyone was lost, also disappointed with the crew. All were blaming the crew for the compromise. These professors were not good at first glance, so they must not be handed over to each other. But, pretty sure, the crew is all about to shut down the live stream, probably really scared. Immediately after that, the crew's live screen went black. Sure enough, the live broadcast had stopped. There was no more picture, no more sound. A good number of viewers, who didn't leave, simply typed and cursed in the live broadcast room, underneath this black screen. Of course, the words of this matter immediately spread to the internet, to Weibo, and naturally caused a great deal of heat and discussion. Ha! Gao Kuan-yi saw that Mr. He ordered the live broadcast to be shut down. In his heart, he also laughed. After all, such an action. He also thought that this theater group was afraid. They were going to hand over that little thing. These big stars don't look very upright. That's just the persona. In fact, as public figures, they are very afraid of things. Once they get a charge, they are likely to have a lifetime of star, and from here can be finished. And the head of the crew, Zhao Yubao's side, after seeing the situation here in the background, immediately clammed up. Zhao Yubao, on the other hand, personally rushed to the scene and greeted President Gao, Professor Zhang, how are you guys? I'm the person in charge of the crew. For the words of this little thing, let's still have a good conversation. All discuss with each other. For the two associations, in Zhao Youbao's opinion, it was very likely that they had come to beat the autumn wind. What was beating the autumn breeze? It was to scare them, then want a sum of money, and that's the end of the matter. And then this little thing, too, could remain on the crew. You're the head of the program? Gao Kuani slightly raised his head and looked at the other party. Yes, my name is Zhao Yubao. Zhao Yubao squeezed out a smile and said, hello Mr. Zhao. Gao Kuani faked a smile, but spoke with a great deal of hostility, saying, I'll tell your crew today, if we don't hand over this creature, on our side, we'll have to call and have someone from the official family make a trip over. This, Zhao Yubao was mute, and at this moment, looking at the other party who was not giving an inch, he didn't know what to do. Was the other party not playing the fall wind? Could it be that the real purpose? It was towards the little thing? But just when the two sides are frozen, that is, a minute passed after the live broadcast was turned off. In the distance, another group of people came off the boat, probably about 7 or 8 of them. All of them were some yellow uniformed personnel. These people? Which unit are they from? The crew didn't look at it either, completely unaware of the new group of people, and exactly what their identities were again. But it was certain that it must be from some unit, right? And looking at the expressions of Gao Chuani and Professor Zhang, it was clear that the newcomers were not with them. Should we go up and stop them? Don't be impulsive. Ask them first. The two security guards of the program team, seeing this aggressive scene, definitely went up to stop them, but the other party quickly took out a document from their arms. Depending on the security guards after looking at that ID, also had nervous and fearful eyes, and let these people in. After all, that badge on the 2 words Imperial Security, very dazzling. Emperorin, as the name suggests, that's the security department of the Empire. Where are you guys from? What unit? When Gao Kuani saw this, he also began to worry in his heart. Not that it was anything else. As it was said earlier, the fear was that other units would come and take the little things first. As far as I know, your name is Gao Chuani, right? The vice president of the Protection Association? The person with the yellow uniform at the head laughed and continued to take out the Imperial Security Bureau ID, saying, listen carefully, you are involved in a case that seriously jeopardizes the Empire. Now you can take a trip with us. Of course, if you resist, we'll handle it according to the arrest. Said, the man directly took out a pistol and clicked it to fire. There was a thud. Gao Kuan-yi gulped, simply taken aback. And you, Professor Zhang? Moralistic fellow. All these years you've been a professor. The artifacts you've coerced and tricked from the folk? There are quite a few smuggled animals that you've cheated, aren't there? The man in the lead spoke. The 7 or 8 brothers behind him directly came up. They escorted Professor Zhang and Gao Chuani. They said it was an investigation, but their hands and feet are directly escorting people. That's pretty awesome. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. What? This? The people on the scene. Seeing this scene, they were directly dumbfounded. Imperial Security Bureau. What kind of energy does this represent? There was no one who wasn't clear about it, right? Of course, at this moment, Luo Feng was never expecting this. What's this situation? What happened to us? Didn't we just follow Professor Zhang and the others over for a trip? How come we're all arrested? Those few small young men from the association just passively listened to the orders. They didn't do anything. But the people from the Imperial Security Bureau, when they do things, they never nag too much. They are completely thunderous. Guilty or not, arrest them first. The rest, go back and interrogate again. This is the Imperial Security Bureau. The means is so clean and sharp. Mr. 1. Teacher Tang. We. Huang Ziqing looked at the 2 men who were the masterminds of the crew and asked in a trembling voice, we won't be implicated as well, right? They don't seem to have asked us anything. Li Xian was also scared in her heart. It's fine, I guess we'll be fine. But the few of them, that's a big problem. Tang Yongjin laughed, comforting Huang Ziqing and Li Xian. Ha ha. Suddenly, Shangguan Shuer laughed out without warning. It also caused Huang Ziqing to be surprised, saying, Sister Shuer, why are you laughing? I can kind of see it. Shangguan Shuer's smile was a few points more prevalent. If I guessed correctly, these Imperial Security Bureaus must have ambushed them early, waiting for these people to reveal their fox tails, and then directly come over to take people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stuck at this point and come directly and they took the person without even asking. Hearing this explanation, everyone was also clear. Why was Shangguan Shuai laughing? Shouldn't this be something to laugh about? The two Gao Chuani people, still jumping around here endlessly? What do you know? Behind them is already the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow. Unfortunately, they don't know anything, and they are still here saying that they want to call the police and threaten the crew to hand over the little thing. Alas, is also, small things so cattle and animal, certainly has long attracted the attention of the above, right? It's not just on the internet to cause any big discussion, Huang Ziqing said, looking down at Luo Feng. Luo Feng at this moment, there were mixed feelings in his heart. At the time the people from the Imperial Security Bureau appeared, he already understood that he was indeed being watched by the Empire. But the Empire's words should have no intention of touching himself in the beginning, if it wasn't for these stupid associations, to forcefully take away Luo Feng. Then the members of the Imperial Security Bureau who were secretly protecting him wouldn't have appeared at all. This is what Lu Changfeng said on the side of the Imperial Biological Academy. Continue to observe in secret. Not contacting doesn't mean not going to protect. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's heart also began to have an idea. 34. In the name of the Empire, raising young dragons. Luo Feng's words in his last life, the IQ was not said to be high, but it wasn't stupid either. Now that he is an animal, he considers things, depending on what is clearer than a human being. On the Peach Blossom Island where this crew is located, it is estimated that around it, a lot of people have long been gathered. Otherwise, Luo Feng such a big heat, it is impossible to have not come to the reporter, not come to the media. It should be all these people from the Imperial Security Bureau, directly intercepted back. After all, he was so much like a dragon. How could he not be discovered by the top? How could he not have any action? People are not no action. Rather, many people just don't know. Of course, this Gao Chuani, Professor Zhang's appearance? Why the people of Imperial Security did not intercept down? It's likely that they know that the two people have previous convictions. Therefore, they boldly let them in today, and then directly catch the current one. It should be like this. These two people are also unlucky. Such a creature that looks like a dragon is not a simple thing to think about with your brain. How dare they come and threaten the crew? And the president didn't come. There's only a vice president. I guess that president also knows that this thing is afraid of a big problem, but does not want to give up. So he did not come personally, right? It's a pity that two people, they have become pawns. Both still don't know anything. But, I won't really be a dragon, right? The more Luo Feng thought about this, the more he couldn't suppress his excitement. A creature like a divine dragon. In terms of this place, Dongshang, the status could be imagined. In Luo Feng's case, when he was still a human in his last life, he also felt proud and honored that he was a descendant of a dragon. But today, he was actually reborn, and there was a possibility that he was a dragon now? Of course, there is no one who can solidly hammer that Luo Feng is a dragon yet, but the peculiarities in his own body are just too strange, and coupled with the fact that he looks like this, Luo Feng is becoming more and more convinced in his heart that he is a dragon's identity. Luo Feng guessed that those people above, I'm afraid also because there is no solid evidence, so they intend to observe first, so they made a rumor not to believe the words out. After all, in the end, if Luo Feng is not a dragon, then the Empire is going to make a big joke. I guess those in the West, the mouth is going to laugh askew. The Empire certainly has its own considerations. With the protection of the Empire, that dares to be good. Now I'm also much safer. Luo Feng knew, being targeted by the Empire, there were benefits. There were also bad things. First of all, there was no problem with his own safety anymore, but the bad thing, that is, he is going to be studied by the Empire. He will probably be sliced and blood drawn or something. These can be risks. And the words of the crew sighed to Pelican. When everyone saw that Gao Chuani and Prof. Zhang were taken away, they were still muttering in their hearts. Everyone was also speculating about Luo Feng's identity. However, after these people whispered a few words, they didn't say much. Even so, Zhao Yubao directly took the backstage staff and left. With the Empire stepping in, they didn't need to do anything at all. A place like the Imperial Security Bureau, you can see it just now. They casually pulled out their documents. Basically the other party had no chance to retort, and directly escorted away the two Gao Kuan-yi. That Gao Chuani was taken away, found that place wet, but everyone did not laugh at his cowardice, because in the face of such a situation, anyone would be scared silly. Imperial Security Bureau. That was a truly gut-wrenching department because they dealt with cases that were basically about the Empire. In other words, if he was taken away by those ordinary officials, then he could still find some connections. He could still hire a lawyer. And something about not being able to find evidence for 24 hours and not having the right to take him into custody. But the Imperial Security Bureau was different. They didn't give you any reason at all, and as long as you were involved in their domain, You would have to take off a layer of your skin if you didn't die. It's also fortunate that these people came. Otherwise, this matter, we don't even know how to deal with it. After Mr. Wang watched those people leave, he naturally patted his chest and sighed in relief. They were all going to report to the police. I was thinking that it was better to hand over the little thing, but I didn't expect that there was another group of people coming from behind. Yixing's face was a little pale. He wasn't very bold. Facing such a scene was indeed scary enough, to be honest, even if he had many fans. But it was the first time he had seen people from the Imperial Security Bureau. In the past, he had only heard about them, but basically couldn't come into contact with them. Of course, if he were to come into contact with these people, he would probably have to do something shocking on his own. If you simply scam steal basically people will not care about you. Anyway, today, if there is no sudden appearance of these people, then things are really not good. Maybe two sides on the stalemate. Things are not good to end. Everyone listen to me. Shangguan Shuier stood out at this time and spoke. I reckon, what does the above mean? Since they didn't ask too many questions about this little thing, and when they came to the person who wanted to take the little thing away, they directly grabbed it, then the meaning is like this. How's that? Mr. Wang asked curiously. It means that they continue to have to erase, but secretly will observe. Shangguan Shuier put on a teasing hint of a smile. We are, at this moment, also considered to be raising dragons by decree. The crew's crowd today. With regards to Luo Feng's identity, it was definitely no longer covered up. In the front, they were afraid of violating the Empire's policy of not believing rumors and not spreading rumors. But now, things are like this. There is no need to hide it. Ha 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 ha, Sister Shuier, there's really something about you, still following orders. When Huang Ziqing heard this, those bad emotions swept away, and she laughed out cheekily. But Shangguan Shuiyer's words, it was also recognized by everyone, since the above is protecting again, but not taking it away. In such a case, it must be letting their crew raise it first. With this kind of secret protection from the Imperial Security Bureau, basically, the crew here is considered to have an Imperial sword as a general weapon. There was absolutely no need to worry about things in the future. There's one more thing. Li Xian suddenly opened her mouth and said, just now, Mr. He thought that he was going to have a stalemate with the other party, and he turned off the live broadcast, and now, I think that there are still a lot of people in the live broadcast room who are guarding to watch the follow-up, and they should be in a great hurry, right? Right. Shangguan Shuier heard this, then she was excited for a moment. This matter, have to give everyone a follow-up but how should we explain it? It's better not to rashly start the broadcast until we've thought about it. Of course, if their crew said something inappropriate, and the people from the Imperial Security Bureau felt it was inappropriate, they would definitely cut off the signal of the live broadcast immediately. So that was why, what they were going to do, just do it boldly. And just at this moment, Li Xian, but opened the cell phone, saw the online today, especially on that microblogging hot search. It is simply noisy. Microblogging. NO1, running the old iron crew. The strange species picked up on the beach. High IQ, humane, strange appearance, will go to the sea, not afraid of fire, not afraid of water. What kind of animal is this in the end? NO2, according to long-term observation of some of the behavior and characteristics of this little thing, his IQ is at least as high as that of a 5-year-old child, and with this kind of spirituality, he could really be a dragon. NO3, Jiangnan Animal Protection Association. In the end, is an official established, or privately established? Why would they be so hoity-toity? Are they abusing young authority, or do they have a black conscience? N04, why are these so-called experts, so-called professors, doing things like this, totally robbers? So many microblogging hits, and the news in many websites. It was all about Luo Feng. Luo Feng's hotness was already further sublimated. The comments section underneath those hot searches was naturally wonderful. TM, seeing that what's her name Gao Quan Yi, and Professor Zhang, I'm really pissed off. These guys, if the little thing is really a dragon, then they're robbing the dragon, trying to steal a national treasure. What does this Gao Quan Yi, and Professor Zhang, really do? It's really disgusting. How about we flesh out their identities? I know this Prof. Zhang, no one in his family is good, and this Gao Chuani, he's no good either. They're black sheep. I've investigated. The full name of their association is not the Jiangnan Animal Protection Association, but the Jiangnan Small Animal Protection Association. What? Small Animal Protection Association? How can you say that? Silly. In this case, one is set up by the Empire, and the other is set up privately by some caring people. Crap. I always thought that these people were all from the Empire? Too damn disgusting. Under the name of experts and professors? What about soliciting everywhere? So it's a privately established association? A difference of one word is really a world of difference. I didn't realize that the little thing in our crew is actually really a dragon. Is there still any need to be skeptical? Now our Shangguan Shui'er queen has personally said that it's a dragon. Ha ha ha. Our Shangguan Shui'er's words are too domineering. Is it against the law to raise a dragon? That's really going to become a classic sentence, I think. Right. Now we should seize the time and study the little thing properly, because such a creature is really valuable. No matter whether it's the bones that make up the skeleton, or the appearance of the skin, or the blood, and the DNA and so on, it's all something that's worth studying. Yes, it's really too curious. My Dongsheng Empire, is there really such an existence as a dragon? That's not true. We are the descendants of dragons. This is not just talk. Everyone team up with me and go to the theater together to steal the feces from the little things. Ha ha ha, how dare you? Feces are also to be studied? I think you want to live forever and then just eat it, right? Just in time. It seems like the little thing peed at the entrance of the tent at first. Now you guys hurry over there. It's likely that it hasn't been finished off yet. Ha ha ha, dragon urine. This is a great tonic. These netizens on the internet. It was simply a lot of brainstorming. The discussion could be lively. As for Luo Feng at this moment, he was peacefully leaning in Shangguan Shui'er's arms, looking at her picking up a tablet and flipping through the internet. Those netizens' comments. Luo Feng hole a dragon. Just feel bad, because these netizens, really is too strange. Some people actually come up with ideas, inject yourself with a little something, and then make yourself happy, and then just find a snake or something, hybridize it. Breathless. It's just so boring. And then there's something about going and crossbreeding with a piglet, and then get a Dragon Ball. Crossbreed 7. That's the 7 Dragon Balls. There are even more, to Luo Feng and bird hybridization, when the time will not come to a flying snake. Anyway, when Luo Feng saw all these comments, he was really sweating from the back. Such an operation. Want to hold it to come? Anyway, Luo Feng refused. The brain holes of these netizens were really too scary, more so than those experts. Sister Shui'er, the heat on the internet right now. It's really high and scary, and everyone for us to suddenly shut down the live broadcast. In the end, did we hand over the little thing, as well as the identity of the little thing? They're all pressing for information. Huang Ziqing naturally saw these tweets as well. The news have continued to ferment so endlessly. Then there was no opening of the broadcast first. These netizens were afraid that the emotions of these netizens would already be overwhelming. Right, if it goes on like this, we're facing too much pressure to start broadcasting. How else can we record the program? Li Shiyan also nodded. Mr. Wang thought for a moment and stepped forward. How about this? Let's just say that someone from the Imperial Security Bureau has already intervened. Wouldn't that be fine? Hearing this, Tang Yongjin immediately shook his head and refused. This is afraid not to work. Everyone recall, those people from the Imperial Security Bureau? Their move here was just to come and simply arrest Gao Chuanyi and Professor Zhang. The rest of the things, they don't ask anything. Mr. Tang, what do you mean? We want the people from the Imperial Security Bureau to say something, or clarify something, and they definitely won't? Huang Ziqing asked. Yes, my guess is that they're deliberately avoiding the issue until they figure out the identity of this little thing again. Tang Yongjin smiled lightly. The top is really too smart. If they do this, they completely dump the problem on our crew. They won't have to face any pressure. The netizens, naturally, are all coming to press for the identity of our little guy. The Empire will continue to wait and see from the back. Or, if the Empire directly sends in people from the Imperial Security Bureau to protect the little thing, but also raise a crowd? In case it wasn't a dragon in the end, the Empire would have to become a laughingstock, and the Westerners would definitely want to ridicule it, so they definitely couldn't have stepped in first. Taking a step back, even if they were to step in, they wouldn't explicitly use a top department like the Imperial Security Bureau. It's likely that they'll send one of their biological academy professors. Then what should we do? Huang Ziqing thought about if the broadcast was to start tomorrow, facing a large group of curious netizens, facing a large group of netizens who wanted to know the identity of the little thing. What kind of answer should the crew make? Is it a dragon, or not a dragon? Or not to mention this, what happened to Gao Kuan-yi and Prof. Zhang? Was the little thing handed over by the crew? Is the crew so cowardly? And if they didn't, how was it handled? The crew also need an explanation, right? After all, the live broadcast has been turned off. It was only after the live broadcast was turned off that the DSA came up to arrest them. These two people in the end, how the follow-up, the majority of netizens, can be completely unknown. The crew of the crowd are in a daze. Everyone is afraid of tomorrow's live broadcast. A crew, but to resist a dragon so much pressure. Even the Empire does not want to take over the pressure. Now they to resist? Do you think it's possible for people to catch their breath? And at this moment Luo Feng, looking at the way they all have no idea, lying in Shangguan Shui'er's arms, He slightly used that tail, pumped Shangwan Shue'er's arm. What are you doing, little guy? Shangwan Shue'er didn't hurt. It was just this sudden action of his that made her look down. Soon, Luo Feng got up from Shangwan Shue'er's arms and jumped on the ground, and also owed towards Shangwan Shue'er. With that, he went from the main tent, ran to his own separate tent. Over there was the back garden villa that the crew had built luxuriously for Luo Feng. Could it be that the little thing wants us to play with him? Shangwan Shue'er guessed. Still playing, Mr. Wang was now a bit speechless. Their side of the crew was under so much pressure. They were about to run out of breath. This little guy still has the heart to play. It's completely like the sky wants to marry, the mother wants to reign, and nothing can worry an animal. Animals are so carefree. Suddenly, at this moment, Tang Yongjin, on the other hand, his expression changed, and he had an idea in his heart, and he immediately said it out, saying, "Everyone listen. We can do this now." How? Huang Ziqing asked. Haven't the netizens been focusing on the little things? We can now shoot a little more of Little Things' daily routine and post it on our microblog. In this way, we can also slightly calm some of the netizens' emotions and make our pressure a little less, isn't it? Tang Yongjin said. Is this a diversion method? Huang Ziqing also understood. However, it's not changing the topic. The topic is still on the little thing. Anyway, think about it. A movie has never hit the shelves. Everyone is angry, waiting for the time for the movie to hit the shelves, but the company just won't give the time for it to be released. So getting some trailers out now will always relieve some of the emotions and pressure, right? Tang Yongjin made an analogy. Ha ha ha, it'll have to do. Tang Yongjin said, looking down at the little guy in the garden. Maybe this little thing is deliberately giving us ideas? It's not necessarily so. My goodness, is he too smart too? Seeing this, Shangwan Shue'er squatted down slightly and stroked his head. Are you really giving us ideas? Of course. In the past, words to this matter, no one could believe it, but now it was different. Everyone really didn't have the slightest doubt about Luo Feng's intelligence. Ha ha ha, you guys really aren't stupid, thinking that I'm really in good spirits and want you guys to play along with me? Luo Feng heard Tang Yongjin analyze his intentions. He also silently gave him a nod. Worthy of being Tang Yongjin. Still very smart. Luo Feng lay on his back and saw that everyone was afraid of the pressure of tomorrow, so he naturally thought of such an idea. Of course, Luo Feng's intention. It is difficult to express, and he himself will not speak. This time it is just lucky that Tang Yongjin experienced it. Next time, it will not be certain. Now Luo Feng wanted to express is that he has to play with Shangwan Shue'er and Li Shiyan, Huang Ziqing. Then he walked to the front and scratched the shoes of the three of them with his claws. I hope this Tang Yongjin, this time, can still experience it. Ha ha ha, you little thing Are you only playing with the three of them? Sure enough, it was Tang Yongjin, guessing Luo Feng's thoughts again. Ha ha ha, not bad, Tang Yongjin, you really didn't let this dragon down. Luo Feng laughed 3 times. Nope, this dragon is a dragon or not, don't even know yet. How did you start this name? Depending on Luo Feng, cannot change the mouth. Anyway, no one can hear. There are people who laugh at themselves not, I can even call myself me. About 1 hour or so, Shangwan Shue'er, Tang Yongjin, Huang Ziqing, Li Shiyan, Mr. Wang and other people's microblogging immediately issued a new dynamic, and the new dynamic, that was naturally 4 short videos. After seeing these videos, the entire microblogging, at this moment, fell into an explosion again. 35. Twitter blast. Do dragons really exist? At this moment in a hospital, there is a trainee elementary school classroom teacher called Fong Ting. Now she just graduated not long ago. It is the time to struggle, so at the same time, the work is very full. Her job, although it is a teacher, but such a trainee classroom teacher, is basically used by the school as a nanny. After all, the students' big and small things, basically have to be left to her to worry about. Only when you actually have a position and experience will you be allowed to relax a bit, saving manpower and basically saving on the trainee teachers as well. It's a day in and day out, and she pretty much has to take care of dozens of kids. Very hard work, but it's hard work, but you have to get your seniority up. If you can make it, then everything will be fine. This is what they call an iron rice bowl. Iron rice bowl. A lot of people, for the sake of the iron rice bowl, all around the examination. Very difficult. Of course, when she usually took a break, she would also go to see the program of running to the old iron. For her, a busy internship struggling teacher is not going to go after those stinky and long TV series, because there is not so much time. And a variety show, even if you cannot watch the live broadcast, you can watch the essence of the people edited and recorded. It's basically less than an hour. It was perfect for taking a break, eating, and watching at the same time. She didn't have many friends and didn't have any hobbies, so she basically didn't have any hobbies other than watching some variety shows. Of course, for programs like Run For It, she liked it because of all the outdoor life in it. She also yearns for the blue sky and the sea, but the reality in front of her forced her to work hard, and she can only do all of this later when she had that financial condition. Every time she saw Tang Yongjin, Mr. Wang and the others, living among that field, in that forest, on that fishing boat in the sea, she was envious to no end. Of course, this season of Run Old Iron was Fong Ting's favorite issue. The crew didn't know where they picked up an egg from. It actually broke out of its shell and gave birth to such a cute and smart guy. Although sometimes he is fierce and a bit of a clown, he is still very cute. Netizens are buzzing that this little guy is probably a dragon. I have seriously looked at it myself. It really looked too much like a dragon. However, Fong Ting was a bit skeptical that this was not the show's hype for the heat. But since the heat was so great and so many people were paying attention, the crew wouldn't dare to deceive so many viewers, right? Therefore, Fong Ting felt that that little thing might not be hype. No matter what, if it wasn't a dragon, it was some ancient unknown creature, right? Anyway, now, on the Empire's side, there had been no response to the identity of this little guy, and Fong Ting could only speculate and look forward to it in her heart as most netizens did. But if all of this wasn't a trick by the crew, that little thing's IQ and reactions were all true, then he might really be a dragon. And just today at the noon hour, this little thing was actually going to be taken away by some animal society. Fong Ting was really angry. The netizens also broke the news that it was a private small animal protection society. I don't know if it was arrested or not. The Empire must not let them off the hook. Fong Ting still remembered that when these people forced the crew to hand over the little things, Shangguan Shui'er came up with the question of whether it was illegal to raise dragons. To this day, Fong Ting remembered it clearly. It was simply a beautiful job. At that time, when Fong Ting saw such a live broadcast, she got nervous, expecting that what Gao Kuan-yi how to reply to Shangguan Shui'er the sentence, but things are very speechless. Mr. Wang actually turned off the live broadcast. Just like Fong Ting, the viewers who were angry to see that the live broadcast had gone black were simply most of them. But it couldn't be helped they were just some viewers. They couldn't help at all about those people trying to take Luo Feng away. A lot of netizens also can only go to the crew's microblogging below to scold them, and then vent their dissatisfaction, or just go to the top of the major platforms to berate this matter. But just at this moment, without warning, Fong Ting saw a new update from Shangguan Shui'er in the news. She was already curious about the crew. When she saw Shangguan Shui'er's dynamic, she would definitely click on the video link to watch it, but just clicked in. Things were extraordinary. She basically couldn't move her eyes away. In that video, everyone originally thought that the little thing that had been taken away by Gao Kuan-yi and Professor Zhang had appeared in the crew's tent again, and also in the villa that was built for him, playing with Shangguan Shui'er, Huang Ziqing and the others. Several people played in the garden. After playing in the garden, they went to the beach outside. It was like a race to see who could run faster. At the finish line, there was some cooked beef. Whoever comes first will get to eat them. But it was clear that there was no way to compete with the little thing for speed. Even if the two long-legged goddesses, the moment that referee, Tang Yongjin, placed the little thing on the starting line, it basically flew out. That speed was amazingly fast. It was the same as the last time it was seen. It was like an electric mouse. Now that it had grown much bigger and faster, it was completely as fast as lightning, comparable to a professionalized 100-meter athlete. Seeing this, Fong Ting couldn't believe it. It was too shocking. The little guy's speed, getting faster and faster? Of course, Shangguan Shui'er's short video on this microblog, the comments below, also completely exploded. Oh, Omega, crouching groove, crap, other than crouching, what else can I say? Oh my god, the little thing is actually still on the set? What's the situation? I say family members, isn't this the little guy's previous video? The point is, that Gao Chuani and Professor Zhang, haven't they already forced them to hand over their stuff? Turning off the live broadcast must be a compromise. Haha, a short video from before. Do you think it's possible? Shangguan Shui'er sent out the video of the little thing at this time. The purpose must be to prove that the little thing is still being raised here in their theater group now, so that everyone can feel at ease with the meaning. How did this escape from the pressure of those two dog professors? Wasn't the other party going to call the police? I think we should just arrest those two. Arrest them? Who are you to arrest people? Even if they are not official, they are still a private animal-loving association. Going to let them hand over such animals to the association for fear of problems with the crew? There's no big problem with such an operation, but they impersonated the official people. Fake? People haven't been saying they're official people. They've been saying they're from the Jiangnan Animal Association. Crap. Damn it. Playing with words? Of course, these people didn't see the subsequent live broadcast. and didn't even know that these two people had already been arrested by DNs. So what I want to ask is, how did this little guy get left behind by the crew? Did he recognize the identity of the two dog professors? Who knows? Anyway, the little guy is still in the crew, so we can still watch him. That's enough. Listen everyone, just came from MS Wang's microblog, as well as Huang Ziqing's and Li Xian's microblogs. There's a video over there as well. Videos? Are they all videos of little things? Yes, that's right. Crap. This is the program's group facing everyone calling them softies, and then giving the strongest retort? Ha ha ha. The crew turned off the live stream, so they couldn't have just taken a dick and add two dog professors, right? So the picture is too bloody to show us? Ha ha ha. I was hoping for this, to beat that dog professor to death, but it shouldn't be so bad, right? Now the direct hot search is topping the charts. This heat of the little thing, it's simply amazingly big. Of course, once the crew's video of these little things living was released, many of the netizens, like Fong Ting, opened the short videos to watch. When they finished watching, there was another burst of hot news. It left them dumbfounded. The little thing that resembles a true dragon is still on the runner's crew? This hot search, after opening it, the content that was told was that the little thing was picked up in the beginning, then stepped into the life of the crew, and in the end, it was almost taken away by the two professors' coercion. And at the end of the article, it would definitely leave questions for everyone to discuss. It's a trope that a lot of articles like to get into. That way the comments section will be lively. The question at the end of the article was, if a magical creature like the little thing could really be a real dragon, then shouldn't it be sent to a more authoritative place to be raised? Of course, faced with such a question, the comments section below is definitely very willing to discuss it. There was a part of the netizens who said that such a creature should be raised without any hesitation. It would have to be handed over to the authority of the empire, so that the empire could directly place a good reserve for the little thing, give him a larger living environment, and it would have to be properly researched to find out who he was. There is another part of the people. They are saying, there is absolutely no need to be so publicized, because this little thing was only born 1 or 2 days ago. So far, did not show any supernatural ability or something? Probably just similar to the appearance of the dragon creatures. Then if the empire too much attention, and his identity is just a simple new species, it will be the whole world to see a big joke. Everyone will say that we empire, appearing a new species only, is so nervous, too immature. To put it simply, this thing, it's a dragon. What a bullish existence it is. If it really made a joke, it would most likely become the laughingstock of the whole world for a few years, right? Those Westerners' pens will surely say that we are the descendants of the dragon, and then recognize our ancestors? They've got it all wrong? Such similar remarks do not even have to think about. Westerners will certainly take these words. Therefore, these two kinds of speech is the most mainstream two views at this moment on the microblogging, more and more intense. Are these two views of the people, each for their own camp, but let everyone deserve to be happy about something. That is, the little thing is still in the theater group, and has not been taken away. The two dog professors surely do not have good intentions towards the little thing. Just at this moment, on the site of the Imperial Biological Academy, it was an article that was posted on their microblog. An instant, breaking the heat again. Luo Feng added fuel to the fire. It got even hotter. Imperial Biological Academy. In the days of the last few days, our Imperial Biological Academy, naturally, has also paid attention to the unknown creature in the Run Old Iron crew, whose appearance is suspected to resemble the appearance of a dragon in ancient records. Of course, such a creature, although it only lives in myths and legends, and in the beliefs of the common people, but scientists, by looking through and checking ancient records, it's not impossible that such creatures as dragons, in ancient times, did not exist at all. Now we at the Imperial Biological Institute, the most authoritative in the empire, have decided to send a professional team to this theater to observe the life characteristics of the little thing. However, seeing that this little guy may be hostile to strangers, our research will try not to affect the normal life of the little thing. These words probably added up to more than 200. The content inside, it was actually very simple. It was just one thing. They, the Imperial Biological Academy, were going to send someone over to conduct research. Of course, the additional requirement for the research was that it wouldn't disturb the life of the little thing. Once this microblog from the Imperial Biological Academy went out, in an instant, millions and millions of netizens all began to rejoice. Weibo, even a small piece of the internet, blew up. It really wasn't expected. The Empire's Biological Academy actually paid attention to this little thing as well. Actually, this was not the point. The point was, did the Imperial Biological Academy think that this little thing was a dragon? And this side of the crew, everyone was faced with the big commotion on Weibo, and they must have immediately given the person in charge, Zhao Yubao, a word. Zhao Yubao was also very excited and spoke. This commotion, it's really not small. Zhao in charge, this is more than not small? The deputy in charge spoke excitedly. I've already been notified. Our Jiangnan TV side will send people over to follow the filming, and the experts sent by the Imperial Biological Institute, combined, will all work together to record the little thing's daily life. This is too grand, isn't it? Zhao Youbao's emotions were about to be overwhelmed. Of course, what the above means, I reckon, is that they want to solidify the identity of this little thing before they can declare it to the public, or to the world. The deputy responsible person said, and now the little thing his performance, has been very surprising, so the experts over the side of the Imperial Biological Institute, will be so big movement, the general meaning, our crew, is also considered to be expropriated. Ha ha ha, can. Yes, Zhao Yubao finally couldn't suppress his excitement. It was directly jubilant. It was really great that the above had left the crew behind as a participating party, and it was also obvious. The above knew what kind of existence the dragon was, and for the entire society, there was a great deal of public opinion and effect. If the Imperial Academy of Sciences was reckless with this little thing, like studying other protected animals with no human rights at all, so if he is a real dragon, in case of anger, it will really bring disaster to the society. Therefore, everything should take into consideration the feelings of the little thing, where he likes to stay, then stay a little more. If he didn't like it, then contact him less. Who would want to fight a creature that was most likely a dragon and then be an enemy? The Empire wouldn't dare, would it? Deputy head, you can go tell Mr. Wang and the others now. In the future, our crew, what with all the other mess, don't film, we'll just specialize around the little guy. Zhao Yubao laughed and informed. The deputy head of this side did not immediately agree, but also put forward the opinion. Said, not only this, we also have to contact the back of the advertisers, sponsors, let them look at the point to give money. This little guy's notice fee must be high, right? We have to improve the environment for the crew, right? Doesn't this all require money? Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. With such a large amount of traffic, if they want to continue to title our drama group, then a little more blood, I'm sure they'd be willing to do so. Zhao Yubao grunted. All this money, we're going to spend it on the little guy. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yubao was truly going to die of joy. It could be said, so many issues of Run Old Iron were done. It was indeed very hot in the beginning, but by the 6th installment, the 7th installment, it was already not working. They invited Shangguan Shuier to make frequent guest appearances, and they couldn't save the Sunset variety show. Now because of that little thing, directly to the old to red, completely salty fish turnaround. The current situation seems to be that this program group was supposed to be the last issue, but in the future there will definitely be an 8th, 9th, and 10th issue. Keep shooting endlessly. As long as there is traffic, as long as people watch, do not shoot on. Are you nuts? Of course, how long does it take for a creature like a dragon to grow to adulthood? Who knows? As long as there is him, then the crew will have less traffic. Who knows about dragons? How long it has to grow? But there is a problem. That is, this dragon, if he's getting bigger and bigger, then the amount of food he eats, how horrible is it? But all these problems don't need to be considered. With traffic, there's no shortage of sponsors to feed him. A few tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of meat a day. Can't you afford to feed him? No matter how big he is, whatever how much he could eat. Right, I suddenly feel that it's not appropriate to keep calling the little guy the little thing, right? Zhao Yubao opened his mouth. Zhao is in charge? Are you thinking of a new name for the little thing? After all, it's not small anymore. It would be inappropriate to keep calling it little thing. Zhao Yubao laughed. Then the new name you want to give is. Originally, Zhao Yubao had a candidate for a new name in his heart. But, just at this moment, the deputy in charge saw a news and got excited, shouting, no, Zhao in charge, you don't have to change your new name. What? No need to change your new name? Zhao Yubao was very unhappy. He clearly thought of a new name. This deputy in charge? And he told himself that he didn't need to change it? Who the hell do you listen to? But the next moment, Zhao Yubao was dumbfounded, because, on the imperial side, the name has been officially bestowed. 36. Villagers offer incense and tribute. The imperial academician arrives. What the hell? The empire actually. It's actually officially given a name? Zhao Yubao was truly unexpected. Originally thought. The deputy head rejected himself. It was because he didn't agree to change the little thing's name? It turned out to be the empire giving the name? What did the news say? Zhao Yubao immediately asked anxiously. Is it really the official bestowal of the name? It's not really an official bestowal of the name. It's roughly the same. It's that a reporter interviewed the director of the Imperial Biological Institute, Lu Changfeng. Then the two chatted about the name of the little thing. Hearing this, Zhao Yubao interjected. So does Dean Lu have an opinion on the name little guy? Little thing? Sort of has a problem with it. The deputy head smiled bitterly. Other Dean Lu said that if the little thing is really a dragon, it wouldn't be very respectful for us to call it that. And then, what did the reporter say? Zhao Yubao asked. The reporter just laughed and said that the two names, little guy and little thing, are very apt, and there isn't much disrespect, right? But that Lu Changfeng saw this, replied, anymore. It may be a dragon creature. If you want to reflect the graciousness, the name Little Ancestor, I think it's okay. Of course, just kidding, but this name is quite good. The meaning is profound. Just make small talk with the reporter anyway. There was no mandatory name change either, but people were Imperial Academicians. Even if it was a casual conversation, it was still very informative to the crew. Hearing this name, Zhao Yubao flinched, then laughed out and said, good name. Usually grandparents, or moms and dads, would call a mischievous little kid, Little Ancestor. This little guy, hasn't he always been a troublemaker? And he is probably a dragon. We are the descendants of the dragon. He is the ancestor. This name, but also more apt. Yeah, good name. Let's just call him Little Ancestor. It means to favor him without losing respect for him. The deputy head immediately clapped his hands, and very quickly, when Zhao Yubao notified down, little thing, little guy changed his name to Little Ancestor. At this moment, the few female members of the crew also giggled. Ha ha ha, Zhao is in charge of this name. It feels good. Yeah, isn't he the little ancestor of our crew? Little Ancestor, the modern meaning, is the little cutie in the family. If he's really a dragon, we wouldn't be at a disadvantage if we called him Little Ancestor, right? Moreover, it seems that Dean Lu Changfeng gave the name when he was chatting with the reporters. I'll go. Does this count as the Empire giving the name? Ha ha ha, sort of. Luo Feng was sleeping in his own back garden. Hearing everyone call themselves with one mouthful of Little Ancestor, it was indeed much smoother to the ear than the previous title. Ha ha ha. Of course, because of that Gao Quan Ian Prof. Zhang came to mess things up. It delayed the crew's mealtime, and it also delayed Luo Feng's mealtime. There was no food in the morning until now. Luo Feng had long been starving. Little Ancestor, I've brought you something good especially for you today. Suddenly, Zhao Yubao, who was outside the tent, and walked in, and there were a few jars in his hands. Good stuff? What good stuff? Shangwan Shuweier greeted her. Zhao is in charge. Is it the canned food you're holding? That's for sure. It's the most nutritious for carnivores. Zhao Yubao sold the story without saying it. Then in the future, for our crew, do we not even need to make money to buy food for the little guy? Huang Ziqing asked happily. Didn't we all say that? The plan to experience the life of fishermen in the future has been cancelled. Everyone take care of the little thing. No, just take care of the little ancestors. Zhao Yubao placed the can on top of the table, and also made a victory gesture towards everyone. The first wave of huge money, the 5 major advertisers and sponsors, contracted to come up with a payment of $10 million, all for Little Ancestors' food and drink expenses. I go, it's actually $10 million? It's a huge sum. This is too much, isn't it? How much do we have to eat? How much do we have to eat? It's true that the sponsor's dad is still awesome, wealthy and generous. I can't say anything about it. Upstairs, you want to say $10 million can't be eaten? This I will not be convinced. Directly every day to eat caviar, bluefin tuna, and a big red shrimp from Pala. I think with Little Ancestor's appetite, it shouldn't last long, right? Ha ha ha, it's hard for the Empire to feed them every day, isn't it? Anyway, with ordinary food, 10 million is enough for many years, right? Brother, it's only been a few days since we were born, and we're already eating 7 or 8 pounds a day. It's hard to imagine how much it will eat after a month. If it's really a dragon, when it grows to several thousand meters long, it'll eat the Empire to death. Cover my face. If it really is a dragon? If it's really a dragon, it'll give us good weather. Even if it's hard for the Empire, we'll still have to keep it. Right. Let him eat whatever he wants. With the power of one country, can we still not afford to feed it? The audience in the live broadcast room. There were about 10 million people in the morning, coming over to the live broadcast to watch Luo Feng. This wasn't popularity, but a real number of people. And at this moment, Luo Feng, seeing Zhao Yubao actually holding a few canned goods over, he was also very much looking forward to what kind of food it was. But on that can, it was all in some English or French. Luo Feng couldn't read it either. Anyway, it must be good stuff. Click. Zhao Yubao then opened a can. The pieces of meat inside immediately appeared in front of Luo Feng's eyes. It looks good. It should be delicious. Following that, Zhao Yubao found a plate and just served the meat in front of Luo Feng. Hurry up and eat. Little one. Shangguan Shui'er also knew what kind of meat it was. This flavor? It was canned crocodile meat, right? Of course. It's all some artificially bred ones. Crocodiles in the wild? Who dares to make it into canned food? This is very nutritious. For the growing luo feng, it's a rare good thing. And this brand, the price is also very expensive. Just such a box, it costs 199 pounds. Of course, some people say it's not that expensive. Oh, you went to buy a pirated version, or a bad brand. Then of course it's cheap. What a fishy odor. Luo Feng sniffed. What kind of meat is this? It doesn't smell good. Little thing, what's wrong? Hurry up and eat. This can make you grow up healthy. Shangguan Shui'er also knew that if crocodile meat, it did smell a bit fishy, but the flavor was still very good. But it had to vary from person to person, right? She wasn't used to eating it at first. Now, if she did, it was simply a beautiful meal. That's fine. Try it. Luo Feng remembered the first time she ate durian in her last life. It did smell bad, but behind her, she could only learn from Wang Jizha. Emma, it smelled so good. It was likely that it really just smelled bad. When Luo Feng took a big bite, an instant, that cute shrimp eyes glared. Spit it out directly. So damn hard to eat. Luo Feng felt. The things he had eaten yesterday, all of it was going to be regurgitated and spit out. He couldn't accept such food at all. I'll go. What? This little thing? Not eating? Shangguan Shui'er was surprised. Of course, although the name was changed for Luo Feng, but actually everyone still habitually called the little guy and the little thing by their names. It was hard to change the name for a while. Don't you eat crocodile meat? Huang Ziqing also said helplessly. What? This is crocodile meat? No wonder it's so hard to eat. Luo Feng was lifeless. In his last life, a friend of his own, he brought some kind of crocodile meat from a foreign country. Luo Feng ate it. Good guy. Basically didn't eat anything for 3 days. Didn't realize that such resistance has been brought to this life. This is soul nasty. Just like Luo Feng eat cooked meat, also is the soul requirements, and nothing more than physical instinct. He actually doesn't eat? Then, Zhao Yubao was speechless. This was more than 1,000 boxes ordered at once. Then, that's over $100,000? Going down the drain? No, no, no. If little ancestor doesn't eat it, the cast and crew can still eat it. That's not true. The crew can't eat it either. It's specially designed to feed the animals, and there's a lot of stuff in it that people can't eat. Damn it. $190,000. More than $1 million wasted? It was estimated that the sponsors behind the show were going to shed tears when they saw the scene, right? This Zhao Yubao, dead son of a. Luo Feng almost vomited. At this moment, he could only go and gulp down some water. In his heart, he kept cursing Zhao Yubao. He didn't use his brain. First try to eat crocodile meat. Really disgusting. You are a dragon. If you guys mistreat the baby dragon like this, I'll sue you. You guys are abusing animals. Then we can only get some beef jerky here first. Zhao Yubao smiled helplessly. The imported canned beef that was shipped over. It hasn't arrived yet, but it should be soon. A little later in the evening. It can only be so. Shangguan Shui'er looked at Luo Feng being nauseated and close to vomiting. It was also heartbroken. Hugged up, carefully took the beef jerky handed over by Huang Ziqing and fed it. Little guy, you have to eat well. This is your favorite beef jerky, not crocodile meat anymore. Shangguan Shui'er gently fed. It's all Zhao's fault for being in charge. He didn't even try to see if you eat crocodile meat or not. It's still beef jerky that tastes good. Crocodile meat will die far away in the future. Luo Feng chewed on that cute mouth and ate happily. There was beef swallowed. The feeling of regurgitation. It was also a bit better. Little guy, in the future when Sister Shui'er is not here, you must be obedient. Don't run around. Run out and meet bad people. You will easily suffer. Shangguan Shui'er really couldn't let go of Luo Feng. But although she herself could stay, but it wasn't like she could stay for a long time. Sooner or later, she had to leave. Or this little ancestor is so bullish. If it's really a dragon, the follow-up is definitely to enter the research institute. What does Shangguan Shui'er mean? So deep in love? Does she have something to leave? Luo Feng thought about it. Or maybe Shangguan Shui'er knew that she couldn't keep herself? That she was going to enter the research institute or something? Thinking about this, Luo Feng also thought about it. He would not let Shangguan Shui'er leave himself. Huang Ziqing, and Li Xiyan, and that big uncle Tang Yongjin. All of them were people Luo Feng liked. Luo Feng loved this crew, loved these 4 people, and no matter if he had to face the Imperial Research Institute in the future, or some Imperial Security Bureau, Luo Feng wouldn't let them take himself away. Wanting to take himself away. Dream on. Luo Feng's big deal is that he can swim, so he will go to the deep sea. The last time I went to the beach to fish, Luo Feng jumped into the sea and could tell that he could dive very deep. This was one of Luo Feng's bottom cards now. When the time came to go to the deepest sea trench, even if the Empire wanted to catch themselves, they wouldn't be able to. But at the moment, Luo Feng was still willing to be in the crew. Someone to serve himself, or such a beautiful female troop Shangguan Shu'er, a completely perfect goddess. Bean Huang Ziqing is also very cute. Li Shiyan is flirty, but people are indeed very nice. Luo Feng couldn't let go of the three of them. Very quickly, Luo Feng finished the bag of beef jerky that Shangguan Shu'er gave him, and then in the back garden, he lay down on a rock and dozed off, because the amount of food was too big nowadays. This bag of stuff was completely stuffed. Luo Feng also knew that this was Shangguan Shu'er's own personal dried food, which should be gone now. Shu'er, Ziqing, are you guys teasing the little guy? Suddenly, Tang Yongjin walked in. Yeah, the little thing was disgusted by the crocodile meat that Zhao was in charge of, so we can only feed it some beef jerky, but we don't have much food left now. Waiting for the sponsor's canned beef to be shipped in, Shangguan Shu'er said, stroking Luo Feng's head, and added, what a poor little thing. Everyone scavenge, no matter if it's human food or whatever. Collect it, and let Teacher Tang make some cooked dishes for the little guy. I've found that his favorite thing is still cooked meat. No problem. I'll immediately call on the entire crew to squeeze out everyone's dry food. Tang Yongjin nodded affirmatively, and even then, he even thought about going over to the fisherman's side to get some food over. No matter what, we can't starve this little ancestor anyway. Ah, that's great. I'm actually not a picky eater. I can eat the cabbage when it's cooked. Luo Feng heard that everyone was actually trying to squeeze out all the dry food for themselves. It was also touched. It was even more certain. He must stay. Most of the people in the crew were just traffic sharps to themselves, but the three of the girl group, as well as Tang Yongjin, and Teacher Wang, must have genuinely liked themselves. Shu'er, Teacher Tang, good thing. Suddenly, Teacher Wang walked in. In his hand was an oversized steak, the staff at the back. There was even a thin rope carrying a large bunch of pork livers. There were also egg trays of earth eggs being carried. It was simply too rich. Where did you get the beef? And pork liver? Pork? My goodness. Not out of food? Waiting to be shipped over? Yeah, the little guy is so good at eating. The crew doesn't have much. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. But Mr. Wang smiled and said, it's all from the fisherman. What? They gave it? Gave it of their own accord? Shangguan Shu'er was surprised. Yes, when they knew that this little thing was probably a dragon, and then heard that our crew had nothing to eat, they directly took the initiative to take out things from their homes. Mr. Wang said. They also said that this area of the sea was originally the place where the legendary divine dragon blessed. These are all tributes to the little guy. Of course, when giving these things, the villagers also get a table. First incense, then they kowtow. I can't stop them. They have to do the process before giving the food. Otherwise it's disrespect to the little thing. Hearing the word tribute, and also incense and kowtow, the people in the live broadcast room directly exploded. Crouching. Crap. This TM? Tributes are coming? People stupid. This, not me. He hasn't even actualized being a dragon yet, right? How come? The villagers are so kind, and also do not forget the faith in the heart. This is fortunate that it is modern. I'll tell you, to change the ancient ones, faith in the Dragon King Master has been to the extreme, said not necessarily will also put the big girl to the water. Honor to the Dragon King Master it. Ha ha ha. Honor the water to this little ancestor. Bull, our little thing, starting to collect tribute? Not bad. Not bad. It wasn't just the audience that was speechless and shocked. The crew was also taken aback. This TM sends it, right? And tribute? And kowtowing? If this little thing wasn't a dragon, would it disappoint everyone when the time came? This, tribute? Crap. Luo Feng was also humanly stupid, feeling like he was dead. But seeing these things, Luo Feng was instantly hungry, looking at the food expectantly. Teacher Tang, now that there's a big handful of ingredients, you can let go and do it. Li Shiyan laughed out loud. That's right. In the past, it was hard to cook without rice. I really had no choice. Tang Yongjin laughed, and with these staff members, he headed towards the kitchen. This meal was cooked. It was about 1 hour. 10 pounds of pork and beef, 15 boiled eggs, 1 caddy of pig liver. These add up. It's probably only about 13 pounds, but Luo Feng ate it, basically about half full. In the back, Tang Yongjin went to the kitchen to start cooking again, busy for another hour. Another 10 pounds or so of things sent out. Heard over there, finally said Luo Feng is not hungry. Only then did he sit down and take a good rest. 1 meal is 23 pounds? Gosh, Tang Yongjin sat in the firewood pile in the kitchen, although a little tired, but happy in his heart. Looks, this little guy, right now, was eating 20 to 30 pounds a meal, and with morning, noon and night. He needed 100 pounds of meat a day. Really too able to eat. This is not a true dragon. Really can't be said, right? Clunk. Soon, here in the kitchen, the staff pushed open the door and delivered a lot of ingredients, as well as canned goods. Teacher Tang, the canned goods are snacks for the little ones during the weekdays, so it's good to prepare some. And these meats, 100 pounds will be delivered every day. That staff member came in, gave Tang Yongjin a greeting. What does it mean? It's simple. Literally, your little ancestor's chef. He likes what you do, so keep doing it. That's what Zhao in charge said. The staff gave a harmless smile. Tang Yongjin was going to collapse, although he liked cooking for the little thing. But to have the amount of food increase incrementally every day, wouldn't he tire himself to death? Looking at the beef and pork in those big pots. 50 pounds, right? This should be the little thing's next lunch and snack. Thinking about the current Luo Feng, it must be a few sexy female group beauties, peeling eggs for him to eat. Tang Yongjin wanted to shout towards the sky. Which one of the TMs is a human? Which one is an animal? Dragon slave. Proper dragon slave. No way. I protest. I want additional manpower or I'm quitting. This time, Tang Yongjin was very firm. Love it or leave it. Cooking more than 100 pounds a day. Sooner or later, one would die of exhaustion. It's fine to send additional staff, but Zhao in charge said that you have to be the one in charge of the spoon. Ha ha ha, that staff member said, once again giving a harmless smile. It wasn't just Tang Yongjin who had become a dragon slave. They, the ordinary staff, also had to struggle to bring in those live beef. Could it be that they weren't dragon slaves? But, now that they were doing all this heavy work, over and above what the crew itself had to do, and with their wages doubled on the sponsor's side, they were doing it with quite a bit of vigor. Can't wait to serve this little ancestor for the rest of their lives. 20,000 a month? Now go out in the society. Where to get such a high salary? Fine. Just send more manpower. Anyway, Tang Yongjin still had a cold sweat on his undershirt at the moment. Has he gradually become Long Bao's imperial chef-in-chief? Nope, already is. As for Shangwan Shui'er's side, when someone talked about it, Tang Yongjin's side was already shedding tears as she looked at the more than 50 pounds of raw meat under lunch. The crew's female group, a few people, also giggled. Shangwan Shui'er peeled the last egg while also laughing. It's still our job that's easy. Just wait for this little guy to eat. That's not true. Compared to Mr. Tang, our place is heaven, Li Shiyan said, and even stroked towards Luo Feng's stomach a few times. This action, definitely letting Luo Feng digest properly. And just at this time, outside the tent, several men in white coats appeared right there. They disembarked in droves and came towards the crew's tent area. 37. The Golden Dragon? Luo Feng's mother? What kind of organization is this? A doctor or something? Luo Feng felt a sense strong, and his eyes were not nearsighted. It could see far. He had just sent away the two dogs, Cao Chuani and Professor Zhang. Now what kind of people have come? These people? Who are they? Tang Yongjin was busy in the kitchen, also saw this scene. But this guy, Zhao Yubao, from today onwards, seemed to not be lazing around backstage, guarding the crew at all times. Seeing that the people who came were not clear about their identities, also could only bring the deputy in charge, and have greeted them, but getting closer and closer. Zhao Yubao was laughing out. Ha ha, laughing without any sign. It made the deputy in charge beside him wonder and asked, Zhao in charge, what's wrong? Don't worry, this is from the Imperial Biology faculty. It's an expert from there. Zhao Yubao was beaming with joy. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. But next, although Zhao Yubao knew where they came from, he still had to check their documents, and very carefully. After checking that there was no mistake, everyone was also relieved. Head Zhao, hello, Lu Changfeng, as the one who took the lead, greeted them first and said, what about these professors beside me? Coincidentally, their names are Zhao Qian Sunli, that is, Professor Zhao, Professor Qian, Professor Sun, and Professor Li. This surname, a call to arms. Tang Yongjin slipped out of the kitchen at this moment and also saw these people. In terms of eye appeal and sixth sense alone, there was just a bit more righteousness in their bodies than Gao Chuani and the others who came at first. Such an aura was hard to see. One had to experience it. Ha! That little thing's chef, Mr. Tang, is here. Ha! Lu Changfeng saw Tang Yongjin and greeted him with a smile as well, followed by, I wonder if we can look at him from afar. Of course, it won't disturb him. Immediately after, Professor Zhao beside him also said, of course, we, outsiders, say we may not necessarily be carrying any germs, and now we haven't even sterilized it yet, so let's just take a look from afar. I'll go. Outrageous. The people on the scene, hearing these words, completely froze. The point is, the other party's meaning is very straightforward. That is, has taken this little ancestor as a real ancestor general view. It was a level of being in the mouth for fear of melting, and in the hand for fear of flying. Fear is their own grandson. Also not so important, right? Among the 4 professors, Zhao Qian's son Li, the younger Professor Li saw this and couldn't help but say, Dean Lu, Professor Zhao, there's no need to be so careful, right, little Li? If you don't understand the fastidiousness of germs, don't just open your mouth, okay? Lu Changfeng glared at Prof. Li, and spoke, as far as creatures like the little thing are concerned, it's only been a few days since it was born. All aspects of the body's functions are all very fragile. With so many germs in the modern world, God knows what germs he'll be able to resist or not. And these crew members, they have been living with the little guy for a few days now. Maybe there are germs spread to him as well, but the fact that he is fine means that maybe he has already resisted it. In simple terms, adapted to the environment, whereas we, the outsiders, have brought in some of the germs. God knows if he can resist and adapt. Lu Changfeng finished and once again said, do you understand what I mean? Anyway, the serious demeanor of Lu Changfeng's collected face and breath. All of a sudden, the young Professor Li didn't dare to speak. Professor Zhao, who was beside Lu Changfeng, also rounded up and said, ha ha, never mind, Dean Lu, young Professor Li's specialty is the study of nutrition, germs and whatnot. I guess he doesn't know much about it. Let's not talk about him. He is this big-headed person who speaks without thinking clearly. Educating his own children is also careless. And at work, I don't even know what my family Xin Yue is looking at him. Lu Changfeng said angrily, don't be offended. Our Dean Lua and little Prof. Li is the relationship between old husband and son-in-law. Just kidding. Professor Zhao, on the other hand, rounded up again in the middle, but soon returned to the main topic. Looking at Tang Yongjin, said, Mr. Tang Yongjin, I see it like this. You let that Shangwan female child inside, hold the little thing out, then we just slightly 7 or 8 meters away to observe it. So can it? Tang Yongjin then felt outrageous. After all, who was the other party? That was the 4 honorary professors of the Biology Academy. It could be said, in this piece of biological research, the other party was an expert among experts, an authority among authorities, but compared to the characters of the Animal Association that came at the beginning, can really be 1,000 times 10,000 times more polite. Those people, as soon as they come to say that they broke the law, but also what the police, you see, people this? How sensible. Of course, Tang Yongjin's side, has not answered each other, is hesitating, but Luo Feng this little thing, see the scene outside the tent, but from that Shangwan Shui Air's arms, to jump down, then stride that like a crocodile running posture, out of the tent. Immediately thereafter, under the attention of the crowd, he came to Professor Zhao's side, first lowered his head and sniffed the smell of their body, then raised his head. At Professor Zhao, he wailed a little. Of course, everyone, for all intents and purposes, didn't know what this little thing was up to, but the next moment, the entire crowd were directly dumbfounded. That Professor Zhao, first flabbergasted at Luo Feng's actions, then actually cried out in excitement. This is really, it's too similar. Professor Zhao, he was also considered to be one of the older and more prestigious of the honorary professors of the biology school. At this moment, he was 70 to 80 years old. What was actually crying? This operation simply makes people dumbfounded. Very quickly, Professor Zhao squatted down and then got close, carefully observing Luo Feng's skin, Luo Feng's feet, Luo Feng's head, and his beard. It was like an emperor who had lost the jade seal of passage and suddenly got it back, just very excited and thrilled. That, old Zhao, don't be so excited on your side. Seeing this, Lu Changfeng also hastened to comfort him, and the cast and crew were still confused. How could this highly respected Professor Zhao be so unable to control his emotions? At this time, Professor Qian, who hadn't said anything, smiled and said, everyone, listen to me. The reason why Professor Zhao is so agitated is because, in the beginning, his son was also a Shin dragon race, the so-called Believing Dragon clan. This appellation, very few people in the society know about it. Their short answer is that they are convinced that this thing called dragon exists. Such people, often in the world's view, are crazy and incomprehensible, just like there are people who believe in aliens, or some people who believe that the earth is square, and say that what those pictures coming from the space are all hoaxes. It is true that there are believing dragons in this world, but not many people know about it at all. They are also called the Dragon Chasing Clan. To spend their entire lives, it was to find the true dragon. Professor Qian's side continued, as a dragon believer, he likes to share with everyone the idea that dragons really exist. Because of such an idea, it also makes his friends in the academy less and less, or everyone thinks that he's a bit mentally challenged. He couldn't get along with his colleagues, so he just resigned. and went around just collecting traces about dragons, and then he really investigated something, saying that someone saw a dragon rising up in the sea. Prof. Qian continued to recall, the person who viewed it did not see the photos, but the fisherman oral, probably this way. This dragon, with his body covered with scales, and a vertebrae-like protrusion on his spine, as well as the tapering tail, was practically the same as the dragons described in ancient times. The fisherman said that it was very dark at that time, and the sky was accompanied by dark clouds and lightning and thunder, and the big golden dragon was hovering in the air, constantly rolling and struggling, and looming. Several times from the clouds emerged from the head, large and very appalling. From a distance, the dragon's head looked like a giant lantern hanging in the sky. It is speculated that a dragon head of this size, if fully expanded, could be up to 1,000 meters long. It then crashed into the sea and was never seen again. After finishing the story, Professor Qian also had a sad face for a moment and said, just because of the dictation to the fisherman, Professor Zhao's son was too obsessed and wanted to go to that sea to have a look in person, and unfortunately, met a storm and never came back. After hearing this story, it became clear to everyone why Professor Zhao couldn't help but cry out, because this thing, the dragon, was his son's heart, not the son's death, all because of going in search of the dragon. It's really a pity for the parents, raising so much and having a son so gone. It's really unacceptable. And Luo Feng's heart was touched when he heard about Prof. Zhao's son. He could feel that the way this Professor Zhao looked at himself was very sincere and came from the heart. After turning into an animal, Luo Feng's senses were very sensitive. With regards to the hearts and feelings of humans, Luo Feng was more sensitive. But whenever a person came close to him or her, Luo Feng could feel from his inexplicable sixth sense whether the other party was a good or bad person. In the beginning, that Gao Kuan-yi and Prof. Zhang were the ones who gave Luo Feng the uneasy feeling, so he didn't want them to get close to him. However, if these old men from the Imperial Biological Institute came over, he didn't have that feeling anymore. Instead, it was a very friendly feeling. That's why Luo Feng boldly ran over. Before everyone finished digesting this news, Professor Qian spoke again. Of course, the fisherman also said, that big golden dragon rolled up in the sky, like it was hard to look at, but in the end, there was a white thing that he didn't know what it was, falling from the dragon's tail, with a rounded shape, but it shouldn't be an egg, after all, the equivalent of the giant dragon. It's just too small, just a white flea. The fisherman said it was most likely a misreading or something, too far away anyway. The news came out of nowhere. It was also something that made the crew, all of them, facepalm. According to this meaning, if Luo Feng was really a dragon, then what white flea, what white dragon egg, isn't it Luo Feng? And then after drifting in the sea for a long time, he ended up on this beach? His mother is dead? Professor Qian, Professor Zhao's male son. About when? Shangguan Shuweier found a key question. When did he go missing? Professor Qian said, about a dozen years ago. What, more than 10 years ago? Shangguan Shuweier was speechless. This little guy's egg can be picked up a few days ago, but do not rule out a possibility. Dragon eggs? That is, more than 10 years to gestate well? That is, a lone egg has been adrift for more than 10 years. My God, a big golden dragon rolling around in the sky? It was hard and then crashed into the sea? Luo Feng thought, if that white round thing, not a dragon flea, but an egg, could it be himself? No wonder he didn't have a mom. The dragon had a hard time giving birth? Listening to the fisherman's description, it was the time of thunder. Was the dragon trying to survive the thunderbolt? Otherwise it wouldn't have died in childbirth? But Luo Feng cannot think so much. This is a fisherman oral just, do not know the truth. Moreover, the matter of more than 10 years, is it related to himself? At this moment Luo Feng, feel Professor Zhao's son, really quite good, in order to pursue the truth and die. Indeed very great. After looking again at Professor Zhao, who was probably a bit sad because he remembered his son, he gently lifted his paw and rubbed the other party's calf, expressing a kind of comfort. Of course, this moment was seen by the people in the live broadcast room. It started to send up pop-ups again. Hashtag oh, wow. What a cute expression on the little thing. Is this TM? Is it comforting Professor Zhao? Oh my God, this little thing, it's really showing me the numbness. It's definitely comforting Professor Zhao. It's really too spiritual. This is how our divine dragons should be, to actually be able to feel the sadness of humans. No one is refuting it now? The little thing can understand human speech, right? That's right, this can definitely understand human speech. This isn't a dragon? What is it? In the pop-up screen, everyone was very excited. Luo Feng's doings, it made everyone like him more and more, and it was also very touching. It was very warm. Of course, such an action, in the eyes of Dean Lu Changfeng, and a few professors, immediately, they were also a bit dumbfounded. This tiny piece of a little guy? Did it hear what I said? And understood the meaning? Professor Qian said incredulously. I think, could it be? He has a special ability to distinguish between good and evil in the world? Lu Changfeng used to disbelieve in dragons, but now that he had seen Luo Feng's appearance and intelligence, he had also slowly shaken the idea that dragons didn't exist at all. This thing called a dragon? Isn't it one that can distinguish between good and evil in the world? Dragons do have this ability. Professor Qian nodded. Dragons are deities after all. It's not impossible to be able to know good and evil in the world, but it has to be a real dragon. Professor Sun. There was also Professor Li. All made a comment of their own each. Soon, they got down to business, taking stock of Luo Feng's many traits, characteristics, and also questioned Tang Yongjin and the others, wanting to know more about Luo Feng. If Luo Feng, he was held by Shangguan Shuer, and just let them critique themselves, still let them say what they wanted. That Professor Zhao cried at first, but next, definitely stabilized his mind and worked well. What virus thing, in the beginning had wanted to avoid, but Luo Feng took the initiative to run to them. There was no way out. One could only hope that Luo Feng's own resistance would be strong enough. At this time, Professor Zhao, while touching Luo Feng's head, carefully observed his appearance, and suddenly, Professor Zhao, then he touched Luo Feng's head. There was actually a bulging bag. This thing, what is it? Anyway, Professor Zhao looked down at Luo Feng all of a sudden. Professor Zhao, did you find anything special? Shangguan Shuer asked as she hugged Luo Feng. 38. Imperial Magnificence. 2 million square meter home. It's nothing. His head is a bit hard. Professor Zhao laughed and thought in his mind that it might be the scales or skull that formed to protect the head. Everyone, listen to me. We'll almost be done here today. Let's go back and take a rest first. Lu Changfeng looked at the sun, and it was almost time to go back for everyone to sit down and summarize and discuss. Soon, these professors from the biology school also greeted. They left this place. Naturally, Luo Feng, this little thing, they didn't say they would take it away. Luo Feng, at this moment, was still with the female group of the crew and Tang Yongjin and the others. As for Tang Yongjin, without any hustle and bustle to watch, she naturally went back to the kitchen honestly and started to prepare Luo Feng's next lunch meal. Everyone also laughed out loud when they saw Tang Yongjin, a person who was so bullish, completely living as an exhausted spoon-bending chef. Of course, Zhao Yubao, the culprit, had to make him personally cook for the little guy. He was also very warm-hearted. On the side, helping Tang Yongjin put those needed condiments. All opened the lid, convenient for Tang Yongjin to use, and on the side of his mouth, he kept giving Tang Yongjin good words. Let him well competent in this job. Later send him whatever antiques he likes. The precious breed of dog at home. Also send him one. Anyway, who told Luo Feng to like eating Tang Yongjin's meals? Can only work hard for him. Academician Lu Changfeng took the experts and left, and now Luo Feng also finally knew the intentions of the imperial side. An organization like the Imperial Biology Faculty, although it belongs to the Empire, but not very authoritative. Sending them over to investigate and then the Imperial Security Bureau's covert protection? That way it wouldn't be a big deal to raise a crowd. Those Westerners who were guarding to see the joke. To later Luo Feng was not a dragon. Naturally, they wouldn't say that Dongxing saw a creature that looked like a dragon, and then directly mobilized the Imperial Security Bureau or the War Department to go over? And on the flip side, a suspected new creature. People's Empire arranges for the biology faculty to go over? That's also normal, right? The next morning time, those professors, Lu Changfeng, appear to be here again. However, they were just observing from afar and didn't come over directly. Around 11 o'clock point in time, Luo Feng was under the sun, lying down, basking alone. Tang Yongjin, on the other hand, naturally went to cook for Luo Feng. Shi Yan, Zi Cheng, I've always found that our little ancestor really likes to bask in the sun. Shangguan Shuer and the other three just went to the kitchen to check out the situation. Now coming back, just saw Luo Feng under the sun. Got his hug. When Luo Feng saw Shangguan Shuer, he definitely whined and crawled over with a wail. Shangguan Shuer was also adorable and immediately hugged him in her arms. But next, Luo Feng's operation was even more outrageous. It could only be seen. At this moment, Luo Feng pointed at Shangguan Shuer's little bag. Little guy, in my bag, there's really no food. Shangguan Shuer deflated. Isn't your family's imperial chef Lord, Mr. Tang, cooking for you again? Open it, stupid woman. Luo Feng once again pointed at the bag. That Shangguan Shuer had no choice but to open the zipper of the bag. See, little thing, there's really no more snacks to eat. Aren't they all eaten up by you? But Luo Feng smiled faintly inside, raised his paw, and pointed to a bottle of sunscreen. Ha! Shangguan Shuer for a split second didn't see it either. What is this going to be? Is he going to eat sunscreen? Or is he afraid of getting tanned? He wants to apply it? But his scales were so thick. Did he even need it? Ha ha ha. Little guy. That's not food. You can't have a craving. Huang Ziqing immediately went up and stroked his head. Stupid. All of you put sunscreen on me and then accompany me in the sun, okay? Luo Feng was really speechless, but then immediately, he also thought of an idea. One could only see that Luo Feng directly picked up that sunscreen and then put his paw on it. It actually unscrewed the lid. Oh, this. Omega, oh my god. Seriously. This scene. It was even more shocking than the tawdry operation of Luo Feng grilling fish in front. More shocking. You've seen it? What animal? One that can unscrew a bottle cap? And it's not like a monkey. It's almost as skillful as a human being. Of course, the thought that this little guy is most likely a dragon. Everyone also calmed down. Little guy, really don't eat What are you doing? Li Shiyan saw him open the lid and was about to grab it. But, Luo Feng lifted her hand instead. Stupid. You guys really aren't as smart as Tang Yongzhen. Luo Feng spat out. Then he took the sunscreen and dabbed a bit of it with his paw. Then he applied it on Shangguan Shue'er's arm. Does he want us to apply sunscreen? Shangguan Shue'er arrived here. To not understand it again. Then it really was hopeless. Is the little guy asking us to accompany him in the sun? And then worry about us getting a tan? Li Shiyan and Huang Ziqing. The two people's eyes met. All incredulous. This was too humanized. Right? Caring about them so much? My little good boy. You care about us too much, don't you? Shangguan Shue'er got excited. Lowered her head and rubbed her pretty face on Luo Feng's cheek. I told you earlier. Without sunscreen. We'll accompany you to sunbathe. What's the big deal? Not to mention them. Just those experts from the empire. Dean Lu? Enough level, right? People are still saying that they are afraid of getting a virus and are observing from afar. They definitely had to satisfy Luo Feng no matter what. Alas. Finally understood. Luo Feng didn't know why. From the beginning. Until now. Just like sunbathing. Slowly sunbathing had become his hobby. It was also magical to say the least. Whenever Luo Feng felt tired, basking in the sun would make him feel much better. Or when he was very hungry, he would also feel better. Luo Feng was all speculating that a creature like a dragon must be able to utilize nature, right? Slowly, Luo Feng felt more and more that he must be a dragon. Since he was a dragon, sunbathing, or a way to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Ha ha ha, is this biological solar charging? Soon, that Shangguan Shue'er trio also started applying sunscreen, and unapologetically, 3 super sexy girls, right in front of Luo Feng, applying that long legs, the lotus root arms. Luo Feng really wanted to say, 3 sisters, long legs, leave it to me to apply it. Ha ha ha, little thing, what are you staring at us for? Shangguan Shue'er raised her head. Do you want to paint it too? Shangguan Shue'er's eyes rolled, raised her hand, and got a little bit on Luo Feng's tail. I'm not going to. I have to absorb the sunlight properly. Luo Feng saw that he actually got some on his tail by Shangguan Shue'er and was very uncomfortable. So he lifted his tail and then applied it on her calf. Give it back to you. Do dragons still use sunblock? Ridiculous. But that was it. Shangguan Shue'er looked like she had found a new joy. Little fellow, that tail of yours, it's so flexible. Why don't you continue to apply it for me? Hearing this, the people in the live broadcast room exploded. Crouching. Crap. Sister Shue'er, you let me do it. Family members, this task, I think I'm up to it. For this matter, I don't think there's anyone better than me. Wang Long, because Wang Long, will definitely apply it inch by inch, carefully. Ha ha ha, little fellow, you quickly say yes. You still don't want such a benefit? Of course. At this moment, Luo Feng was a bit speechless, although he had just thought about letting himself be coated. But that was just a thought. He himself was a noble dragon? Applying sunscreen for someone? Was that possible? No, apply it yourself. Luo Feng wailed towards the other party. Che, little guy, still not happy? Loved you for nothing, huh? Shangguan Shue'er pretended to be angry and looked at Luo Feng with an angry grunt. No no no, what is the status of this dragon? Not. Luo Feng was arrogant inside. Ouch. Little guy, there are so many people in the live broadcast room. Do you really want your sister Shue'er to get off the stage? Seeing this, Shangguan Shue'er almost begged. Her voice was small. Alright, looking at the face of you being so sincere, let's paint it for you. Immediately after, with a flick of his tail, Luo Feng reached into that small bottle of sunscreen, and then drew it out. With another flick of his tail, it then helped her apply it. Yes, 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 just like that, even it out a bit. It tickles a little, but it's okay. You're so smart. Shangguan Shue'er smiled with charmingly narrowed eyes while doing so. While doing so, she was full of praise. However, Luo Feng didn't suffer much because his tail, which was almost like a human's palm, had a very powerful touch. Ooh, crying, so envious of this little thing. May I ask what kind of touch? That must be blah. Ha ha ha. In this situation, I just want to say, which Taoist friend has grabbed the first rebirth? Brothers, to be treated like this, the first step is to find a big truck, and then what? Lie down, wherever you can be reborn to, it's up to you. Ha ha ha. But look, this little ancestor, now he's fat again, right? Yes, Tian has grown a lot. This is a dragon. It must grow fast, otherwise according to the growth rate of ordinary animals, how long will it take for it to be several thousand meters long? At this rate, it would take hundreds of years to grow a few thousand meters, right? I think he likes to bask in the sun. It really looks like he's absorbing the sun's essence. But maybe it is. Who asked him to be a dragon? Luo Feng and Shangguan Shuer and the girls. Instead, they were having fun. As for Lu Changfeng and the others here, the crowd had brought so many various instruments to the Biological Institute today. The crew, anyway, didn't recognize many of them. None of them could name them. Everyone says that the little thing sunbathing is absorbing some kind of heaven and earth aura. What do you think, Dean Lu, Professor Zhao and the others, who had naturally grabbed Zhao's place in charge at the moment, sat in front of a director's camera? I think it makes sense that if it's a dragon, it can naturally utilize the power of nature. Keep watching. Lu Changfeng's reply was perfunctory, because even he couldn't risk the world and directly say that Luo Feng was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, right? In that case, wouldn't it be directly saying that Luo Feng was a dragon? Because that was something only a dragon could do. Forget about those deeper issues for now. What we need to do now is to completely record the little guy's every move 24 hours and 1 minute every day. Of course, 24 hours and 1 minute. This was a special word for a few of their old men. What it stood for was full time. But still, we must act carefully. And remember, we must not let him turn against us. Rightfully so. After all, it was likely to be something of a deity. People couldn't just follow the ordinary protection of animals like that and completely disregard each other's feelings. For example, pandas, right? Although favored by humans, but they really didn't have human rights. And Luo Feng, these professors, gave ample human rights. That's the difference between Luo Feng and pandas, right? Who's more bullish? No need to say, right? And old Zhao, look at this island. Lu Changfeng suddenly spoke. Professor Zhao asked in bewilderment, what's wrong? Could it be that this island has something to say? Professor Zhao's first thought was, could there be some kind of dragon vein? Where are you thinking? It's not any feng shui, nor is it a dragon vein. Lu Changfeng laughed and said, what I'm going to say now is that once this little thing was born, he didn't start hunting, right? This island, it's just the right place for him to hunt. Even if he's a dragon, he has to learn to hunt. Lu Changfeng said, looking at the island once again. It's still small. So, Dean, what are you going to do? Professor Zhao smiled bitterly. Still small? There are too many residents here. The range that Luo Feng can move around is very limited. I think we should relocate the residents on the island. And then this little island can completely become a nature reserve for the little thing. Lu Changfeng said this, as soon as it came out. It simply made everyone dumbfounded. Completely just sucked in a breath of cool air. A small island? How can you take it over and make it a nature reserve? Zhao Yubao, who was on the side, was also flabbergasted. This little guy really is invincible. This treatment, completely no any animal can fight, right? What a lot of people don't know is, this Peach Blossom Island, but it's very big. In the village, if you add it all up, there should be about 2,000 people, and about 500 families, just relocating these fishermen. I'm afraid the cost won't be small, right? If we really do this, then who would have to provide for these expenses? Although Zhao Yubao was agreeable, he had to secretly say that these professors, they were really too crazy. Hundreds of thousands of square meters, all for raising animals, and to raise one? I think it's feasible. Professor Zhao was the first to come out and nod his head in agreement. However, things have to be done slowly. First apply to the people above. The matter of demolishing and relocating the fishermen is a priority, and it must be done in such a way that the locals are satisfied with the demolition. But, Professor Zhao looked around, paused for a moment. But what, Prof? Sun asked. It's that this island has to be, and a portion of the surrounding sea has to be carved in as well, to form a complete sea and land nature reserve. Professor Zhao all but almost said a word. If it's a real dragon, it would definitely fly, right? Not only sea and land, there's also the air. It has to be contracted too. In the future, airplanes, they can't even pass through here. Crap, the sea area too? Zhao Yubao, the person in charge of the program, was both happy, shocked, speechless, and envious in his heart. This dam, Lu Changfeng's request for an island relocation, he thought it was outrageous, but this Professor Zhao, it was even more outrageous. To know, the surrounding sea, that's even bigger. I'm afraid it's a few million square meters, right? Several professors, isn't it too big of a deal? Can we get it down? Can the top pass it? Zhao Yubao couldn't help but interject. Should we not consider it again? Just in case. Lu Changfeng also knew what this Zhao Yubao was going to say and smiled amiably. Zhao is in charge. Let me put it this way. Even if this little thing is not our Dongqing's totem true dragon, it's still a very rare and precious kind of ancient creature. Such a creature, there's only one in the whole world. I don't know how many times more precious it is than the giant panda. So no matter whether or not he's a true dragon, it's only right to establish a bigger nature reserve. At first I thought, let your crew change places, go over to our base, you guys raise the little guy, and then we observe silently. But now I've changed my mind. There are mountains and water here, and for a creature like a dragon, wouldn't that be needed on land, sea and air? This place is perfect for his healthy growth. The environment is great. After Lu Changfeng finished speaking, Zhao Yubao didn't have anything more to say. Anyway, you guys are paying for it. When the time comes that it's not a dragon, don't feel that the money was spent at a loss. Little guy, you push harder. You suck harder. Harder. Tang Yongjin made breakfast at this moment. He wanted to come and invite that little ancestor over for dinner. But just as he walked here, he heard this sentence from Shangguan Shu'er. People were dumbfounded. What were they doing? 39. Luo Feng has begun to cultivate? Exhaling and cultivating? Look at you. You can't even suck well. Harder. Be serious. Yes, that's it. Good sucking. Not bad. Not bad. Tang Yongjin heard this again. His face was going green. What was sucking? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? What the hell are they doing? Or, is it Shangguan Shu'er and the others, telling the little thing, to suck their toes? I go. This is really not good. Although they are all jade legs, they are so perfect that I don't know how many evil otaku want to suck their existence. But it's really unhygienic. Just when Tang Yongjin was about to go up to see what was going on, it turned out and what he thought, completely different. At the moment, one could only see that Shangguan Shu'er was standing under the sun, making the appearance of playing Tai Chi, and then inhaling towards that sun. The palms of her hands were facing downwards and slowly lowered, as if she had really inhaled something, living like a fictional exhaling cultivation master. My god, Shu'er, Shiyan, Zi Cheng, what are you guys doing? Tang Yongjin walked up, very curious, teaching the little guy to absorb the essence of the sun, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. What else? Tang Yongjin heard this, simply almost fainted, but as if this little guy was a dragon, right? It might as well have this kind of ability. Ha ha ha, Shu'er, can you absorb the essence of heaven and earth yourself? And you're still teaching other little guys? Tang Yongjin blankly glanced at Shangguan Shu'er. It's very likely that our baby dragon himself will absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and then be misled by your novel's way of cultivation. What if people won't know how to do it in the future? To know, what kind of cultivation exhaling in novels? It's all fake. What heaven's way of losing more than enough to make up for less than enough? It's all bull *******. According to the novel practice, I guess I'm going to become Ouyang Feng and go off the deep end, right? Yeah, Mr. Tang is right. Li Shiyan nodded. Sister Shu'er, don't teach blindly. People are dragons. Absorbing the power of nature is instinctive. There's no need to teach at all. Although Shangguan Shu'er decided not to blindly teach Luo Feng anymore, her mouth was still unconvincing. She hugged up Luo Feng. Little guy, you've just absorbed a lot of sun essence like I said. Now fly one and show them. #depressed. Luo Feng, that sweat. This woman, really invincible. Where did he know how to fly? I don't even want to say it. You want to be able to fly? He would have flown a long time ago, because now Luo Feng, more than anyone else, wanted to prove to the world that he was a dragon. Because Luo Feng had heard Shangguan Shu'er and the others talk about it, and now on the external network, there were some dog coins that had been mocking this matter. After this news got on the western side, the approximate pop-up screen was like this. Laughing my ass off. There will be dragons over there in Dongsheng? What's a dragon? Never heard of it? The totem of Dongsheng, an animal that doesn't exist and is considered a treasure that can only live on in legends. That's right, if there are dragons in Dongsheng, how about our westerners? Isn't there one too? Ha ha ha, I'd love to see a three-headed hell demon dog. It must be exciting. The dragons of the Dongsheng Empire are just a legend. I don't know if they, the common people, are out of their minds, right? What do you think? There will be dragons? The last time he heard Shangguan Shu'er discuss these remarks, Luo Feng was very angry. So to say, if he could fly, Luo Feng would fly himself. Ha ha, it seems that the spitting that Sister Shu'er taught him is completely useless. Li Shiyan smiled cheekily, then placed Luo Feng on the table and spoke. Teacher Tang, is the little guy's meal ready? Tang Yongjin nodded. There's food? When Luo Feng heard that the meal was ready, he suddenly raised his head. That look, truly the expression of a foodie no doubt. Ha ha ha, laughing me to death. Our baby dragon. This foodie look. I immediately thought of my dog. **Omega**, cover your face, isn't it? My dog. As soon as he heard that sound of knocking on the pot, no matter if he was sleeping or chasing cockroaches, he immediately reacted quickly. So cute. So cute. I'm going to go crazy. I want to keep one so badly. I really envy Shuair and the others. Ha ha ha. The key is, you have to be able to afford it. Isn't that so? The maidservants that the little one's family has to serve have to be of the Deming star level. Are you going to hire them? Ha ha ha. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Stop it. Let's watch the live broadcast, okay? On the other side, Prof. Lu Changfeng was a few people. Naturally, they thought of the protected area plan, reported to the above. Prof. Son, what did they say? Did they agree with us? Dean Lu, don't be anxious. There's no reply yet. I simply reported the matter. Professor Sun mumbled. Of course, it wasn't that the top couldn't agree in one fell swoop. The main thing was that this involved the livelihoods of 500 families, 2,000 people. If it was an uninhabited island, it is estimated that the top, without even thinking about it, will be set aside, right? After all, it's a dragon. Can we just ignore it? Even if you give an island 10 times bigger, 100 times bigger, it wouldn't be much, would it? I'll make a few more calls through my own connections. Of course, Lu Changfeng was also clear. Some departments, the efficiency of doing things, was really slow. This thing was reported up and given approval in more than 10 days. That really existed very quickly. Sometimes, for a project, it was likely to take half a year to get results. The remaining two professors, as well as Lu Changfeng's son-in-law, Professor Li Jr., also understood this look from Lu Changfeng very well. All of them also touched out their phones and began to contact people from various areas. Greetings were made. It could definitely be approved faster. Secretary Gu. This is Lu Changfeng. It's Director Fan from XX unit in the capital, right? Yes, I'm Professor Qian. It's the Imperial City office, right? I'm Professor Qian. Several people called, the other party's name calling. It was also something that made Zhao Yubao, who was on the side, simply listen to it foolishly. The knot in the throat area, able to be seen by the human naked eye. Zhao Yubao constantly gulped. Really scary. The positions of the characters in these phone calls. It sounded like they were just something that ordinary people would never be able to come into contact with in their entire lives, right? Not to mention ordinary people. Even if it was him, he didn't even deserve to know these people's phone numbers, let alone, even asking them to do something. These old men, they really were from the Imperial Biological Academy, and their connections were really awesome. Last one, Imperial City Office. What kind of place is that? Needless to say, that's the office in that forbidden city. A few old gentlemen, still really enthusiastic, so eager. Zhao Yubao also couldn't help but speak up. That's not true. To put it bluntly, some places in Dongxing are really too slow to do things. Prof. Little Li looked at Zhao Yubao, but don't worry, several of them are all respected seniors, so if this is a matter, there should be a result soon. Zhao Yubao didn't say anything, but just looked at the deputy head beside him. It was just speechless. Such a big matter, relocating an island? Here in a few professors, it could actually be realized very quickly? To change what big rich man? To run a scenic spot here, believe it or not, without knowing anyone, just running the formalities, it will take 3 to 5 years. Of course, it is worth mentioning that a lot of netizens, see what scientists on the internet made what contribution, always say what, you look at what stars, how much income, and then look at the scientists what, you off, how about you star rich, compared to the status of scientists and academicians, nothing, to say a word of caution, they have money and status, you are simply rich, but not for the stars to speak, there are stars indeed nothing but excessive income, and those scientists, to the empire to contribute, the empire also gave them a considerable treatment, these things, you, a little old man, to worry about what, the empire would still treat those with merit poorly? So, from the fact that someone with a relatively high status in the entertainment industry like Zhao Yuba was looking silly at the connections of these professors, one could see that the stars and the scientists, there was a gap in the status between the two. Are they eating yet? Lu Changfeng finished his call, looked at the picture in the camera, and then asked, this little ancestor of ours, has always only eaten cooked meat? Never ate raw meat, right? Faced with such a question, Zhao Yubao shook his head. I've only heard that I don't eat it. Specifically, I'd have to ask MS. Tang and Shangguan Shuer and their 3 girls. Dean Lu, I think this is too far away. It's better to take the equipment and observe the shots up close, Professor Lee Jr. suddenly mentioned. Anyway, there are a few of us, and the little thing has seen us before. He shouldn't be afraid of us. Nonsense. He has fear emotions. We can't, especially going over there with equipment. Lu Changfeng looked at Xiaoli and glared as he spoke. What? Fearful emotions? When Zhao Yubao heard this, he was a bit confused and said, I don't think so. If this little guy, he didn't have any fear the last time he faced a lot of peoples, and a few of you have seen it too. The point is to take the equipment? Dean Lu, continue. Professor Zhao appeared to have heard something that Lu Changfeng had to say. The emotion of fear I'm talking about is not about being afraid of people, but having a fear of something, or something, for that matter. Lu Changfeng spoke. What do you mean? He is having a fearful emotion towards these devices? Zhao Yubao was a bit puzzled. Why would he be afraid of those devices? According to my observation in the morning, as long as cameras or certain precision instruments, once they get close, the little guy will have an oily discomfort. This should be a fear of these instruments. Lu Changfeng said. Why is that so? Professor Little Li, after all, wasn't a professional either, and wasn't very knowledgeable at the moment. Let me tell you about a foreign expert's experiment. Lu Changfeng looked at Luo Feng, who was eating in the camera's relay screen, and spoke again. There was a foreign scientist, who did an experiment on the fearful emotions of infants. Simply put, first of all, this scientist took a toy of a very cute white mouse and gave it to the infant. When the infant saw such a thing, he liked it very much and then wanted to come and grab it. But this infant would immediately make a loud noise on the side while grabbing the white mouse toy. And the second time, again, the white mouse plush is brought to the infant, and he still wants to play with it, and then makes a loud rattle out of it again, many times in a row. The baby is afraid to take the white stuffed mouse anymore. More or less, he'll have a fear of white things, furry things that will all feel fear. After Lu Changfeng finished speaking, Professor Zhao said, What do you mean? This little thing, was it before? Has it been scared by this kind of similar equipment? So to the instrument, it looks all fearful? It should be. But I don't know why he's fearful when he was just born and shouldn't have been exposed to these instruments. Lu Changfeng also made a mistake and said, I also guessed that with his high IQ, could he see these instruments and think that they are things that are adding to him? So he would be uneasy. But the point is, even if he is a dragon, even if he has a high IQ, but he has only just been born, how does he know that the instruments in the modern world are things that are researching him? Yeah, that would be too hard to understand. Of course, these professors were very professional, but they didn't even know that in that body of Luo Feng's was the soul of a modern manhwa. The reason he was uneasy when he saw those instruments, he was always worried that he would be sliced up and then have his blood drawn for research or something. What these professors are saying is that Luo Feng has never been victimized by these instruments since he was born, so he shouldn't have an object fear of these instruments. So if we want to take the instruments and observe him up close, then it won't work. Lu Changfeng said. Right, if we make him feel uneasy all the time, we can't say that he will necessarily escape from here. Prof. Qian said. Prof. Zhao. Prof. Qian. I think let's do it this way. Let's just use the method of exploring the gorilla group in the wild and get some biomimetic cameras is all. Lu Changfeng spoke up. Biomimetic cameras? Professor Zhao knew about these things. That is, those imitation rocks, those tree stumps placed in the places where the gorillas lived. It was convenient to record the gorillas' lives. Good. I'll immediately have someone prepare the simulated bird drone camera in the sky. Tree stumps, stones and so on simulated cameras. Our workmanship, all very realistic. Looks no different from the real thing. Zhao Yubao heard their conversation and his heart began to shake again. What did it mean to be professional? This was professionalism. Soon, Lu Changfeng, Prof. Qian, Prof. Zhao, Prof. Li Jr., and the other 4 people, who were contacted by Luo Feng. They went to the kitchen where Luo Feng was eating. Of course, they didn't bring any instruments with them either, for fear of making Luo Feng feel uneasy. The 4 professors are here. They're a bit different today. What's different? Is it that they've become handsome? Ha ha ha, they didn't bring anything. They came empty-handed. What do you mean? Do you have to bring gifts to see the little one like you're visiting a house? Can't you come empty-handed? Ha ha, no dude. These professors, don't they all have to hang a video camera? And carry a big bag? Collectors, lots of stuff. They don't bring anything. Ha ha ha, I guess it's just a simple visit. These professors, they look much more amiable than the beginning that what Gao Chuani. Professor Zhang looks kind. Such professors, from the inside out, exude a kind, warm feeling. He looks like a kind old grandfather. That's not true. The Small Animal Protection Society is just a bunch of people who love animals and then seek their own interest. Look at their expressions. They are looking around. They should be observing the living environment of the small things. What a professional look. And also looking at the little things' meals. What a careful observation. The pop-ups in the crew's live broadcast room. The vast majority of them were very favorable towards these 4 professors. And for that Gao Quan Yi and the others, they scoffed. Of course. In fact, none of them knew that the entire reason they felt this way was because these 4 professors didn't take away the little things, and Gao Chuanyi and others want to take it by force. Look at the face is very kind and so on. It is just a psychological effect from these places. But the other 4 professors, they were indeed researching for the sake of research. Several professors, you have come to the kitchen? Shangguan Shuier also noticed and opened her mouth to greet them. Ha! Just casually came to take a look. You guys just do your thing. Lu Changfeng greeted and observed Luo Feng who was eating. It looks like this little ancestor's meal is getting bigger and bigger. Your meals today don't seem to be enough, but if this meat is to be eaten, it should be more offal-based. Little Professor Li is just a simple nutritionist. He continued, after all, for animals, those internal organs, because of the protein, blood content is rich, can quickly replenish the water and protein, digestion and absorption efficiency is high. You guys are feeding all the non-internal meat of the animals. This is not very good. Tang Yongzhen saw this. It was also not good to say anything. If the other party wasn't some professor, one would really have to open one's mouth and spit. This little guy, if he wanted to eat offal, they would have done it a long time ago. What are you talking nonsense about? Lu Changfeng really speechless. The son-in-law. You have to know, animals eat offal. The main reason, that is good for digestion. And if it is eaten cooked food, then in fact there is no big need to eat offal. You do not always treat this little ancestor as an animal to study, to be treated as a human being, but not all as a human, just half human and half animal. After all, dragons, right, and completely different from humans, retaining the characteristics and habits of an animal, but then again, it has the spiritual intelligence of a human being. Professor Little Li was told by Lu Changfeng and didn't dare to open his mouth. It was indeed his own Menglang, and at this moment, Luo Feng, who was eating while hearing their discussion, also silently gave Lu Changfeng a nod. What a good professor. The offal that this dragon loves to eat is fried pig liver. The rest really don't love it. Anyway, if he wanted these people to feed himself offal every day, he would probably have to run away. Ooh, this little thing, this pussy, look at that look in his eyes just now. Bro upstairs, what are you excited about? What's going on? What's in his eyes? That look in his eyes. He saw Prof. Li being taught a lesson by Dean Lu and gloated. Crap, really? Give me that look. I want an emoticon. It's really worthy of being the world's most expressive animal. One more expression? What exactly is that expression? I'm curious to see. Ha ha ha. Let's just describe it like this. You've seen Bright Sword, right? The one where Wang Yusheng was robbed of his supplies. That arrogant look in his new leather shoes. Ha ha ha. There's that picture. There's that picture. And at this moment Luo Feng, where does he care what the pop-ups are posting? The large pot of small fried meat really smelled too good. He kept eating with his head down, like a big fat pig, directly buried his face in the big pot, just kept sending food into his mouth. By the way, Mr. Tang, does he eat that much when he eats all the time? Lu Changfeng smiled. When he was just born, he shouldn't be big enough to eat much, right? Definitely didn't eat much when he was just born. Huang Ziqing was the first person to contact Lu Changfeng and was very vocal. At first, he ate a few taels worth, then it got bigger and bigger, especially once it came back from the sea. It seemed like it was growing a bit faster too. Back from the sea? Just ate even more, right? Lu Changfeng scratched his head at the moment. For some of this little guy's features and habits and quirks, even they, who were top biologists, couldn't figure it out. Perhaps this was a dragon. For any professor to be able to figure it out, then what kind of dragon is it? Because there was no information on dragons in their expert knowledge. Naturally, they were in trouble. It seems that his meal size is not increasing regularly. Professor Zhao looked at the data of the increase in meal quantity over the past few days, analyzed it, and added, but even if there's no pattern, we still have to look for a pattern. Look for it, there's always something. Lu Changfeng nodded and suddenly thought of something and asked, Little Miss Huang Ziqing, you're the first person to come into contact with this little thing, right? Yes Dean Lu. Huang Ziqing nodded. So, his eggshell, was it preserved at that time? Lu Changfeng opened his mouth and asked, P.S. Currently saving 70,000 words, waiting for 100,000 to be sent to everyone at once to look comfortable. Plus more rules. 1 monthly votes plus 1,000 words. 10 monthly votes plus 10,000 words. 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words. The point is, more monthly votes. Please don't treat authors like human beings. I'm going to roll my peers to death. Yes, continue to stay up late today to save up for the draft. 40. The entire capital city. All waiting for the dragon eggshell. Eggshells? Mr. Wang spoke up. There was a lot of sticky goo. I think it was thrown away? What? Thrown away? Lu Changfeng immediately changed his face. You guys are so careless. This is something of great research value. Several people were speechless. In fact, they regretted it after realizing that the little guy's identity was not ordinary. Suddenly, Huang Ziqing then spoke up. It wasn't thrown. Lu Changfeng heard that the eggshell had been thrown. He almost sat on his butt. After all, they, who were only biologists, knew that eggshells were important to the study of living things, but it was very, very important. But at this moment, hearing Huang Ziqing actually didn't throw it, immediately, those negative emotions were swept away, and he asked excitedly, it wasn't thrown? Sure, I'm very sure. Huang Ziqing nodded and narrated. At that time, everyone said that the eggshell had a lot of mucus and was very dirty, but I had already decided to adopt this little baby. So naturally I left his eggshell behind as a specimen to keep as a souvenir in the future. So it was me who secretly collected it. Good ah, the little girl is good. Lu Changfeng immediately beamed with joy. Professor Zhao and Professor Qian saw this. The displeasure on their faces just now also swept away. With the eggshell, the research on whether Luofeng was a dragon, it could be taken one step further. Little girl, your name is Huang Ziqing, right? We'll mention this matter to the ones above. Professor Zhao looked at Huang Ziqing and also became more and more obedient. If you're interested in come to the Biology Academy in the future, I can introduce you. Huang Ziqing couldn't say anything. It wasn't good to refuse, much less go for a yes. Hey, Uncle Zhao, why are you asking? Professor Li Jr. whispered. She's a big star of a girl group. What kind of biological institute would she go to? That. Hearing this, Professor Zhao laughed awkwardly, but didn't care and continued to ask. Miss Shangguan, this little thing, is it true that it never eats raw meat from the beginning until now? That's not bad. Shangguan Shuwei nodded. I heard Ziqing and Shi Yan say that in the beginning. When he was fed raw meat and raw fishes, he didn't even eat them, and even got them roasted by himself. Write it down. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng glared at Professor Xiao Li's son-in-law. As a nutritional analysis expert, these are the places that need your focused attention. Immediately memorize. So little Miss Huang Ziqing, the eggshell you left behind, where is it? Lu Changfeng got to the point. Why don't we go over there now and take a look? Of course there's no problem. I actually placed it in the tent where the little guy lives. Huang Ziqing smiled and said, there's no need for you guys to go there personally. I'll just go fetch it myself. Said, Huang Ziqing hurriedly left the kitchen. She headed towards the little one's villa tent. Not long after, it brought a wooden box. A few professors, this is the eggshell that the little guy breached when he hatched out. Huang Ziqing recalled. I still remember that this little guy should have worked very hard to break out of his shell because this eggshell is still very strong. Lu Changfeng looked at the eggshell in that box, although it was just some big and small pieces of debris now. But through the fragments, it could also be seen. This egg as a whole wasn't as huge as imagined. It should just be about 2 or 3 times bigger than a duck or goose egg, right? Professor Zhao analyzed. It's indeed not very big. It's about the same as a crocodile egg, and a few-dimensional bird egg as well. Professor Zhao said. Yeah, at first we thought it was a small lizard, but then again, he's so skinny that a lot of netizens called him a skinny lizard. Huang Ziqing laughed. When dragons are small, they should be this big, right? Professor Qian spoke up. To grow a few thousand meters, the myths say that it takes a few hundred years to reach adulthood. Lu Changfeng heard that his old partner had started talking about what myths, if it was to be before, he would have cursed, to believe in science. But now, it seemed like a lot of things that he didn't understand. He really had to go to myths to find answers. In fact, many large animals, when they are small, are especially small, Professor Zhao said. Just like the giant panda, the newborn panda is only a few hundred grams. And elephants are especially small when they're little. Giraffes too. Some sea turtle hatchlings are almost as big as a fingernail cap, but they grow very quickly behind them. And at this moment, the live broadcast room, because of that expression of Lu Changfeng just now, it was also full of pop-ups. Ha ha ha, pissed myself laughing, when Professor Qian said something about the mythical dragon a few words, next to Dean Lu, that expression lit up. Ha ha ha, I saw it too. He wanted to immediately dislike the other party, but suddenly thought of something, so he didn't dislike it. Instead, he had a depressed look on his face. As a scientist, his old partner used the myth as a reference study. He must have wanted to dislike the other party, right? Then it occurred to him, this damn, here is a mythical dragon and then shut up, right? Ha ha ha, it's hard for these scientists. All their lives they didn't believe in any superstitions or legends. They always believed in science. And then they're asked to study things from mythology? But these professors are adapting fast. It's not easy for them to transform from not believing in superstitions to now analyzing things with a combination of science and myth. They're also very rigorous. It's all now. They still haven't said that the little thing is a dragon. People scientists, how can they announce it without a solid hammer? These old men, their speeches are very funny, giving me the impression that they are not that kind of curmudgeonly old men. The one that makes me feel the most amused is still little Prof. Lee. Every time he speaks, he is scolded by Dean Liu. Ha ha ha, son-in-law. It's normal to be angry. I'm afraid Dean Liu is under a lot of pressure to bring Professor Lee here to study dragons with him. That's not true. This little Prof. Lee doesn't open his mouth, but when he does, he opens a yellow mouth. Yellow accent? Which local dialect is this? From the south. When he opens his mouth, it should be a big joke or unreliable words. But I thought that opening a yellow accent was that kind of thing. Ugh, the professor has been messing around for a day or two, and he hasn't even gotten a solid answer on whether it's a dragon or not. Take your time. Don't panic yet. The main thing is that I can't get used to those Western dogs that keep calling our people stupid. Saying that creatures like dragons also believe that they exist? Humph. These stupid fools. Just wait. They're going to be slapped in the face. Of course. Everyone also understood these few professors. After all, their remarks. But it was the empire that they represented. Because they were professors of the Imperial Biology Academy. If there wasn't 100%, they wouldn't say that Luo Feng was a dragon. Of course, they also wanted to be truthful. After all, this thing, the dragon, is too important to the empire. That is the existence of the legend that can cause the wind and rain to flow smoothly. Just this point, it was enough for the empire to go crazy. Huang Ziqing girl, I see it like this. This eggshell then, we want, but also not to send us, on our temporary preservation, bring back to study. After all, the eggshell in our hands to study carefully then, will be on the identity of the small things to reveal the secret. Bring a major breakthrough. You see can? Lu Changfeng said amiably and added. And you guys also have to ask that little guy himself. It was obvious. Lu Changfeng's words were all about respecting Luo Feng, directly treating Luo Feng as a person with his own human rights. What was an eggshell? For a human, it's almost like a part of an organ. You want someone's organ? Always have to talk to people, right? And I also want to say that the key lies in the little thing himself. If he's willing, I naturally have no problem with it. Huang Ziqing heard that the other party actually respected little things so much. At this moment, they were also respecting them more and more. This society was like this. You respect me, I respect you. Those Gao Quan Yi that came in the beginning, that kind of robber's face, it was really disgusting to see. As for Luo Feng at this moment, he was being served by Shangguan Shuer and ate the last slice of beef. The current Huang Ziqing was holding a napkin and wiping Luo Feng's mouth. Really? Such top-notch service? In this Dongsheng? Who could enjoy it? Of course, the GDD girl group, the owner of the company behind them, is a big sister called Sister Cheng. With her protection, Shangguan Shuer and the others, up until now, were still guarding their bodies and hadn't been polluted by the entertainment industry. Are you full? You little ancestor ate a lot you know? Shangguan Shuer looked at that big basin, really a little speechless, if not know that he is a dragon, probably could have been scared to death. Full. Luo Feng wailed towards Shangguan Shuer and rubbed against her tender hand. Eaten up, huh? Do you want to take you out to play later? Li Shiyan, this little burner also came over, as if she habitually started touching Luo Feng's stomach right after the meal. Of course I want to go out and play. Why ask? Luo Feng wailed. Very quickly. After eating, Luo Feng was carried out of the kitchen by Shangguan Shuer. It could be seen. The current Shangguan Shuer was already starting to struggle a bit to hold Luo Feng. It wasn't that she couldn't hold him, but it wasn't as light as in the beginning. Shangguan Shuer was actually speechless. In the future, if it was really a few thousand meters, how could she still hug However, can't hold him. You can ride him. Good haha. At that time, he himself will be In Shi Ping, dragon rider. Soon, Luo Feng, who was out of the kitchen, saw Lu Changfeng and the others, with a bag in their hands, and inside the bag was a wooden box. It should be the eggshells that Luo Feng had just contained. However, that Lu Changfeng walked towards Shangguan Shuer and Luo Feng and the others. He squatted down to look at Luo Feng and said amiably, "You're full, right? This time I'll talk to you about something. Let's see if you agree. Say it. Want eggshells?" Luo Feng looked at him faintly and let out an owl. Sure enough, there is a spirit. Does he mean for me to say it? Lu Changfeng laughed and said, "It's not really a big deal. It's just that I want your original house from before. Now that you have a bigger house, I don't think it's needed anymore, right? Little guy, If you agree, just wail a little. Huang Ziqing stroked Luo Feng's head and spoke gently. But what about Luo Feng? Was he the one who followed common sense? Ouch. How boring you guys are. Luo Feng, that eggshell. Does he care about it? He doesn't want it. Right off the bat, rebirth went into that eggshell. Then it was dark and full of some sticky egg liquid. Luo Feng thought back. It's disgusting. This eggshell love who want. He wanted to vomit when he smelled that flavor anyway. Of course, Luo Feng definitely didn't go by the book and wouldn't wail in agreement. He first looked down and sniffed the eggshell, then made a disgusted face. Then with a tail, he lashed out at the box. Watch out. Lu Changfeng also looked dumbfounded. What is this situation? How did it knock over the box? Fortunately, the eggshells didn't spill out and the box was deep enough. Isn't it? He didn't understand us? Li Shiyan spoke, and then thought it was food? Smelled it, wasn't interested, just got angry and smashed it, then walked away? Luo Feng was speechless. This Li Shiyan is so stupid. I am disdaining this thing. I don't want it, okay? Of course, at this moment, the live broadcast room saw the scene of Luo Feng. Naturally, they were amused. Ha ha ha, still thought it was food? And then teasing this dragon? A stinky eggshell? This dragon only eats egg yolks. I never eat eggshells. Is he thinking? These fools, feeding this dragon eggshells? And then got angry? Ha ha ha, baby dragons aren't interested in anything other than food. A bit interesting, little guy. A tail just now. No force, but it expresses anger. Eggshells and whatnot. Where is the beef as tasty? Ha ha ha, this little thing's intelligence level. I guess it's definitely as high as a 5-year-old's, right? I think it's more than that. It looks like a Taoist reborn. Stop playing around. It's also reborn. How is that possible? Even dragons have it? Is rebirth still something great? Ha ha ha, that's enough of you guys. I think you guys are just envious of others, right? It's all been said. If you want to be reborn, first find a speeding big truck and lie under someone's tires. Of course, Luo Feng's eggshell was taken away. Naturally not in Lu Changfeng's hands, but to be sent directly to the capital side. There is a large group of scientists over there, waiting for this eggshell. After all, the eggshell of a real dragon? This thing, surely than the Tyrannosaurus Rex's living blood, do not know how many times more valuable. Many of the experts over there were also very excited, with a look of anticipation, waiting for the eggshell to arrive. Time came in the afternoon. Tang Yongjin, a busy man, spent more than 2 hours, exhausted, which made Luo Feng's next lunch. Suddenly, Lu Changfeng, on the other hand, found Tang Yongjin and smiled kindly. Mr. Tang has worked hard. He had to make so many delicious food for the little one in a day. Hard work for what? It should be. Who asked me to like him? Tang Yongjin smiled. Ha ha, we like it too. Such a creature. Even if we give him something to do, I, Lu Changfeng, am the first one who is willing to horse around. Lu Changfeng was telling the truth. After all, this was a dragon. To be able to cook for a dragon every day and then watch him grow up. For a biologist, this was simply heaven's mercy. Lu Changfeng sometimes wondered how dinosaurs became extinct. How could there be none left? If he could see a live one, he could die of joy. Especially see the movie. Those people got out of the dinosaur gene, but also resurrected, able to feed the dinosaurs. Even though he knew it was fake, he envied it. In short, as biologists, no one had a stronger yearning for those rare creatures, and ancient creatures than them. Enough about other things, let's talk about something? Lu Changfeng looked at the kitchen. The crew had come over to help. Come full circle. No problem. President Lu, you say. What do you want to talk about? Tang Yongjin also knew that it must be a question about the little one, and his face became serious. The other crew members, naturally, did the same, sitting upright and waiting for the question. Mr. Tang, Miss Huang, I think you too. You should be the first to come into contact with the little thing, right? Lu Changfeng asked. That's right. The earliest was Huang Ziqing. Tang Yongjin said. Dean Lu, what do you want to ask? Huang Ziqing curiously said. P.S. 2 more days, the outbreak of 100,000 words. Everyone wait, monthly votes do not stop. The crazier you guys, the author will work harder. Keyboard writing bad to burst liver. The first time I saw this, I was able to get the ball rolling. 10 votes plus 10,000 words. 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words. The 500,000 words I owe you will be updated this month. 41. Reaction of the Empire. Big news across the net. What I want to ask is, can we ascertain the first place where this egg was found? Was it on this Peach Blossom Island? Lu Changfeng asked, and then remembered Professor Zhao's son, the true dragon found in the sea thousands of miles away from here and more than 10 years ago. Could there be a certain relationship between the two? It was logical to say, that dragon if it is difficult to give birth, Would the dragon's egg have drifted that far? Perhaps it would not. Dragon eggs are something that are guarded by other creatures as well, and then sent to a safe place? These are all some doubts. The first place where the egg was found is definitely on the beach of our Peach Blossom Island, but his previous locations, we don't know. Huang Ziqing firmly said. Alright, Lu Changfeng saw that he didn't ask anything and didn't continue to ask. And on the other side of the capital, Royal Garden Villa, in a courtyard that leaned against the mountains in water, a projector room that looked like a conference room, at the moment sat about 20 to 30 older gangs of people. On the projector, what was naturally being projected was all the video information about Luo Feng. Alright, now that it's already been played as well, the general situation, that's it. At the side of the projector, a woman in a suit tapped the computer. The last video was played. The picture on that projector also stopped. Subsequently, this suited woman spoke again, through Dean Lu Changfeng, as well as Prof. Zhao, Prof. Qian, Prof. Little Li and others. Preliminary research this time. It was found that the nickname is Little Thing, Little Ancestor, Little Guy, Dragon Treasure, Dragon Baby. This creature, the appearance characteristics, 90% of it and the real dragon are similar. As for his other abilities, they have not been discovered yet, but there is one that is the most astonished, and that is the amount of food, and also the growth of the body size speed. Such a speed is very fast, almost throughout the ages, or the ancient times, there is no such creature at all. Maybe there are a lot of ancient creatures that we haven't finished discovering, but at least among all the animals that have been discovered now, there is no animal that grows so fast in terms of food quantity and body size. The woman said, excitedly, such a creature, in my own opinion, is good enough to be called a dragon, but what we do preach about must be solid evidence, so more exploration and research is still needed. This little guy, if it's not a true dragon, it must be a true dragon too. Suddenly, an old man sitting under the projector, drinking tea, laughed out. He opened his mouth to speak. All of them looked at him, and their eyes were full of respect. Even the woman in the suit who had just spoken, who was very imposing at first, and whose speech was also very strong, but at this moment, her eyes, when she saw this old man, also temporarily withdrew her sharpness. What is certain is that this person is the most bull here. Of course, the old man who spoke, as a 5-star old man on this side of Dongsheng, he still had his own thoughts about this matter of dragons. Currently, it seemed that this little guy, in appearance, was not as good looking as the dragons from the TV series, the special effects dragons from the movie, but it was very similar by and large. Maybe it was different because it hadn't grown up. It was a bit ugly, but which is how? As I already said earlier, with such a size growth rate, and the amount of food, there really was no other creature that could compare. At most, this little thing, not like a real dragon that can go up to the sky into the ground, swallowing clouds and fog just, and what he said in his mouth, was not a real dragon, but also had to be a real dragon. This meaning was very straightforward. Regardless of whether Luo Feng had the supernatural ability of a dragon in the future, he had to be treated as a dragon. Of course, it was better to have an alien ability. 5-star old man, what do you mean? Regardless of the research results, we should start to set up what to do to convince the world that he is a dragon, right? An old man beside the 5-star elder asked. Yes, no matter what, he is the dragon. The 5-star old man laughed, but I'm still more convinced. Such a marvelous creature. What is it if it's not a dragon? Right, Elder Huang, there's a matter for you. Of course, the 5-star elder's surname was Huang. Naturally, those who were on better terms with him called him Elder Huang. What is it? On Dean Lu Changfeng's side, he intends to apply for an application to use that Peach Blossom Island as a nature reserve, to specifically provide that little thing as a place to grow, hunt, and play, and to be able to make records of his daily life in this place. The man said, then spoke again. Not only that, the sea around Peach Blossom Island, maybe 4 square kilometers, they want it as well. Do you even need to ask about this? It's definitely approved. Elder Huang didn't even think about it and answered directly, adding, you all know what kind of existence this dragon thing is. If he really has those abilities to call the winds and the rain, it would be worth it even if we spend more money to keep him. Of course, it is too vulgar to say what interests not interests. This is our totem. Even if there is not a little interest, we also have to feed him just as well. Can't say feed it either. Just take care of him. Obviously, in Elder Huang's case, it was also treating Luo Feng as a human being. He had human rights, not feeding, but taking care of him. This was sufficient to show that giving Luo Feng human rights, it wasn't like treating any protected animal in general, although it was pampered in every way, but it had no human rights at all. Whatever you do, you don't need your consent. How about pandas? The breeder's words are the holy decree. It's time to go home and rest. You still have to go home and rest. you don't want to take a shot. For your safety, you still have to take the shot. Raise Luo Feng. Take good care of Luo Feng this matter. The Empire side is kind of completely decided. Everyone was looking forward to it. Luo Feng could be like a true dragon that way, showing his extraordinary and displaying his true dragon power. After the serious matters were finished, Elder Huang also smiled out amiably and said to Xiao Gu beside him, Xiao Gu, go and run an errand for me. Find some books. Elder Huang, you're looking for books? Xiao Gu immediately wondered. What books can't be found with this Elder Huang's status? Didn't he just ask and get them from the Imperial Library? No matter what literature from ancient and modern times, one could just read it. It's the folk miscellany about dragons. I want all of them, especially the miscellaneous essays about his special abilities. Master Huang said. About his special abilities? Xiao Gu was flabbergasted. Yes, just like being able to call the wind and rain, being able to eliminate disasters and lower the amplitude, being able to give peace, or spitting fire, collecting water, and so on. Anyway, everything about his special abilities, I want to know now. It could be said, when knowing this matter, Elder Huang really couldn't be more excited. True dragon this creature with many special abilities. He was too yearning for it. It was a pity that that little thing now had never shown these abilities in a very solid manner. As a person of this level, he was very stable and calm in his mind. But facing a dragon, the current Elder Huang, too, was somewhat unable to sit still. He really wished that he could just go over to Peach Blossom Island to do so. Got it, Elder Huang. Xiao Gu nodded. This person, it was the old master's secretary. At the moment, he had gotten Elder Huang's call. A paper went down. Those miscellaneous essays of the folk could all be collected within half a day. Of course, with a nod from Master Huang's side. Then this plan to give Luo Feng directly establish a super big home. Naturally, it quickly got the consent of all departments. Those in charge of demolition and relocation immediately went down to the approval. Those in charge of land also immediately went down for approval. The local officials, too, immediately printed up the stamps they needed to stamp, and then sent out the documents. The speed cannot be said to be fast. On the other hand, Tang Yongjin poured a cup of tea and was about to give it to Dean Lu Changfeng, but then he heard the content of the other party's call. What? That nature reserve thing? It's been realized? So fast? Lu Changfeng was also a bit surprised. Even if he had greeted the little assistant beside Elder Huang, it wasn't that fast, was it? But Lu Changfeng really underestimated Elder Huang's love and anticipation for this true dragon. Otherwise, why is Master Huang in such a hurry? Why is he in such a hurry? Why is he going to the folklore to search for the wild history of the dragon's supernatural powers? The old master just wanted to know in advance and in all aspects. This dragon? In the end, what supernormal capabilities? It can be said that the dragon is some kind of faith, some kind of totem. That's right, but in Elder Huang's eyes, these were all spiritual and completely insubstantial. In other words, if Luo Feng was really a dragon indeed, if he didn't have those supernormal abilities of the legendary dragons, isn't that just a mascot? The key was to have those supernatural abilities. That is the most real thing. The dragon's supernormal capabilities, whether it is to call the wind and rain, or rain and thunder, are all things that human beings want to do but cannot do. As a 5-star old man, he considered things very real. That is, there must be practical help to the empire. Otherwise everything is idle talk. Tang Yongjin put the cup of tea in front of Lu Changfeng, slightly trembling the corners of his mouth, opened his mouth. Dean Lu, just now listen to your phone? Is it a protected area? What? Lu Changfeng hung up the phone at the moment. His eyes had smiled into a squint, said, that's right, now the matter of the protected area has been agreed to by the above, and the various local approvals, also all fixed. It is estimated that we can soon start the matter of relocating the residents. Just now, it was only vaguely heard, and at this moment, directly is the actual hammer. Tang Yongjin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was too invincible, right? Think of this plan? To the plan directly implemented? Less than an hour's work, right? These professors? Are they really that good? If you don't know, you'd think these professors are the emperor. They are really outrageous. But it's not these professors who are outrageous. It's actually Luo Feng. Think about it. If Luo Feng wasn't that amazing? If Lu Changfeng wasn't that amazing, then even if he had greeted the most powerful people, they wouldn't have agreed to it, let alone so quickly. And at the same time, initially mentioned, that trainee elementary school teacher Fong Ting. Naturally, during the break time, she was still watching the live broadcast of the running bar, and seeing those professors, who seemed to be treating Luo Feng well, she was also very happy. These professors were good people in the end. Something like a divine dragon is really shocking. Once this thing is actualized by us, then it's definitely something extraordinary. Now although those professors didn't say it out loud, they definitely think in their hearts that the little thing is a dragon. But it's the evidence that needs to be brought out solidly before we can plug everyone's languid mouths. It's so good to see. It's so topsy-turvy that I'm forgetting to prepare for class. There was no way around it. Fong Ting planned to stop watching the live broadcast, watching any longer. It was going to affect his original life, but it was already affecting In order to watch the live broadcast today, there were so many things that were going to be done, but now they could only be pushed back, or at night, have to stay up late. Turn it off. Turn it off. Stop watching it. Although Fong Ting had a million things she couldn't bear, but still, she reached out to turn off the computer. But just at this moment of turning off the computer, suddenly, the bottom right corner of that computer, then popped out a news that shocked her. About the day after tomorrow, at least update 100,000 words, everyone's monthly votes enthusiastic up. I directly update 150,000. Everyone, cast your monthly votes. Be sure not to treat the author as a human being. It's either the author's sudden death or the keyboard's death, or the keyboard will die. Moonlight votes are my motivation. 42. A real dragon? Come and see if you can make it rain. No way, no way, it's true. Fontaine's hand that was about to turn off the computer stiffened. It stopped directly in midair. Without blinking, she stared at the bottom right corner of the computer. Because the content of this news, it was the Peach Blossom set side, to build a reserve called Huatang Reserve. The news content was specifically as follows. In the second half of 2022, an expedition team from the Institute of Atmospheric Physics of the Imperial Academy of Sciences entered the Peach Blossom Island area for an expedition. They worriedly realized that the ecological environment of this region had seriously deteriorated, directly related to the ecological security of the XX Basin, XXC Basin and even the entire Jiangnan region. Luo Xiaofang, who later became the mayor of Peach Blossom Island Village, said that after the expedition team returned to the capital, they quickly put forward the proposal of developing and protecting Peach Blossom Island, which was emphasized and supported by the Forestry Department of the Empire, the Jiangnan City Hall and other departments. The serious pollution of the atmosphere and the destruction of the environment have reached a critical moment, and a series of plans will be launched immediately. By that time, the 500 residents where Peach Blossom Island is located will be properly arranged and relocated. Stay tuned. That Peach Blossom Island? Isn't it? The filming location where the crew is located? Isn't the environment quite good over there? Why is there suddenly atmospheric pollution? And the environment is seriously damaged? And it's threatening the entire ecosystem of Jiangnan? Fong Ting didn't quite get it. What was this about? Anyway, Fong Ting didn't understand the rest, so she knew that the Empire was going to get a nature reserve here, and it was also proposed that the residents here, all of them, would have to move out. This one news, of course, it also instantly triggered the microblogging. After all, Peach Blossom Island is now the hottest place name on the net. Knowing that this place, to establish a protected area, everyone cannot care? What is this situation? Any big hands out to explain? That place on Peach Blossom Island, is it heavily polluted? The ecology is not going to hold up? Oh my god, our little things are still over there. We can't continue to stay. Yes, we must strongly advise those professors and the crew to move the little thing. Our little ancestor is a dragon. How can he live in such a place? Didn't we watch the crew's filming clips, as well as the live broadcast? The environment of this place is quite good? It's probably a filter, right? And then the scene is all depressed? Ouch. Still filtered? Why don't you say it's directly P? Why don't you say that the background of Peach Blossom Island is too fake? Really speechless. Big brother upstairs. What do you know? Yeah, if you know, just say it. What's the big deal? Can't you tell? This place was already a beautiful place with beautiful mountains and a beautiful environment. And now the Empire is coming out to say, they want to protect the environment here? The environment here is too bad? It's imminent? How can you believe that? This is an island-wide clearing. Island-wide? Clearance? Could it be? That's right, the Empire is for that little guy. But think about it. If we directly make a divine dragon reserve, then what's the difference between that and directly recognizing that little thing as a dragon? The Empire has never made an official announcement. That is, such a thing is too important, and must be careful. Therefore, you see the name of the reserve, now called the Huatang Reserve, meaning, that is, my Dongxing's totem, that is, the true dragon. If I expected good words, then in the future if our little one, Real Hammer is a real dragon, we'll immediately change to Real Dragon Reserve. But by then if the dragon is real, so he's a few thousand meters long, I guess we'll have to change to a bigger island. Peach Blossom Island can be changed to the dragon's hometown, or the dragon's old residence. Holy, this dude, the analysis is right. It should mean something like this, right? Not bad. It must have been established for the little thing. Otherwise that place really has a nice environment. Ha ha ha, this is great. I still envy those villagers, being able to sneak to see the little thing every day. Now, all of them leave for me. No one will be left. Too cool. What the Empire did this time. I, Wong Long, will be the first to praise it. If you want to make a donation, I'm willing to donate all my instant noodles money for a month. I told you, Peach Blossom Island this place. How can the environment be heavily polluted? Scared me to death. So in that case, even if the Empire took this matter seriously and went through the trouble of making a protected area, those people in the West who are waiting to see the joke know it's okay, because our Empire is just managing pollution? It has nothing to do with the little guy? Ha ha ha, isn't it? The environment is bad, so we build a protected area in that place. Is that wrong? There's nothing wrong with that, Mr. Tai. The Empire really does not leak a drop of water. In such a situation, the West knows that the Empire is going for that little thing, but on the surface, it can't find an excuse to criticize it. I wish our little ancestor to grow up quickly and well. Strive for the day when we directly display our supernatural abilities. Slap the world in the face. Our legendary dragon actually has a protected area now? In the future then this reserve, will it be made into a tourist attraction for everyone to visit? Overthink it. Unless the little thing moves, we can only go and smell the poop left by others. Ha ha ha, 66,666. Anyway, no matter what, this little thing, grow up faster for me, and in the future, after a few thousand meters, those what Western battleships, directly fling them with their tails. Ha ha ha, the divine dragon takes to the sky, directly knock their fighter jets down. This thing, microblogging, naturally, it was becoming an increasingly explosive presence. Public opinion was already huge. Of course, the odd thing was that the Empire even pretended to come out to dispel the rumors, saying that the establishment of a protected area in that place had nothing to do with whatever little guy suspected to be a real dragon had appeared on the internet recently. Half of it had nothing to do with it. The officials were simply protecting the environment. Of course, in the face of such a thing, so many smart people do not bother. Only some people who don't understand, but also go around asking, Peach Blossom Island is really just a serious pollution? This thing, in about half an hour, immediately swept the microblogging hot search again, directly to the top, squeezing down that what little fresh meat, went out to fool around and got caught. Of course, there was the news of the little fresh meat, which was completely bought for the hot search, but this time, even if you spend more money, that won't help. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Luo Feng's current hotness, even if he casually took a plop of, it was estimated to be bigger than the hotness of the little fresh meat. It was that bullish. And at this moment, Luo Feng didn't care about their idle matters. He doesn't listen to anything outside the window, and only eats the food in front of him, the fruits in that big pot. All are Peach Island, the freshest, and through layers of screening, no rotten, no pesticides, all natural peach, grapes, watermelon, pineapple, now made into a fruit platter. No, should be a fruit platter. Of course, Luo Feng's heart, in fact, from a few days ago, did not doubt that he was not a dragon, even if at the moment, he didn't show those dragon powers. So what? Sooner or later, he should be able to fly, should be able to call the wind and rain. The little guy eats really well. It seems like his favorite thing to eat is that pineapple, right? Lu Changfeng was also observing very carefully on the side. President Lu, if the protected area is established, the villagers of the entire island will have to move. And our crew. The one who spoke was Zhao Yubao. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng of course understood Zhao Yubao's meaning and said in relief, Head Zhao, don't worry, even if we have to fix the protected area, we won't break our cooperation with you. We will still give the little ones to you to raise. Lu Changfeng proposed to get a protected area. Of course it wasn't to throw the crew out. What they wanted, it was Luofeng that could grow in a better environment. No disturbances, no strangers, no cars, no machines. Everything is original environment. In fact, Luofeng's current status was just one Luofeng showing off his supernatural abilities for everyone to see. If by then, Luofeng could really thunder and rain and fly into the sky, then this thing, even if it's solid, and right now, if you say anything, it's useless. So, the Empire's current strategy was to let Luofeng grow up and slowly wait for the time when he would show his supernatural abilities, and by then, the Empire wouldn't be afraid of any, and could directly proclaim to the world that Dongsheng, there really was a dragon. Ha ha, it's not that, it's just a casual remark. Zhao Yubao saw that the other party would not withdraw their crew. Naturally, he was happy in his heart. As they chatted, Professor Zhao talked from a different angle and asked everyone flat out, did you find anything special about the little thing? Something that makes you all feel strange? Special things? Strange things? When Shangguan Shui'er heard these words, immediately, she remembered an important thing. Because of that matter, she had always thought, it was just an accident, it was impossible to exist. But, if this little guy was really a true dragon, then that thing wasn't impossible to exist. Thinking of this, Shangguan Shui'er's expression became more and more agitated. Miss Shangguan, what's wrong with you? Lu Changfeng saw her abnormality and frowned as he spoke. Do you have something to say to everyone? Rather, there is that one thing that fits very well with what Professor Zhao said. A very strange thing. A very special thing. Shangguan Shui'er opened her mouth slightly. Anyway, the little thing now had already been roughly considered by everyone to be a true dragon, and those strange things, it was nothing to say. No one would think that the little thing was some kind of monster. Ah, very special things? Professor Zhao's face changed, and he anxiously said, then, Miss Shangguan, quickly tell us. Sniffing, the few professors around them also touched out their notebooks, then opened their pens, started to look like they were ready. Shangguan Shui'er also had a black line on her head when she saw how excited they were. But that little thing of everything, it seemed that these professors were all anxious and curious. It's very simple. The thing, if you will, was probably a few days ago. Shangguan Shui'er began to narrate. Didn't we see that the little thing had eaten too much, and then we were afraid that he was holding on for dear life? Immediately after, Mr. Tang Yongjin proposed to feed soapy water, but the little thing is certainly very smart. He does not eat that thing. He ran to the tent outside when, I remember that day the sky is dark clouds, look, is going to thunder and rain, but the little guy toward the sky out shouted, then, that the clouds open fog dispersal speed, simply do not too fast. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng, Prof. Zhao, Prof. Qian, and Prof. Li Jr., their faces were all astonished. It was simply hard to believe. Is that the meaning of no rain at the end? Lu Changfeng asked somewhat dumbfounded. Yes, not just that it didn't rain, you guys listen to the point. It was the speed at which the clouds opened up and dispersed. Surprisingly fast. I've never seen such a fast cloud dispersal before. Shangguan Shui'er recalled that when this happened, Mr. Wang also said that it might be a coincidence. But since the little thing was a true dragon, I'm afraid it wasn't a coincidence. Heavens! This, Dean Lu, isn't this still a dragon? At this moment, Professor Little Li was directly excited. Yes, Dean Lu, if it's not a dragon, how can it have such abilities? Professor Qian's heart was also thumping. Too exciting? Too invincible, right? Everyone, don't be anxious yet. Lu Changfeng also forced himself to calm down. The words of this matter, after all, doesn't sound necessarily connected. Inevitably connected? Shangguan Shui'er frowned. Yes, the dark clouds immediately clouded over. There is no one who can prove that it is, and the little thing has an inevitable connection. So the words of this matter can't be counted as solid evidence. Right, Lu Changfeng said, even if there were images and videos at that time, documenting that the little thing wailed towards the sky, and the clouds dispersed, but the video of an animal shouting towards the sky, and the clouds dispersing, the whole world can find out a lot. What Lu Changfeng meant was, to be in time. Those people in the West use this rebuttal. People would then ask, could it be that those animals that shouted towards the sky and it didn't rain, are all dragons? Once this news is released, it's simply material for ridicule. There was no need to even think about it. Of course, at this moment, in the live broadcast room, there were naturally many viewers that were new and didn't know what happened that day. Crap, really? You can still make the heavens not rain? 2 screens and the clouds parted? That's a dragon, isn't it? Now, I just see it. These professors, they're just going to be dumb. Ha 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 ha. At ping time, I haven't seen such a demented expression on their faces. The little thing is really too awesome. Worthy of being my family's baby dragon. But Professor Lu Changfeng is also right. Just by looking at this, it's hard to block the world's people's languid mouth. Of course, this people of the world, aside from the spammers in their own empire, there are also those in the West who are waiting to see the joke. People thought that if such a skill as calling out the wind and calling out the rain was really available, then what was it if it wasn't a dragon? Such a skill only existed in the world of the immortals. But now, yet it was going to become real? It was really too exciting. I have to say, this little thing has really given us too many surprises. Professor Qian slightly squatted down and looked at Luo Feng, who was concentrating on sleeping. But seeing Professor Qian depending to touch him, Luo Feng gave a bad smile, suddenly opened his eyes. Then it was going to bite Professor Qian as if he was going to bite him. Ow! This sound, coupled with that action, it directly startled Professor Qian. Then Luo Feng actually revealed a smug smile. Crap, what is this little guy doing? Just now I thought it was He was sleeping and was disturbed and wanted to bite Professor Chen? Ha ha, and then this little thing's eyes? So pleased? Teasing Professor Chen? Oddball. Just very odd. This little thing, it dares to fool anyone. Even these professors? They're all on the list to be fooled by him. Professor Chen could do nothing but be speechless. He was scared to death. Now the teeth of the little thing were not small. That long face, the lower and upper jaws, although not as exaggerated as a crocodile, but it was already considered a bloody mouth. Alas, something like this, I wonder if I'll be able to see it with my own eyes again. Lu Changfeng looked at the sky, and it wasn't raining, so maybe he could let the little thing try again? But just at this moment, that Lu Changfeng's Luofeng who was lying down beside him, suddenly, he braced himself, shouting towards the sky, "Give me rain, control the weather again." Of course, in exchange, everyone saw that the little guy wailed at the sky. Immediately after that, something magical, it really happened. That azure blue sky that was originally clear and bright, soon, at the end of that sky, there was actually a dark cloud attacking. 43. Shock the world. The live show was electrifying. That dark cloud came with great ferocity. It was like a black cloud pressing down on a city and destroying it. Very scary. It was like in the Journey to the West, when the demons were coming. At all times, it seemed like it was going to rain. Oh, confused face? Omega Omega. Hashtag O. Underscore. Several people at the scene, including Shangwan Shuer and the others who had already seen such a situation once. They all had pale faces and were surprised. They were filled with disbelief. The sky. Those dark clouds in the sky. What is going on? Is it going to rain? Lu Changfeng's cold sweat was almost frightening. Just now, he complained, why isn't it raining now? Otherwise, he could have let the little thing try to call off the rain. It was also a pity that he didn't witness a scene where Luofeng was able to control the weather. But the next moment, this little guy was going to perform live once? What's more crucial was, people braced themselves and wailed at the sky, and it really did come with dark clouds. Anyway, this thing is very sudden. The heart is not good. Almost to call 120. Of course, the same, at this moment the live broadcast, that is tens of millions of viewers. They were also stupid. The new viewers hadn't seen the last live broadcast of Luofeng controlling the weather. Now the little guy satisfied them to watch it once? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Is this really controlling the weather? This can't be some kind of script or something, right? Special effects? The background in the sky on your side is too fake, right? Just now, Dean Lu complained, meaning it's a pity he didn't see the live broadcast? But the little guy really came to the live broadcast? Awesome. This is really awesome. What weather expert is coming out? What's going on here? The absolute real dragon. How else can this be real? Anyway, I Wang Long is convinced. If this is not a real dragon, I wash my head upside down. Plus share out girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, these tens of millions of people, excluding half of the men and women, there are also 5 million. You are too cruel. I've knelt down. Worship the true dragon. I just want to know, why do you want to move those fishermen of others? Those fishermen of others, but they have already taken the little guy as a true dragon, and then they still send tributes? The gossip is that those fishermen are planning to get a true dragon temple for the little thing on Peach Blossom Island. It's a pity. People are relocating. Now all these plans, they're all in vain, right? Ha ha ha, it's not me. What true dragon temple? Isn't the little guy there? Yes, 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 yes. The empire is still bullish. Don't make any temples. Just come up with a Huatang nature reserve. I have a true dragon in Dongsheng. Isn't this it? Calling the wind and the rain. Omnipotent ah. The pop-ups flew up. Naturally it was accompanied. That's the countless editors who make money online from news. This news? Could they let it go? It was simply heavenly traffic. The little things from the cast of Run for the Hills. The real dragon no doubt. Peach Blossom Island Huatang Nature Reserve. A real dragon has appeared. The little thing can really control the weather. It's not fake. Articles with titles like this. Basically, the internet is all over the place. They don't have to be responsible anyway. In order to get traffic, they came out and hammered Luofeng as a real dragon, because only such a title can immediately attract people to watch. Say they are shameless, right? It's all about lifting them up. Sometimes these editors who do it for the sake of traffic are really shameful. It looks like it's going to rain. Let's go to the tent first. Tang Yongjin looked at the sky, his current mood, still a little alarmed, because this rain was not ordinary rain. He was a dragon worker rainfall. Soon, everyone has also put the chairs, stools, etc., on the beach, together with a hand, all packed in. Little thing, come sister to hold you. Where was Shangwan Shuer? She must have taken care of Luofeng. It's really heavy. Although elder sister hopes that you'll be as big as a child for the rest of your life, but she still hopes that you'll grow up quickly before it's too late. Although your Everest is good, I still hope I grow up, Luo Feng inwardly thought secretly, then looked at everyone as packing tables and chairs and benches, but he was hugged by the number one goddess of the entertainment industry. It is really too comfortable. This day, simply change a double horse and a king also do not change the previous Luo Feng, also very envious of them. Now, completely unnecessary. Alright, everyone, come on in. After packing up the guy things outside, everyone came into the main tent in unison. The four professors at this moment were certainly in a mood that hadn't sunken yet, and they all knew in their hearts that this was definitely a dragon. Otherwise, 2 consecutive suspected weather controls? How could this be explained? It could be said that before coming to Peach Blossom Island again, even if this Lu Changfeng and the other professors watched some video footage about Luo Feng, they weren't very convinced that creatures like dragons were real, the purpose of their coming. In fact, it was to simply study this little thing, what type of ancient creature it was. In other words, in the beginning, it came with the attitude of an ancient creature, but when it came here, more and more anti-natural phenomena were happening to Luo Feng. They really faltered. Creatures like dragons. Lu Changfeng felt at the moment that there must be some, and those people in ancient times, most likely really didn't write blindly. It was estimated that they really saw the dragon and depicted it, and then passed it down from generation to generation. Of course, the abilities of those dragons could not be ruled out as being fabricated by the common folk. In other words, the real dragons. In the end, what some special functions, no one is clear. Everything was waiting for the little guy to reveal the secrets to everyone. Gradually, outside the tent, a light rain began to fall, dripping, hitting on the beach, hitting on the tents. Those who were in the main tent didn't talk much, because they, still in that scene just now, couldn't come out. Is it really raining over at Peach Blossom Island? Family members, you guys scold me hard to wake me up. This is not a special effect. This is not a fake background. Chow Nima, have you eaten your eyes? This is a fake background? Ha ha ha. Upstairs, you're so straight. Crap, dude, you're really cursing me? Didn't you tell me to curse? Latest news. Looking at the weather forecast, over at Peach Blossom Island, it's really raining. What else do you need to say? The live broadcast has already seen it. Anyway, it's already been screenshotted. It's really incredible. Send it to the short video software. There will definitely be a lot of likes. Already sent it to my friend's circle. My friend's circle now has 99 messages plus. The divine dragon is invincible. My great Dongshang. From now on isn't it going to start a life of invincibility? Ha ha ha. It's possible. Divine dragon. It's so damn divine. Now, we just need to properly raise the little thing and let him grow up quickly. I believe that as he gets bigger and bigger, then more supernatural abilities will come to light, right? Shouldn't be a problem. Yes, the little thing at the beginning probably won't be able to do anything. Slowly, what's in the bloodline can't be suppressed. It will definitely come out. I suspect the upstairs is describing something else good. Ha ha. Now, those spammers on the internet, what believe in science? The little thing is just similar in appearance to an ancient divine dragon. What do they say now? They must have shut up, right? 2 consecutive roars to the sky. Direct rain and clouds opening up. What else can they say? Alas, to put it bluntly, it still can't be actualized. Unless it comes 10 times. Man, there are jets. Even if they come 10 times to call out the wind and rain, people still think it's a coincidence? What about this? Ha ha ha. These jets, they really don't make sense. And Shangguan Shuier of the crew. At this moment, she hugged Luo Feng. Looking at these pop-ups, she spoke. Little guy, it's just a coincidence that they say you're raining. Tell your sister, do you really have supernatural abilities? Luo Feng was speechless, too lazy to care about her. He himself was a bit tired right now. I don't know why. Just after that roar towards the sky just now, he felt that his body felt like it had been drained. There was no essence left in his entire body. Did I just roar towards the sky? Was it to utilize some kind of energy in my body, and then utilized it? And raining too? And in the end? And I lost my spirit? Luo Feng could only guess blindly at this moment. After all, he himself didn't know what was going on. The current Luo Feng began to think. In his mind, came a big summary. He felt that when he was in the sunlight, he would be very comfortable. Like the surface of his skin was absorbing something. That kind of feeling. It was marvelous. To put it bluntly, it was like a plant standing in the sunlight and basking in it. Also, owing to yourself when you're flat. That's an ordinary bark. It doesn't have any special meaning. But whenever one's heart bursts out with the intention of controlling the weather, and when one yells towards the sky, then deep within this body, something magical would draw out and fly out into the whole of nature. immediately after that, Luo Feng's essence is going to be worse, or will feel tired. The last time the dark clouds dispersed, it was only slightly felt, but this time, letting the sky directly rain, Luo Feng could feel that the amount of essence consumed was at least many times that of last time. Our little cutie, is he going to sleep? See how listless he looks? Seeing this, Li Xian also stretched her head to look at Luo Feng's eyes. It seems true, this little thing, I guess it's time to rest after playing all day. Sister Shuier, let's be more careful. Should we report this matter to the professor and the others? Li Xian proposed. I think we have to say something, now this little ancestor to our theater group, not, to our Dongshang, that is the treasure of treasures. Shangguan Shuier smiled. Professor Miss Shangguan sighed said that the little thing has no spirit. Is it sick? Please go over and take a look. This time, Lu Changfeng could be anxious, said sharply. Sick? How could a good thing be like this? Lu Changfeng said with his mouth, but his feet were not slow either. Stand up. Then he went towards Luo Feng to seek. What's going on? Wasn't he quite energetic at the beginning, and then suddenly got sick? Lu Changfeng immediately gathered the remaining 3 professors. If he was before, was there a time when he was particularly sleepy like this? Professor Zhao asked. No. Shangguan Shuier shook her head with certainty. In the past, if he was like this, almost the whole day, he would be in good spirits, and we would have to play with him for a long time before he would willingly go to rest. Yes. Huang Ziqing also nodded. Just from the time he was born in the eggshell, until now, I guess, he's always been very lively, and has not appeared to be mentally depressed. This little guy, could it be that he just controlled the weather to rain, consumed the energy cleanly? At this time, Mr. Wang came up with a deafening remark. It directly shocked everyone to the core. Rain, consumed up the energy? Could it really be possible? A few professors didn't know either. It wasn't like they had ever come into contact with a creature like a dragon before. For such a sudden atrophy, there was no way to figure it out. Even if one of the world's top veterinarians came, there was probably nothing they could do, right? I think it's possible. Hearing this, Shangguan Shuier also nodded fiercely, and then also revealed a harmless smile. Then Teacher Tang, now it's time for you to perform. What do you mean? The moment for me to perform? Tang Yongjin didn't get it. I'm not a veterinarian either. I don't know how to get it. No. For now, you can make some more lunches over, then let our little cutie eat more. In this way, see if she can recover her strength. If we regain our strength, we can perform another rain show. Shangguan Shuier made a suggestion. Hearing Shangguan Shuier say that, the 4 professors, all flabbergasted for a moment, then looked at each other. It sounded like, Shangguan Shuier's words were a bit speechless, but there was actually a bit of truth to it. The point was that it wasn't like they understood what creatures like dragons actually ate to recover their stamina. Of course, the physical strength of the organism was definitely something that could be restored by eating, but the divine power of rain? Can it be recovered by eating? The rain, if it was a rain, wasn't very long-lasting. It was raining for about 40 minutes or so, and it started to wind down as well. Now on Peach Blossom Island, once again, it was sprinkled with sunlight, and after the rain, there was a rainbow in the distance. It was very beautiful. Let's call it a day. Mr. Wang Zhao is in charge. Miss Shangguan, you guys take care of this little thing. Our tents are still not set up yet, and we will be checking into a hotel near the island. If anything happens, you guys have to keep us informed. Lu Changfeng looked at the time. It was time to go back. Don't worry, Dean Lu. For the little thing, I don't think there's any crew that loves him as much as we do. Huang Ziqing smiled sweetly, because we genuinely love him, not with other intentions. Trust you guys, I can tell. After Lu Changfeng smiled amiably, he also left with his team. After Lu Changfeng and the others left, on the crew's side, they naturally gave Luo Feng a big meal. After eating these meals, Luo Feng really felt a bit refreshed, but the kind of weakness deep in his body wasn't much better. In other words, the spirit of the physical body got better, but the feeling of weakness deep inside didn't get better. Luo Feng felt that he should get some sunlight would be much better. Of course, Lu Changfeng, who had already gone back to the city hotel not far from Peach Blossom Island, didn't rest immediately, but continued to observe Luo Feng through the remote camera. Old Zhao, look, this little guy, depending on the sunbathing, is something that can be compared to eating. Lu Changfeng spoke. Indeed, I've seen the table where the little thing often basks in the sun and identified it with isotopes. It's just an ordinary table. Prof. Zhao said. That is to say, what attracts the little guy? Not the table, but the sunlight? Lu Changfeng took a blind guess and didn't know if it was right or not. Right, the video footage you guys have viewed. Did this little thing ever defecate? Professor Qian asked. There was that one record of defecation, but it seems to be a urination. Professor Zhao said. Then let's wait and see. Something like a dragon might not be human-like and have to defecate every day, Professor Shaoli said. Then we have to pay attention in the future. Since this little thing is a true dragon like this, then his urine, feces and so on, are all very research face value things. In the future, collect them, Lu Changfeng said. Of course, he almost has a human-like sanity. When he is about to defecate, we can only do it in a way that we don't disturb him in person, but wait for him to leave. Then we can collect it. Yes, this can be taken seriously. With feces and urine, it would really help the research progress a lot. Everyone spoke one after another. Soon after, Zhao Yubao was informed of this matter. What? These professors? It's actually going to be. Zhao Yubao was not a biologist. He didn't understand the importance of animal feces at all. At the moment, he could only be confused. A bunch of old men who could relocate an entire island's inhabitants by raising their hands. Virtuous and respected they were. Yet they treated that little thing's feces as if it was some kind of treasure. And to collect it? Truly unbelievable. 44. Baby Dragon's new high jump record. Your deans. Your professors emeritus. What's with all the yearning for? What's with all the yearning for something like that? And say what? As soon as it's found? Be sure to notify quickly. And then don't waste a single drop. Holy, Zhao Yubao and the deputy head just felt like their values had completely collapsed. This was Lu Changfeng from the Imperial Biology faculty. What a high status. This was an academician. As long as one was an adult, one basically knew that such a person. In the end, in the empire, that was what kind of level. Of course, a lot of people weren't very clear about the status of such an academician. To put it simply, if a university, basically, there are academicians, the existence of these well-known academicians will lead to the school's admission line. A lot of high scores. Many universities completely rely on those well-known academicians to support. After all, the faculty piece, originally as the measure of a university, is not a promising standard. There is no matter whether it is the empire each time the grant, or what, all very much depends on the academician. These academicians, in any place, are baby bumps. I remember in the past there was a news like this, probably an old man of 70 or 80 years old. He was an academician. He was very economical, also very low-key. Every time he drove a car, it was still the kind of domestic car that was already about to be scrapped. In this case, many of the school's directors, as well as the principal, were worried about his safety. Finally one day, those school leaders, can't stand it, directly stole his car. After all, persuasion is also fruitless, they all know. Thought that after stealing it, this old academician surely have to change one, right? Then everyone went to persuade him. Do not go to the police. That car is not much money. But what I did not expect is that this old academician is very strong. Is to report to the police. As a result, it went to the bureau. Then this farce has completely let the netizens look stupid. From here you can see, really, an academician, for the school, for the community, is really too important. An academician, completely than what billions of billionaires, what ranking list on the rich, the status is much higher. Of course, Lu Changfeng, such an academician, is much more powerful than an ordinary academician, and such an academician, but on the contrary, for that little thing's feces, can be so passionately discussed, and also regarded as precious. The key is, I heard that there are still many departments that are fighting for samples. Even the two old professors under the banner of their own biological academy, seem to be fighting for it. They wanted to obtain the research rights. At this moment, Lu Changfeng, seeing the debate of these people under his banner, finally couldn't hold back. Listen up, all of you. Stop talking. By Zimo and Lu Yinglin, you two are the experts in this area. When the feces is collected, it will be handed over to the two of you to bring it to the capital. And the rest of you, don't talk. Lu Changfeng then added, remember, when it's collected, you guys must protect the feces. Soon, by Zimo over there. There was also Lu Yinglin. To hearing this news, it was called an excitement. Really, even happier than when their grandson got into Qingbei University, completely as a few hundred pounds of old fat. Of course, Zhao Yubao sighed. Still in Lu Changfeng connected video. See this scene, also to drunk. These professors, I'm really impressed with them. All fighting over feces? And at the same time, the Peach Blossom Island side of the crew. Everyone was looking at Luo Feng, looking at him, bathing in that sunlight. It was a very comfortable look. Looking at the little guy lying on the table basking in the sun, everyone thought that table, would it be too hard? Some people even proposed, directly take some soft fabric, and then come to give Luo Feng a pad. It really is for Luo Feng, no matter what care. But it seems, the crew, for a while, actually couldn't find such a piece of fabric. Shangguan Shuier then offered to give her white sweater and then pat it for Luo Feng. Seeing this scene, the audience of Live G. Once again, they put the words human beings are worse than animals on the public screen. That's not right. What do you mean by people are worse than animals? People are clearly not as good as dragons. And, in other words, human beings should be inferior to dragons, right? In ancient times, what is a dragon? The dragon is the emperor. The son of heaven is the dragon. The dragon is also the son of heaven. What about Luo Feng? Of course he likes Shangguan Shuier's flavor. Her clothes? Luo Feng naturally won't refuse. Enjoy peacefully. The padded sweater is not as hard as the round wooden table. It was a bit more comfortable. This little guy, is it true that he can use the sun to energize himself? Huang Ziqing looked at Luo Feng, who was resting on his back, and thought in his heart, if he was filled with energy, wouldn't he be able to perform that kind of whirling performance again? Isn't that so? I think the energy should be absorbed by him. Shangguan Shuier knew that Luo Feng wasn't asleep and was just leaning back to bask in the sun, so she also went to touch his head, and was surprised to find that these two small bags, on the contrary, are getting bigger and bigger. Of course, the people in the live broadcast room, hearing this, directly pop-ups floated up again. Even those professors who were watching the video remotely from the hotel also got excited. Bags? What bag? It looks like, on the forehead, there is indeed a protruding meat tumor. What bun? That's the dragon's horn. Of course, the previous times, the cast and crew also discovered the bun. But in order to circumvent the Empire's not believing rumors and not spreading rumors, everyone didn't dare to say anything about the dragon horn. Crap, this must be a dragon's horns. That plum deer, when it was small, wasn't it just like this? There's nothing in the way of horns, but when it grows up, they pop up. Yes, when it finally reaches adulthood, those horns, they're very spectacular. My chow. Now that the horns have grown out, can't we still get a solid conclusion that this is a dragon? Experts, what evidence are you waiting for? A creature like this, one by one, can grow horns? If it's not a dragon, what is it? Can a crocodile have horns? A lizard can have horns? Besides dragons, can the others? Ha ha ha. In the beginning, the person who said the little thing was just a mutated skinny lizard. Now come out for a second? How's that for a statement? Yeah, in the beginning, so many people said it couldn't be a dragon. Said it was a mutated lizard. Now all come over to talk? Why don't you come and talk? TM. Those who think they have some knowledge and believe in science. Those people are really disgusting. Now even those professors, who are 10,000 times more powerful than them, have a myth in their left mouth. The right mouth of folklore. They are still playing they know that little knowledge. What else to say? According to Darwin's theory of evolution, the dragon such a creature does not exist. Biological coordination. The West with wings of the kind of dragon, is the most scientific. If there are dragons, they're the Western kind. Though I also have to say that the kind of dragons depicted in our ancient times are indeed inconsistent and incoherent with Darwinian evolution. But this nifty mythical one? And you come to consider harmonization? And consider evolution? You, ha ha ha, all ing God? And evolution? It's hilarious. Besides, this evolution thing, is it solid? It's just a concept accepted by most people. Just wait, these foreigners, this little thing is going to make it rain again. Let's see what they say then. There's no need for it to rain again. I've already believed in the rain just now. It wouldn't have rained at all without him yelling at the sky. It's not a coincidence. Of course, at this moment, on this side of the hotel, Lu Changfeng and the others also began to pay attention to the small bag on top of Luo Feng's head. After all, it was getting bigger and bigger. It was kinda the flavor of horns. In the past, everyone thought that maybe it wasn't horns. It was just a sarcoma. And now the shape. As the body grew longer and longer, it became more and more obvious. As long as Luo Feng really grew spectacular horns, then it would be more convincing to society, or to the whole world. The staff members who are still on Peach Blossom Island, you guys now, hurry up and operate the simulation drone for me, and bring the camera closer to me. Lu Changfeng was thinking in his heart at the moment. It was all about the horns. He wanted a clear close-up. What a speechless ah! Why did you come back so early? Why don't you stay a little longer? Otherwise, we could just watch it live now. The biology staff left behind by the crew over there could only listen to the instructions, so they began to operate a simulated bird camera and flew towards the sky above Luo Feng sunbathing. Such a simulated bird, in the biology world, mixing in with the bird flock, basically no bird would realize that his companion was fake. Of course, you say a bird can smell? Even if he has that good a sense of smell, wouldn't it be better for scientists to get some of the same kind of smell on a simulated bird? Soon, that simulation bird flew closer and closer. Luo Feng's portrait also became clearer and clearer. Professor Lu sighed. In the face of such a scene, is also very excited, constantly shouting in the earphone, "Lower, lower, not clear enough. I want to see the horns." The staff that stayed on the set had no choice. They could only manipulate the simulation bird to get lower and lower. But just at this time, Luo Feng had actually observed the little bird that was flying around him. How to look at it? It's not right. How did this little bird move so stiffly? As a human soul, Luo Feng naturally analyzed it. It can't be a fake bird, right? Westerners high technology, and then come to assassinate me? Thinking about this, Luo Feng was creeped out. Those Empyrean ones can keep an eye on a big living person and not come in? Can they still watch over such a simulated bird? Luo Feng did not know that they, Lu Changfeng and others, arranged so many simulated rocks, stumps, birds and other cameras around themselves to observe the daily. Therefore, Luo Feng, who was worried about his safety, at this moment, he directly propped up his body, then jumped about a meter or so, and in one fell swoop, he peeled off that little bird. Then he held it down on the ground. Rub rub rub, is a few claws. A good burst of stomping, obviously. Lu Changfeng here. The video was directly interrupted. At this moment, Lu Changfeng, in the last second of the video, could only see that Luo Feng jumped in place and peeled off that simulated bird camera, and after stepping on it a few times, the sharp claws are also powerful, directly let the simulation bird split. Those wires, those shells, all exposed. How could this happen? Lu Changfeng was a bit dumbfounded. How could he directly peel off that simulation bird? Anyway, it was like Tarzan in the movie, jumping up and yanking down that helicopter in the sky. That's how the image felt. The height wasn't more than a dozen meters, but more than 2 meters? This jumping ability? It's too amazing, right? It set a new record for the little guy's high jump. The crew, seeing this, were equally dumbfounded. After all, how to say it? This little thing's temper, although it was hard to estimate, and sometimes it would still tease the crew, but it definitely wouldn't be that big of a temper, nor would it harm any of the flowers, grasses or animals around it. Sometimes, chasing a butterfly to play, he would just chase it, and wouldn't hurt them, but this time, actually hurt a little bird. Very well behaved he was. Such an action made everyone wonder. Sister Shuier, look, it's not a little bird, but a machine. Huang Ziqing took a closer look. Those wires, those metal materials, where was the little bird? What? A machine? A simulated camera? Shangwan Shuier's face also turned pale. Who made this thing? Could it be Lu Changfeng and the others? Why didn't they say hello? Geez, so this little guy, did he see that it's a fake before he peeled it off? Shangwan Shuier guessed. The little guy can still see that it's a fake? Huang Ziqing was really a bit convinced. She didn't even see it herself, but he could? But even if he could see it, why did he break it in anger? Shangwan Shuier didn't understand. Little thing, our little cutie, do you not like this kind of simulated camera filming you? Huang Ziqing saw Luo Feng getting angry for the first time. She was also a bit scared, carefully approached over, and gently said, since you don't like it, this should be made by Dean Lu's side. Just tell them not to do it. Dean Lu made it? Luo Feng heard this and was relieved. He thought it was sent by the West to assassinate him, but even if it was made by his own people, Luo Feng also didn't like this kind of sneak peek. Not giving yourself a greeting? Who gave you the right? This dragon is the true dragon's son. Don't worry, maybe the little guy was really disturbed by that little bird. He's stabilized now. No more tantrums. That look just now really scared me to death. Yeah, I saw his expression was so hideous, like he hated that thing. After picking it off, he even viciously ripped it apart with his claws. I'm convinced. What kind of simulated camera do you get? And go flap his wings on someone's head? He's a dragon, not a giant panda. You want to follow him 24 hours a day? Dragons need privacy too, okay? These experts, I really don't know what they think. Although these professors are very good, I think that 24 hours of all-round, no death angle follow-up filming is really unnecessary. Yes, strongly protest this matter. In the live broadcast room, in an instant, there were just a lot of people seconding the motion, and the commotion wasn't small. Subsequently, it even made it to the hot search on Weibo. So many people were very dissatisfied with the professor group's approach. The little thing has been getting along with the crew for the first few days, and has never lost his temper. What if it really pisses him off and he runs away and doesn't come back? P.S. Everyone's monthly votes cast up, plus more rules. 1 monthly votes plus 1,000 words, 10 monthly votes plus 10,000 words, 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words, 45. Superpowers reappear. The professor was shocked. Of course, Luo Feng at this moment knew that the simulated bird was not life-safe for himself. Rather, it was made by Lu Changfeng and these professors to monitor themselves. Naturally, I feel a lot more at ease, But the same makes Luo Feng very unhappy. He didn't like this pattern, being monitored in all directions and actually not knowing it himself. In other words, their actions must give themselves a greeting. They, the professors, could study themselves, could explore themselves, and even their own eggshells could be given to them. One wishes, too, that one had studied oneself earlier, that one could actualize oneself as a dragon. But well, at least inside is a human soul, as long as it was human. Who would wish himself 24 hours, all being watched by some old man? Little thing, don't be angry. The professors are also anxious to explore and understand your identity. Yes, in the future, they will never sneak around and install any simulation cameras again. Shangguan Shuier, and Huang Ziqing, and Li Xiyan, all surrounded Luo Feng's side, gently stroking his head, or tail. The Luo Feng who was furious just now was really scary. Slowly, Luo Feng is not so atmospheric. As long as you do things in the future to notify yourself, everything is good to discuss. And now, there are only 3 girls from the female group that can dare to take the initiative to get close to Luo Feng, because the others, they are not as familiar with Luo Feng as these 3. After all, they were also worried. The dragon's temper? Wasn't it temperamental? So grumpy just now. Going over now? Would it be scratched? Bitten? That simulated bird was plastic, but it looked like the claws were really sharp. I'll tell you, Ziqing, just now, our little ancestor, the way he jumped up, he was simply handsome. Shangguan Shuier sounded as if she was coaxing Luo Feng. That's right, I'm blown away? Yeah, who says our little ancestor can't fly? Just now, isn't it almost like flying? Huang Ziqing, and Li Xiyan, they also spoke in the same tone as if they were coaxing a child, and also stroking Luo Feng's thick-back smooth scales. Of course, although the purpose was to pacify Luo Feng, but they basically said it while after all, that jump, it was really a bit high. It was like flying. It was an eye-opener. The 3 of them were actually Luo Feng's ultimate fans. In the beginning, they were powdered by Luo Feng's cuteness, Luo Feng's high intelligence, and later on, then it was those special abilities of Luo Feng that were really too strong. Luo Feng listened to a few people chirping and coaxing himself. Of course he was very happy although it was said, Luo Feng wasn't stupid, knowing that they were intentionally saying nice things, but in his previous life, he was a human soul as long as it is a human being, who does not want to hear others say good things? That ancient emperor, why around? There are a lot of eunuchs who say good words, obedient to the emperor, can be in a high position. This is the benefit of saying good words. Of course, Luo Feng listened to their words. They also have an idea in their hearts. They as a dragon words, surely must be able to fly, is really a dragon. Now Luo Feng's idea was that he had to start exercising. He had to develop all the potential of his body. Every day in the future, he would have to get up early and try out his special abilities. It didn't matter what the bloodline was, what the identity was. Diligence and hard work were needed. It was possible that he himself was the only dragon in the dragon clan. On the side of the 3 female group members of the crew, seeing that Luo Feng's mood had also stabilized quite a bit, they continued to take out some meat and feed it to Luo Feng. Of course, Luo Feng must have come and gone. A day of liberalized eating. It was estimated that 150 pounds of meals were there, but without letting go of eating. In general, it was currently around 100 pounds. After pacifying Luo Feng, the 3 people who are now on the crew, including Shangguan Shuier and Li Xiyan, were called over by the crew to make up their makeup. Luo Feng, who had been on the crew for many days, knew that in a day, they, the girls, almost had to replenish their makeup several times. For example, after so much time in the sun just now, a lot of makeup would gradually fail. Of course, some people said, why don't they go out with a veiled face? This would be ridiculous. In the recording program, or go to what performance stage? But wherever they go out, there is no female celebrity that dares to go out with a plain face. Makeup, for artists, is really too important. Not to mention female artists. Nowadays in the entertainment industry, even male artists, it is basically impossible to go out with a plain face. The scariest thing is that these female or male artists are sometimes so busy that when they just have 3 hours of sleep a day, they can't wait to take out an hour to properly put on their makeup. Sleep and all that can be discarded. It is the image that is the most important thing that Egyo should pay attention to. Adu's appearance, their beauty and handsomeness, was everything that mattered to them. Take Shangguan Shuier for example, such a natural beauty, already too beautiful to exist. Basically, even if she was veiled, she was still beautiful. But in the face of the network, in the face of polished lights, in the face of millions of netizens, they had to put on makeup. So that, in order to have a more perfect self, and doing such an outdoor program, Huang Ziqing was really skinny, not a foodie, but she had to pretend to be one. After the shooting of one episode of the program, she had to lose weight like crazy again. Don't think that when you are an entertainer, it's fun. Really, it's not the average person who simply doesn't have that perseverance to be a sex being. There are still a lot of netizens will say, as long as there is money, why can't you stick to it? Oh, that is you did not enter this line. Really, every line, are not so good to do. Contrast that with the Goryo stick side of the love beans. You can know, completely is not a human life. 10 years of schooling? Compared to those suffering, it's really too far. Of course, Luo Feng saw them go to makeup, but a little bit for their own happy, because they are not what star artists, all rely on their original appearance. That is, mom left their appearance, is enough to attract people. For example, the current Luo Feng, if it is really a lizard, on their own that slender body, and good-looking claws, absolutely in the lizard world, with the top 10 ranking of beautiful men. Ha ha, although Luo Feng is a bit confident, but one doesn't say it out. Who knows? At this moment, just when everyone was busy making up their makeup, and the staff was busy packing up those dishes for Luo Feng who had just eaten meat, Luo Feng saw that there was no one around. Just quietly from that small table, he propped himself up and slipped away. Of course, the HD cameras of the crew were turned off though, but on the island, there was surveillance everywhere. At this moment, Dean Lu Changfeng could only see Luo Feng sneaking out of the theater group in the surveillance video. This little thing, he suddenly stood up. What is he going to do? Is this him sneaking out of the theater group? Lu Changfeng was puzzled for a moment, but the next moment, it could be seen, Luo Feng jumped down from that small table. There was no telling what he was going to do. Anyway, towards the outside of the theater group. Dean Lu, let's take a look first. Yes, don't disturb him. Right, although this little thing doesn't like those what simulations to sneak around and film, we can only look at the distant view of the monitor, the current side of the professor's group. Because of the lesson they had just learned once, it also had some preliminary understanding of Luo Feng's temper, or could guess a thing or two. Naturally, they could see it. This was really a dragon. What he liked was freedom, not the kind of camera disliking his face to film him. But everyone, I remembered something. Lu Changfeng slapped his head, almost forgetting a very important thing. Dean Lu, what is it? Are you suddenly so excited? Seeing this, Professor Zhao also muttered in his heart because he saw that at this moment, Dean Lu Changfeng's expression was a serious and shocked look. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't any major discovery, who was Lu Changfeng? That was the dean of the Biology Academy. What was it that could make him show such a shocked expression? Listen guys, what I want to say is that this little guy's special ability has been discovered by me again. Lu Changfeng spoke with a serious face. Another special ability? Professor Qian naturally looked slightly agitated when he heard this. Yes. Lu Changfeng nodded his head fiercely and immediately said to Zhao Yubao on the crew side through his earphone. Zhao is in charge. I need you to pick up an item for us on my side. Pick up something? Pick up what thing? Zhao Yubao laughed bitterly. Right now, the little guy hasn't defecated yet. Zhao Yubao naturally thought it was this thing. After all, didn't they clamor for it earlier? After all, this Peach Blossom Island? The things that could interest these professors weren't the little guy himself, and his, cough cough cough. It's just, nah. I'm trying to say that you give us the remains of that simulated bird camera that was broken by the little guy just now. Lu Changfeng said. Zhao Yubao directly people stupid. You? What do you guys want that thing for? Don't worry about it, just find someone to collect it and send it directly to us. Lu Changfeng also didn't tell the other party that he was looking forward to it at the moment. His eyes were very excited. He couldn't wait to have that simulated bird wreckage in his hands right now. What is the dean doing here? The remaining few professors, and the general staff, all were very confused. Just now, Dean Lu Changfeng, didn't he say that he had discovered the little guy's new special ability? But with picking up that broken machine bird? And what was the connection? Professor Qian, Professor Zhao, what I want to say now is that it seems like we should add a little more manpower here. Lu Changfeng suddenly said this. Again, the two professors were left with 10,000 question marks all over their faces. What the hell is the meaning of this again? Why do we need to add more manpower? Seriously. Don't look at the fact that it's just a few of their professors that have been bouncing around here. In fact, on the side of the Imperial Biological Academy, there were about 50 people who had come over this time. After all, it's not just the 4 professors who have to work. Don't those machines need to be operated? Don't you want people to drive the ship? Cooking? Don't want people to do it? Therefore, 50 or so people. This is already the upper face of Luo Feng is very important. Only to get so many handymen over. Otherwise, for professors, even if the authority, not let them come to travel, not so comfortable. And now, but you still need manpower? Isn't that enough? Dean Lu, we are now, in all aspects, well organized. do not need more people, right? Professor Qian asked in a puzzled manner. Don't worry about that much for now. I have my own arrangements. Now we must send some more professors with new specialties, Lu Changfeng said, and continued to Zhao Yubao in his headset. Zhao is in charge. Has that simulated bird wreckage been picked up yet? Soon. Zhao Yubao was prodded by the other party and could only nod his head bitterly. Then he immediately sent the crew. Sail a boat at fire speed. Send it over to them. Of course, for the first few nights, the place they stayed was naturally the closest hotel on Peach Blossom Island, and after these few days, on the island, their own tent. That is, after the main base was repaired, they didn't need to leave Peach Blossom Island, but their main base was also some distance away from the crew, so as to avoid disturbing Luo Feng's normal life. Dean Lu, it's been sent over. This is the wreckage you wanted. 15 minutes or so. At this moment in the living room of the hotel, the staff, on the other hand, was holding a plastic bag and put the wreckage on the table. Everyone is still very confused. By now, all of them still didn't know what Dean Lu Changfeng's intentions were. What exactly was it for? Saying that it was a new discovery of the little guy's special ability? But Lu Changfeng didn't explain, so they were speechless. Moreover, Lu Changfeng, after taking these pictures, sent them to an old friend of his, called Zhou Weigua, and called his WeChat number. Lu Changfeng, you stinky old man, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're inexplicable? What's the point of sending me a simulated bird wreck? If it's broken, go get another one. Even though it's expensive, the money allocated to you this time is quite a lot, right? The other party, Professor Zhou Weigua, he also didn't understand Lu Changfeng's intentions, but at this moment, Lu Changfeng then laughed out and said, "Ah, old man Zhou, you give me a good look now. This broken thing, how it's broken, how did it break?" Zhou Weigua on the other end of the phone, who had just looked at the photos from a new perspective, immediately had a look of surprise appear on his face, saying, "It should be a kind of sharp cutting machine, right? And then a few times, it was made to look like this? That is, roughly 3 cuts were made, and the messy marks should be from stepping on it? Brilliant, it's just roughly 3 cuts. Lu Changfeng nodded. Ha ha ha, Dean Lu ah. You guys do things a little more carefully ah. Take the cutting machine to try the simulation bird camera in the end hard or not right? It's not right to waste resources. A professor beside Zhou Weigua also snorted. Wrong, this isn't something a cutting machine got. Lu Changfeng crowed out. I'm telling you now that this is purely made by an animal. Do you dare not believe it? What? It's made by an animal? This, Zhou Weigua directly couldn't believe it and coldly grunted. How is that possible? What kind of animal can have such sharp claws? Are you kidding me? I'm getting off work here. I'm going home to rest. I don't have the time to listen to your antics. Yo, so tugging? Lu Changfeng grunted and laughed. Yes, that's how tough it is. On Zhou Weigua's side, he seemed to be arrogant as well. Alright, bye then. Lu Changfeng also had a temper alright. Directly hung up the phone, but in his heart, he silently counted 3 seconds. His own phone rang. It was the other party, Zhou Weigua, calling. What? Something else? Lu Changfeng smiled arrogantly. Gu, my old alumni ah, don't torture me. If you have to say it, just say it. Is this really a scratch from an animal's claw? Zhou Weigua asked. It's not that sharp, right? Of course. What kind of person was the professor? That was the type of person who was very crazy about the pursuit of truth. Just whet their appetite. They definitely had to want to know the answer. This is not. The other party said that such a cutting machine-style cutting surface is made by animals? How could Zhou Weigua not be curious? If you want to know, make a trip to this side of Peach Blossom Island. Lu Changfeng said, then you should know about the true dragon, right? I'm on this side of Peach Blossom Island now, doing research on him. For you to say that this is what animals' claws get, you listen well. That is the little thing to get. He puts the imitation bird camera, jumping up to pickpocket down after the servant. A few times, it became so. This, Zhou Weigua heard here, directly is dumbfounded. This is that little thing made? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This simulation bird camera. Even if the surface is some plastic, but inside, but all are special steel. Just such a gadget. The cost is more than 100,000 US dollars. Cannot be some good materials? Of course, Zhou Weigua was an expert in material convenience. For the hardness of the material, still understand, unless it is a high power cutter, there is really no way to achieve such sharpness. But, today, Lu Changfeng was definitely going to make the other party dumbfounded. Lu Changfeng here continued. Old alumni, old friend, Zhou Weigua, I have to tell you a serious question. The one who cut this like this, he's a dragon. Don't think of him as an ordinary creature, okay? If you think of him as a dragon, as omnipotent, Then you believe that there are animals with claws that can rival a cutting machine. After saying those words, Joe Wegwa on the other side was definitely silent. After a moment of silence, he finally couldn't help but say, I promise you that I will arrive at Peach Blossom Island as soon as possible. Damn, too curious. It was so hard to have a break, but in order to see the claws of that true dragon, it really was that powerful. Joe Wegwa couldn't care less. At this moment, Lu Changfeng, seeing that the other party had agreed to come over, then he naturally smiled faintly. This friend of his own can be said to be the expert of experts in the material world, the elite of the elite. There is no bragging at all. This person in the field of material application, a lot of capable people, are brought out by his hand. This aspect, in Dongsheng country, there is no more professional than him. On Lu Changfeng's side, what did he find this person to do? That is of course the secrets on the little thing are getting more and more. The power of a single biological courtyard, that is to say, professional talents, is too little, have to call over some, in addition to the biological specialty of more intellectuals. Of course, Joe Wegwa is just one of them. Lu Changfeng fiercely gritted his teeth. Just don't believe it. Now set the power of the empire. Can still research not clear? Such a small thing. In the beginning, Lu Changfeng also thought that the single call to the Imperial Biological Institute is it. Now that I think about it, I was naive. There must be experts in all areas, not to mention other things, just this material application. Then we can let these experts make different materials, and then let the little thing try its claws, so that we can measure how sharp the claws of the little thing are. And these areas, on the other hand, they were not understood by the professors of the Biological Institute. Just now, they gave the people under their banner to apply for a little more people to come over. That is, they called for some experts from other fields to come as well. They, who studied biology, also felt that their expertise was not enough. P.S. Everyone's monthly votes cast up, plus more rules. 1 monthly vote plus 1,000 words. 10 monthly votes plus 10,000 words. 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words. 46. The dragon is going to take a test flight? Dean Lu Changfeng. This jumping up and down? What's going on? Didn't you keep saying just now? Discovered a new ability for the little thing? Professor Zhao and the others really couldn't see it. Just the remains of a simulated bird? And then fiddled with it for half a day? Cough cough cough. Old Zhao, watch your words. What do you mean by jumping up and down? Although I don't know what Dean Lu Changfeng is doing, I'm sure it's about the study of small things. Professor Qian said. Therefore, as long as it's a fervor for science, then you can't use the term jumping up and down. But it wasn't Professor Zhao who used the term jumping up and down. Rather, Lu Changfeng was really excited, like a small child, taking pictures one moment on the phone, then giggling, then excited. Of course, the reason why Lu Changfeng was able to become the dean of the biology faculty, not only did it require strong hardcore expertise, but other things were also indispensable. Just for example, how much IQ a person had was worthy of how much wealth they had, and how much status they had. A person like Lu Changfeng was completely a great intellect, and he was able to look at one thing and then cite it as an example. When Lu Changfeng knew that Luo Feng's claws were able to reach such sharpness, he immediately thought, if such sharp claws were used in the field of science, the results would be amazing, right? Or rather, first, research clearly, Luo Feng's nails, what kind of substance they were made of. That was why, when it came to all this, he was in a hurry and just called his alumnus Joe Wegwa, the elite big shot in materials application science. Of course, at this moment, Lu Changfeng, after seeing that fingernail, very much wanted to call in a large group of experts to properly study Luo Feng's genes. In the end, what is the horrible ingredient? In order to make the fingernail, it has a high power cutter that is so awesome. Dragon's gene? What exactly is a gene? Lu Changfeng was really too curious. Of course, if everything in Luo Feng's body was backed up by a myth, Lu Changfeng thought that science shouldn't be able to explain it, right? After all, a myth? You take science to explain it? Are you being funny? The current Lu Changfeng, after hanging up the phone of his old friend, the few professors around him also chattered and asked exactly what he was doing. After Lu Changfeng's explanation, it also left the three professors a little dumbfounded. What? The steel inside that simulated bird? It's all been cut? At first I thought that it was just the outer plastic shell that was destroyed. It's incredible. Ha ha ha. Lu Changfeng looked at their reactions and laughed. I did notice the problem, then rushed to watch the video before slowing down. Noticing all this, you guys, scientific research, it's all about being careful and careful again. And then Dean, you're thinking of materials applications just because of the sharp claws? And you associated it with the field of material application? Professor Qian smiled bitterly. To be honest, the reason why they were just ordinary professors, that was only the hardcore of specialized knowledge was very powerful. In fact, they were all a bit nerdy, very knowledgeable about their own fields, but to be able to learn by example, to do think of more, still have to be the dean. It's like, for example, the person who is the emperor must have the skills to be the emperor, the one who only knows how to lead soldiers to war, then you can only lead soldiers to war. Okay, let's not dwell on this. Now look at the live screen. This little thing, he just got up from the table? What did it all do? Lu Changfeng settled things, only then did he sit down again, watching the surveillance video of the island in front of him. I don't know what's going on. This little thing, after getting up from that table, went towards the outside of the theater. Professor Qian had been watching the footage all along and immediately told Lu Changfeng all about what he didn't see because he went to make a phone call. Yes, Dean, look at the current screen. The little thing sneaked out of the crew and came running alone into the wild. Professor Zhao pointed at the projector and said, "What's he doing in this place? Come to take a dump?" Lu Changfeng had some talent for hilarity and made a joke. Ha ha, I don't know, maybe, to take a, it's not that far, right? The two professors crowed a bit as well, confused about the little guy's intentions. Then let's wait and see. Lu Changfeng stared dead at the screen. But soon, Luo Feng in that screen. It was actually slowly going towards the big mountain in the wild. Professor, will it be dangerous? After all, there's no one to look after it. It's sneaking out. Professor Qian reminded. After all, this is the wild. No, wait first. Wait again. Lu Changfeng didn't care about that much. Now that the little guy was moving mysteriously, he wanted to wait and see. But at this moment, in the headset, then came an explosive shout. Lu Changfeng, what are you doing? What? The person who burst out in this headset. Of course it wasn't any expert. Rather, it was the 3-star old man from the capital who had been following up on the progress of the research. This level, in Dongsheng, basically only 60 can be found out. And the 5-star old man, the one who was known as Elder Huan, was naturally just one. So such a person was qualified to blast a well-known dean. Lu Changfeng, do you know what you're doing? This is the wilderness. He snuck out. Quickly call someone to get him back. It's all this dangerous? You have to wait a little longer. If anything goes wrong with this little thing, can you afford it? How will you face the people of Dongshen? I'm telling you, you can't afford it. Lu Changfeng heard the other 3-star elders outburst. He gritted his teeth. He was so aggrieved. But the other party was in such a hurry. Lu Changfeng could understand. In the case of this 3-star old man on the other side, pretty much in the same situation as himself, they were all orphans left behind in a war many years ago. Their previous generation, or the generation before that, were all born and died for Dongsheng. After becoming orphans, these orphans, all of them, were paid for by Dongshen, and then they were raised, and then they were sent abroad to study as foreign students, and all of the expenses were paid for by the empire. It could be said that such people, who were completely rooted, not only had red ancestors, were honorable, and they, too, were harboring a heart of patriotism. There is no other group of people that can have as great a sentiment as they do. Therefore, such people, for the interests of the empire, they could be said to value it more than their own lives. And now, Luo Feng had sneakily left the crew and came towards the wilderness here. A dangerous place like the wilderness? You think a 3-star old man with such patriotic feelings? Wouldn't he be anxious? How important the little thing is to Dongsheng nowadays. As long as one has a brain, that can be clear. And Lu Changfeng is letting Luo Feng out in the wild? Wait and see? Elder Chen, don't be in a hurry first, will you? Stabilize it again. Lu Changfeng gritted his teeth and hurriedly explained. Let's wait just a little longer. Watch for 2 minutes, okay? What the hell are you doing? On Elder Chen's side, he was puzzled by Lu Changfeng's maneuver. Elder Chen, the little thing now. Although his appearance does resemble the true dragon in the ancient texts, ability-wise, it seems that it can't be matched. Lu Changfeng said to the other party in his earphone. You know, I'm a biological researcher. My former idol and goal is definitely to be a great biologist like Darwin. In other words, I'm materialistic. I don't believe in God. But, such a little thing. He's so amazing. I'm certain that he surely is. And now I just need proof of that. I want to know what other special abilities it could have besides being able to control the weather. That's why, even though he has a similar appearance, he must display more special abilities before he can do so. Lu Changfeng's meaning was already clear. That was to watch Luo Feng, in the wild, alone, meet any wolves, observe him, and give him the opportunity to display. Let him play naturally. Chen Lao here, really had a feeling of not knowing what to say. He now had also realized what Lu Changfeng meant. Although Luo Feng was considered to have shown some peculiar features, it was far from enough, and was still far from being worthy of being called a dragon. the current Luo Feng, and in the myths, the kind of true dragons that could swallow clouds and spit out mist, that could call for wind and rain, that could be big and small, were really far from each other, just like the dragon alone, that is really for the whole society, is not accountable. The current Luo Feng, and the real dragon, the difference is 100,000 miles. Luo Feng alone, just roared towards the sky and then it rained? Fingernails scratching the simulated bird? These things, although they witnessed them and they were indeed amazing, but to say it out loud, in the eyes of a Westerner, was it convincing? Definitely not. Instead, it would be laughed at by those Westerners. They would definitely say that those researchers from Dongxing were simply making too big a deal out of it. With this kind of ability, how can they call it a dragon? Isn't it too much of a child's play? Of course, the Westerners would even go so far as to slander that even those things that had been probed were faked. So, there must be something more to show. The dragon of Dongsheng, the totem of Huaxia. He shouldn't be afraid of difficulties or dangers. You are the pride of the entire nation. Lu Changfeng, do you really want to let this little guy who's still so young play freely? After all, the wilderness is too dangerous. Elder Chan's side softened his tone as well, murmuring and opening his mouth to ask. Yes, I firmly believe he can overcome the dangers of the wilderness. Lu Changfeng here narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Feng on that projector. This was a perfect opportunity to observe the little thing alone. Dean Lu Changfeng, do you want to stop thinking about it? Yes, going out into the wild, falling and bumping into something that won't have immediate assistance can be a big deal. Dean Lu, Dad, of course, these few professors, all very excited and scared. Even Professor Li Jr. forgot to address his work title and instead directly called his old husband Dad. They were worried. They are scared. Luo Feng couldn't afford to have a little problem. You guys listen, we have to believe in him. He can do it. Say not necessarily, can bring us a heavenly surprise? Anyway, Luo Feng's sharp claws, probably meet any animal? Can't do him either, right? Let's wait and see first. Of course, Luo Feng on the other side. Why did he come to the wild side of the big mountain? He had just been wondering if he could fly, whether he could fly or not. After all, when jumping up, one could clearly feel it, not how developed his leg muscles were. Rather, it was the fact that within his body, it was as if there was a kind of energy that carried himself and then jumped a distance of more than 2 meters high. That kind of thing was so weak that he could barely feel it. So, he had always just wanted to try it. Could he really do flying himself? Luo Feng knew very well that no matter what version of the dragon, this creature, the first special ability, that would have to be able to fly. Of course, not only to be able to fly, and not the kind of ordinary low-altitude gliding, it has to be the kind of flight that scurries into the blue sky. There must also be swallowing clouds and fog. But Luo Feng now, his own pair of wings are not. In fact, he is still a little worried. However, Luo Feng believes that if he does not take this first step, then the dragon's talent, he will probably not be awakened. He had dreams. He wasn't willing to be considered by everyone that he was just a creature that looked like a dragon. He himself was able to fly. So, he decided to give it a try. It was worth mentioning that right now, Luo Feng, he didn't know that he was still in the middle of a follow-through. After all, in fact, Lu Changfeng and the others already had surveillance all over the island, at every intersection. Ha ha ha, I feel like I can do it. I can definitely do it. Luo Feng didn't know why. Looking at the very high mountain, inside, there was a growing confidence that he would definitely be able to do it. Or maybe it's the bloodline, a lion, even if he has never gone out to fight in his life, but when he sees a goat, he will feel inwardly that he is able to beat the other. Slowly, he still climbed up towards the mountain. This island, definitely on all sides, it was all seawater. Of course, there were also a few cliffs that were very high. Luo Feng chose this place, which was the highest one. Luo Feng knew about this place, or saw it when he followed Shangwan Shuer out to play. If the cliff went down, it was indeed the seashore, but it wasn't directly to the water, but some reefs. Such a height was definitely the most suitable for learning to fly by oneself. If it was too low, there was no point at all. In fact, as long as Luo Feng could glide for a distance, and after jumping down, he could cross those reefs, then even if he couldn't fly, what he fell into would still be in the seawater. Dum 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 dum. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. At this moment, that Lu Changfeng who was observing all of this, as well as Professor Zhao and the others, they were all very nervous. It wasn't worse than Luo Feng at all. Even Zhao Yubao, who had been watching the backstage monitoring, was attracted to the little thing when he realized what was going on here. They realized that after sneaking off the table, Luo Feng actually came to the big mountain in the wild and headed towards the top of the mountain, and didn't understand what exactly Luo Feng was going to do. Zhao is in charge. This little ancestor of ours, suddenly sneaked here? What is he planning to do? The deputy in charge asked with glaring eyes. I don't know. This little guy, is he here to climb the mountain? Zhao Yubao said in a confused manner. Climbing a mountain, depending on him, doesn't have such a hobby, right? The deputy head of the crew recalled. Indeed, this little guy hadn't come to the wilderness alone before, because of Luo Feng. Every time he was full, definitely lying down to rest, and would choose the sunlight. Of course, at night then, he preferred to stay at home, isn't it? Just simply eat enough and come for a walk, and then somehow, just walk to this place? Zhao Yubao analyzed it and said, simply walking? It can't be? At this moment, Shangguan Shuier also looked around the monitor. Animals should have their own territorial consciousness, although I don't know our little ancestor. In his head, which range is his territory? But generally animals are not willing to leave their own territory. Obviously, to say territory around the theater group is his territory, he has never gone that far alone. Shangguan Shuier, during this period of time, has been studying creatures. Therefore, one could still say something about these. Egu probably just simply came to take a walk. What are you so nervous about? Zhao Yubao said heartlessly. Maybe it might be walking around and getting lost or not. Shangguan Shuier also felt that she was overly concerned. But that camera in a turning point suddenly came. Luo Feng, who had been walking towards the cliffside, but changed direction, towards the woods behind him. How did it suddenly change direction? Just now, he was majestically walking towards the mountain? Lu Changfeng here was also confused. What was he doing going to the woods? Went to the woods? Elder Chen, who was watching the surveillance on the capital side, a cold sweat came out. But there was no surveillance of that forest, because there was a lot of foliage covering it, and there wasn't much point in installing surveillance. So, if Luo Feng was to go in, there would be fewer larger creatures or unknown dangers inside. Or rather, the fact that they couldn't see Luo Feng was a potential danger. After all, it was worrying. Life can see it and can still go to the rescue immediately. Even if he was a dragon, he was still a dragon as a child, a young dragon, not very capable, and perhaps not able to handle it alone after meeting danger. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Lu Changfeng was still sitting steadily, not getting too excited. Right now, this Peach Blossom Island was already conserved by Dians, which meant that meeting any poachers was basically impossible. The residents hadn't relocated away yet, but they had also been notified not to move around before relocating, as long as they don't meet anyone. With the little guy's sharp claws, what other animal could be an enemy? And those people in the crew were worried because they just didn't know how powerful the little guy was yet. Old Lua, this segment, should we broadcast it out live? Elder Chen spoke in his headset. Forget it, this is unnecessary. Try not to broadcast your private life. Lu Changfeng spoke. If this video goes out, I think, those people online, for the little guy to run to the wilderness alone. It is estimated that the rubbing traffic is going to start designating the rivers and mountains. Rumors that the little guy has already left home, and the little guy who is still in our crew is nothing but a fake. Or, say something like the little thing is unprotected and still dares to go to the wilderness alone? What courageous people have no fear? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Ignorant people have no fear. And so on and so forth. Difficult words will be said. There's no need to let these tricky netizens talk about our baby dragons. Of course, hearing these words, Zhao Yubao, who was also in the headset of the Biology Institute's professor group, then deeply felt that these words were right. These netizens really weren't any good. They were completely barflies. As for Luo Feng's side, after going to the woods, after all, there was no more surveillance. After disappearing for a while, Luo Feng once again came out from the woods, already appeared in everyone's camera. At this moment saw that little thing, a little happy, and also roared low towards the sky a few times. What's this for? Him? This is? Calling out to his kind? Calling what? Reminds me of a wolf howling at night. A few people from the crew saw this, didn't really understand either. Of course, Luo Feng was just cheering himself up by barking. What exactly did he go to the woods for? Send someone to check it out clearly. Lu Changfeng asked a few professors to write this down. Of course, a moment's time, someone went to check it out. After the staff went to the woods, but a cheerful voice came from the headset. Great, we found the freshest and hottest feces of the little thing here in the woods. What? It's actually feces? This time, Lu Changfeng directly stared out a pair of bull's eyes. Very excited. He trilled. Good, very good. You guys listen, this thing must be well protected for me. After collecting it, give me an immediate departure and send it directly to the capital. Zhao Yubao and the deputy head had been in the earphones of the professor group. At this moment, they heard these words, when really, they were once again speechless. This little thing's feces, it was also too bullish? Saying that the little thing was favored by such high-class treatment, that was still understandable. But wasn't that just Ali giving it? There was actually a special airplane to send it, and also immediately sent to the capital? But in fact, Zhao Yubao and others, is also a moment of accident and surprise? Seriously think about it. This is a dragon's feces. Such a creature. Who has ever seen it? His feces, that must be super valuable. Ouch. It's finally here. Luo Feng at this moment, also secretly said inwardly, this mountain, it's really high. Of course, if it wasn't for Luo Feng, wanting to exercise his abilities, he wouldn't have walked that far. How tiring was it? Lying comfortably in Shangguan Shuer's arms basking in the sun. Isn't it good? It is also speechless. When looking from afar, this mountain, it's just that much distance, but actually climbing up, it's so far. My physical strength is not too good. I need to exercise more in the future. Luo Feng's heart laughed. Slowly, he started to touch the highest cliff. Now, a call from within, constantly spurring him on, to face that highest cliff, to face that sea. I believe in myself. Luo Feng's heart shouted deeply, and with that, he was still heading towards the edge of that cliff. To know, going further, it could be a cliff. At this moment, the people on this side of the crew, completely frightened, as if they had lost their souls. What is this? This dragon? Is he going to jump off the cliff? 47. Energy inside. Flying. In the beginning, Luo Feng sneaked into the wild mountains. The professor group was worried, but Lu Changfeng said that he would let Luo Feng have some free rein to see what he was going to do. Lu Changfeng did indeed top down the pressure, but then Luo Feng actually went to the woods to poop, which also left the crowd speechless. But it was clear that Luo Feng's purpose this time wasn't as simple as taking a. After he finished pooping, he continued towards the top of the mountain. At this moment, it was already at the edge of the cliff. Such a move, the group of professors, must have looked dumbfounded, and worried sick. Who could have known? This little thing, actually destination, is the edge of the cliff? Him, is this going to commit suicide? Who would have thought, an animal would commit suicide? Little thing, what is he going to do? Is he crazy? Zhao Youbao's entire body was in a cold sweat at the moment, hissing, but besides hissing, what else could they do? Don't! Professor Core sighed, looking at the scene on the projector. Already the entire group stood up in excitement. Who of them could have thought? This Luo Feng, running up a mountain cliff? Such a high cliff. If he really lost his footing and fell, or jumped straight down, then the consequences would really be unimaginable. Everyone, don't worry too much first. I see that he doesn't look a little bit sad, but rather happy. Zhao Yubao was in the headset, and suddenly opened his mouth. It made everyone's expressions freeze. Lu Changfeng also began to observe Luo Feng based on Zhao Youbao's words. After this little thing went up the cliff, it even played around and kicked small rocks down. It looked really happy. He's having fun? Really came to climb the mountain? And then play? Everyone was worried to death. But seeing Luo Feng acting so happy, completely unable to understand Luo Feng's thinking. Could this be the thinking of a dragon? People simply couldn't enter the world of a dragon's mind? Maybe it's simply going to the mountains to have some fun. Look at him. His IQ is so high and he has food and drink now. How could he think of killing himself? Zhao Yubao continued to analyze. Anyway, change yourself. One wouldn't want to die. Zhao is responsible for analyzing it correctly. He has someone's IQ. If he wants to commit suicide, he must have suffered something, right? Lu Changfeng spoke. If you're aggrieved, then it's impossible. We've always taken such good care of him, right? Shangguan Shuer said. Then Dean Lu Changfeng, what should we do? Zhao Yubao opened his mouth in the earpiece and asked. Since we've already determined that he won't commit suicide, let's wait a little longer. It's already too late to send someone there now anyway. Lu Changfeng spoke. But soon, Luo Feng in that surveillance, started to make movements. He climbed towards the edge of that cliff again and jumped out like he was putting all his strength into it, directly jumping towards the bottom of the cliff. Oh, Omega. Zhao Yubao, seeing this scene, was directly spiking profanities out. Look stupid. This little thing, didn't it say that it wouldn't commit suicide? How did it really jump out from under the cliff? Downwards? Right, you're not wrong. This little thing, this dragon, he really jumped down the mountain. This, how can this be? Lu Changfeng, Professor Zhao, Professor Qian, Professor Sun, and Professor Little Li, the 5 people of this group of professors. At this moment, they couldn't feel any air around them at all. They were already suffocating in general. This little thing, he is a dragon. If anything goes wrong, then how many of them? How could they afford such a responsibility? They would be directly dismissed by the top. This was considered light. It's likely that they themselves will be locked up for damaging the Empire's major interests. Be aware of that. Although there is a sea below, but if one falls vertically, then it will hit a reef. Falling into the sea, he'll take on water, but falling onto the reef? Wouldn't that be death? A poof. Everyone was too late to react. That Luo Feng, because he didn't know what posture he did in the air. He flew down diagonally, exactly, and fell into the sea. That turquoise blue seawater slightly flooded up a little water splash. Just when everyone was so excited, the little thing that fell into the sea actually brought that dragon head from the seawater up again. Scared to death. Scared to death. Luckily it didn't hit the reef. Really, I can't stand the excitement. Hurry up and send someone. Bring the little thing back. Of course, at this moment, Zhao Yubao, on the other hand, issued a different opinion, saying, Dean Lu, I think we should wait first. Wait first? How so? Lu Changfeng was also puzzled. A dangerous situation like this, and you need to wait again? Just now, when he himself told everyone to wait, he almost waited for something big to happen. Of course, Lu Wafeng sighed. How could he commit suicide? And it wasn't jumping for fun. He was learning to fly. In the moment just now, Luo Feng was actually worried, but that confidence deep inside, that yearning for the sky, it made Luo Feng jump without any hesitation. Ow! When everyone saw Luo Feng get on the shore, they shouted out ow. Actually, Luo Feng was saying crouch. After all, he had thought that he was a dragon, so surely he would fly, right? But what he didn't expect was to fall directly into the sea. Fortunately, he controlled the angle of his body and fell down diagonally, but not to the point of landing on the reef. Oneself was really too much of a failure. Being a dragon? Why can't you fly yet? Luo Feng was not willing to fail. He must learn to fly. Soon, Luo Feng, who had failed, left from the shore and once again climbed towards that cliff. This time, he was no longer walking so slowly, but his whole body exerted itself and ran. Brushing and brushing, he headed for the mountain. This? What is this again? Heading for the mountain again? Everyone saw this. They were getting confused again. One jump wasn't enough? You didn't die? You have to jump a second time, right? Is he torturing us? Why are we still going to the mountain? Everyone, completely confused. Here in the professor corps, the faces of several professors, their expressions were completely ironic. I think, let's wait and see. It seems like he was able to slant his body just now, just to avoid falling vertically and smashing into the reef. At least from this point, it can be determined that he didn't commit suicide. Lu Chongfeng's analysis. It also made everyone feel very reasonable. The human guards who were immediately going to rush over to take away Luo Feng, now also no action. They were just secretly protecting secretly under the mountain. That, Dean Lua, although your analysis is good, the little guy doesn't look like he committed suicide. But what if he didn't reconcile his body, and then really fell on the reef? Professor Zhao said anxiously. This Lu Changfeng, how big is his heart? And still not allowed to interfere? Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me. Did you guys see the little guy just now? When he jumped, those limbs moved. Lu Changfeng said. So what is he going to do? Professor Qian asked, not quite understanding. All of them, all were confused. These professors, they were just more irritating, and sometimes, they didn't finish their words. Annoying, and they were all in a hurry. You guys, are you really pet-free? Lu Changfeng smiled and looked at a few colleagues. This looks like, it's animals, their own exercise. Exercise? This, Shangguan Shuer, in her earpiece, heard this and was a little confused. Lu Changfeng, on the other hand, didn't order to interfere with Luo Feng, nor did he say what Luo Feng was going to do. But now in the surveillance, it was once again seen that Luo Feng had ascended the cliff for the second time. This time, Luo Feng was still heading towards the edge of that cliff. Really jumping again? Everyone was surprised once again. There was no doubt. This time, Luo Feng, again, with that slight dosage of strength, with a hard boarding of his hind legs, he jumped up and once again plunged down from under that cliff. And this time, he appeared to be much bolder than last time. While in the sky, it was still like a skydiver, happy and dancing with his hands. However, all of this was useless. The final Luo Feng, after a few seconds of free fall, still fell into that seawater. Of course, this time, if he didn't land on the reef. Instead, he went a little further. What? Is he hooked on skydivers, specially coming here to play? Zhao Yuba was really confused. All of them were dumbfounded. What on earth was he going to do? Of course, even if they were smart, who would have thought that an animal was here to try flying? If it was a small bird, they would definitely be able to think of it immediately. Coupled with the fact that Care was messed up, their minds were messed up, and there wasn't much left of their intelligence. Did you guys take him to watch some skydivers video? Putting aside here to practice jumping off a cliff for fun? Tang Yongjin looked scared. At the moment sweat hairs are erected. This There's no one to show him skydiving. Ah, Shangwan Shuwei responded, and quickly glared with her beautiful eyes again. Look, after he got ashore from the sea, he ran towards that cliff again. Of course, Lu Changfeng told everyone to stay put. No one bothered to interfere with Luo Feng. Luo Feng was happy to do so. Fail the first time, come the second time. Failed the second time, come the third time. An hour or so. It was already 9 times. The current Luo Feng didn't seem like he had given up yet. Every time he jumped down in the air, he would dance around, like those little birds learning to fly, flapping his wings around. Seeing Luo Feng's perseverance, Lu Changfeng was in the background and laughed out. Little thing, really good. Ah, I also never thought that this little guy could be so. He's really good. Facing Lu Changfeng's laughter at such a tense moment but without warning, Professor Qian asked in wonder, what do you mean? Your hearts may have been messed up, thinking that he was jumping for fun, but from my analysis, he was definitely trying to see if he could fly, hence, climbing the mountain one at a time. Lu Changfeng, from the beginning until now, although there was excitement, his inner sanity was maintained, and not like these professor nerds, and the crew in general, completely unaware to think. After all, there really weren't many people who could manage to think under the tension. What? Trying to fly? When Tang Yongjin heard this, he immediately stared out of his eyes. He wanted to fly? He was trying to fly? Crap! This really was a dragon with aspirations. However, he was a dragon? It's normal to be able to fly, right? What do you mean by having ideals? This is just simply inspiring yourself. Prof. Qian, Prof. Zhao, you guys listen, the surveillance of this section must be saved. We'll turn around, make a good documentary. This must be sent out. Lu Changfeng all even thought, when the time comes, must make it inspirational. Let everyone see. This is my Dongxing's dragon. He also has the spirit of not losing. Dean Lu, really wanna make a documentary? And send it out? Professor Qian asked cautiously. Of course it has to be sent out. Lu Changfeng looked at Professor Qian and laughed. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid that after you send it out, the little thing won't learn to fly in the end. Then won't all these efforts become a laughingstock? As the saying goes, the king becomes the loser. I naturally know this truth. So this documentary, let's record and cut it first. If the little thing doesn't learn to fly, we won't put it out. If he learns to fly, this should definitely be put out. Of course, one that had failed many times, and then just failed over and over again. Although such a person, no one laughed at him, but no one admires him either, because this is a complete and utter failure. Some people, even, would say that if you don't have the talent, then don't practice, but if one succeeded in the end, then it would be different, and it would become an inspirational story. Ah, Luo Feng sighed, still continuing to test fly back and forth. It was already the 16th time. He was still failing. However, he didn't stop yet. Once again, he climbed above that cliff, jumping downwards. Come on, little guy, you can definitely do it. Keep up the good work. Everyone watched Luo Feng jump, all in front of the monitor, giving him shouts, cheering him on, hoping that their strength, too, could be utilized a little bit to Luo Feng. I don't believe it, can't I really not? Luo Feng's heart at this moment, a little bit lost, but he still felt that he had to try a bit more to have an effect. He himself was a dragon. If he couldn't fly, wouldn't it become a big joke? In Luo Feng's last life, he was a youth who was nothing, and in this life, since he had such an honorable bloodline, he couldn't be salty anymore. Luo Feng thought about it. It tumbled in the sky. It formed a very elegant arc. At this moment, Luo Feng was trying his best to flail and zap, but all his efforts seemed to be useless. But what could be clearly felt was, within Luo Feng's body, as he breathed, there was slowly an indescribable warmth. This thing, it was very strange. Then the next second this thing arose. Luo Feng actually stopped in midair. It didn't fall any further down. Ha, I can fly. I can. Luo Feng was ecstatic inside at the moment. P.S. Everyone, monthly votes up. Extra rules. 1 monthly vote plus 1,000 words. 10 monthly votes plus 10. 000 words. 100 monthly votes plus 100. 000 words. Everyone's monthly votes are more powerful, so that the author can be motivated. Kneeling thank you. 48. Baby dragon poop? So magical? At this moment, on the side of the crew, when everyone saw in the monitor, this little thing actually looked like a newbie who didn't know anything, floating in the sky hand and foot. Everyone stared out of their eyes. Has this been learned? Could he fly? It was too unbelievable. Little thing, you did it. You did it. Nice. You're awesome. Sis loves you. Effort, in the end, will not be in vain. Our little thing, he's a dragon. He's a divine dragon without compromise. He can really fly. our Dongxing's dragon. That's how it should be. Facing 100 failures and not wavering in his determination. This side of the crew, Shangguan Shuier, Huang Ziqing, and Li Xiyan. Almost all of them danced with their hands. Everyone was happy. There was a lot of cheering. All of them were happy for the little thing. Seeing this scene, honestly, they were even more excited and happy than Luo Feng, who was now floating in midair. Of course, just when everyone was happy, Luo Feng, who was at a loss for words and staying in midair, was like an actor who suddenly broke his wigwam and then directly fell down. Oh, Omega, crap, this. When everyone saw this, they were scared to death again. Don't panic, don't worry, I think this time, the little thing should not have a good balance, but already stayed in midair, so that means, he must have mastered a certain skill. Lu Changfeng smiled and said, in fact, the rescue unit has already rushed over. Now then, even if something goes wrong, there is no fear. Of course, not interfering with Lu Changfeng in the beginning, that didn't mean the rescue troops hadn't arrived. But Lu Changfeng watched Luo Feng fail and try again and again, and really didn't want to interfere with his efforts. But what Lu Changfeng didn't expect was that after the 20th dozen or so failures, he finally mastered the skill of floating in the sky. Of course, in fact, Lu Changfeng hadn't gotten it right. The reason why Luo Feng had fallen down from his mid-air floating state wasn't because he had lost any balance. To know, Luo Feng's flying was not a bird. To master what balance? To be honest, in the beginning, Luo Feng had failed because he had learned the posture of a bird. He was a dragon, relying not on aeronautics, not on his wings, but on that warmth of his physical strength. That should be the dragon's divine power. So that was why, just now, in an instant, that kind of warm current disappeared, and Luo Feng was like a person hanging from a wyvern who broke the rope, and fell all of a sudden. Such a warm current, is it a kind of energy? How exactly should I catalyze it? After Luo Feng succeeded this time, he once again climbed up from that seawater, shaking the water stains on his body, although his own skin was invulnerable to water and fire. But there was the habit from his last life of shaking a bit after going into the water. This thing, is it my divine power? I wanted to learn bird at first? Definitely can't learn. Learning from a tiger, that's what I'm talking about, right? I'm a dragon. Why would I want to learn from a bird? And, Luo Feng felt, is it not those suns that he basks in every day, and at night, would look at the moon in the sky? These things, are all ways to gain energy, but if I eat something, it should just be the physical energy of my own organism, right? It won't produce any energy. But Luo Feng knew very well that the speed at which he absorbed the essence of the sun, should be very slow, otherwise, it wouldn't be that. The last time it rained once, he felt that his whole body was a bit tense. This time floating in the sky for a while, he fell down. Luo Feng thought of these, then more firmly in the future their daily routine. That is every day, to be well sunbathed. At night, that is to bathe in the moonlight. He wanted to be a dragon with an upward mobility, instead of, just playing with those few beautiful women every day, and then eat and drink and sleep. Now I was indeed only born a few days ago. I guess I'm still too small. When I slowly grow up, I can definitely fly straight up into the blue sky and burrow into that cloud. Luo Feng thought about it, inwardly laughed out. Depending on that day, it wasn't far away. Of course, Luo Feng, who succeeded this time, didn't choose to continue the test flight anymore. After all, he was also very hungry. When Luo Feng snuck back again, Shangguan Shuier, Huang Ziqing, Li Xiyan, and Tang Yongzhen all looked at Luo Feng as if they were looking at something. It made Luo Feng embarrassed to look at them. Little ancestor, our little ancestor, you're back. I'll tell you, sister loves you the most. You're fantastic. Did you actually sneak out to work on your flying skills? You can really fly. You're fantastic. You can fly. The three female children at this moment, already excitedly came up to the front, putting their arms around Luo Feng. They just rubbed and rubbed. Very intimate. The three people, very quickly, also held Luo Feng in their arms and headed towards the table over there. Little ancestor, quick first eat a bit of pineapple specially prepared for you. Your favorite food. Shangguan Shuier was so happy. That smile, it was simply a flowery one. Don't say anything, little thing, I admire you to death. I'll go cook for you. Wait, big fish and meat, let you eat comfortably today. On Tang Yongzhen's side, he also couldn't wait to go up to intimate Luo Feng, and with a few staff members, he headed towards the kitchen side at fire speed. Ha ha ha, like a great general who came back from a victorious battle. Luo Feng heart beautiful As soon as he came back, he was hugged by three big beauties and then fed with fruits. There are also people who go to cook for themselves immediately. Really good. Maybe this is the dragon treatment? And a baby dragon that took the initiative to learn to fly. Then it should be treated even better. But how did they know about sneaking out on their own? Did the island's monitors find out? As for the professor group here, when they saw that Luo Feng had finally returned to the main tent of the crew, they also revealed their aunt's smile, but after the smile, all four of them looked at each other. It started to get serious. What does everyone think? You know, this little thing, it's not like those birds that have wings. Yeah, without wings, he definitely can't utilize the dynamics of air to generate lift. Could it be the kind that the netizens are studying? The kind researched by netizens? What do you mean? Lu Changfeng asked as he stared at Professor Qian. It means that air and water can provide buoyancy, and the dragon has a fish-like swim bladder in its body. When the dragon needs to float in the air, hydrogen is produced in the dragon's body and the air is inhaled to expand the swim bladder, making the dragon's density less than that of the air to achieve the purpose of rising. When the dragon needs to float in the air, hydrogen is produced in the dragon body and the air is inhaled to expand the swim bladder so that the density of the dragon is smaller than the density of the air. Moreover, most of the dragon's bones are hollow, which reduces its mass. When the dragon descends, it compresses its swim bladder, expels hydrogen and air, and reaches the ground. When it wants to enter the water, it inhales seawater to achieve the purpose and effect of descending or submarine. When Lu Changfeng heard this, he also laughed out helplessly. You guys, what a dead brain. This is a dragon. What aerodynamics are you still thinking about? I think it's the fact that there's a special substance inside his body that allows him to fly. Lu Changfeng paused and continued. Such a special ability is most likely supernormal capabilities. Of course, this supernormal capabilities, many people, presumably, are not unfamiliar. After all, in the 90s, so many of the movies in Master Star had such a function. Dean Lu, although, I also believe in the existence of any divine power, but I think it is still necessary to study the body structure of the little thing. Only after studying it clearly, will we know what exactly he relies on while floating in midair. Professor Qian spoke. I don't think so. Lu Changfeng immediately refused. You guys actually want to study his body structure? Think about it. Such a creature that can have an autonomous consciousness and wants to exercise its ability to fly? Do you think that he would like it if we go and interfere with his growth too much? Dean Lu, if we don't interfere, we've already interfered. What kind of interference is this? Didn't we not make a move all along just now? This is at best an observation. Lu Changfeng retorted. Of course, the situation now was, Lu Changfeng was completely unable to suppress the other few professors, a few people, together, afraid to be over 300 years old, but they were still arguing like teenagers. If it were any other issue, the remaining few professors would definitely not argue too much with Lu Changfeng, but what was involved was a dragon, and everyone couldn't help but take it seriously, because their own opinions, if they didn't speak out, if something went terribly wrong in the future, it would be a really big problem. Therefore, anything, have to put forward to say, put forward to discuss. These intellectuals, to argue, but also really called that a wonderful, red-faced, like the street, those who shouted back to 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 back. You think they just move their mouths, their limbs, in addition to not hitting people, but very active. Even, Professor Qian, spit out, and also while comparing the action of flying, and then mouth, do not know what to say. It looked like he was giving Lu Changfeng some kind of lecture on the principles of mechanics, right? Of course, just when everyone was arguing very fiercely, there was a staff member, on the other hand, walked in. Xiao Zhou, why did you suddenly come in without knocking? Lu Changfeng glared at him. Everyone could be in a heated discussion and didn't want to be disturbed. That, Dean Lu, something has happened. That staff member said this. It made the entire group of professors. Worry immediately appeared on their faces, because the other party said that something had happened. The first thing they associated with was definitely that little thing Luo Feng. Something happened? What is it? Lu Changfeng immediately opened his mouth to ask. His expression, too, was growing worried, his brows deeply pressed. Dean Lu, the matter is like this. It's at the place where that little guy pooped. Now, it's already blossomed out a flower. After the staff finished speaking, several professors, more so, their faces were astonished. What did you say? Blossomed? Hearing this, Lu Changfeng and the rest of the professors from the biology faculty thought that they had misheard. What's going on here? It can bloom? In just a short while? Flowering? Yes, Dean Lu, it really did bloom. The staff nodded and said with a very certain tone. This. Lu Changfeng also couldn't open his mouth for a while. Looking at these professors, he opened his mouth and said, that matter will be discussed later. For now, let's go over there first and see what exactly has blossomed. Lu Changfeng said it. He also stood up. A few professors, led by this staff, headed towards Peach Blossom Island. and when they arrived, they went to the woods where Luo Feng had pooped. Before even arriving at the woods over there, Lu Changfeng asked, Xiao Zhou, things are blossoming even though I know it's blossoming, but tell me specifically, what's it all about? Xiao Zhou sniffed, and while walking forward quickly, he gasped, probably, it's like this, we took your order, and went to the grove, to collect the feces of the little thing, to collect it, but our staff, thinking, the soil that has stuck to the little thing's feces, must also be brought back, right? We can't waste it, right? Therefore, we turned back, but, Xiao Zhou didn't say anymore, because the place where Luo Feng pooped, had already arrived. Xiao Zhou's footsteps stopped. Professors, you see, just when we were about to take away all the mud stained with dragon dung, we came back and saw a flower here. There really is a flower? Several professors, completely dumbfounded. Is this magic? How could it be so fast? Is this hell? Zhao Yubao directly burst into profanity again. After all, when collecting feces, he was over together. He is very clear. Not much longer ago, here is just dragon feces, but at the moment, actually have a flower? To say who transplanted it? I didn't see any trace of the soil being moved. Also, the surrounding environment, and a flower, simply out of place. It seemed that this flower, indeed, had just grown. Are you guys sure? This flower was not there before? Lu Changfeng's face was serious and amazed at the moment. This little thing, it really was getting more and more amazing. Dean Lu, the work that came here this time, how important it is. Although we are staff members, we also know the seriousness. We won't remember it wrong. It must be here, Xiao Zhou firmly said. When we collected the feces, we even marked it. Under your feet, is where the little thing pooped. Lu Changfeng was silent. It simply didn't know what to say. The remaining few professors, too, looked at me and me at you, revealing unbelievable expressions. Could it be that, all of this? It was all because of the little thing's feces, which provided a very sufficient amount of nutrients. Only then did the flower grow? Or perhaps, is this a coincidence? But even if it's a coincidence, this flower, how did it grow so fast? Is there a possibility that this flower is about to sprout, just that the staff didn't see it? Professor Qian said. Lu Changfeng couldn't jump to the first conclusion right now and spoke. Let's go back first. Lu Changfeng finished, definitely looked at Xiao Zhou and a few other staff members. You guys listen up. This place, you have to stay for me. Get some fences for 24-hour monitoring. This flower, no animals are allowed to get close. Got it? Lu Changfeng definitely intended to continue observing a little more. After all, the current Lu Changfeng already somewhat believed that the feces of the little thing, perhaps it could promote the growth of plants, right? If it could really be like that, then it would be too possible. Of course, if the principle, it wasn't difficult to understand. Lu Wafeng's feces, there must exist some nutrients that plants needed very much, similar to a kind of strengthening fertilizer. Of course, the little thing is a dragon. The nutrients in his feces, in the end, how is it? Only after studying it will know. Soon, everyone didn't stay much longer and all left the place. It's all recorded, right? Zhao Yubao looked at the deputy head behind him. Of course it's recorded. The deputy head nodded. At the start, the two men came over with cameras. After all, Lu Changfeng had said that all of this had to be recorded, but it couldn't be broadcasted immediately. Once it was to be broadcasted, it had to be done after their professor group had studied and decided. Zhao in charge. I'll put it here. These videos we recorded, once they are broadcasted, they will definitely blow up the entire internet. The deputy head spoke with a smile. That's right, Zhao Yubao said. The corners of his mouth slightly upturned as he smiled proudly. I want to go and ask Professor Lu Changfeng. I'm planning to make a column that is dedicated to recording a column of videos of the little guy, said Zhao Yubao. On the other hand, walked towards Lu Changfeng. 49. Flying video. Shocking all over the net. It's possible to make a column. Just for this column, don't mention that the little guy is a dragon. Lu Changfeng thought for a moment and said, the name of the column, let's call it Dragon Spirit. Don't mention that the little guy is a dragon, and call it Spirit of the Dragon? Zhao Yubao pondered for a moment. What exactly does this mean? Just follow that. You don't have to think about the rest. Lu Changfeng laughed. He patted Zhao Yubao's shoulder. Of course, for making a column video for the little guy. How could Lu Changfeng have an opinion? But he had always been sure about Luo Feng being a dragon. But it was the group of professors in the capital that were more conservative. But Lu Changfeng, too, agreed with those old men. That is, when the little guy hadn't shown the ability of a divine dragon yet, he couldn't be directly declared as a dragon. This matter, it was also the well-thought-out intention of those old men in the capital. After all, the gun strikes the head. Wood showers in the forest and the wind will destroy it. It is estimated that the people on the western side are already paying attention to this matter right now. If it was a fake dragon, then they must have gotten 100 writers to start bashing Dongxing and start making a big deal out of this big joke. If Luo Feng was really a dragon, then they could start slowly plotting to kill Luo Feng. After all, Dongxing had a divine beast and they didn't. Do you think they would feel good about it? But the point of fear of murder. It's true that they have to be on guard, but there's no need to worry excessively about it. There are people from DN who are protecting them. It'd be a bit of a stretch for them to really come in and assassinate them. And by not declaring the little guy a dragon, those pens in the West, naturally, wouldn't outright lash out. We didn't even admit to being a dragon. It just has the spirit of a dragon. How are you going to bash it? In other words, this creature has the spirit of a dragon. We didn't recognize it as a dragon. By the way, Zhao is in charge. Those documentaries of the little guy learning to fly, don't cut out the unimportant stuff, because what we want is for everyone to know that the little guy has that indomitable spirit. The dragon was the totem of Dongxing. It naturally represented Dongxing. Lu Changfeng also understood the indomitable spirit of the little guy. That was the indomitable spirit of the people of Dongxing. No problem, Dean Lu. I know what to do. Zhao Yubao nodded, although he was the head of the crew. But right now, one had to listen to the other party. Moreover, the other party's point of view was not bad. If the clip of the little guy's successful test flight was specifically cut out, then there would be no indomitable spirit embodied. Also, Professor Zhao, that flower that suddenly grew out, also have to let the Ministry of Agriculture's hurry up and take a special plane over here. Seriously test and analyze. I want the fastest time to get the results. Lu Changfeng twisted his head to look at Professor Zhao. No, they have come over fast and furious, and also shocked to hear such a thing, because according to ordinary biology, an hour or so, there is no plant that can do germination and flowering, Professor Zhao said. Face also emerged shocked. Therefore, such a thing, if it can be real, hammer is true. That little guy's feces, when it really is the rare thing that no one has ever seen before or since. Imagine how heaven-defying it would be to use this stuff for the growth of that kind of super valuable medicinal herbs, Lu Changfeng said in an excited tone. And for endangered protected plants, this feces is also a great thing. Then again, researching a new type of chemical fertilizer, agriculture in my empire. The more he said, the more excited Lu Changfeng became. The more he wanted to faint. It was too shocking. That night, Zhao Yubao took a lot of staff and started to rush the script. The video on this surveillance was extracted by them, adding technology to make such a vision clearer. And, according to Lu Changfeng's proposal, this column video, the theme was called Dragon Spirit. It was produced overnight. It was only posted on Weibo in the early morning hours. Early morning time. The netizens who had just gotten up immediately saw the news of the #1 hot search on Weibo. It wasn't too complicated. Just 4 simple words. Dragon Spirit. After clicking into the hot search, everyone saw a very long video. Of course, these past few days, because of Luo Feng's suspicion of a dragon, it was a big deal. Therefore, the matter about Luo Feng was then definitely hot in an extraordinary way. How to put it? The secret that Luo Feng was a dragon should belong to a kind of semi-public secret. That is, waiting for an official announcement from the empire. Of course, the netizens were clear that the meaning of this video being sent out was to let the whole world know that that little thing was a dragon. But again, the empire didn't say anything. Let them watch the video and experience it for themselves. The spirit of a dragon? What's playing in this video? More than an hour? So long? It's all about the spirit of the dragon? Is it an official announcement? Come on, the spirit of a horse? Isn't he the horse? What does that mean upstairs? This hasn't been officially announced? Oh, you guys think too much. To really official announcement. How can it be in the microblogging official announcement? That must be the old people's network. Ah, that's right. This is directly on the microblogging debut. The empire just want full evidence, just afraid of Westerners slamming and ridicule. Anyway, we take the little guy as a dragon. Not just? Yes, the empire is an empire in the end. It needs to act cautiously. Then next, let's take a good look at this video before we say anything. Everyone chatted. They also all clicked into the video to take a look. After the video opened, thousands of netizens could see that the beginning of the video, it was Luo Feng eating fruit on the table and then starting to sleep, but slept until the middle of the night. Everyone was busy with other things, didn't pay attention to him. This little guy then seized the moment and sneaked out. With that crocodile-like walk, head held high, majestically, he headed towards the highest mountain on the crew island. What is this little guy doing on the mountain? Yeah, so strange. Could it be to go wild? Ha ha ha. Put. Why don't you add the word war? I know what you mean. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Not that I'm saying a species like him, just one. If you want to go to the field, Who to find? Haha. Of course, the comments section can be left, and videos, too, can send pop-ups. This was a new feature added to Weibo. It's not going to run away from home, is it? There is this possibility. Professor, they bullied the little one? Everyone didn't chat much. Continuing to watch the video, one could only see Luo Feng dug into the woods when he reached the middle of the mountain. Still really playing the field to go. Ha ha. Could it be that in this grove, there's another female dragon? Is the little guy coming for her? Ha ha. I'll go. It's going to take an expert to find this grove for me. Say, are you guys so sure the little guy is a male? Brother, I have seen that. What dragon? Whip, you say it's not a male. Haha, who says that makes it a male? That just defines most mammals. What if a dragon isn't like that? Haha, bro, what do you mean? Are the ones with handles female? I don't believe it. Alright, family members, just the way this little guy is looking at Shangwan Shuer, if it's not a male, I'll live stream it upside down and wash my hair. Of course, everyone didn't understand Luo Feng in the video. Why did he come to the grove? But soon, a colorful and enlarged pop-up screen came out. It was a pop-up screen from the official person from the Biology Academy who posted the video. That is, the video author's pop-up screen. The pop-up screen explained, the little guy drilled into the woods. Naturally, he completed the first defecation in his life, or the first defecation since records have been kept. For the little guy's feces, the Biological Academy has already collected it, and will tell you all about it when it has the results of the subsequent research. And, where the little guy defecated, a strange thing appeared. The pop-up explanation did not go on. Immediately after that, it was a picture that appeared in the video. The netizens at this moment, even more confused. The author's pop-up explained, this is where the little guy defecated, and the little flower that grew out is very brightly colored and healthy looking. Of course, the video was paired with the author's pop-up. That is to say, the image of the flower appeared before the pop-up explaining it appeared. Seeing such a pop-up explanation, the netizens who watched the video were all confused. Together with this meaning, the feces of a small thing? Can it actually make plants grow fast? This is too horrible. Completely outrageous. Father to outrageous. Open the door. Outrageous to the home. And after the screen full of question marks and exclamation marks floated by, the picture in the video changed again. At the moment, one could only see the little guy's still majestic pace, heading towards the cliff. What is the little thing up to? Ate too much? Can't digest it? Finished pooping? And then climbed the mountain by the way? Put. Cover your face and laugh. This guy eats so much a day. It's indeed easy to get indigestion. I'm still more curious to know if the feces making flowers grow is true or not. I don't think so. I don't think it's that amazing. What if his manure is really farmyard manure? That's right. Any animal's manure can increase fertilizer, just the effect is different. What's so strange about that? That makes sense. Hasn't the Biological Institute already collected the little guy's feces? We'll know when we do an experiment. The little guy will continue to poop later, then sell it to the fertilizer factory. Haha, will this burn the roots if the fertilization effect is too good? I remember sheep manure just worked too well. Put too much in and burned the crop directly. Dragon's dung can increase fertilizer. So what about dragon urine? Blind guess a hand? Drink it to live forever? Crap. It's disgusting. What's so disgusting? If you really live forever, believe it or not, people who are more decent than you and more powerful than you will rush to drink it. Ha ha ha. That's right. I bet those rich people would love it the most. On the pop-up screen, it was still hilarious. They were also very shocked. I didn't expect this little thing to be so amazing, but when they thought back and realized that the little thing was a creature like a true dragon, everyone wasn't that surprised. After all, if it was a dragon, his feces, it was similar to pig feces? That would be too fake, right? Of course, at this moment in the video, that Luo Feng was still climbing up that cliff. The video is a distant view of what it looks like. Looking at his tiny body, climbing upwards one by one, everyone was really disturbed and really wanted to reach into the video and help the little guy. More than a meter long body, limbs also a limp. Simply too cute. Everyone watching the video is also very worried. This little guy, such a steep mountainside, if it rolls down, that could be bad. I don't know these professors. How are they relieved? But most likely, there are people guarding the side of people. But they thought wrong. At that time, beside Luo Feng, there was really no one to protect him. Lu Changfeng had been asking not to disturb Luo Feng, wanting to see what exactly he was going to do. In the video, it could only be seen, that little guy, to the sun in the sky, just roared. So cute. Just love seeing the little guy roar. It's really going to be adorable by him. The crocodile walks in that position. Plus it's better looking than a crocodile. Plus the barking is so cute. Please beg the factory of the anime doll. hurry to make the same model. Ha ha, words, they dare to do it? Brother, what do you mean you don't dare to do it? Animal this thing, who can apply for a patent what? Yeah, the name of a giant panda. Companies can also use it, and they can use its image too. Yes, it's true that animals don't have patents, but if you add a kung fu panda, then it's an infringement. Immediately after that, Luo Feng in the video, after giving a low roar towards the sky, actually walked to the edge of the cliff. Then, a shocking scene happened. This tiny 1-meter long piece of stuff actually jumped down that cliff. Crap, this Nima? What's it doing? Where's the guy who took the video? Where did they go? Watching the little guy jump? Dude, this is a CCTV cut. Where's the video guy? Oh my god, if he dies, who's responsible? What are these professors doing? Pray, it's good that the little guy is okay. How can I live without the little thing in these days? Ugh, a video like this was made? Isn't it meant to be? Give us a word? The little guy jumped off a cliff and fell to his death? Of course, right at this moment, that explanation popped up again. After the little thing sneaked away from the crew, the professor group had actually been looking after it, but not knowing why he was going to climb the mountain, they didn't interfere, and in the end, after he chose to jump off the cliff, we rushed over there at the first opportunity. But what I didn't expect was that something even more bizarre happened. Please watch the video. After the pop-up ended, in that video screen, after Luo Feng jumped, he didn't fall on the reef, but fell into the sea. It made the netizens who were watching the video also breathe a sigh of relief. Soon after, that little guy's head, however, emerged from the seawater. Immediately thereafter, the little thing, however, went ashore. To everyone's surprise, the little thing, again, climbed up towards the cliff. A screen full of question marks directly floated up. Everyone didn't know. What exactly was this little guy going to do? It was simply puzzling. Who's going to tell me? What is he doing? Going up again? And then continue jumping off the cliff? It's not over yet. After he failed the second time, he came back for a third cliff jump. After the third time was finished, still repeating. Fourth time, the fifth time, the umpteenth time. The whole thing was jumped 16 times. In that video, the little guy who was only a meter or so was not tall or strong, but, on his body, it was like he had endless strength. After falling down, and got up again from new, started jumping down again. Of course, every time you see the little guy jumping down, everyone is very worried, and also heartbroken to go down so high. That seawater pouncing on the little guy's body must be very painful, right? After all, anyone who has jumped into the water knows, the height is very high. It hurts when the water hits. Although I don't know what the little guy is going to do, but I can only say, go for it, right, go for it, you must be the diving champion. Pooh haha, you guys think the little guy is practicing diving? What else, not diving all the time? Of course, in the video, a netizen counted. It's already the 21st time, but this 21st time, the little thing climbed the mountain on its feet. There was some stumbling. It looked like there was no stamina left, but he still continued to climb up that mountain cliff. However, some netizens observed out that the 21st climb, he took a longer time. All the netizens could see that this 21st time, the little thing didn't have much stamina left, but even if he didn't have any stamina left, he still insisted on climbing upwards, and that gaze was resolute, completely without the slightest intention to give up. Of course, see here, the netizens, although they didn't know what the little guy was going to do, they at least understood today's theme. That is the spirit of the dragon, and such indomitable spirit. 20 failures and still continuing. Isn't that the spirit of the dragon? And the spirit of the dragon. In other words, that's the spirit of Dongsheng. This people who have stood in the east for 5,000 years, they just have an indomitable spirit. Every time they fell behind, they were able to get strong again. Every time they faced bullying from outside, they were able to drive the bad guys out. This is the spirit of the dragon. This is the spirit of Dongsheng, the spirit of the nation. P.S. Everyone, monthly votes up. Extra rules. 1 monthly vote plus 1,000 words. 10 votes plus 10,000 words. 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words. Everyone's monthly votes are more powerful, so that the author can have power. Kneeling thank you. You all vote up. Either I die suddenly, or the keyboard is broken. 50. This is really a dragon. No fake. This place, Dongsheng, is very amazing. Started 800 years ago. Ruled by foreigners. Around 400 years ago, ruled by foreigners again. By the end of the Qing dynasty, because of the backwardness of technology, it was again oppressed by more outsiders. But all this, none of it crushed Dongsheng. To this day, he still stood up, still standing strong on the shores of that East Sea. And today, when tens of thousands, tens of millions of netizens, saw Luofeng that jumped off the bottom of the cliff again and again, they were in tears. Although they still didn't know what Luofeng was doing, but it was pretty certain that Luofeng was doing what he wanted to do, but it seemed to be unsuccessful. Therefore, he had never given up. Indomitable, stalwart and brave. This was the spirit of the dragon. This was the indomitable character of the Dongxing people who were indomitable and courageous even in defeat. When that little thing, with a heavy step-by-step difficult 21st, climbed to the top of the mountain, a shocking scene happened. After that little thing jumped off the cliff, although it also fell down for a while, but suddenly, his body magically floated in mid-air. At this time, a screen full of question marks and exclamation points, or shocked emoticons, directly hanging all over the entire screen, completely as the spread of the sky. There was no little gap. Some netizens, because the pop-ups were blocking the screen, directly closed the pop-ups. At a glance, most of them are these two symbols. Everyone, even if they had thought of 10,000 possibilities, but they really didn't expect that this little guy actually did fly. He stayed in mid-air. That's still not flying? What was it? It's incredible. Is this really flying? You're blind. This is floating in mid-air. Seeing this moment, millions of netizens almost had blank heads. They only had one thought. That was why? How come there are no wings? Can creatures stay in mid-air too? It was simply hard to believe. You know, if human beings, a long time ago, or when they were still ancient people, they had the dream of flying up to the sky, but this dream has never been realized. But in recent times, they can use tools, the birth of the hot air balloon, so that mankind can go to heaven, later the birth of the airplane. Let mankind can directly in the sky long-distance flight, can say, humans for the sky, is the most eager for a kind of animal is not too much, because they are well-fed, they are well-dressed, they cannot think about these. Just because of this, they will go to fantasize about some gods and goddesses, able to fly in the clouds. That's why a lot of mythological immortals basically have one skill, and that's flying in the sky. At this moment, they saw Luofeng really floating in mid-air. They were thrilled. They were excited. This little guy who resembled the dragons described in ancient times, he really was a dragon. He displayed the same characteristics as a dragon. But alas, it was just flying. There were more abilities of a dragon that the little thing didn't have yet. They were beginning to look forward to it. If this little guy could change in size, lightning and thunder, or even eliminate disasters, that would be even better. Actually, in the beginning, everyone was not expecting Luofeng for the ability of these dragons. It just felt that he was a new species, and now it was different. The little thing really flew. Could this still be suspected to be merely a new species? Plus, this little thing's feces had supposedly grown a flower in the woods. These add up, has left many netizens speechless, excited, incredibly excited, literally dying of excitement. Now, speaking of this little thing, people couldn't necessarily draw an equal sign with the divine dragon, but no one dared to come out and draw a sign that wasn't equal to it anymore. However, just at this moment when everyone was incomparably excited, in that video, for floating in the sky, Luofeng whose small paws were dancing up, it was directly like the opposite of weightlessness had gained weight, all of a sudden falling downwards at extreme speed. Little thing, what's going on here? How did it fall? Everyone's pop-ups, all were incredibly worried, but thinking that it was a sea below, it was also much more relieved. But, why did it just suddenly fall? Ouch! Look at the little thing. It's so cute. It's actually dancing up in the sky with its hands. Ha ha ha, just me. Is that funny? It's so stupid. So creatures like dragons are just like us. They were stupid when they were little. When I learned to walk as a child, my mom and dad also said that it took a long time to teach me how to learn. This little thing, it's obviously just so pathetic. It tried more than 20 times, but the way it's falling down now, I just find it especially comical. Ha ha ha, it's like the cat and mouse in the cartoon, where the tomcat chases after it, and chases it from the roof to mid-air, and then before it can react, it looks at its feet and falls down in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, yes, it's just so graphic. All the cartoons have the cat stay in the air for a while to reflect the humor. AI, that was so hard, climbing more than 20 times and just flying in mid-air for less than a minute, right? Of course, things came to this. Everyone still didn't know what Luofeng was trying to do. That wouldn't make sense. Don't worry, we have to believe in him. He'll definitely fly longer in the future. 10 minutes, 1 hour, out of the atmosphere, out of the universe. After all, how can we say that? Dragons also need to grow. There's no one who can have the ability to destroy the sky and the earth right from birth. I actually admire him. If I were me, I would have quit a long time ago. Such a high mountain, only he can climb it one at a time, and have the courage to jump down. What a great baby dragon. Love it, love it, dragon spirit. Those 4 words are good. The video totally embodies it. The pop-ups were very lively. It could be said that in the beginning, when they saw the little guy jumping off the cliff, everyone was angry at why the professor and the crew didn't stop them. But now, everyone was excited and happy. This little thing, he really was a dragon. Or definitely a dragon. Otherwise, what kind of creature? Without wings, it could still stay in mid-air? Of course, this video, because it was so explosive. For sure, within half an hour, it directly swept the entire Weibo. Everywhere was this video column by Luo Feng. And everyone really got it. What is meant by the spirit of the dragon? Countless those entrepreneurs who were crawling in the dark. They watched this video and became even more determined in their endeavors. Countless students who are still in the grueling preparation for the college entrance examination. They also realized that only persistence, not afraid of failure, not afraid of difficulties, in order to finally succeed. Suffering is not a bad thing. As long as you break through the suffering and overcome the demons, victory will always come quietly. And at this moment Zhao Yubao, this overnight with everyone to get the video out of the issuer. At this moment, seeing the microblogging, actually so fire, was also quite surprised. What's the situation? It can fire so fast? Zhao Yubao was completely human and stupid. Couldn't believe it. He knew that Luo Feng was very hot. After all, this dragon thing, it would be strange if it wasn't hot. But it's not this bullish? How long has it been? The direct retweets have broken 30 million? And then clicked over 100 million? And more than 300 million comments? Microblogging this thing. In fact, there is a social software called Guinness Book of Records. A few years ago, there is such a showbiz traffic fresh meat. He won such a Guinness record. That is, Dear Mao, broke the Guinness World Record 3 times. To be precise, Dear Mao's fans broke the Guinness record 3 times. Guinness certified him with a Guinness World Record of 13,162, 859 comments on a single tweet. In 2016, he set another Guinness record, because 731 fans at the same time with antler headdress, set a Guinness World Record, the most people at the same time with antler headdress. 3 years later, the number of comments on this tweet has climbed to 100, 252, 605. Once again breaking the world record set by the man himself, has broken the world Guinness World Records man 3 times, has been praised by Central Mom by name several times. Of course, here are talking about people's Guinness records. For what hype? Acting. These are not the point. And now, Luo Feng's video actually had hundreds of millions of comments in just one day, not even half past. What an impressive record. Half an hour ago, it had already broken Dear's Guinness record. Of course, hundreds of millions of comments. Not that there were hundreds of millions of people commenting, because some people might post dozens of replies, but at least, there were tens of millions of people speaking. That's already scary, okay? To know, people who play Twitter, just how many are there? Gosh, it's unbelievable. I think that academician Lu Chongfeng's title of Dragon Spirit was too good. Zhao Yubao was speechless. He was so excited that tears came out of his eyes. As a member of the media, he knew very well that this amount of traffic, that meant that the 10 most trafficked artists in the entertainment circle, combined, were not this terrifying, right? This data, it was simply a heaven-defying existence. And Zhao Yubao, who made this video, was naturally very proud. The one in the video wasn't a star, nor was it any actor, nor was it any big shot, just a simple dragon. No, this dragon thing, seems like it can't be described as simple. Zhao is in charge. Xiao Lu, are you guys so excited? What happened? The deputy in charge walked over and said in a puzzled manner, Zhao in charge stayed up all night yesterday. Don't you take more rest? Ha ha ha, little Wang. You ask little Lu. This is really too shocking. Zhao Yubao laughed so loudly that he practically went off on a tangent. Of course, the name of the deputy head was called Wang Yusheng. This video? So awesome? Wang Yusheng also laughed out in excitement. A video that I personally manipulated? Now it's broken 100 million comments? What do you mean? You personally directed it? Your old brother Zhao? Didn't he accompany you until dawn yesterday? Zhao Yubao blanked him, then laughed again. Little Wang, don't get excited. This is a divine dragon after all. This is something that has been living in the beliefs of the common people of Dongxing for thousands of years. Now that it has flown up into the sky, it will definitely explode. I don't know. This video, will it go straight into the history books? Of course it will. Zhao is in charge. You believe me, it will. Wang Yusheng excitedly clenched his fists. I also thought that this video would definitely be able to catch fire, but the speed and extent of this fire is really beyond my imagination. Don't gawk. Let's take the good news and quickly tell the rest of the crew. They've been busy all morning and probably haven't even looked at their cell phones. Zhao Yubao patted the dazed Wang Yulong, stood up, and headed outside the tent. Of course, there was also a new thing to go and inform Tang Yongjin. That is, in the future, all of Luo Feng's meals would not be provided by the program's sponsors. This matter was fully taken over by those professors' group. That is, Professor Li Jr., with a group of nutritionists, Teacher Tang Yongjin, Teacher Wang, Xu Er, Shi Yan, Zi Qing. Zhao Yubao arrived at this main tent. He was already sweating profusely. It wasn't exhaustion. Rather, he was too excited. Of course, the crew and others at this moment were also tired, because they were all helping Tang Yongjin cook for Luo Feng. Luo Feng's food intake was getting bigger and bigger, and now Tang Yongjin plus the crew staff were already too busy, and had to add the crew guests, who also labored together. After this little guy came to the crew. In fact, the most tired is Tang Yongjin. Originally, he specialized in cooking for several people in the crew. Then came a dragon. Originally, he had the attitude of having one more pair of chopsticks for one more person. It was no big deal, but this dragon is really too good at eating. If he is not a dragon, Tang Yongjin would have quit. Even if Zhao Yubao, the person in charge of the sky, how many benefits given, but also quit. Of course, Tang Yongjin is also a person from Dongshang. He knows that raising the little thing properly is a very difficult task. A dragon, for Dongshang, is completely top priority. Dragons were supposed to be the Rue beasts, so that was why Tang Yongjin had been so bitter, so tired, and had persisted. Don't look at Tang Yongjin this way, Gotish. Polite to anyone. In fact, because he wants money, want to have relations, is very arrogant. Mo is not a dragon. He really does not serve. Zhao is in charge. Why are you here? Tang Yongjin made the little thing's noon meal, wiped his sweat, and saw Zhao Yubao at the door. This guy, it wasn't last night, staying up all night to catch up on that what's his name column video on the spirit of the dragon? I don't know how the netizens reacted after sending it out. They had gotten up early in the morning to cook for the little thing, and now they didn't have time to read any microblogs. Ha ha ha, it's fine. You guys continue to be busy. Grab some time to serve our little ancestor. I'll just say a few words. Zhao Yubao was still all smiles. See, Zhao in charge is so happy? Is something good happening? Tang Yongjin asked. Of course, the first good thing then, is that Sheng Tang, Miss Yuxian Kiko, and Huang Bai, are coming to our theater group. Zhao Yubao smiled and said, I've already specially sent the deputy head, Wang Yusheng, to pick them up. It shouldn't be long before they arrive at our theater group. The second thing, that's Mr. Tang Ah. From now on, Little Thing's meals will be completely taken over by little Professor Li over at the Biological Institute. Zhao Yubao said with a smile. He's taking over? Teacher Wang's first reaction was one of surprise. After all, this guy, Professor Little Li, is he reliable or not? And in the face of the first thing, which was that 2 movie stars were coming, it wasn't a big deal. With the heat of today's crew, it wasn't much of a surprise to see someone even more bullish again. But in the movie circle, nowadays, the most bullish, also afraid of only these 2 people, right? Plus a Baoqiang Green, and that bald Suzhen. Of course, these artists, it was estimated that they would need to go through a series of viral cleanups before they could be put into the crew completely. This wasn't an ordinary drama group. Rather, it was a drama group with a dragon. Ah, Teacher Tang Yongjin, you don't have to look like you're relieved. Zhao Yubao smiled and said. Professor Lu Changfeng over at the Biological Institute said that Professor Shaoli's nutrition team, they're just in charge of filtering out the ingredients for the small stuff, which must be healthy and without the slightest problem. You, on the other hand, will still be the chef at the helm. Tang Yongjin was speechless. Wasn't it the Biological Institutes that was going to take over? How come he still couldn't get rid of the identity of the little thing's imperial chef? Ah, ha ha ha, Mr. Tang, you don't have to stare at me. Who asked our baby dragon to like your cooking? Just continue to work hard for a bit, but manpower-wise, there's definitely enough right now. That's something you don't have to worry about. Zhao Yubao laughed. It's fine. If the little thing likes to eat, I'll just keep doing it. Inside, Tang Yongjin was speechless and proud. Ah, after all, cooking for a dragon, and the baby dragon liked it so much. Could this not be something to be proud of? To be honest, to have Luo Feng be the emperor, the ancient imperial chef, the status was actually really high. Isn't it worth being proud of? The imperial chef is not a eunuch. The two cannot be equated. And breathlessly, he had to be busy again. But he did so willingly. And our video, which surpassed 100 million comments, has already surpassed Deer's record. After Zhao Yubao finished speaking, he directly left the place. When it was known that it broke 100 million, the entire crew was also excited. After all, it could be $20 to $30 million. That must be the normal level. But 100 million, it would really be too terrifying. Xu Er, Shi Yan, don't daze, Quickly go to the little guy's villa and call him up to get ready for the dinner live shoot. Of course, every day, the little guy's eating routine. Everyone will share it with the netizens in the live broadcast room. Today was naturally no exception. Remember to make sure to give the little guy more sunlight before you do. He loves the sun. Tang Yongjin's concern for Luo Feng had gone beyond that of a cook and felt like a baby daddy, reminding everyone of many things. Got it, Teacher Tang, that I remember. Shangguan Shui'er snickered, said, and left. Soon, the two of them came out of Luo Feng's villa. Behind them, it was that 1-meter Luo Feng, still crocodile walking that majestic posture. And it looks like, the little thing is very happy today. Radiant look. After all, yesterday, he had learned to fly. How could he not be happy? That warm current that held him afloat had already appeared. So in the future, with diligent practice, he would definitely be able to do better. However, things couldn't be rushed. It's only been a few days since he was born. It had to be done slowly. Hard work. Old Tang. After Luo Feng came to the kitchen and saw Tang Yongjin, who was covered in stinky sweat, he didn't dislike it, but rubbed against his calf to show his appreciation. After preparing for a while, Zhao Youbao's side informed everyone that they could start filming. Everyone also sat upright. Long bow, my long bow. The live broadcast room opened up. It was like a gang of vicious wolves that hadn't eaten in a long time had flooded into the pack. All of a sudden, it became lively. Where's Long Bao? Where's my dragon Bao? Divine dragon, come out and let me top you. Top you? Ha ha ha. I want to make a wish to the dragon. I must get off this year. No, this month. Bless me with a fortune this year. I don't want to be rich. I just want the king not to meet elementary school students. This is not difficult, right? Ha ha ha. The divine dragon only cares about getting married, having kids and getting rich. Nothing else. Yeah, the ancient gods and goddesses. They can ask for children and fortune, but I've never heard of asking for a game that doesn't meet a pit, right? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, my divine dragon here. No such business. Divine dragon can beg for marriage just fine. I female. Height 155. Weight 198. I hope there is a 1 meter 8. Looks as handsome as Wang Junkai on the line. Monthly income of more than 50,000. Ha ha ha. This wish of yours, the divine dragon said it's too hard. Please, this wish of yours, Buddha can't fulfill it even if he comes. Oh my god, the heat of today's live broadcast. How is it a lot higher than yesterday? Oh my god, dude, that microblogging is so hot. Search number 1, did not see the little things have learned to fly. Today's pop-ups, quite lively, simply more than yesterday, several times more. Those technicians in the background, seeing this scene, they were stunned. Have to hurry up and maintain it. Don't get stuck directly at that time. Now live broadcasting room. The actual number of people watching online has come to the 30 million mark. To know the last time, it had only just broken through 10 million only. Flying's video, the traffic brought, when it is really horrible. Of course, in the past few days, the sponsors also added 8 servers to the crew, otherwise it would have collapsed. P.S. Everyone's monthly votes cast up, plus more rules. 1 monthly vote plus 1,000 words, 10 monthly votes plus 10,000 words, 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words. Everyone's monthly votes are more powerful, so that the author can have power. Kneeling thank you. All vote up, either I die suddenly, or the keyboard is dead. 51. Baby Dragon's new mate is here. It's safe to say that the heat is now on for the runaway crew. The variety show in Jiangdong Song. No, it's in terms of global variety arts. There is absolutely none that can beat it. The actual number of people online, there were 30 million, which completely knocked down a record that no one in the world had ever seen before. As for whether or not there will be a successor, God only knows. Maybe in the future, the Jade Emperor will come down to earth to break such a record, right? But what Zhao Yubao can be sure of is that if there is no such mythical thing, or something too strange, then this record, it is simply impossible to break. Why could Zhao Yubao be so confident? Because right now, such heat was already very terrifying. On the internet, the ones who liked to watch the live broadcast, the ones who should be here, were almost here. Those old masters? Even if you hype up the news of the dragon in the sky, he will just look at the short video and look at the news, and definitely won't come to the live broadcast. In fact, some people have counted, even if the hotter artist, in the event of the bull, the simultaneous online can reach 25 million people. It is already the peak of the internet. No one believed that this 30 million people online could still be surpassed by someone. Of course, for Luo Feng's observation, it was still Dean Lu Chongfeng, leading the group to follow up, but it wouldn't be like last time, when people had to be filmed even when they were sleeping. Just try to do it without disturbing Longbao. Of course, it was said earlier, in today's live broadcast, there will be 2 new guests. The crew main tent here. After everyone applauded and welcomed the new guests, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Crap, did I see it right? Old Shen and Old Huang, both of them are here? A movie star, a new king of comedy. Ha ha ha, don't dare to say king, brother, afraid to spray? But I have to say, for comedy movies in recent years, you still have to look at me, Master Shen. It's like I'm dreaming. These two, appearing under a variety show at the same time? The chances aren't high, right? You know, this isn't coming to guest star for an installment. It's a resident guest. Don't get excited, brothers. Today's running bar is no longer a sunset industry. He's red hot, and it's normal for 2 big names to come now. If there is no that baby dragon, I guess now the fast running bar. Want to invite these 2? Basically impossible, right? Didn't I, Master Shen, recently go off to prepare for the release of a new movie? How could he appear here? Don't you want the new movie? Now the capitalists behind the run for it crew. I guess they also saw the program's hotness and wanna make it hot again. Yes, there's the heat of Baby Dragon itself, plus the 2 big movie stars. It's completely capable of breaking through the $30 million curse and sprinting to another 40 million. I just want to say, wasn't the crew going to have a couple of fresh meat from the so-and-sos come? Why aren't they coming? Ha ha, just those guys from the boy band? Besides whining, what else can they do? I guess now that the crew's on fire, they don't want them anymore. So only Master Shin and movie star Huang came. Could it be because people have other programs to attend and then can't come? Ha ha, are you making me laugh? Fans of the boy band upstairs, right? With such a hot program, they won't come unless they're stupid. Look at our sister Shuayer. She's having so much fun on the set. This program, I guess Master Shin and Emperor Huang don't want money. Do you believe it? It's really possible. Sister Shuayer didn't ask for money either. She said she wanted to stay. Master Shin didn't give him any money? It's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Ha ha ha, love to come or not. If they don't come, I don't know how many big names are willing to come. That's right, who doesn't want to come in advance to admire Baby Dragon? Now Shuayer's microblogging fans have increased by 8 million over the past few days. This program, it's really unbeatable. Seeing these 2 big names coming, the live broadcast room was definitely buzzing with excitement. A bearer in the comedy movies of the last few years, even so, have made a network buzzword. A movie is not Shin's drama more, drama less. Use a term, containment, and one. On the other hand, is the acting skills and strength and exist singer debut, halfway to acting Yellow Movie Emperor. Some people also jokingly said that this is a godly singer who was delayed by acting, although there is the meaning of flirting. But Huang Shadow Emperor, singing songs, is really good. To say that if he continued to sing, he might have achieved something, but definitely not as much as he did with the movie. But there were no ifs in this world. Everything had passed. Teacher Wang, Teacher Tang, hello again. As soon as Master Shin came over, it put on that trademark smile. A direct hug came. After all, they were all in the entertainment industry. It was natural to recognize each other. Hello several teachers. The crew's all good. Shadow Emperor Huan wasn't as pompous as Grand Master Shin. A more formal handshake greeted him. It's great that the 2 of you have come to the crew. Grand Master Shin, I really didn't expect you to come. Is Uncle Shun in good health? Seeing that the few people from the female troupe were making fun of themselves, Master Shin didn't get angry and said in a good humor, "What's the matter? You still want me to be in bad health? I'll tell you, if you're really hospitalized, you won't be able to get away with any of your share of the money." The female group of 3, because they had participated in a variety show with Master Shin together a year ago, naturally, they were familiar with each other. They joked with each other. These 2, come to be funny, right? Luo Feng lay on the table and slept, unmoved. To be in a previous life, one might still have to be excited, but this one life, what is this dragon's status? Is there still a personal way to greet you 2? This dragon has slept in Shangguan Shuayer's harbor, the divine dragon who has laid in the female group's quilt. You are all scum. Of course, it has to be said that Luo Feng still likes the movies of these 2 big names, especially Shin Big Master's Tomato, flipping over and over, seen many times. That movie, just very funny and cool. It is completely the template of the cool text of the recent era. Soon, after these people finished exchanging pleasantries, everyone's gazes, they all looked at Luo Feng who was sleeping on his back. Goo, today I finally saw a live baby dragon. Uncle Shen smiled like a flower and walked over excitedly. Quick, Uncle Shen hug? Don't sleep? Of course. Luo Feng glanced at him and completely ignored him, continuing to sleep. Ouch, still ignoring me? Too cute, right? Master Shen laughed. This little guy was so expressive even when he squinted. No wonder everyone spoiled him so much. Hello, baby dragon. I'm Huang Bai. Huang Shadow Emperor's words, a more formal greeting, not at all as pompous as Master Shen. but what was not expected was that Luo Feng actually raised his claws. What is he? Yellow Shadow Emperor was startled and thought he was going to arrest himself. Our Long Bao wants to shake hands with you, Shangguan Shuayer said, coming forward. Ah, shake hands ah? Yellow Shadow Emperor laughed. Shake hands then, said, and grabbed Luo Feng's paw. It was then separated. Of course, Luo Feng wasn't for anything, but Master Shen was too pompous and didn't want to care about him at all. Huang Shadow Emperor has to be a bit more formal, have to give people a face no. Of course, this also reflects that Huang Shadow Emperor's emotional intelligence is really high. He knew that this little thing was probably a dragon, or 80% was a dragon, and if he was not too respectful in front of Luo Feng, there would be people talking about it online. Huang Yingdi, who had always been dripping with water, naturally did things very carefully. Yao wah! Suddenly, Luo Feng yada 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 a few times, then snorted towards a girl behind the crowd. That's right, all forgotten. There's also Are You Shen. Of course, this one, if you will, was also introduced just now. Someone in the live broadcast room had also mentioned her, but because the two big movie stars were so awesome, Yuxian's pop-ups were drowned out. In a small transparency, this is the hacker lady in that Tang Tan too. It's called Kiko in the movie. When Luo Feng saw it in his last life, he was stunned by her secondary dress. Of course, she wasn't as pretty as an extreme beauty like Shangguan Shuayer, but it was also a goddess among goddesses. The little guy even greeted me? Yuxian walked over, very surprised. He's so cute. Kiko, who was also dressed as a secondary character for today's exit, with a blue double ponytail, then reached out and shook his hand, following in the footsteps of the Yellow Shadow Emperor. Ow! Luo Feng shouted at her. Yada yada yada. The two shook hands. It was obvious. It was longer than shaking hands with Huang Shadow Emperor. Sister Shuayer, can I hug her? He's really cute. Yuxian didn't hold back either and was completely adorable. This baby dragon, it was simply heaven-defying. If he does, he just likes me. And Shi Yan, and Ziqing to hug him, the others? I don't know. Shangguan Shuayer pointed at Tang Yongzhen. Even if teacher Tang Yongzhen keeps cooking for him, he only lets teacher Tang hug him for a while. Ha ha ha, ungrateful little thing chanting. Tang Yongzhen gave a blank look towards Luo Feng, poking fun at him. Ow. Seeing this, Luo Feng even scratched Tang Yongzhen with his paw, as if he was coaxing him. Go go go. Just know how to curry favor. You're a white-eyed wolf, Tang Yongzhen said, and gently poked Luo Feng's little head. I think, this little guy, doesn't he always like girls to hug? Ha ha ha, that's natural. I don't know. Have you guys heard of an idiom? The nature of the dragon is, ha ha ha, that's right, he definitely likes women. Where did this idiom come from? Why haven't I learned it? From TV dramas. If he likes women, then why doesn't he let the female crew members hug him? I guess it depends on face value. Can't figure out how a creature like a dragon can be divided into male and female? Definitely baby dragons basically have the intelligence of a human being. Think about it. You're a male. Do you want a female to hug you? Or a male? Ha ha ha, too dirty you guys. And here on the crew, Miss Kiko didn't give up. She still wanted to give it a try. Long Bao, do you want to let Miss Kiko hug you? I have blue hair today, and I'm a bit of a dragon lady too. Miss Kiko looked at the pop-ups. Everyone was saying that the little one wanted a woman to hug, and wants a pretty woman. That's for sure. She was then moved, wanting to see if her own face value could pass muster with the little guy. At this moment, the gazes of all the people all looked towards Luo Feng, waiting for his response. Of course, the current biology faculty's Lu Changfeng and the others were also looking straight at the live broadcast screen. They wanted to know if a stranger like Kiko, this Long Bao, would let the other party hug him or not. If the little guy was resistant to strangers, then in the future, when strangers came, it would be better to be careful. After all, this is a dragon, but it has the power to kill. The current one is still small, but his claws are sharp enough, and when he grows up, then he will definitely be even more destructive. So for now, it was to examine Long Bao's reaction to strangers. And the next moment, Luo Feng actually raised his two front paws, and made a show of opening his arms to Miss Kiko. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shangguan Shuayer was also surprised, but it seems that her expression is a little bit jealous. Is this for a hug? Kiko was also surprised and looked at Luo Feng, seeing that everyone around her said it was Luo Feng's consent. Only then did she hug over, picking this little guy up. But, it was very laborious. After all, the little guy now, it really was too heavy. But even though it's heavy, but Kiko still wanted to hug her. Very quickly, Luo Feng leaned in her arms and just squinted his eyes, slightly closed, blissfully. Have to say, Kiko, the same as also an invincible milkmaid. Ouch, so cute, really, as cute as a baby. Ha ha ha, is there a possibility that Kiko is naturally attractive to babies? Naturally attractive? How so? If I could hug Long Bao, my whole life would be worth it. I wish I could. This little thing just likes girls, right? And pretty ones at that. That word is going to be blocked. You know, the live broadcast room. So many people were flirting with Luo Feng, but again, they were completely overwhelmed by his cuteness. On Lu Chongfeng's side, through observation, the worry in his heart also fell. Looks, this Long Bao. For humans, there wasn't much hostility, and for strangers, there wouldn't be any outbursts of anger at a moment's notice. In fact, at the time when Kiko, as well as Yellow Shadow Emperor, Master Shen, and Luo Feng were in contact, there were already security personnel on the side. If Luo Feng stormed into a rage, they would have immediately pulled these strangers away. I've analyzed it, and overall, our dragon treasure should not resist humans, and will be more gentle and friendly towards women. Lu Chongfeng coughed and said, especially pretty girls. What do you say about this little guy's IQ? How many years old is it as high as a human? Professor Zhao asked. I feel like it's almost a 4 or 5-year-old. Professor Qian said, the little thing looks smart, and there are times when I feel that he's just too lazy to express himself. Lu Chongfeng guessed, I dare conclude that as he grows older, his IQ can at least reach that of an adult. What? Adult? Impossible, right? Professor Zhao was amazed. If it could be as bullish as an adult, that would be close to the most intelligent creature on this planet. It's not surprising that the mythical dragons, which can take human form, have similar IQs to humans. Lu Chongfeng smiled lightly. Alright, this point of view is discussed again. Can't jump to conclusions. Anyway, I think, as long as it's not some great evil, or rather, a situation that angers Long Bao, he's usually not aggressive. Lu Chongfeng analyzed. Indeed, Professor Zhao smiled. Then at the very beginning, Gao Quan Yi and Professor Zhang were not kind to Long Bao, and Long Bao disliked them. Yes, in the past, we guessed that he must be able to distinguish between good and evil in the world, Lu Chongfeng said, but whether this ability is real or not, we still need to continue to observe. And here in the theater group, Luo Feng was hugged by Sister Kiko. It was very comfortable. Sister Kiko, on the other hand, was holding Luo Feng and slipped outside the tent, and accompanied by her side were the 3 members of the female troupe, including Shangguan Shue'er. Sister Shue'er, it's been many years. I remember we met on Ace's variety show 3 years ago, right? Kiko hugged Luo Feng and took the initiative to greet her. Yeah, you're getting prettier too. The two had only gotten along once on the variety show, but on WeChat, there had always been contact. Sister Shue'er is joking. Which girl in the entertainment circle's face value can fight with you? Miss Kiko belonged to the kind of domineering imperial and cute secondary Yuan miss, but this Shue'er goddess in front of her could be said to have the most perfect body and face value in the entertainment circle. A ceiling-level existence. Right, this little guy, it's heavy now, right? Shangguan Shue'er these 2 days, anyway, didn't hold it much, because it was just too heavy. Not bad, I can hold on for a while. Miss Kiko was actually having a hard time, but there was no way. Baby dragon, this hugging once is a blessing. She cherished it. The point is, at first, she all thought that she wouldn't be agreed to be hugged by Luo Feng. Since it was agreed, then it's 100 pounds. It also had to be hugged for a while longer. Ha, don't work too hard. In the future when you guys are on the set, you'll have plenty of opportunities. Shangguan Shue'er joked. After a few more days, I think even a big man like Mr. Tang is afraid that he won't be able to hug him anymore. Then I'm still lucky. This time I can still hug him. Miss Kiko laughed. Looks, these 2 people, both good girls with good hearts. Yeah, the small villa that was built in the past, it wasn't very big in the first place. I didn't expect him to grow so fast. Our troupe is totaling up. In a few more days, we'll have to build a new house again, and then we'll have to build a bigger one. Shangguan Shue'er said, glaring at Luo Feng. Not only does he grow fast, he eats a lot. Shangguan Shue'er said, and pushed her sleeves. Look at me. The crew is understaffed, and when I cooked today, I was splattered by oil droplets. It can hurt. Ow. When Luo Feng heard this, he raised his head slightly from Miss Kiko's arms, and reached out his paw, so he rubbed Shangguan Shue'er's arm that was splattered with oil. Goddess worked hard. Sticker. Look at him. Is he caring about you? Miss Kiko said incredulously. Of course. Definitely cares about me. I can love her the most. As soon as Shangguan Shue'er saw Luo Feng like this, all that hard work, she really didn't think about it. It was worth it. Of course, since her debut, in addition to the variety show, basically is the existence of 10 fingers not touching the spring water. Che just know to blankly stare at me. Luo Feng was inwardly arrogant for a moment, but very quickly, Luo Feng raised his head, because of seeing the seashore by the beach. There was a ship that appeared, and on top of the wheelbarrow, there were 2 more people. 52. Longbottom's feces. The lab results are in. Luo Feng looked fixedly. It was actually the other 2 girl group members of the GDD girl group, Lu Hanyan and Chang Dai. These were also the souls of the 2 crews. Very beautiful. The 2 were also in the crew at the beginning, but the girl group company had other things to arrange for them to go to commercials, so they didn't participate in these 2 days of filming. Now they are finally returning. But the company above also arranged, said that, from now on, they would never arrange for them to go to any more shows. As long as the little one was there, they would always follow Shangguan Shuer to accompany Luo Feng. 2 more little maids? Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. But this sentence, to be known by Shangguan Shuer, it was estimated that she would have to pinch Luo Feng, because she had never felt like she was a maid or anything. She had always felt that she was Luo Feng's big sister. But actually thinking about it, being a dragon treasure maid wasn't a shameful thing, was it? Han Yen, Dyer, you guys have returned? Welcome, welcome. Shangguan Shuer definitely greeted her. Sister Shuer, missed me to death. And Shi Yen, and Ziqing, finally together again. Sister Cheng arranged for us to go over there to hold a movie launch. There's so much going on. I'll tell you, it's exhausting. We have to go to a lot of places to promote our performances in a day, and we put on makeup several times a day. The 2 girl group members, seeing Shangguan Shuer, naturally it was like going home, and started complaining. Of course, Sister Ching's words were the previously mentioned, a female boss of an economic company. Because of the blessing of this female boss, it was only because of this female boss that these Heavenly Fairy girl group members were not contaminated. Ha, Kiko, you're also here. I've heard that you're coming a long time ago. Your secondary costume is so pretty today. Lu Hanyan gave the other party a greeting, but soon, also noticed Luo Feng in his arms. Wow, is this Long Bao? And I said I'd go see him later. I didn't realize it was sleeping in Kiko's arms. The 2 saw Luo Feng. Naturally, they were very fond of it. Both surrounded him and talked and laughed. But Luo Feng was also too lazy to get up. Kiko's arms were very comfortable. Soon, Kiko sort of couldn't hold on any longer. Intended to let Lu Hanyan and Chang Dai hug him. But Luo Feng didn't seem to refuse either. This is outrageous. The real deal is really into girls, but because it's too heavy, the 2 people are actually very weak. Neither could hug for very long. One just hugged for a few minutes. Girls, chatting? Suddenly, Master Shin walked over and looked at Long Bao, who was strolling on the ground. You say this little baby is going to grow up in the future? How big can it be? This is hard to say. I think the previous dinosaurs, more than 10 meters long, weighing 7 or 8 tons, at least must have this curiosity, right? Mr. Wang also walked over and spoke. Ha, if it could really be like this, that would be awesome. A tail could flip over a ship, right? Lu Hanyan said in a glowing manner. That's for sure. With this tonnage, what's a boat? Master Shen laughed. I reckon that this little thing's size when it reaches adulthood will definitely be even more exaggerated than a long-necked giant dragon. A long-necked giant dragon? That's a large dinosaur of dozens of tons, ranked at least in the top 5, right? Lu Hanyan couldn't believe that a little guy just over a meter in front of him could be so big in the future. What's not to believe? Dragons. Do you know what a dragon is? Thousands of meters long. I don't know how edible it will be by then. Shin was just hilarious, and spread his arms out to compare. What's the biggest creature in the world? Obviously, it's a dragon. Put. Shangguan Shuer really laughed out loud. This sentence wasn't exactly funny, but being said by Master Shin, it was hilarious. What animal is the fastest running reptile? Shangguan Shuer asked rhetorically. This, Shenmonkler outlet store didn't react for a moment, and according to the old version of the answered, cheetahs. Wrong, it's a dragon. Che, you this blind bull ********. Where he is on land, he is flying. Shenmonkler outlet store then reacted. Indeed, if the dragon flies, it is the fastest. The rock that rocked up 90,000 miles. In the mythological records, the flight speed is not as fast as the dragon, but it depends on what version of the dragon. If you want the dragon in Journey to the West, it's completely weak. In fact, in mythology, dragons have always had a high status. Journey to the West just weakens it. Who told you that we, Long Bao, aren't reptiles? Shangguan Shuer pointed at the strolling Luo Feng. Isn't this crawling? Then the eagle still has time to play on the ground. Does he count as a reptile? Master Shen blankly eyed Shangguan Shuer and waited for the other party to answer. But just at this time, Tang Yongjin then came over and said in a low voice, several of you, in your live broadcasts, don't talk about the topic of the little guy being sure he's a dragon. You guys are public figures. You can't compare your comments with those of netizens. After all, how to say it? The above had always been afraid of Westerners taking this matter and saying things, when there was no solid evidence. Neither would go so far as to say that Luo Feng was a dragon. Always said it was an unknown new creature. But actually everyone sees Luo Feng as a dragon. Obviously. The pop-ups at this moment. Naturally, it was spirited as hell. Did you guys hear that? Even Grandmaster Shin said that this little guy is a dragon. Right. There's been no official announcement from above. And they're still chatting quite hotly. Ha ha. What else is the world's largest creature? Answer, dragons chant? Ha ha ha. Master Shin is really hilarious talent la full. If Longbao is really hammered, then isn't it a lot of records to be set? The creature with the biggest mouth in the world is a dragon. The fastest creature in the world is a dragon. The creature that combines land, sea and air is also a dragon. It's a pity that the officials haven't even hammered it out yet. What else is there to actualize? Doesn't it already fly? I think the Empire is just being too cautious. Right. Last time he roared towards the sky and it actually rained. It's still not a ing dragon? Ugh. The officials are thinking too much. Just take your time. The audience actually enjoyed the topic of Shangguan Shu'er and Grandmaster Shen, because they were both talking about dragon treasure. But after Tang Yongjin greeted them, it was clear that they weren't chatting. Thinking about it carefully, both of them were public figures, so they really shouldn't make direct comments about Luo Feng being a dragon, as this would bring trouble to the Empire. And Luo Feng, who was taking a walk at the moment, thought about Master Shen and their chat, also thought deeply. He himself is only a meter or so now, and he is so able to eat. God knows, if he grows up in the future, how much he can eat, and can he really be thousands of meters long? At that time, one's own tail can shake off an aircraft carrier? Everything. Luo Feng was actually looking forward to it, but now Luo Feng, he had to think about those warm currents of his own. That was definitely a kind of energy. It was consumed during the takeoff yesterday. Did it have to be recharged by the sun and moon? Come to think of it, yesterday, when he tried to fly, he could have floated in the air, but because the warmth in that body was gone, he fell down. Now Luo Feng, he has to quickly find a place to sunbathe. To put it bluntly, how to think? It's all like an oil-electric hybrid car. There really wasn't much compulsion but Luo Feng also thought about it. Throughout the ages, people have found the legend of dragons, most of them in the sky of thunderstorms, and in his last life, Luo Feng saw the post that said that the reason why dragons appeared in the sky of thunderstorms was most likely to collect electricity. Then Luo Feng is also a dragon. Isn't it also possible to harvest electricity? If one could harvest that, then the energy that one could utilize must be sufficient. Never again, all of a sudden fly and fall from the sky, right? Yixing, chopping wood over there? Suddenly, Luo Feng saw this little sheep. It seemed to have returned as well. Why didn't he see it himself? Is it still sneaking back? Luo Feng thought about it. This guy actually didn't report to himself and sneaked back, forgetting who is the master of the crew. That Yixing, still laboring with Huang Ziqing in chopping wood. The two were talking and laughing. Luo Feng sneaked over. He rolled up a piece of firewood and threw it towards Yixing's butt. There was a bang. The small piece of wood smashed Yixing's butt. It didn't hurt, but it was a little painful. Who is it? Throwing a small log to hit me? Yixing was dumbfounded. Looking around, didn't see anyone. Soon, Huang Ziqing's ass, too, was thrown by the small wood stick. Told you to talk so hot with Yixing. Get angry. I was thrown too. Who is it? Huang Ziqing also looked around. Didn't find anyone. In fact, Luo Feng shot a gun and changed places. They couldn't react at all. Wasn't it you? The two people spoke in unison. Both thought that the other person had tricked them. I didn't. The two men spoke in unison again. Inexplicable anyway. Didn't care that much. Continued to work. But suddenly, near the woodpile, there was that guy Luo Feng in sight. Is it? My god, old man, ugh. Yixing had the heart to die. The previous times was when he was screwed over twice. Now that he's back, he doesn't even dare to see him. As a result, he even took the initiative to find fault. Yixing really didn't hate Luo Feng. He was just afraid that he would give himself green grass to eat again. It was embarrassing. Immediately after, Luo Feng spat out his tongue at Yixing and Huang Ziqing, and his eyes squeezed. A very humanized grimace, then directly ran away. Now getting bigger and bigger. That running speed was comparable to Bolt. Of course, the people in the live broadcast room, when they saw this scene, they directly couldn't close their mouths with laughter. Crap, crouching, ha ha ha, this long bow. He also knows Sun Tzu's art of war, playing one shot for another? Fooled both of them, ha 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 ha. The two people thought it was the other one playing tricks on them. Long bow is so funny it's too funny. This little guy, so naughty, like a child. Yixing just came back and was teased by the little guy again? I think it's better for Yixing to leave. he can't be tricked by the little guy. Ha ha, but Ishing must like the little one. Otherwise he wouldn't have returned. Ha ha, that's not true. But Ishing didn't come back to see the little one. Is he angry? Then why is he teasing Ziching too? Let's see. Maybe he doesn't want Ziching to play with boys? Pooh haha. What? You're jealous? The audience loved Luo Feng too much anyway. Such an animal. Totally human intelligence. Let alone a dragon. Even a dog? It was also particularly appealing, right? While the live broadcast was in full swing on this side of the crew, on the other side of the capital, in a chemical research institute. This place is very busy. In the laboratory, a group of people wearing masks and white coats. They are observing a pool of yellowish-black stuff in the test tube. Of course, this yellowish-black thing is nothing else but the dragon treasure feces that was flown in directly by the special plane of the Ministry of War. No mistake, a bunch of experts. Right now, we're here, studying it with gusto. Separate out some of it. Everyone should be careful. All of it will be used to dry it out and use it as fertilizer for the test field to see the effect. And the other part, take it to the research lab to study the ingredients. The one who led the way, called Dr. Gu, was a professor here, with some of the academy's senior students. He was here to analyze the manure. Professor Gu, what do you mean by this? It's a bit too much, isn't it? There was a doctoral student, who was sent to observe the fertilizing effect of the dragon dung, and he said with some surprise, how many of us? All of us are going to watch how the fertility effect of a puddle of dung is? These doctoral students. That was the top of the capital university. There was very hard specialized knowledge. The status is very high. If they stayed up for 10 or 8 years, they could get an honorary professor's license. Their annual salary would be at least $1 million. But now, want them to keep watch to see the fertilizing effect of a piece of? This is also too outrageous, right? They were the top 3 figures in the new generation in the agriculture major of the capital university. And it wasn't too much to ask for a few of you postgrads. What do you know? What kind of feces do you think this is? This is from the Peach Blossom Island side. Airlifted over. It's the War Ministry's special airplane. Prof. Gu looked at these few sons of heaven and grunted. Now you can tell me? Are you guys going to guard this piece of to watch its fertilizing effects? Simply. Those USDA postdocs. Simply dumbfounded. When they came, they were only notified to observe the fertilizing effect of the manure. But they didn't realize that it was from the Peach Blossom Island side? They were not stupid. It was very clear that on the Peach Blossom Island side, there was now a dragon although there was no official announcement, but everyone said that it was 80%. Professor, this is really that little thing's feces? That young doctoral student no longer had a hint of slackness or contempt, but instead received the test tube with both hands, as if holding a tribute. Of course it is. You guys know nothing but research all day long. Haven't you seen the news? Now academician Lu Changfeng from the Biological Academy has gone over to conduct in-depth research. This is the first wave of dragon feces. More will be sent over later. Prof. Gu said without a trace of anger. Holy, real dragon feces? This is too shocking, isn't it? If I had known, I would have taken this job. Witnessing the power of dragon feces on plants for myself. I'm worthy of the status of a section officer. I have to say, dragon feces, is it also so precious? Making so many people dumbfounded? Ha ha, can you not be dumbfounded? At least you're not even qualified to eat it. Pooh ha ha, it is. Otherwise you think? Why else did the War Ministry's airplane specially send it over? And those few doctoral students, after being shocked, still holding the holy relics obediently, they went directly to the test field side. Of course, the first few batches had already been sent out. This was just the last batch. Separately fertilized were the black soil of the northeast, the yellow soil of the central plains, and the sandy soil of the northwest. 3 places respectively. And what was given to these few doctoral students was obviously the yellow soil of the central plains. Suddenly, a phone then rang, and Professor Gu looked at the other party's number. It was the person who reported the black soil experiment from the northeast. Professor Gu, great, that black soil experiment field of mine, it's sprouted. This dragon dung, it's amazing. Really? Sure enough, Lu Changfeng was right. It's really too amazing. Professor Gu was as happy as a 200-pound fat man. The dragon manure was truly invincible. Professor Gu who hung up the phone happily. At this moment, he received another call. Northwest? It's the sandy soil test field reporter from the Northwest calling? Professor Gu once again answered the phone excitedly. The sandy soil experiment over there has succeeded. And it's growing wheat germs. Ah, great. Professor Gu let out a wild laugh. As a scientific researcher, there was nothing that made him happier than hearing these news. Immediately afterward, the doctoral student who had just gone for about half an hour, called as well. The yellow soil was also fine. Can grow fast. The seeds that were sown, surprisingly, in half an hour, a little bit of tusk came up. In one night, it's sure to sprout a big stalk. Of course, this was with pure dragon dung. Ha ha ha, everyone come over here for a moment. Professor Gu obviously couldn't wait, not waiting at all for the thorough experimental results on the yellow soil side. He began to give notice. Listen, you guys, after the sandy soil and also the northeast black soil experiments, it can be determined that this little thing's feces, if it is added to the ordinary fertilizer in the amount of 100%, it is directly able to let the crops shorten the cycle by 1/3 fully. But the report shows that the content, if 2%, can be faster. The more the content, the more it can be shortened. Professor Gu continued, if an ordinary wheat seed is sprinkled with such feces, listen, it's without dilution. That is, it's the equivalent of the little thing pulling itself on it. In such a case, the seed will grow immediately, almost shortening the growth cycle by dozens of times. It would germinate in about half an hour and grow stalks overnight. So, when the little thing pooped in the grove in the first place, under the ground, there were probably wildflower seeds, and then it wasn't much longer before they could just pop up and blossom. Hearing this, everyone was excited. The looks were incomparably nervous. Never in a million years did they think that this little thing's feces could be so effective. Professor Gu, according to this, we can synthesize a lot of super strong organic fertilizers if we just divide this feces, right? A doctoral student spoke up. That's right, only 1% of the content is needed, and it's so bullish, it's still unimaginable. Professor Gu said happily, but does the little guy have that much? A doctoral student said it. Everyone was on the verge of stifling their laughter. This question, I don't know, but it said that this guy can grow a few thousand meters, so when the time comes, Prof. Gu didn't have the heart to say it. A bold doctoral student then said, when the time comes, the will be especially heavy, right? Then, ha ha ha, then it's probably just tons and tons of, it's only 1% over here again, so that's basically enough, right? Right, and it can be researched more, lower it to 0.5%, or 0.1%, it can also reach the same effect, so it can save even more feces. Great, that's wonderful. If that's the case, our empire's agriculture, it's going to go to the next level. This really holds great promise. Of course, nowadays, if you plant a field with technology, it's already very bullish, and there's no need for any more fertilizers. But with the same cost, the growth rate is 1/3 faster than a year. A rice field that was only 2 or 3 matured can be 3 or 4 matured a year. Isn't this equivalent to 1/3 more harvest? In such a case, agricultural development is simply going to take a big leap forward. This little guy is probably a dragon. His feces are so promising. Other peculiarities? How on earth? Now I can't help but want to make a trip over to Peach Blossom Island. Yes, I heard that Professor Zhou, the one from the materials department, went there as well. What is that old professor going for? I don't know. It seems like the little thing has made some new discoveries. Of course, what they were talking about was naturally the sharpness of Luo Feng's claws. Zhou Weiguo was from the materials department. Listen everyone, don't make any blind guesses about what that old professor from the materials department is going to do. There will be an official announcement when the time comes. Professor Gu was clearly the one in the know, and everyone who is interested in the little guy can apply to go to Peach Blossom Island to study it in situ. But the vetting is hard. You guys have to be prepared for a lot. This dragon thing, that can get near him, it should all have to be innocent, right? Yes, that is, 3 generations of ancestors upwards, all without black spots. And you also have to investigate if there is any possibility of you coming into contact with those in the West recently. Alas, it's a dragon after all. It's really too hard to get close to him. Professor Gu looked at everyone whispering, coughed and said, listen everyone, you are all the leading genera in our chemical field. I'll be blunt, this little thing has too many secrets on it. It's very important to the Empire. Not only is it a divine beast, but it's also a lucky charm. We have to study it properly. This year 2 years, for his feces as well as other things, will surely send out more. Our empire will surely be able to take even bigger strides in the future with this opportunity. What Professor Gu said was very straightforward. That was from here onwards. Everyone was going to be busy, and all of them were going to be working on it seriously. The future of the empire rested on this dragon, as well as on everyone else. This was to cheer and energize the crowd. The empire still needs more peculiarities in the little thing, needs more discoveries. 53. You don't eat. You're going to regret it for the rest of your life. Through Professor Gu's cheering, on the side of the chemical engineering faculty, everyone, it was as if they were pumped with chicken blood, very exuberant. Of course, it wasn't just the chemical department. On the agricultural faculty's side, there were also old professors cheering everyone up, saying that the task for these few months or years was to research the help of the baby dragon's feces on plants. although the general research was understood. But the more detailed ones, there was still research to be done. Departments like these, in the capital, many people, were busy, all because of that strange baby dragon. And on the other side, the Run for the Hills crew. Here with the addition of Master Shin and movie director Huang, the crew naturally had to film the show in passing. Of course, in the front, Head Zhao had said, everything should be filmed with Luo Feng as the center. The game everyone is playing now. It's a lottery. What kind of prize to draw? It would be the options of helping Luo Feng tickle, pinching Luo Feng's feet, feeding Luo Feng fruits and so on. It was made into a spinning disc. The characters of the crew, Shangguan Shuier, Master Shen, Li Shiyan, Mr. Wang and so on, would all go to the lottery. Whoever won, then they would need to do the appropriate things. Of course, it's kind of like truth or dare, but the things that needed to be done all centered around Luo Feng. And at this moment, Master Shen peeled the orange, and then fed that orange, one by one, into Luo Feng's mouth. That Luo Feng was shy, every time to eat, just open your mouth is all. Alas, to think that I, the Grand Master Shen, was actually reduced to giving a dragon today. Master Shen originally wanted to say dragon, but remembered the advice of the professors and changed his words. Snake, yes, give a snake for a fruit to eat. Shen Moncler Outlet Store is worthy of being a comedian. No matter how mundane the words appearing in his mouth, they always felt funny. Or rather, he made people laugh just by speaking. I say you guys, you can actually still laugh. I'm letting you guys off the hook, otherwise you, Master Shen, wouldn't have lost. When Master Shen lost, he still had a whole bunch of excuses, making the people under his banner all cast blank stares in unison. Master Shen, losing and still so many excuses, shy or not. Shangguan Shuier slid her cheeks and snickered. Of course, Luo Feng's words, eating oranges, very picky, the white silk in those oranges, also known as orange silk, Luo Feng doesn't even eat. Therefore, the current Shindaki, not only do you have to peel the skin, and also had to pick the silk. You little thing you are the pickiest animal I've ever seen. When you Master Shin eat oranges, that is also one by one into the mouth. You have to pick the silk? You're still picking at the threads. You're living a good life, and you're even more delicate than I am. Master Shin looked at Luo Feng with blank eyes, but this little thing, or a look of joyful enjoyment. See Master Shin slow, also wailed and screamed. Let the other party feed faster. Ooh, look at him, still rushing up? Master Shin pointed at Luo Feng. I'll tell you, little guy, be content. You're Master Shin at home. Are other people serving me? Your Grandma Shin have not had the opportunity to have had your treatment. Shay, Luo Feng despised it. Just will brag. You still don't believe it. You call your Grandma Shin over. See how I'll clean her up. Grandpa Shin came back with another sentence. Luo Feng, on the other hand, gave a bored look. If you want to feed faster. There are too many words. Master Shen, baby dragon despises you. He thinks you're bragging. Right. Should we connect to Grandma Shen now? Right. I have Sister Wan's number. I'll call right now. The people under the stage, seeing Grandma Shan bragging, definitely up in arms. It's time to call Moncler Outlet Store. Shen's daughter-in-law's phone number on the spot. This time Shen Moncler Outlet Store was anxious, wide-eyed. What do you want to call? Now your big sister Wang is taking a nap. There is no public morality. Ha ha ha. Master Shen is afraid of his wife. I, Master Shen, have always been a king, until big sister Wang came. Of course, Grand Master Shen wasn't actually old, but everyone liked to call him Master Shen and Uncle Shen. For someone's daughter-in-law, you can't call her Grandma Shen, can you? A lot of people still called Sister Wang, too able to brag. Too many words. Luo Feng here, although he didn't hate Grandpa Shen, he was a little speechless. Feeding was too abrasive. Luo Feng intended to teach him a lesson. Immediately after, Luo Feng directly grabbed an apple from the fruit basket on the side, then bit into it. In the end, he actually pushed it in front of Grand Master Shen. Ha, baby, you want to eat an apple? Want me to peel it for you, don't you? Grand Master Shen didn't react. Master Shen, no, the little thing eats similar fruits like apples and basically doesn't peel the skin. So what he means, should be for you to eat it. No. The smart Shangguan Shuier had already seen what the little guy was trying to do. IQ is really too high. It was probably because the little guy saw that Master Shen was being too nagging, so he was messing with him. The little thing took the fruit that he had bitten and handed it to Master Shen to eat. If Master Shen doesn't eat it, then he dislikes the baby dragon. Let's see how this Grand Master Shen chooses. That, baby, do you want me to eat it? Master Shen was a little bit speechless. Yes, it's you who eats. Luo Feng wailed, then continued to arch that apple with his mouth. It was still pushed in front of Grand Master Shen. Master Shen, The little guy likes you so much and is so polite. So you just eat it quickly. Li Xian also made bad. We all know. That is the little guy has bitten. See how Shin grandpa this time round. That. Master Shin couldn't say anything. A little embarrassed. But he didn't know that Luo Feng's IQ was this high. Didn't notice that it was being screwed over. Still thinking about how to round off the situation. Want to eat it? That is a small thing that has bitten. There is saliva on it. Not to say that eating it will definitely be poisoned or anything. It's just that it's a bit hard to eat. After all, Luo Feng is indeed very cute. But in the end, it is still an animal. Ha ha ha, Master Shen, what are you waiting for? Eat. Baby dragon cares about you so much. How can you let down baby dragon's good intentions? It's just some of baby dragon's saliva. What's the big deal? Of course, here in the live broadcast room, naturally, there were many people who started to get up in arms. Ouch. Everyone, don't say that. It's really unhygienic. Yeah, the crew is also up in arms. It's too much, just bullying my Master Shen, right? When we really eat it then, I'm afraid there'll be germs or something. Ha ha ha, Master Shen is a bit hot for Long Bao's gift. Just as everyone was waiting to see what Master Shen was going to do, he laughed and touched Luo Feng's head. Baby, it's not that Master Shen doesn't eat it. Master Shen thinks that the apple you gave me is simply too precious. I want to keep it as a souvenir. Good guy. This sentence came out. It defused the crisis again, but it also ushered in the crew and the others to flush blank stares. Ha ha ha, bull. I, Master Shen, am still my Master Shen. The emotional intelligence of this reply. Hi, well done. And at this moment, Master Shen, still pretending to put the apple in his pocket. It really looked like he wanted to bring it back for collection. But what to do with the follow-up? That would only be known to Master Shen. But at this moment Luo Feng did not hold Shen Big Master. He's certainly not convinced. Raised his claws to that Shen Big Master to put into the pocket of the apple, and scratched over, split in half, simply than the sword god's sword, even sharper. It was completely the sword technique of a great chef who had been cooking for many years. Crap, what a sharp claw. It can actually cut through an apple? I looked stupid. This is comparable to a kitchen knife. I say brothers, isn't it just cutting through an apple? What's so dramatic about it? Cut. Go cut a steel plate if you can. Of course, although it looked handsome, but everyone for Luo Feng's claws to be able to cut through an apple was amazed, but not shocked. But they probably didn't know that this claw was far more than just being able to cut an apple. Master Shen, did you see that? The little thing is asking you to eat it now. Don't bring it back for collection. It's all cut up for you. Seeing this, Shangguan Shuweier started to coax again. How nice for the little guy. It doesn't even need your hands. That's right. If Master Shen doesn't eat it, the little thing will be upset later. Huang Ziqing also mischievously coaxed. AI. What a tragedy this is for me. This little guy is deliberately messing with me, right? The current Master Shen also realized it. But how can I eat this? It's all bitten by him, and there is shiny saliva on it. At this moment, Moncler Outlet Store Shen actually couldn't find any words to reply. Seeing this, Shangguan Shuweier naturally had to relieve Master Shen. Walked up and touched Luo Feng's head. Ha ha, little guy, don't bully your family Master Shen first, to later on when he feeds him fruits, and is still so talkative. You can bully him again, can't you? Then later, Luo Feng wailed. But think about it, this Master Shen, I guess he won't dare to do it later, right? Listening to you guys, he's really screwing with me? Master Shen was just guessing at first, but now it's a real hammer? Who told Moncler Outlet Shen not to be serious at all? Ha ha ha, will you dare next time? Huang Ziqing walked up and crowed. Crap, so the little guy has been messing with Master Shen all along? What the hell is this? Still don't get it? Get some saliva and see if Master Shen eats or doesn't eat. This IQ, TM, it's a sperm, isn't it? Brother, this is a dragon. How can it be a sperm? Ha ha ha, Tang Yongjin got screwed, Yi Xing got screwed, and now it's Master Shen's turn? I'm laughing my ass off. If it wasn't for Shuweier, I don't know how it would have ended for Master Shen. On Master Shen's side, seeing that things are considered finished, he also sighed with relief. In the future, this little guy can be more to keep an eye out. You can't treat it as an ordinary animal. Feed the fruit, just be serious. Don't so much nonsense. Master Shen, the fact that he can joke with you means that he is already recognizing you. Shangguan Shuweier saw that Moncler Shen was still a bit embarrassed, so she opened her mouth to round off the scene. And just at this time, the doorway of the main tent of the crew directly rushed in a few old men in Zhongshan suits. These were the group of professors led by Lu Changfeng. The current ones, they were already living on the island. Seeing Lu Changfeng rushing in with a few people in the filming area, everyone was startled as well. Not knowing what they were up to, one had to know that they wouldn't have come over when filming in the past. There must be something urgent. Miss Shangwon, where's that apple from earlier? Lu Changfeng came in and asked for that apple without asking anything else, looking like he was taking it very seriously. Dean Lu, the apple is here. Master Shen pointed to Luo Feng's side. That apple was still a bit shiny on the surface. It must be Luo Feng's saliva. Great! Lu Changfeng was excited when he saw the saliva on it. Then after picking it up, he said towards Prof. Zhao behind him, hurry up, sample the saliva. Be careful and careful again. Don't spill it. Got it. Professor Zhao nodded. It could only be seen, after he received the apple, holding it carefully, afraid that the saliva on top of that apple would fall off. Dean Lu, what are you doing? Shangwan Shuer didn't understand either. When Lu Changfeng saw Shangwan Shuer asking this, he smiled and spoke. If it wasn't for your program, I wouldn't be able to remember that the little guy's saliva can actually be researched. After all, his feces, which is already a treasure, can promote the growth rate of crops. Today your program is good, but it is a great credit. Probably mean. Shen Moncler Outlet Store is not here to pull over. The professors really forgot about the saliva thing, but forgetting it is also a time. It is estimated that they can also think of it soon. Crouch, crap, the little guy's saliva? It's also to be researched? Even feces can directly promote crop growth? What about saliva? Ha ha ha, isn't it sweet? I'm speechless. Why doesn't Master Shen eat it? It's dragon saliva. Yes, in ancient times, dragon saliva is a treasure, isn't it? Anyway, the people in the live broadcast room were a bit dumbfounded. These few professors extracted a little bit of Luo Feng's saliva. They were as happy as a child who bought an Ultraman toy. It was simply too unbelievable. Right, I have new friends here to introduce to you all. Lu Changfeng spread his hands. An old gentleman from the chemical department of the capital university, Gu Pingtao, specializing in compositional analysis for various organic substances, a very authoritative industry elite. Of course, when Lu Changfeng introduced this Gu Pingtao, the people in the live broadcast room were also shocked for a while. After all, in the capital university, Gu Pingtao was still very famous. This was the elite of the chemical department. In the whole country, it could at least be ranked in the top 5 professors of the chemical department. In fact, counting up, and Lu Changfeng's identity, not bad at all. This baby dragon, when it comes to it, has really gotten super attention from above. Such a talent, also called over, in situ research, this academician, it's actually very bullish. Know that nano-antibacterial achievement? It's what people got out of it. What nano-antibacterial I don't get it. Anyway, it's good to know. Now that the capital has sent such an awesome person over, that's paying attention. The little thing must be a dragon. That's right. Otherwise, would so many academicians come out in unison just for an unknown creature? I'm just curious to know what the baby dragon's saliva really does. Same. Shangwan Shuer looked at the pop-up screen. He was just as curious about this matter, and opened his mouth to ask, Dean Lu, this little guy's saliva, what exactly can it be used for? And the feces can accelerate the growth of crops? Is this a research result? Preliminarily it was researched. The finer details need to be researched subsequently. Lu Changfeng said, let's put it this way. Ordinary fodder with a little bit of small stuff's feces, just like putting salt in cooking. The fertility of that fertilizer can shorten the growth time of plants by 1/3, and is suitable for black soil, yellow soil, sandy soil, and so on, any soil and any plant. If you directly pour the feces of the little thing, that can completely shorten the growth cycle of the plant by dozens of times. The members of the crew, hearing this, simply don't be too shocked. Is this a novel? Remember, there are many novels where it's just crops doubling in growth. Ginseng grows in a day. And then something like this? It actually happened in reality? Of course, this is just feces. We actually wanted to study the little guy's urine, but he doesn't seem to pee much. Lu Changfeng laughed and looked at that grandpa Shen. Mr. Shen, I can clearly tell you that if you don't eat the apple just now, you're probably missing out on the greatest opportunity of your life. Mr. Shen for a moment couldn't even figure it out. What do you mean by not eating the apple given by the little guy? Then you missed the biggest chance of your life. Shen Moncler Outlet Store wanted to say that the other party was bull ting, but in the end, he was an authoritative professor. He did not say so, but joked. How so? The apple given by the little guy can still eat it to become immortal, is not it? Becoming immortal is not so bad. Lu Changfeng didn't know how to say it well, and after thinking about it, he said, by analyzing the little guy's feces, there are no harmful substances or components that produce toxins to humans in it. In other words, as long as there are no toxins in the feces, then the urine and saliva will be free of toxins. After all, these always converge into feces. Dean Lu, what do you mean? The little thing's saliva, at least, is free of toxins. but what benefits it has, that's unknown? Shangguan Shuair was smart enough to guess what Lu Changfeng wanted to say. Right, at least it's certain that it's non-toxic. And the benefits? Well, we can only know after studying it. Lu Changfeng smiled and said, that, just now, Dean Lu already said that feces can even shorten the growth cycle of plants? Then saliva? Say it may not necessarily be possible as well? Tang Yongjin spoke up. Not necessarily, feces and saliva are not the same. Lu Changfeng said, we won't know until everything is studied. It was about half an hour or so. Luo Feng's saliva sample was already being studied by the new Professor Gu Pingtao for half an hour. He took the sample and left the main tent of the crew. Now it seemed, there was already a result of the research. Old Gu, why are you here? Didn't you go to study the saliva? Lu Changfeng was still giving everyone science here in the crew. There's a result, a big result, a result that's simply heaven-defying. Gu Pingtao appeared to have come from the temporary lab side of the island, directly jogging. At this moment, he was very tired, propped up on his knees with his hands. He had wanted to call directly, but was afraid that he wouldn't be able to speak clearly over the phone, so he ran over here excitedly himself. Professor Gu, don't be in a hurry, have a drink of water first. Shangguan Shuair was also excited. It looked like it was the little thing's saliva. The lab results had come out. Gulp. Gu Pingtao took a hard cow drink and gasped for a few breaths of air, which was much better. He said, Su. What is certain now is that we found some cancer antibody bacteria in the little thing's saliva sample. In other words, with something like this, we can extract drugs that can effectively profile cancer. Such a new type of anti-cancer drug should be the most effective in the current medical world. Crap. This passage came out. Basically the whole place boiled over. The sound of the tripod, completely deafening. P.S. I'm asking for a recommendation. Thank you all vote, free of charge. 54, saliva efficacy. Shocked the world. Oh my god, how is this possible? I can't believe it. Is it real? If it's true, it's awesome. Crap, it's unimaginable. And this cancer stuff has always been. It was all unattackable. Of course, a while ago, out came some kind of special cancer drug, a shot of more than $1 million, and then can be good. How can I say this stuff? It's not that magical. And now, the most damning thing is that from Luo Feng's saliva, anti-cancer drugs were actually isolated. This was excessive. Professor Gu, has this thing been studied yet? It's only been half an hour and there's a result? Lu Changfeng had thought about 10,000 functions of Luo Feng's saliva, such as making wounds heal quickly, such as being able to treat internal injuries, such as being able to create cosmetics. Anyway, the sky was the limit in terms of functions. Lu Changfeng had thought of them all, but never thought of a million things. It can fight cancer? If this is true, that would be a big leap in human medicine. It was a big leap that could be called an epical level. Dean Lu, you can doubt everything else about me, but don't doubt the expertise of me and the students I brought with me. Gu Pingtao said gravely. Okay then. Lu Changfeng had nothing else to say. Suddenly, another high-pitched voice rang out. It was also a person in a white coat. It looked like a student of Gu Pingtao. Professor Gu, there's a new discovery. There's a new discovery? What is it? Gu Pingtao also had the first result and hurried over to share it with Lu Changfeng so that his students could continue their research. Could it be that they had researched something else? Professor Gu, the ingredient in this saliva isn't just anti-cancer. It's more vicious. That doctoral student, panting, said. More vicious? How so? Lu Changfeng was also dumbfounded. What exactly does it mean? Because he's not resisting, but killing directly. The doctoral student once again said. Of course, it's not just cancer cells. Even, we got white blood cells to do experiments. And the result was the same. Oh my god, the effect is actually so strong? Gu Pingtao stared out. He was really too surprised. Wave after wave of surprises. It simply made others faint. With a plop, Gu Pingtao directly knelt on the ground and roared. From now on, there will be no more cancer in the world. Of course, since the student had said that it was directly able to kill, not resist, then it would mean, such an ingredient, as long as it was applied to humans, then the cancer cells, could be cleared out. Wouldn't that be the world's cancer, completely dissolved? What the hell? It can kill cancer cells? Is it reliable or not? And leukemia? What is this? Such a disease? Can it still be treated? Shangguan Shuair was also a bit dumbfounded, looking at the pop-ups of people questioning the live broadcast, and asked, Professor Gu, these research results? Are they all true? Really? Trust me. Trust my students. We're professionals. Gu Pingtao knelt down because of his excitement, and everyone didn't say he was pompous, because anyone else would be excited at such a historic moment. Actually, when you think about it, it's quite normal. Tang Yongjin suddenly came up with this sentence. It made everyone look at him. Gu Pingtao, in particular, opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Tang Yongjin, what do you mean? I mean, the legendary cough 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 is that thing, right? After all, there's no record of it getting sick, right? How could that thing get sick? So, within his body, he must have the ability to fight off all viruses. The thing that Tang Yongjin didn't say, it must be the divine dragon. No one had ever heard of a creature like a dragon getting sick. Therefore, Tang Yongjin's guess was correct. In other words, can this saliva cure all diseases? That would be really odd. It's just a guess, but at least now with the cancer cells and white blood cells, it's already a conclusion. Gu Pingtao swallowed his saliva. In fact, he himself was very excited, and he must go back to study it more properly. The words that the other party said was the direction. Any diseased cells, all must be tried. To really be able to cure 100 diseases, it would really be heaven-defying. Inside Lu Chongfeng's heart, he was definitely excited beyond measure as well, and his hand trembled slightly as he fumbled for the phone. Called out, I'll notify the Imperial City side now, Lu Chongfeng said. He clenched his teeth. With that, the phone over there, on the other hand, was connected. Third Elder Luo, it's Lu Chongfeng on my side. There's a major discovery. Of course, Third Elder Luo. On the other hand, it was not the name of the other party. Rather, it was 3-star old man. Then the other party's surname was Luo, commonly known as Luo Sanlao. Of course, 3-star old man. In the empire, there are very few, only so many dozens of people. 4-star old man. Then there are 7 or 8, and 5-star old. There was just one Elder Huang, Third Elder Luo. What I want to apply for now is that in the Peach Blossom Island area, you guys need to speed up the progress a little bit. Send the residents out with proper arrangements as soon as possible, and step up the inspections around the island. Lu Chongfeng said excitedly. Dean Lu, you this? Luo Sanlao was a bit confused. After all, it was already heavily defended. There were at least 300 people from the Imperial Security Bureau guarding over there. Do you still need to strengthen the manpower? Third Elder Luo, you don't know. On our side, we are already researching a new result. It's the little thing's saliva that can kill cancer cells, which means it can cure cancer. Lu Chongfeng said excitedly. To put it bluntly, it's that, in the future, as long as we have the little thing's constant saliva, then there will be no more cancer patients in the empire. Oh my god, Luo Sanlao, who was on the opposite side of the room, when after hearing these things, Ryoga couldn't say anything for a long time. Silence for about 10 seconds before the other party said slowly, that's fine, this matter I will immediately report to Elder Huang, and your application should be able to be approved. Can definitely be approved. You guys do your research well, and if there is anything more you need, you can bring it up to me. After the phone hung up, Lu Chongfeng still couldn't get out of the shock he had just experienced, constantly shaking his head. It was really too unbelievable. Although Lu Chongfeng was not an elite in the medical sector, but he was very clear. This effect of killing cancer was how important. In other words, in the future, those foreign medical organizations that wanted to get such a special medicine, they would have to reach out towards Dongsheng. There were some medically convenient specialties in the past. They were all stuck in others' necks. Nowadays, they're not just stuck on the neck of the West anymore, but they're also holding the only dragon baby. Without the dragon baby, even if they knew how to operate it, there's no ingredients either. It's like a super tasty dish. Knowing how to make it without the ingredients won't help. And at this moment in the capital, Luo Sanlao, who had just hung up on Lu Chongfeng, at this moment, he was also shocked, dumbfounded. He sat down on a chair. It had been a few minutes of boredom. It seemed like he hadn't slowed down yet. On his face, there was excitement, a giggle, and excitement. To be honest, as a group of people loyal to the empire, they were completely thrilled to the point of going crazy when they heard something like this. Already spellbound, dumbfounded. Soon, his trembling hand, still slightly raised, picked up the phone in his office. Xiao Zhu, has the old man taken his lunch break yet? Not yet? You want to see? Yes, I want to see. The person Luo Sanlao wanted to see. That was naturally Elder Huang. After gathering up the documents faxed over from Lu Chongfeng's side and organizing a folder, Luo Sanlao then stumbled a bit and opened the office door, towards one of the largest, and the most heavily guarded independent office. At the door of that office, there were also 2 people from the War Ministry, armed with submachine guns, erected outside the door. Third Elder Luo, do you have something? The 2 men immediately reached out and barred their hands, but inside immediately resounded that majestic voice, let him in. Very quickly, the 2 War Ministry soldiers, after putting their hands down on that door, entered a very complicated password, and also recorded their fingerprints. It was already quite complicated to get in and out of just an ordinary door of an office. Old Luo, what's the matter with you? After entering the door, Elder Huang was sitting in his office chair, also browsing through some documents. It's about the Peach Blossom Island side. Luo Sanlao's words came out. It seemed like Elder Huang was also interested, immediately putting down the pen in his hand and asking, "Any new discoveries over there?" "This will be said later." Third Elder Luo also sold a secret and continued. "It's just that, on Lu Chongfeng's side, he requested for additional manpower. Empyrean's people aren't enough. At least the war ministry must be involved." Elder Huang immediately frowned deeply. How could this be possible? Hadn't it been said all along? That little guy's identity, not yet solid, now too much tension, to end up not being a dragon. Easy for Westerners to find a point to bash Dongsheng. Therefore, it is not squarely sent people to protect DNs, but also secretly protect only. You take a look at this document. It's the question you just asked. It's a new discovery of some small things. Luo Sanlao slightly placed the folder in his hand in front of the other party's desk. Oh, a new discovery from the little guy? Hearing this, Elder Huang's hands and feet became even more nimble, opening this folder with fire. Immediately after, started browsing up. The more he looked down, the excitement within Elder Huang's heart, the more he couldn't suppress it. He has this position, couldn't be like the average person who had to vent his emotions every now and then regardless of the occasion. People like them, even if they were excited, they wouldn't jump up. It wasn't that this matter wasn't enough to make him jump up, but that such an action was not in line with the position. Slightly suppressing those agitations, Elder Huang opened his mouth and said, "The research now shows? This little guy's feces is able to promote plant growth? The saliva helps in medical fields such as cancer, right?" "That's right, Elder Huang. This is truly amazing," Third Elder Luo said excitedly. "These two new discoveries are both good, specific in-depth and perfected research. When the time comes, agriculturally and medically, it will definitely be of great help." Elder Huang still looked like he was bland on the surface but excited on the inside, and added, "It's actually normal. If his saliva can't fight cancer, then casually a cancer. Isn't it necessary to let the dragon die?" "Ha, right on. This point of view, it really did coincide with Tang Yongzhen, since the little thing has already shown such amazing abilities." Then, Elder Huang paused for a moment and spoke. "Then old Luo, listen, I agree to send new manpower. This baby dragon, let him grow up safely, healthily and quickly. In the future he will be one of our empire's bottom cards. It is not to let anyone who wants to harm him get close. There is another thing. Those stars of the cast can still stay, but must be individually one by one interrogation. That is to say, to consider whether they have recently had contact with foreigners. In a word, that's Long Bao. I can't have any accidents." Luo Sanlao thought for a moment and asked, "In that case, should the live broadcast continue?" "Of course it has to continue. A situation like this can let the common people know. It can make them more confident and more united." "Of course, if it was the common people, what would they think?" "Well, of course they'd be proud to have such a dragon. For example, those overseas Chinese, there really is a dragon appearing. Only then would they realize that they were the heirs of the dragon." "Elder Huang, I know." Luo Sanlao smiled. Elder Huang's attitude was more important than he had imagined. A single word from him, it meant everything. It meant that at all costs, not a single accident could happen to Long Bao. This sentence meant that those academicians who went to Peach Blossom Island, or the Imperial security personnel who were protecting Luo Feng, or the people from the war ministry who were about to go over there, all of these people added up. Even if they were all gone, they had to protect Luo Feng. This was at all costs. And after about half an hour or so, on top of that microblogging, there was a piece of news that topped the #1 hot search. That is, the official website over at the Ministry of War released news that tomorrow, there would be a drill in the vicinity of Peach Blossom Island. It also notified the people in the surrounding waters. In these few days, they should not go out to sea to fish. Of course, if this drill, it would be continuous, and the expected time, at the shortest, was 1 month. This news came out. How can not immediately on the hot search first? After all, Peach Blossom Island, this place, originally was the name of a very hot place recently. At first, everyone didn't connect the drill with Luo Feng, but think about it, it's not right. What kind of drill could last for a minimum of a month? This would be outrageous. And the map of that drill, it was also released. It looks like it's just directly surrounding Peach Blossom Island. This time, the netizens would truly be a bunch of fools if they didn't understand it. Heavens, the earth, I'm speechless. This TM? Directly the War Department went over to protect Long Bao's meaning? Brothers, this is still not the meaning of this. So how is it? It's really too awesome. It seems like the number of people in the drill, probably a few thousand? Bull. It's really too awesome. Is this the charm of the true dragon? Our little guy, now that he has a face, has finally raised his face a lot. Of course, The people on the internet just knew that the professors had gone over, but the Imperial Security Bureau, the secret protection thing, they naturally didn't know. This was the first time they had heard that small things were valued by the Empire's War Ministry, Imperial Security, and other force departments. It was completely incomparable to a place like the biology faculty. The former was more bullish and more authoritative. Is this the way the Empire officially announces? Then it still isn't? Let me put it this way. The current Dongxing official is already certain of the identity of the little thing, but for some reason, there's still no official announcement, probably waiting for further examination. It's estimated that if anything new appears again, an official announcement will be made directly, right? It always feels like there's something secret about yesterday's sudden shutdown of the live broadcast, right? Yesterday's live broadcast, did you all watch it? Dean Lu Changfeng said that Master Shen not eating the little guy's apples is missing out on an opportunity that he will regret for the rest of his life. Right, I remember. It seems like the live broadcast was turned off after this. Could it be that the apple that the little guy had bitten into was some kind of big claim? The secret? It's definitely that apple. My personal intuition, TM, is really want to go directly over to Peach Blossom Island, and then take a close look at the little guy. Have been watching online, so is itching. Ha ha ha, let's form a group, bring the kitchen knives at home, and go to fight the thousands of people in the War Department. Ha ha, take care brother. I won't be forming a group. Choppers against battleships? I see the punishment. Now on Weibo, it was simply an unprecedented explosion. The more the Empire valued Luo Feng, this made everyone. The more they felt that the Empire had decided that the little guy was the dragon. It had always been the common people who thought it was, but the Empire had never made an official announcement. Everyone was infinitely looking forward to the Empire's official announcement moment, so that's why this one operation made everyone excited. Directly the war ministries coming over and blockading this place under the pretext of a drill. This isn't protection? Then what is it? It is said that these people from the War Ministry, or the Imperial City Department. What is this place? Know the 9 gates of the Qing dynasty? That's the soldiers who guarded the Imperial City. And the Imperial City Department is the equivalent of the 9 gate governors of the original Qing dynasty. In other words, this is under Master Huang's banner, the most loyal group of people. It was enough to show how high the degree of importance was. Of course, after the official website of the Ministry of War released the matter of having to rehearse near Peach Blossom Island for at least a month, the official website of that biological academy also released an article. The content of the article was as follows. In the continuous research on the new creature little guy, little thing, our biology faculty has finally obtained further research results. The saliva secreted by this creature can kill cancer cells, and also can kill white blood cells, plague cells, HGUI cells and so on, as many as 8 in the lesion cells. The research continues. More lesion cells, whether it can kill. We will also publish an article to tell you later. This matter can also allow me, Dong Shang, to be able to develop some anti-cancer drugs completely independently. In the field of leukemia and cancer, I, Dong Shang, will make breakthroughs at a very fast pace. After this news was released, can be said, it was more shocking than that War Department drill thing just now. It was even more shocking. The heat is simply unprecedentedly powerful. The netizens now were considered to truly understand why Dongsheng had to send so many people directly from the Imperial City Department's War Department to go over and protect the little thing. Such a little thing. Isn't it still worthy of such protection? TM, are you going to shock people to death today? How is it that news after news comes out, one more explosive than the other? The person is gone. The little guy is too invincible, isn't he? His saliva, is it actually that amazing? All I want to say is that the current Master Shin is probably crying in the toilet. Ha ha ha. You know, this is dragon saliva. At this stage, it's estimated that it will only be given to the research department for research. It won't be provided to the common people. That's right. Even if it can be provided in the future, the price will be ridiculously high, right, brother? As long as it can be cured, it's fine if the price is higher. We can only hope that the little guy drools a bit more. Ha ha, why don't we send a few beauties to seduce them? Ha ha ha, I think it'll work. Or starve him for 3 days? Upstairs, you want to die? To starve my baby dragon. Where does the saliva come from? Is really ing bull. I have to say, my divine dragon is invincible. Master Shin has tweeted, admitted it, missed the best opportunity of a lifetime. Ha ha ha, quickly go over and spectate. Weibo, this new discovery of Luo Feng's saliva. It was simply more than the last video that floated in the air. It was even hotter. Directly within 1 hour, it broke through 80 million comments. Quite terrifying. You know, the last video of that Luo Feng floating up. That is, the dragon's spirit column. It was only half a day's time before it reached hundreds of millions of comments. Everyone was shocked. Such a small thing was worthy of the Empire sending out a war department for him. The importance that the above placed on Luo Feng had slowly begun to not need to be concealed, but it was actually still covered up. After all, the rhetoric, it was here to maneuver. If it is directly over to protect Luo Feng, that is certainly the same thing as the official declaration that Luo Feng is a dragon. Of course, microblogging those things. Now the crew sighed. They also know about it. Everyone was very excited. Ha ha ha, Master Shen, on your Weibo, there are so many people who mocked you for being a pig. Huang Ziqing laughed mischievously, took her cell phone, and placed it in front of Grand Master Shen. Go go go. Master Shen blankly eyed Huang Ziqing, then sighed. Blame me, blame me. I really want to go and kiss the little guy's mouth. If I had eaten this apple yesterday, I would have been immune to all diseases. Seriously, Grandpa Shen was forcing a smile. Who met such a thing, can be happy. It's like a person who chooses a number to buy a lottery ticket, but doesn't buy the number because his wife at home won't give him $2, and then the number's actually won $50 million. The regret is incomparable. Anyway, Shen Moncler Outlet Store today breakfast, are not eaten. Ouch. Moncler Shen, you don't have to be so remorseful. Tang Yongjin opened his mouth to explain. How can I say this? A creature like a dragon, the reason why he doesn't get sick must be that there is an existence in his body that fights against these viruses and cells, but it's not like any disease. The dragon has had it, right? According to the evolution of living things, only the diseases that, in the genes, have resisted, the dragon's saliva, can resist. Mr. Tang, what you mean is that dragons as a species also get diseases in the beginning, and then with resistant substances in their bodies, passed down from generation to generation. They're not afraid for these diseases, but not all the diseases that their ancestors had? Shangguan Shui'er half understood. I can't say exactly, probably that's what it means, Tang Yongjin said, but this is analyzed according to biological adaptations and genetic inheritance. The dragon is a divine dragon. Ah, say it's not necessarily invulnerable to all diseases? Don't say go on, just a little better. You say this, my heart wow pain. Shen Moncler Outlet Store then very speechless. Why again to say 100 diseases do not invade himself are a little bit better. Humph, beat you to death. You Tang Yongjin, you're deliberately trying to piss me off, aren't you? The point is, Master Shen went to visit Luo Feng in the morning, and then coaxed Luo Feng with a little more dragon saliva, but the result was obvious. Luo Feng directly refused. Luo Feng also thought about it, although the saliva is a very cheap thing for himself, but as Buddha said in the Journey to the West, the true scriptures should not be passed on lightly. Once it is given too cheaply, then they wouldn't know how to cherish it. I heard, Master Shen went to the little guy in the morning and asked for saliva? Mr. Wang heard the staff talk about this. As soon as he said it, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Master Shen, I told you to dislike the little guy yesterday, and today you even went and took the initiative to beg, and then people refused? Master Shen, you also have today? After everyone joked about it, Master Shen also smiled a bit awkwardly. Humph. This is 100 diseases. What's wrong with begging? Is it embarrassing? Moncler Jackets Outlet Shen said, smiling and looking toward everyone. Why don't I go and coax him again? I'd like to beg him? Ha ha ha, wah ha 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 ha. Everyone heard it. Again, they laughed out. Yo, little guy at the door. See? Suddenly, Huang Ziqing shouted. That little guy wasn't sleeping anymore. He slipped out of his villa. He stood at the door. His eyes glanced at Master Shen. It seemed a bit gloating. Egu. The baby is here? Seeing this, Grandpa Shen directly greeted him. Quickly let Grandpa Shen hug and kiss you. Before Grandpa Shen could rush over, Luo Feng directly blanked out, then lifted up that claw. It scratched a few times towards Grandpa Shen. Don't you come over. But everyone heard Luo Feng is ow 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 ow. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. Master Shen saw that the little guy did not give himself a hug. Simply want to cry without tears. Ha ha ha, Master Shen, don't be anxious, coax slowly later. Mr. Wang also shook his head and laughed helplessly. The little guy is too much to mess with people's minds. But you can't blame the little guy who called yesterday Master Shen disliked people biting the apples. Just don't give you a mouthful. That, Shui'er, your face, how? A little. Suddenly, Mr. Wang also saw the difference on Shangguan Shui'er's face and asked, did you make up? Hydrated? No, Shangguan Shui'er denied. It's like this, when I was taking a nap at noon, this little guy snuck into my bedroom. Then I was still dreaming, being huffed in the face by the little kid with a rubber clay. Then when I woke up, I saw the little guy licking my face. It was full of saliva. It was so annoying. Of course, Shangguan Shui'er when she said it was annoying. What a Versailles tone. And she even glanced at Grand Master Shen. Our little guy is too naughty. Don't be like this in the future. Your sister Shuair is not your favorite ribs. Why are you licking it? Shangguan Shuair touched Luo Feng's head. You're as beautiful as you can be. Luo Feng actually took advantage of Shangguan Shuair's lunch break and had wanted to sneak in some benefits. After all, she and Huang Ziqing were the best for themselves. The expert said that his saliva was so amazing that it might have a beauty effect, but it wasn't well researched. Luo Feng would just help her out. Li Xian was a girl in the end, and also discovered the difference in Shuair today. Ah, I have? Shangguan Shuair was rather excited. Could it be that the little guy's saliva? Could also be. Yes, Shuair, you really look like your skin is a few years younger. Teacher Wang also noticed the difference. This is all due to the little guy, right? It's also a little too powerful. I'll go. Shangguan Shuair couldn't say anything. Although she was only 27 years old now and was considered a young imperial maiden, there was still a gap compared to her own 18-year-old skin back then. And now, this little guy, actually treating himself so well, and then made her skin a few years younger? It seems that in the future, one has to let him, that own face. Ahem. Anyway, that's what it means. Is she an ageless goddess in the future? Thinking of this, Shangguan Shuair couldn't wait to hug up Luo Feng and kiss him a few times. This baby dragon is really too good. So now, should we tell this new discovery? Tell academician Lu Chanfeng about it? Shangguan Shuair said excitedly. 55. Longbottom's urine? Shangguan Shuair was really not expecting it. When she got up from her lunch break, found the little guy is licking her face. Of course is a little angry to get up to scold him, but did not have to give up, just said a little. But now, completely reversed. His saliva. It actually rejuvenates the skin and makes it more delicate. I kind of don't believe it. It's too amazing, right? I'll look at myself in the mirror. Shangguan Shuair said excitedly, took out her cell phone and looked at it herself, and it really had an effect. It's totally beautifying. So smooth looking, so envious of you Shuair. Miss Kiko also came over, and looked at Luo Feng with a grudge. Why didn't she just lick her? Anyway, at this moment, the entire crew of girls, basically, they were all envious. As a girl, who doesn't take their skin seriously? It could be said that girls spent 24 hours a day, especially these female artists, more than a quarter of the time, getting things to take care of their body and protect their skin. Thank you so much. Shangguan Shuair was very excited, and after squatting down, she gave herself a kiss on Luo Feng's side face. Phew, Luo Feng was stiff and didn't react. Shangguan Shuair actually kissed herself, but Luo Feng actually wasn't that excited. Just now, helping her with her beauty treatment, wasn't it already? Cough, sort of kissed her. Haha, you guys see, the little thing is still shy? Everyone looked at Luo Feng's expression. All of a sudden, they laughed again. Shuair, moving on from what just happened, I've already informed academician Lu Chanfeng about this. Teacher Wang said. What did the other party say? Of course it's very excited, but still not as excited as the cancer one. Teacher Wang laughed. After all, one is just a cosmetic field, one is a medical field, not the same level. Of course, at this moment, the live broadcast room, upon knowing the little guy's new function, naturally, there was also a lot of commotion. My goodness, today's sister Shuair is indeed very beautiful, completely skin radiant. Alas, I'm too envious of Shangguan Shuair. Why did such a good thing not happen to me? */omega**, forgive me. I want to eat the little guy's saliva. Ha. Upstairs, what Master Shin can't even get. You think you're better than Master Shin? Why are you talking back to me? Master Shin, isn't my Master Shin miserable enough today? Haha, I'm not asking for food. Just need him to treat me like he did to Shuair. Shout out to your dog. Ha. Maybe your doggy just went outside and ate poop over here. Don't go on. It's disgusting. This is amazing. His spit, it's worth its weight in gold. No exaggeration. I'm convinced. My wife watched the live broadcast and asked me, where can I buy baby dragon saliva? $1 million she has to pay. Ha. It can't be bought for now for the time being. At most the cast and crew can be a bit of a benefit, but the little guy looks like the real thing can't be passed on lightly. It looks a bit tricky. Master Shen, the opportunity was given to you and you couldn't grasp it. Looking forward to a handful. The little guy's urine. What exactly can it do? Delay aging? Immortality? The live broadcast room was buzzing anyway. All were speculating about Luo Feng's other stuff. What would be the big role? The current audience, or the common people, actually already knew in their hearts that Luo Feng was a real divine dragon. After all, if it wasn't a divine dragon, how could saliva have such a miraculous effect? On the other hand, on the side of the crew, Shangguan Shuair was very happy today, smiling all the time and often looking in the mirror. Took a selfie beautifully. Shangguan Shuair then sent a microblog out that read, too surprised, really too surprised. Our baby's saliva, can beauty I am the first experimenter. Of course, Shangwon Shueir's microblog. It wasn't more than a normal small flow artist. That was a super traffic bake shot. After all, she really was the showbiz ceiling of face and body. Countless fans. A microblog with over 100 million followers. As soon as it was sent out, immediately, thousands of netizens came over to watch. Plus the live broadcast itself was witnessed by many people. All of a sudden, Shangwon Shueir's microblog, in half an hour, broke through 8 million comments. Very hot, but it was definitely just unexpected. And the unexpected is, a lot of big celebrities, all started commenting below, especially female artists. Hot bar, what else can it be but envy? Shueir hates you, why don't you invite me to go with you to the theater group? Yangmi, Shueir, why don't you take your baby, and give sister me a kiss as well? Zhao, it's really unbelievable. How many more surprises does this little guy have to give us? Girl group member Chang Rongdan, ugh, dying. Why didn't I join this crew just for the sake of the new movie? Sugar candy, tears of envy. Woo. Shangwon Shueir sent this microblog out, completely making half of the female stars in the entertainment circle. All spoke below, and expressed incomparable envy. Some even sent private messages to Shangwon Shueir, asking her to steal a bit of drool out. Puhaha, stealing saliva. It would be outrageous, because they can't get into the theater. There is no way. Of course, there are so many big female artists' messages. Let this microblogging even more hot up. The heat immediately rushed to the third, touching this morning's War Department exercise program, the little guy saliva anti-cancer function. These two hot searches tailed off. That is, third, Agu, Mimi, don't give me a hard time. How can I help you steal saliva? This little thing, not to mention drool, even the poop it pulls. It's also a lot of people staring at it. There's no chance. Shangwon Shueir was very speechless. So many close friends in the circle. All of them were asking for her help. But a single hair of this little thing. Nope, he has no hair. Any little bit of anything anyway. All stared dead in the face. No chance at all. Right. It wasn't just Shangwon Shueir anymore. Even Huang Ziqing, Li Shiyan and the others. All of them had friends in their circles, telling them to find a way to get some saliva. Of course, seeing this, the people in the crew have turned off their cell phones. They didn't want to cause trouble for Luo Feng. After all, it seemed like Luo Feng just didn't give easily. And at this moment, Luo Feng, it seems like he is being hugged by Miss Kiko to sleep, and is still very cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Of course, Miss Kiko, today is also the second generation of blue hair. Very cute. Luo Feng was also clear that Kiko fought for the opportunity to hug herself today. It was also because she wanted to be the same as Shangwon Shueir. And, before she also hugged herself, she went and removed her makeup without all that makeup on her skin. Had to be said, she was really foxy. A veiled face was also very good looking. With an operation like this, could Luo Feng not understand? It's just begging for Tian. Ha. To be civilized, it was begging for saliva. However, it was not good for her to open her mouth. Alas, this Miss Kiko, this dragon doesn't need to look at it to know that you're looking forward to it too much. Luo Feng thought for a while, but still propped himself up and kissed her cheeks. But soon, Luo Feng never moved again, because he wanted to try it out. Was it a little amount that could do the beauty? Wow, little thing, you stole a kiss from me? Miss Kiko said, getting excited inside, but said so. Many people looked over, and Master Shin also soured a bit. Immediately after that Kiko, on the other hand, took the side of her face that was kissed by Luo Feng and reached out to smear it. It felt a bit smeared. Simply took a wet tissue and spread it. After spreading it evenly, something magical happened. Kiko, your skin has gotten better. It looks a lot brighter than just now. Yeah, it's so smooth. This, Miss Kiko also immediately touched her cell phone and looked at herself in the reflection. It was really incredible. It's actually this little bit? Does it also have such an effect? To put it simply, if you're veiled, the luster will be a little bit worse. But now Miss Kiko, veiled out, basically also has luster and tender skin. She feels, it was like she was at least 5 years younger. Of course, the effect was far from as good as Shangwon Shueir, but it was still amazing. Great. Thank you so much. Kiko was simply so happy that she was about to jump up and down. Luo Feng in his arms, could only be speechless. Don't shake it. You're a landslide. Just keep squeezing the face of this dragon. So annoying. Of course, at this moment, Kiko was so excited that Luo Feng simply left her embrace and let her look at herself in the mirror. When Huang Ziqing saw this, then she naturally took over the task of hugging Luo Feng. You're awesome today. You've made Sister Shueir incredibly happy. And you've also made Miss Kiko very happy right now as well. This Ziqing, how could I forget you? Luo Feng actually wanted to help her. but because it happened to be accompanied by Shangguan Shuier to play. Otherwise they Luo Feng will all take the initiative to help. Immediately after that, Luo Feng also owed a few times towards her. Are you going to help me too? Huang Ziqing was shy for a bit, but she was still young and didn't really need to. She just took the bottle and then asked Luo Feng to leave some saliva out. Oh my god, what is Ziqing doing? That bottle catch? Drink it? Speechless, are you really going to drink it? Otherwise, how can we use a bottle? Isn't it a cure for all diseases? I guess I have to drink it, right? Is someone in the family sick? And then bring it back for treatment? Everyone was guessing what Huang Ziqing was up to, but soon, her original self spoke up, saying, I have some baby dragon saliva here now. Please ask Mr. Wang to help call out the professors of the professor group. If they want to do research, they can take it here. Unexpected. Just very unexpected. Unexpected. This small age cute girl. It was actually so good. The audience in the live broadcast room was, once again, convinced by Ziqing's character. All the other girls wanted to be cosmetics. She was the only one who was only there for scientific research. Of course, Luo Feng himself was also surprised. This little cutie, who was usually so naive, made a surprising maneuver today. Circle the powder. Circle the fans. Really, Ziqing is fantastic. What a good boy. For the sake of scientific research, people aren't going to drink it themselves. We're really good. Huang Ziqing, I love you. Love you Ziqing. Of course, Huang Ziqing's sudden change of attitude. It also started with the eggshell. At first, the crew said to throw it away, but Huang Ziqing said to keep it. At that time, Huang Ziqing still remembered Lu Changfeng's excited look. Very happy. Of course, the professors were happy, not for their own happiness, but with the eggshells, there would be further research. Huang Ziqing was very touched. That's why she felt she had to help the group of professors. Besides, her father, in fact, was a small section staff. It was just that her father died from accidental mountain climbing. The viewers in the live broadcast room spoke highly of Huang Ziqing. As for Lu Changfeng and the rest of the professor corps here, they were naturally touched. It was actually not good for them to open their mouths and ask for saliva for the little thing, because it had been said earlier that everything about the little thing could not be taken by force. For example, the feces from last time. It was also what Luo Feng didn't want. Only then could he go and pick it up. It's a good child on our side. We're still thinking about how to coax the little guy to give some saliva. Then we'll study it again. Lu Changfeng smiled in relief. Ziqing's words, she's always been very good. And in terms of character, all three girls are quite good if you ask me. Zhao Yubao spoke up. Now make a trip over there and bring over the little one's saliva sample. With this one, it's enough to divide into many batches and send it out for further in-depth research. Professor Qian knew that the last time, just a little bit on top of the apple was actually really not much. Inside, Professor Qian's heart, he wanted to call this dragon saliva, but still, he held back. Before there was an official announcement from the Empire side, this matter had to be stabilized for a bit. Soon, the crew's Gu Pingtao, the one from the chemical department, and Lu Changfeng came to the crew's main tent. Elder Gu, is he here to get some saliva? The old professor is working so hard. Their tent, it should be 1 kilometer away. Why didn't the old master send someone to get it? Ha ha ha, for something like this, Prof. Gu must have to take it himself to feel at ease. The old professor looks tired but happy. That's not true. Researching a dragon, who wouldn't be happy? If I could stay on the set for a day, I'd wish for 5 centimeters shorter. Dude, if it gets any shorter, it's gone. Pooh haha, it's just hard to spit on the Empire side. Why hasn't it been officially announced yet? That's right, it's time for an official announcement. Have you guys gone to the internet to see if those Westerners, saying that our Dongxing people are stupid, and that creatures like dragons exist? Such remarks, there's already too much less of them. Ha ha ha, these dog coins, I guess they also watched the news and knew about the magic of the baby dragon. They don't dare to talk anymore. These Westerners, when we make the official announcement, let them all be dumbfounded. But there are still Westerners who think it's all hype. It's just folk hype. Otherwise why wouldn't the Empire dare to make an official announcement? Hype? You can really talk, can't you? So many people are paying attention? Hype? Today it's rumored that around Peach Blossom Island, aircraft carriers and battleships are arriving. The crew must broadcast it live. I'll go. Where is it? My house is near the coast of Jiangnan. Can I have a chance to see the big aircraft carrier? Send the coordinates. Alas, it was said to come tomorrow, but I didn't expect it to leave today. It's fast as hell. That's not true? This is a dragon. It definitely needs to come over quickly to guard it. Divine Dragon, when I was a child carrier you guarded me. When I grew up, I guarded you. Crap, brother, I'm so teary-eyed at your words. Moving, brothers, I can only say, little thing, better grow up quickly. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, on Gu Pingtao's side, he got the dragon saliva in the bottle. Naturally, he was smiling happily, but Professor Gu's sentence, it left Luo Feng speechless. This old thing, can't even let go of his own urine? Can't help but ask for it towards himself? 56. Testing the sharpness of the dragon's claws. Of course, a few minutes before, at that time, Lu Changfeng and Gu Pingtao had only walked into the main tent of the crew. The cast-in crew definitely stood up to greet them. Moreover, Huang Ziqing, because she was holding Luo Feng, she couldn't move, and could only owe her body. Her expression a bit hopeless as she said, "That, Professor, I'm sorry, right now I can't get up at all." "It's alright, now that you're holding the little guy, now that he's resting, don't disturb this little ancestor." Lu Changfeng smiled kindly. Immediately afterward, his expression was serious. "Miss Huang Ziqing, on behalf of our biology faculty, I'd like to say thank you." Lu Changfeng was serious. It was also very formal. After saying that, he also bowed deeply towards Huang Ziqing. This time, Huang Ziqing was stunned. How could she afford Lu Changfeng's bow? The other party was an academician, and was also very well established. Of course, at this moment, Huang Ziqing still couldn't stand up because she was holding Luo Feng. However, Huang Ziqing also knew that it was because she helped them collect Luo Feng's saliva and then gave it to them for research that the other party respected her so much. After all, the entire Dongxing now knew that the saliva left on the little guy's apple had already been extracted and gone to be studied, and was able to fight cancer cells and kill them. There were also white blood cells and other diseased cells. All of them could be effectively killed. As professors, they were definitely grateful to Huang Ziqing. "Miss Ziqing, it's the right thing to do." After Lu Changfeng finished bowing, he looked at the vial of dragon's saliva on the table, which was what Huang Ziqing had prepared for herself. "Although you guys know that the little guy's saliva can kill cancer cells, you don't know too well how important this is to our empire's medical technology." Lu Changfeng said seriously. "Imagine if such medical technology had been in our hands, then our Dongsheng, so to speak, would have the most advanced medical resources in the world. There are a lot of Dongxing people who want to migrate to foreign countries to live. In fact, a part of them is because they feel that the medical technology in foreign countries is good. If we say that our medical technology is now the best resource in the world, then there will be a lot of rich tycoons who want to migrate over. The benefits that such technology, as long as it is blocked, will bring to the empire are limitless. We will also immediately top the world in the medical world." Of course, after hearing Lu Changfeng say this, everyone also knew even further how important and bullish the little guy's saliva was. That's why a little bit of saliva made Lu Changfeng so grateful to Huang Ziqing. It was still that the little guy was humane, and it wasn't easy to forcefully take his saliva. In the morning, someone from the group of professors had tried to sneakily take advantage of the little guy's sleep by sticking a cotton swab in his mouth to dip a little bit of it. But Luo Feng was woken up and flung this researcher with his tail. "Professor Lu Changfeng, what about us, the crew? It looks like the little guy is more willing to get close to us. After all, we're the ones who met him in the first place." Tang Yongjin spoke up. "So if you guys want to give us any orders, you can give them to us. Or if you need to pay attention to something when taking care of the little thing, you can order it. Yeah, that's how it should be. Otherwise it's like in the morning, when you guys sneak off by yourselves to get saliva. It's just too dangerous." Teacher Wang spoke up. "Dean Lu, I see it this way. You guys write down and list out what you need us to do, and we'll all follow your instructions without making the little one angry." Grandmaster Shen opened his mouth. Of course, he was a bit tragic today though. Yesterday, because he didn't eat that apple, and regretted immensely, but as long as the little guy is there, there is still a chance. Have to participate in the program properly. Alright, I guess that's it. Lu Changfeng nodded and thought for a while. "I don't think it needs to be too complicated. You guys just need to keep an eye on him at all times, and anything that falls off of him, you guys pick it up and give it to us to study. And that's it." When Lu Changfeng said this, he suddenly smiled. "Of course, if the little guy poops or pees, these you guys have to collect as well. To usual, these big stars heard about things like collecting poop and pee. They would definitely be disgusted. But now, everyone was unperturbed. After all, that was dragon poop. What about the nail thing?" Huang Ziqing here suddenly spoke up. "I remember at the very beginning, I think it was the little thing that was trying to break through the eggshell, so he used his claws to keep picking and pulling at the eggshell, and at that time, his fingernail, it should have broken a little bit, and I remember it seemed to have been thrown away. It's a pity." Before Lu Changfeng could open his mouth, suddenly, outside the tent, sprinted an old professor in a white coat. Putting these people from the crew, they were shocked. "Thrown away? Thrown away where?" Of course, this person's words, probably about 50 or 60 years old, not quite old, hair not white, the looks had a nose and eyes. When he was young, he must have been a big handsome man. Old man Joe, you're here too? Lu Changfeng saw this. In the end, he was excited. This was that professor from the materials section, Zhou Weigua. No wonder the security at the entrance didn't stop him. Now there were already 3 top experts from the material application section, chemical laboratory section, and biology section to Peach Blossom Island, respectively. Biology section, Lu Changfeng. Materials section, Zhou Weigua. Chemical section, Gu Pingtao. Che, with just such a precious lump on Peach Blossom Island, could I not come fast enough? Zhou Weigua grunted in a bad mood. Also, if I didn't come earlier, wouldn't my little guy's fingernails be snatched away by you? I say Zhou Weigua, what do you mean? I called you here, but I asked you to come and help me, not to rob you. The fingernails we at the Biological Institute will study first, then you can take them over to look at them. Lu Changfeng wasn't saying that he wanted to compete for the credit, but a few professors under their banner had said that they also knew about material science and could study it as well. But pull back you guys, biology, and study it first, and then our serious material science, research later? Although Zhou Weigui is a good friend of the other party, but for research, can never let go. What's wrong with material science? Remember, this time, our biology department is the main character. All have to follow the arrangement. Lu Changfeng retorted. Seeing that he couldn't say anything to the other party, Zhou Weigua looked back at Huang Ziqing and said, Miss Ziqing, hello, I'm Professor Zhou. Listen to me. Nail where this thing was thrown. Tell me. I'll send someone from our materials department to pick it up. I see your age. I guess you are still in college, right? If you are interested in coming to our capital university, with my recommendation, you can go to any department you want, and then you can mix a doctor's license, basically casually, even if you just work a little harder. By the age of 30, you can be an academician, just like me. Crap, ruthless, cowardly. The rest of the crew, hearing this, were completely dumbfounded. Who was this Zhou Weigua? Such a big mouth? You have his recommendation? What department do you want to go to at Capital University? Just say it, as he wants. As long as you go, you'll get a doctorate? Is it guaranteed? You know, it's hard to get into the Capital University. Not to mention that after graduation, there's graduate school, and after graduate school, there's the doctorate. Now Huang Ziqing can get a guaranteed doctorate? The latter is even more outrageous. As long as you work a little harder, basically 30 years old, it will be able to mix to academician? Don't look at the big stars on the surface as very honorable. For example, the current Shen Big Master. There are tens of billions of movie star title, but for compared to these academicians, the status is not a little bit worse, is a lot worse. Of course, to compare the income, the stars and movie stars are certainly more, but people academicians also have a very high salary and the empire welfare is also more. The annual salary of small $500,000, it was basically enough as well. It's really awesome. I recognize this old man. Who is this old man? I don't know. Crap, bro. Playing? You don't know? What are you so excited about? Hear me out This old man called Zhou Weigua. Anyway, I've seen the presidents of our capital university. They all respect him. What? The presidents of the capital university are all very respectful? Ruthless You know what level the president of the capital university is now? The status of a state pastor is there anyway. Is it that outrageous? Isn't it just the president of a university? Bro, it's really not outrageous. The president of such a top university is really about the same level as a fiefdom. Crap. So in that case, this Zhou Weigua is really just a casual word that can make Huang Ziqing go to the capital university to secure a doctorate, right? When it comes to being an academician, it depends on whether or not Huang Ziqing is capable of doing it herself. So the president of Capital University is a respected figure? What's wrong with that? What level is he? This should be a professor in the materials department, right? But he shouldn't come out to teach much. Otherwise someone should be able to recognize him. Materials application department? That's a very important department in the empire. That's not true. This kind of department, to be honest, is much more important than the biology department. After all, in modern times, the application and research of materials is the main focus, and the study of biology is not that important. My lord, times have changed. In today's moment, you say that researching biology is not important? What do I, Long Bao, say? Ha ha ha. The key is that these two old men, regarding the right to fight for the first to study the fingernails of the little one, actually quarrel so much. Zhou Weigui here, naturally does not give up. Continue. Ziqing girl, I give you. I am the field of materials application. Nails to me, will be much better than to give these as the biology department. Believe me. You two discuss it yourselves. Huang Ziqing was dying of speechlessness. Is this a scientist? Already bewitched, right? Isn't it the same who researches first and who researches later? Old Joe, you're just trying to mess things up today, aren't you? It's all been said that we can't study it and then we'll give you a different one? Lu Changfeng blushed and said, no way. Zhou Weiguo didn't give the other party any face either. Although I'm on good terms with you, when it comes to academic research, that's not giving an inch. Go aside. I don't care about you. Lu Changfeng was really going to die of speechlessness. What the hell? Luo Feng really couldn't listen to it anymore. Discussing his poop and urine here with impunity in front of his own face. Fingernails? Are you guys polite? Both of you. Stop arguing for now. I have one more thing for you. Huang Ziqing's sudden opening. The two old boy professors immediately stopped arguing. Both of them said almost in unison. What is it? Around the time the little one was born, the scales that fell down, I also collected them as a souvenir. Of course, if you guys need it, I won't be doing anything as a souvenir. I'll have to take it and study it properly. Huang Ziqing was also speechless. Such an important thing, how could it be forgotten? What? It's his scales? Geez, this is something good. Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo were almost jumping up and down. In fact, Lu Changfeng had long thought about it. The little guy's other things, also incomparably peculiar. The scales must also have amazing special effects. Also thought about getting Luo Feng's scales, but that thing, at least, is to protect Luo Feng. You can't use a knife to cut it off, right? Now that Huang Ziqing actually said that the scales had fallen off when he was born, this was really great. Dragon scales. This vocabulary. In ancient times, it should not be unfamiliar, right? The dragon's reverse scale, touching it would lead to death. They were also clear that this thing was afraid that it was not good to obtain. Luo Feng definitely wouldn't give it. So, the excitement of the two people, come to think of it, was quite normal. Let's do it this way. Old he, I'm not going to fight with you over that saliva. Your biology department, just with the chemical department, go and study it properly. Zhou Weiguo put on his 5-star old professor's majesty. As for that scale and nail, I'll take it away. I say old man Zhou, don't make a stinky face. You're a 5-star professor is good. I'm indeed only a 3-star. But think about it, a few decades ago, when you were still poor, who gave you the money to organize a 15-table banquet wedding? Lu Changfeng said unhappily, if it wasn't for me, Lu Changfeng, that wife of yours right now, I don't even know where she is in that old man's cone. Would people marry you? Your words don't make sense. When I first entered the faculty, I also brought you to know our master. If not for my introduction, would you have today? Zhou Weiguo saw the other party rehash old scores. He himself did not allow it. Not eating his set. Two people anyway add up to the friendship. Are almost 50 years. Rehashing old scores. No one is afraid of anyone. There are plenty of old scores to go over. Ouch. These two old men. Hashtag depressed to death. Still arguing like children. The cast and crew could only snicker anyway, and couldn't interject. As for the viewers in the live broadcast room, they must have immediately gone to Lu Huaqiang's place to buy watermelons. Small benches to sit on, quietly watching the two people quarreling. It was quite fun. There are even more viewers that are more naughty. Some of them are more mischievous. They are cheering for Prof. Lu or Prof. Zhou. Behind those two sides of the disciples and grandchildren graduate students, naturally, do not dare to open their mouths, not to mention dare to go up to discourage. Finally, after the two people tug of war over whose food stamps were given to whom in the first place, the sound of an owl. It made the entire crew, all of them, startled. It was the sound of anger, and it seemed that the sound of this owl was different from before, slightly accompanied by some tiger whistles. That, two professors, it's the little thing that's angry. You guys look like you've disturbed him. Shangguan Shuier walked over. After all, she was with Luo Feng every day, and she still understood Luo Feng's temper. Such a voice. It was obvious. It was anger. Ouch. It's all your fault. You old man Zhou. What's the noise? All forgotten that our baby dragon is in this tent. Can you blame me? You're the one who wants to rehash old scores? The two seemed like they were about to quarrel again, but looking at the angry little guy, he was holding his head high and glaring at the two people. So, the two people tacitly shut up with their mouths closed. Old glass. Shut up. Luo Feng was fuming. He also breathlessly climbed up and headed towards his own tent. It was just too noisy here. Two old men. Simply can't stop. Engaging in research is silly. Hear me. Hear that. Shin Big Master at this time from the dumbfounded look awake almost. Just now the little guy. Wail in the sound. There has been the sound of a tiger's whistle. Of course, in the ancient records, the dragon's cry was slightly like a tiger's whine, but it was not the same as a tiger's whine. The sound of a dragon's roar was difficult to describe. Is there a tiger's whine? I didn't pay attention to it just now. Zhou Weiguo also stared out. I didn't hear it either. It's all your fault. What are you arguing with me for? I've missed the chance to hear the little guy's mature cry. Lu Changfeng was really remorseful. Being able to hear a real dragon's roar, that would be the equivalent of those astronomers hearing the sounds in a black hole. It was the exact same yearning. You still blame me. The two were about to argue again. Huang Ziqing finally couldn't help it. Ouch. You guys wait. I'll go to the place where I threw the nails and look for you guys. See if it's still there, and the dragon scales, and bring them over to you as well. At that time, which one of you will study it first? You decide for yourselves. After saying that, Huang Ziqing also left the place. No wonder the little guy was angry. These two old men were just too capable of making a mess. Apparently, the place where the nails were thrown in the first place was over at the trash can. Huang Ziqing led the staff and rummaged around for a while before finding it. Piece by piece, the trash went to be cleaned up. Alright, what's in the pocket are the nails, and what's in the box are the shed scales. Huang Ziqing found these two things. It was placed on the table. The two professors would decide the rest on their own. But the moment Huang Ziqing placed the two things on the table, these two people looked like they were grabbing some treasure. They directly went up. Then one person grabbed one. You give me your nails. Give me your dragon scale. I won't give it. I won't give it either. In the end, no one could do anything with anyone. Each of them took what they had in their hands, or grabbed it and took it back, taking their team to study it. Finally it's gone. It's not easy. Watching them argue, I was worried that they would fight. Yes, to be this old and have a long or short life, it wouldn't be good. One doesn't let the other one go. And in the end they made peace and each took the same thing. These two old men are so temperamental, especially the Zhou Weiguo one. Even if he knows that this mission is presided over by Lu Changfeng from the biology department, he doesn't seem to be afraid. Brothers, didn't someone say that people are not afraid of the president of the capital university? Their status must be very high. The 5-star professor they just said? What does 3-star professor mean? This is the level of academician. Every extra star, to make a contribution. Very rare. Let's put it this way. A few years ago, one called Wang Bashu made a major breakthrough in quantum computing and edge computing, and so many people said that he could be promoted from 1 star to 3 stars continuously. In the end, guess what? Only 1 star was promoted? Not a single star has been raised. Holy, a major breakthrough in quantum computing and edge computing? And then not a single star? That doesn't make sense, does it? Bro, this is really hard. 3-star academicians. There are no more than 30 in the empire. 5-star ones. I'm afraid there are only 5 or 6 of them. How many achievements do you have to obtain to reach 5 stars? But that Wang Bashu, he's also a 1-star pinnacle. So if he casually gets a few small achievements, he'll be able to get 2 stars. Cover your face and laugh. This is the difference between a Do Wang and a Do Di. Zhou Weiguo 5-star academician. That's so awesome. The pop-ups from the audience. Naturally, they were very chatty and happy. A good number of viewers simply took the video of the two people arguing and posted it online. Now, a good number of netizens laughed, but also very respect these two people. They are both for scientific research can be crazy people. It is said that scientists are crazy. I used to think that it is not so serious, but now it seems that it is not only crazy, it is simply bewitched. Of course, what everyone was most looking forward to was still Luo Feng's nails and scales. What exactly did they do? After all, up until now, the things on Luo Feng's body had only been studied in saliva, but it was already super bullish. Everyone knew, this little guy, surely anything on his body, was super valuable now. With the premise that the saliva was so amazing, the netizens were actually even more curious about the nails and scales by a few points. And at the same time, at this moment, Professor Zhou Weiguo, after getting Luo Feng's fingernails, returned to his materials department's main tent in a flurry of excitement. A large group of disciples and grandchildren gathered around. You guys look good. What's in my bag is the fingernails of the little thing. Now that it's not live, I can say that he's the dragon's claw. Lu Changfeng displayed it. The people below, too, showed serious and surprised looks. Soon, Zhou Weiguo's experiment was about to begin. On the machine in front of him, a steel bar was placed. As long as the little guy's fingernails were placed and clamped on the machine's arm, and then went to scratch across the steel bar, the sharpness could be tested. Of course, some time ago, had already seen Luo Feng's nails cut off the steel inner shell of the simulated bird. Now Zhou Weiguo, feeling that the steel bar thing, say not necessarily, can also be successful, when the simulation bird that just now the outer shell was very thin. Good. Operator, remember, once you find that the nail cannot withstand, to break, must stop. 3, 2, 1. After Lu Changfeng's 3 counts, the fingernail was clamped by the machine's arm and had already reached towards the rebar. P.S. Everyone monthly vote up, plus more rules. 1 monthly plus 1,000 words, 10 monthly plus 10. 000 words, 10 monthly votes plus 10, 000 words, 100 monthly votes plus 100, 000 words. Everyone's monthly votes are more powerful, so that the author can be motivated. Kneeling thanks. Thank you. Thank you. 57. Dragon Scale. Competition for a counter artifact. Under the pressure of the initial attempt, the nails did not show a bit of bending, nor was the steel pierced. But after the operator slightly intensified the force a little bit, suddenly, after a creaking sound rang out, the steel bar started to spark. There was a pang. Immediately, the severed rebar. It directly fell to the ground. It thumped. Oh, Omega Omega. Oh my god. It wasn't just Joe Wegwa who looked dumbfounded. Even those disciples and grandchildren behind him looked dumbfounded. Is this still an animal's fingernail or not? It's an alloy, okay? It can actually cut through steel bars? That, operator, report how much force was used. The corners of Joe Wegwa's mouth trembled. He had to say, it's really a dragon. It's really amazing. It's 30 yen, the operator responded. That is, with a force of 30 yen, the hand held its nails and went to cut the steel bar. What? Only 30 yen? Joe Wegwa was even more dumbfounded. Yes, Professor Zhou, you said at the beginning that you must add a little bit of force to it. For fear of the nail breaking, I didn't dare to add too much. What about the operator who, at first, thought that Professor Zhou was playing house, cutting steel bars with his fingernails? Is he trying to be funny? But then the other guy said not to break his nails. All he could do was to start with 10 N of force. But it doesn't work. Just add 5 N. It doesn't work. Just keep adding. By the time he gets to 30 N, the operator was scared to death that the nail would break. But he was dumbfounded. Instead, that rebar was sliced. Oh my god. 30 N? How much force is that? Joe Wegwa stared. If a human had such sharp nails, then they could casually cut through steel plates tens of centimeters thick, right? To know, the universal adult arm strength is between 300 and 600 N, which is 30 to 60 kilograms. Now 30 N would be able to cut through roughly 3 centimeters of steel. So 300 N? On a proportional basis, that is to say, not rigorous math. Is it possible that a human being with fingernails like that? It'll cut through 30 centimeters of steel. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's too awesome. Besides being shocked, what else could it be? God knows. How many N can the strength of a several thousand meters big dragon be? Such a claw. If it was on an adult dragon's body, the steel plate that could be torn apart would probably have to be several hundred meters thick, right? It was too shocking. You guys write down all these data. I'll make a trip to Lu Chongfeng's old undead tent. Joe Wegwa had accomplished something. Naturally, he wanted to go and inform Lu Chongfeng immediately. He jogged off, a few hundred meters of road, in the blink of an eye. Looking at that back, it was completely a young man jumping up and down, but in reality, it was another old man. Old man Lu. Something big is going on. Big deal. Joe Wegwa was so happy that he looked like a fat man of several hundred pounds. He barged into Lu Chongfeng's main tent. What are you shouting about? We're resting here studying the scales. Lu Chongfeng, at the moment, was leading the members under his department, holding a microscope, observing cells and whatnot, not wanting to be disturbed at all. Don't study it. You guys from the biology department, you only know how to study cells, don't you? How meaningless is that? Joe Wegwa pulled Lu Chongfeng's arm. Don't pull me. Isn't it true that your materials department only knows how to fight and kill? It's too violent. Lu Chongfeng ignored him. You, seeing the other party treating him like this, Joe Wegwa shouted. Listen, this little guy's fingernails, it only took 30 N to cut through the steel bar. Joe Wegwa finished. Inwardly, he smiled slightly, just waiting to see how dumbfounded Lu Chongfeng looked. But the next moment, Lu Chongfeng turned his head as if he was looking at a fool and glanced at Joe Wegwa. Oh, I see. Ha! Joe Wegwa once again didn't understand. Shouldn't the other party be excited? What's the situation? Even those small research members around him, they weren't excited either. And it looked as if they were snickering? Why aren't you excited? That's 30 N of force, just the kind of force that a 1 or 2-year-old baby can reach. And the material is steel. Do you understand what I'm saying? Joe Wegwa spoke excitedly. Lu Chongfeng finally got annoyed and said, I'll be the first to know when the experiment is successful on your side. Stop yelling. I'll go. You planted a mole under my department? Go go go. What mole? Saying so hard to hear. The uncle who cooks for our several professors groups and delivers us food to the time. He told us. Lu Chongfeng laughed lightly. But in fact, a few minutes ago, just Lu Chongfeng knew the news. Also the same is very shocked. Such a little bit of force, cut through the steel bar, cannot be said to be not sharp ancient what cut iron like mud sword, and not to mention is not bragging, but to cut iron, always need an adult strength to wield the sword, right? But just at this time, Joe Wegwa then rushed over to the tabletop and, violently, picked up the dragon scale they were studying. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Changfeng stared. This old man grabbing the dragon scales obtained by his department? No matter what, it couldn't be tolerated. Old man Lu, don't get excited. I'm going to show you. Joe Wegwa spoke. This nail is so sharp, I dare conclude that this scale must be even sharper than the nail. The little guy is really peculiar. Get lost you, quickly give it back to me. When Lu Changfeng heard this, he was directly displeased. This is a dragon scale. What steel plate are you going to cut with it? Aren't you wasting it? Don't worry, I'll just try it out. It can definitely be sharper than a fingernail. No way, don't be destructive. We have to study cells and genes and structures. It really was a matter of compartmentalization. Both men stuck to their views. One felt that cells and genes were more important. One felt that researching sharpness and material applications would be more useful to the empire. Another bout of bickering began. Old man Lu, listen, something like a dragon scale is very rare. I have to give a notice to the imperial side to send this back. Joe Wegwa had no choice but to directly move out above. Who are you scaring? Sending the dragon scale to the capital? I think it was sent to your lab to cut steel plates, right? Hurry up and give it back to me. Lu Changfeng said unhappily. Both of them had been in a relationship for almost 50 years. When the other's ass puckered, he knew what to poop. How could one not know Joe Wegwa's measurements? Joe Wegwa also quit. Seeing that the other party was dead set against it, took the scales and sliced down towards the aluminum desktop. Joe Wegwa are thinking, this desktop the next moment, surely everything two halves, but there was absolutely no movement. This. Joe Wegwa was dumbfounded. According to the nails are so sharp, how could the dragon scales also be sharp? What's going on here? Joe Wegwa didn't believe it and took the dragon scale and used more force to scratch the desktop again. There was still no movement. You old undead, how long are you going to make a scene? Lu Changfeng couldn't help but get angry. Old Lu, big brother Lu, listen to me, let me try again. Joe Wegwa still refused to give up, but Lu Changfeng couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on him at once. Ouch, you old undead. That Joe Wegwa was pounced on. He fell to the ground and screamed. And taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Changfeng directly snatched that dragon scale. Give me the scale. I want to study it. This is our biology department's scale. You're shameless. Lu Changfeng completely cracked. What are you guys pulling him for? Just die and forget about it. Looking at the bowl and craving for the pot. It's too much. Old Lu, I know I'm going overboard, but I want to study the hardness and sharpness of the dragon scales clearly. Joe Wegwa said bitterly. Alright. You two academicians are also too capable of making a scene. Let's end today's farce here. Suddenly, a person rushed in the tent. He directly grabbed the dragon scale with one hand, temporarily confiscated. No one gets to study it. This person, the two old men recognized it. It was the head of Imperial and who was now secretly protecting this place. In other words, it was the Imperial City Department commander. The status was equivalent to the Nine Gates governor who protected the Imperial City in the Qing dynasty. Very high. On what basis? He has research results on his fingernails? I want to continue researching the scales. Mr. Gong, give me the item. Lu Changfeng was suffocating. He was going to confiscate it just because the other party kept fighting for it? Tomorrow, Commander Gong scowled at Lu Changfeng. That is to say, when this old man Joe Wegwa is gone, then he will give it to you for research. Otherwise, it's not a good idea to keep making so much noise. It's not a solution either. Cough cough cough. Commander Gong, seeing that Lu Changfeng also understood his expression, spoke up. Both of you listen. You're professors. I know you're crazy about research, but pay attention to the impact. I'll leave first. Hey, Mr. Gong. Joe Wegwa looked at the scales being gone, and at the moment, as if he had no strength left, he sat down on the chair. It's all your fault. Okay now, no one gets to study it. Lu Changfeng pretended to be angry. In his heart he was pleased. He knew that Mr. Gong would send it back later. Yes. Blame me. Joe Wegwa saw that the things were gone. There was nothing to argue about. A look of regret. Does it hurt? Lu Changfeng's tone was slightly gentler. It's not bad. I can't imagine that at your age. You still have a handful of strength. Joe Wegwa touched his head. Just now when he pounced on him to grab the dragon scale, his brain knocked on the ground for a bit. It still hurt a bit. Little Li, go get some potion and rub the back of your Uncle Joe's head. Lu Changfeng opened his mouth and shouted at his son-in-law. The stuff was gone. Both people were naturally very calm. The boat of friendship seemed to have returned all of a sudden, after rubbing the medicine well. Now the two people also calmly came to the office. Lu Changfeng first opened his mouth. This little guy is really magical. Just now we observed under the microscope the structure of this dragon scale. Very complex and delicate. What's the best way to describe it? It's like it's a hive of bees refined 10,000 times. There are a lot of those silk seams. Can't understand. Anyway, the result of my research is that fingernails can easily cut through steel bars. Joe Wegwa Materials Department. For what biological structure? Really do not understand. Yeah, the little guy is amazing. Too uncomplicated. Lu Changfeng got serious for a moment. I think, this little thing, is a real divine dragon. Lu Changfeng's words came out. Joe Wegwa looked at the other party like he was looking at a fool. What's the matter with you? Are you stupid? This little guy? We're all just short of solid proof that it's a dragon? You're just feeling it now? Joe Wegwa touched Lu Changfeng's forehead and didn't goof off either. What kind of divine dragon do you think I'm talking about? Lu Changfeng laughed. I'm talking about the kind of divine dragons that can strike thunder and lightning, fly into the blue sky, and destroy the sky and the earth with their hands and feet. Do you understand? Ha! A real divine dragon. Joe Wegwa was taken aback for a moment. He had also ruthlessly patched up his mythological knowledge about dragons in recent days. Dragon words. There were many kinds. The first kind of dragon. His appearance is like a dragon, but his whole body is treasure. But there is no special ability. That kind of dragon is the most humble in the dragon tribe, and the other kind, that is the existence that has magic power, has special abilities. Turning his hand is cloud, turning his hand is rain, both in a sense. It was the futility and the name. Why are you so certain? Joe Wegwa spoke. Because the dragon scales that I just studied have already made a preliminary discovery. Lu Changfeng spoke. The structure of such a dragon scale, which is divided into a total of 30 layers, is so complex that even if a human wanted to build it, it would require at least skillful craftsmen. No, I don't think it should be able to be built. These 30 layers of dragon scales, each layer is like a layer of alloy. The main ingredient is sulfurous iron. The exact percentage of ingredients is unknown. Joe Wegwa didn't quite understand what he was hearing and said in a confused manner. What do you mean? Such a subtle and detailed structure of dragon scales that even mankind's technology today can't create? And then it's something he was born with? Yeah, it's truly amazing. Such a structure is too complex and detailed. Lu Changfeng sighed and continued. This little thing's body is really full of treasures. We have to keep researching and discovering. And many of his secretions are also the focus. If properly researched, many of our empire's fields will take a big leap forward now. Of course, the medical world, as has been said, could see a new era. Of course, what does a new era mean? That was commonly used as a metaphor for a new era of history ushered in by a major event. Only then could it be called a new era. That's right, I agree with this point. With him, the empire's future is limitless. Joe Wegwa nodded, and asked in a sudden whimsical manner, by the way, old Lu, you were the first to come to this area. Have any other dragon eggs been found? Logically speaking, don't dragons give birth to 9 sons? It should be a litter, right? Egu. For such an awesome creature to have one, it's already heaven's eye. You still want a litter? Lu Changfeng said. Of course we have searched for it. Not only have we searched for it, just for this area, the Imperial Security Bureaus have secretly searched for it countless times, just short of turning Peach Blossom Island over. But there still isn't a second one. Alright then. Joe Wegwa deflated and didn't say anything. But nowadays, he also had to think. This little thing, if it was truly a divine dragon, before it grew up to adulthood, it should actually keep a lower profile. This era, it looked peaceful, but that was just the surface. The West was definitely drooping with covetousness. In other words, the more magical the little thing is, the more worried they are about something going wrong. And the crew sighed, for the 2 professors to quarrel again in the back. And in the end, Emperor Ant's Commander Gong came out to break the situation. Luo Feng of course didn't know about it. Now that it's getting late, today's filming of the cast and crew can also almost rest. The next day, the members of the crew got up very early. Everyone was chatting and chattering outside Luo Feng's tent. The entire crew. Basically, they were all waiting for Luo Feng to get up. After all, every day, Luo Feng was the main character, and the person in charge, Zhao Yubao here, was worried today. At this moment, Zhao Yubao was very excited. This was the most nervous and excited moment in his life, even to the point where his hands and feet began to tremble slightly. Of course, Wang Yusheng, as the deputy head, didn't laugh at Zhao Yubao anymore. This was facing dozens of academicians from the capital. That's right, today's words, these old guys, even overnight have rushed over. So, Zhao Yubao and Wang Yusheng, facing more such a group of people, how could they not be excited and fearful? Completely no guts to look at their research. Moreover, these people also asked towards him about Luo Feng. They squeaked and whimpered in reply the entire time. By the way, where are the 2 academicians Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo? Among the 30 people, An old professor who seemed to be the most prestigious asked Zhao Yubao some things about Luo Feng. He also wanted to meet these two academicians who came first. Old Mr. Zheng. The two academicians, in their own labs, studying that dragon scale. Zhao Yubao spoke. Studying the dragon scale? Old Mr. Zhang stared, excited. Those old guys behind him, their eyes glowed as well. Let's go. Zhao is in charge. Quickly take us over to take a look. Zhao Yubao nodded, and soon walked ahead alone, and the gang walked for about 700 or 800 meters. Finally, they arrived at Zhou Weigua's lab tent. It could only be seen now. Zhou Weigua and Lu Changfeng, as well as a large group of ordinary members, were outside the tent, along with many machines. It was unknown what they were up to. Master? Master? Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weigua were instantly stunned when they saw Master Zhang. This was a Dongsheng patriarch level figure. It could be said, Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weigua were already very bullish people, but both called each other master. So one could imagine how bullish the other party was. Of course, the highest academician is a 5-star, and the title that goes up higher, that is a national scholar. What is the meaning of guoshi? It was often accompanied by the word peerless, that is to say, there were basically not many state scholars in an empire, or not even one would come out for decades. Of course, today's Dongsheng did have 2 national scholar rankers, but just 2, and this Mr. Zheng Ziyou, who was considered a 5-star pinnacle academician, did not break through to the rank of state scholar for his lifetime's contribution. This was also the regret of his life, but he had the title of being the first person under the state scholar. There wasn't any academician in the 5 stars that had the high contribution of his life. He was involved in many fields. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been 2 disciples who became the leading genius in different fields. Isn't your old man retired? Why did you come over here too? Lu Changfeng went up and pulled the old man. Knowing the other party's age, he should be 88 this year. Such a fresh and magical thing? Is it not possible to only allow you young people to come and study it? Zheng Ziyou blew his beard. In fact, the above is also worried about his health. Do not allow him to come. But this old man watched the live broadcast for many days, really cannot help but be curious. Where? With your old man coming, our scientific research, it can definitely go a lot smoother. Zhou Weigua said this with the meaning of a compliment. After all, they all knew that the other party was already older. His brain wasn't as good as it used to be, but it wasn't Alzheimer's either. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Zhang Ziyou looked at the many instruments in the open air. What we're currently doing is measuring out the little guy's resistance to blows from that dragon scale, because it was found to be not sharp at all. Zhou Weigua had just said it. A professor behind Zheng Ziyou interjected. Professor Zhou, it's not that I'm talking about you guys. This place, if it's open air, it's a bit too simple, and these instruments of yours, they're not very advanced. Will there be any errors in measuring it out? Not bad. Zheng Ziyou nodded. Xiao Zhou to measure the data of the dragon scale, also can't come to such a place. In case something goes wrong with this important scale, then can be such an important thing, it's better to get it in the tent laboratory, right? Master, we will pay attention in the future. Zhou Weigua smiled awkwardly. Wasn't that out of the question? So many researchers, to surround the research, but the tent lab is too small, can only come out into the open air. Okay, not to talk about you. Zheng Ziyou laughed, pointing to the people behind him. These are the new experts in various fields in the capital. You can divide out the group to lead in. It is considered to be a guard for your new additions. Soon, everyone began to divide up the labor as well. These 30 or so newly arrived professors were all divided into the current 3 groups of materials, biology, and chemicals. Every single thing the little guy had, they had to help Lu Changfeng and the others to study. This little guy was a complete treasure. Of course, Lu Changfeng also warned everyone that the most important thing to do after coming here was not to anger Luo Feng. One must not scare him. Without orders, don't approach easily either. If anyone broke this rule, Lu Changfeng was able to send them back directly. Of course, these people, too, were sent over after the empire's rigorous screening. Basically, they were all loyal to Dongsheng. Soon, everyone put in enthusiastic work when doing. What to study now is naturally the nails and dragon scales. The nails had preliminary research results, but the dragon scale is still continuing to be researched. P.S. Everyone monthly votes up, plus more rules. 1 monthly votes plus 1,000 words, 10 monthly votes plus 10,000 words, 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words. Everyone's monthly votes are more powerful, so that the author can be motivated. Kneeling thank you. 58. Dragon's claw cuts through titanium. Shocked the world, with a new professor on board. Soon, Luo Feng's nails, saliva, and scales. It was divided up for the group respectively. there was only one thing, and everyone didn't have to compete. The person in charge of the materials team, all they needed to do was test the hardness and resistance to blows of the nails and scales. The chemical group, on the other hand, was to test the composition of these things, and new research on saliva. For the biology group, that was to study the genes and structure. And at this moment, Joe Waigwa's group, in the tent lab, was still doing the same experiment as yesterday, which was to use a mechanical arm, clamped that nail, and then cut steel, once again, measuring the limit of the sharpness of this nail. Of course, that day was a 3 cm cylindrical steel bar, and today, on the other hand, it was a full 12 cm steel plate. Zheng Zhao naturally did not see yesterday's experiment with his own eyes, and now see this small nail, to cut the 12 cm steel plate, then very skeptical, opened his mouth. Xiao Zhou, just a little bit of fingernail, have you said so magical? Only 30 and a force is needed, and it cut through 3 centimeters of steel? Master, just watch. Actually, I was a bit unconvinced at first. At first, I just thought that the little guy's nails must be sharp, but not as sharp as this, right? But after I saw the experiment video with my own eyes, I was definitely convinced. Lu Changfeng smiled and added, of course, you don't need to watch the video now. Today we're going to measure the limit of nail sharpness additionally anyway, so you can just watch it live. Good, then you guys hurry up and operate. I'd like to witness it with my own eyes. Even though Mr. Zhang was old, he knew that this dragon thing must be amazing, but it couldn't be that powerful, right? Is it possible? In this world, can there be such a substance? Even alloy? It can't be done either, right? Could it be the result of a bragging experiment? Those new professors, all of them had disbelief. It couldn't be said that they were stupid. Rather, it was something that if Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weigua hadn't seen with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it either. Alas, you guys, watch. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Zhou Weigua smiled faintly, and then spoke. Operator, start operating. Or the same words as yesterday. The force should be added little by little. Although the nails are indeed very sharp, I'm worried that it will break. For its toughness, it hasn't even been studied yet. Don't worry, Professor Zhou. I have experience this time. The operator laughed. He thought about it. First of all, if he did, he would definitely add a force of 30 N, because it didn't break even with this force yesterday. When the time comes, be a little more bold. Around 10 N of force to add. Very quickly, the experiment began. Can only see that mechanical arm, clamped Luo Feng's nails, began to move towards the steel plate. 30 N of force went down. That fingernail must have plunged into the steel plate at once, but it didn't cut off directly. It just entered about 3 centimeters. Oh my god, it really cut through? Old Mr. Zheng Zhaya was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. This was all true? Fingernails cutting steel plates? Hee. Zhou Weigua laughed. This isn't over yet. Saying that, he looked at the operator. Give me more power. Come on, 50 N. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay. The operator made a hand gesture and increased the force a bit. It sliced directly towards the newly replaced piece of steel plate. There was a click. The 12 centimeters steel plate cut directly into about 8 centimeters or so, but because of the cross-section fracture, the steel plate then split directly in two along the fracture surface. Good guy. I expect that as long as there is a force of around 70 N, then it can completely cut through the 12 cm steel plate. Zhou Weigua excitedly spoke. Immediately following, once again, a new steel plate was exchanged. This time, the force was directly increased to 70 N. A single stroke went down. That steel plate, like being cut tofu, directly split in two. This time, it's not like just now. Because of the tearing of the fracture surface, the steel plate was split in two, completely as the nail all broken open. Oh my god, this nail, it's too invincible, isn't it? Those new professors couldn't hold back any longer. Not caring that this was a rule that needed to be kept quiet in the lab, they all started whispering. With a picture like this, they felt like their eyes, were they out of order? This is 12 cm steel plate. It really wasn't tofu. Oh my god, this steel plate isn't misplaced, is it? This is all cut? There was a professor, who even ran up and picked up the steel plate and examined it, but it was indeed a real steel plate. Ha. Other professors, if you don't believe me, you can all come up and examine the steel plate. Lu Changfeng crowed, looking at these new professors. Of course, the discovery of the little guy's sharp fingernails had to start with our simulated bird camera. Zhou Weigua laughed. The remains of that thing can still be kept by me. A very neat nail-cutting surface. It's just too costly. Such a simulated bird camera can be many times more expensive than a simulated stone or a simulated tree stump camera. Ha. That's not true. Something that costs over $100,000. And this is wasted by that little thing? That thing has to fly in the sky after all. Mimicking a bird. Can it not be expensive? Seeing this, Lu Changfeng smiled and said, I remember when I gave the remains of this imitation bird to old Zhou. He even said I was a loser for breaking such an expensive thing. Once I said it was the little thing's claws that broke it. He had nothing to say. Of course, today's Luo Feng appetite felt average. Although he was a dragon, his soul was still human. Eating beef, fruits and whatnot every day was a bit tiresome. At first it was fine. With Tang Yongjin's cooking skills, the food was all good. In a word, Luo Feng started picking at his food. What's going on with the little guy's appetite today? Has the amount of food decreased? As a nutritionist, Professor Little Lee naturally stayed in the kitchen with Tang Yongjin a lot. Yeah, eating so little. Tang Yongjin looked at Luo Feng, who had only eaten one pot today, whereas in days past, it was a full 2 large pots. I remember this little guy likes salt, right? Is it true that he won't eat if there's less salt? Teacher, he still remembers that at the very beginning, this little thing ate meat with salt, simple meat, and didn't eat it. It doesn't look like there's no salt. Didn't you guys say he wouldn't eat without salt? This does not eat a big pot. Grandmaster Shen opened his mouth and analyzed. That's right. If he didn't eat, he would have just stopped eating. Where would he stop eating half of it? Tang Yongjin felt that it definitely wasn't the salt paste. I think, shouldn't we change the food? It's not good to have either beef or fruit every day. You can't always eat the same thing. Shangguan Shuwei, our guest. It shouldn't be, right? Animals can still be picky eaters? Professor Little Lee knew very well that. For example, the dog at home, unless he was sick. Otherwise, he would eat the food he was fed every day. To be a picky eater, he would also be fed other more delicious food. Only then would such a situation exist. But Luo Feng didn't feed him any other food at all. I think it's better to change the food, Huang Ziqing suggested. Chicken? Duck meat? Try them all? Anyway, as for what Luo Feng liked to eat, everyone was now stuck in a blind spot. At first, he liked beef, then give it every day. To say it's other animals, there can still be information to check. Pandas like to eat bamboo. Yangtze crocodiles like to eat fish and shrimp. And for the dragon like to eat what? Completely is to feel the stone to cross the river. A new young professor looked at the little thing, poor appetite. Pity tone said, why don't we try raw meat and vegetables? Don't get cooked meat? These words just came out. Then Lu Changfeng came over. You little kid, you didn't watch the little thing's video material properly, did you? The first thing he doesn't eat is raw meat. Of course, Lu Changfeng also heard that Luo Feng had no appetite. That's why he rushed over to take a look. Here's the video. Take a good look at it. Since your uncle bailed you out to come over and study here, put in a little more effort and seriousness. Lu Changfeng also knew this little child professor's uncle, the same 3-star professor. After that, little child professor opened the tablet, started to watch it. The previous video. It was true that he didn't eat raw meat. Later on, the amount of food, almost a few large pots of cooked meat a day. Why don't we take a trip over to the medical team and give a checkup? Of course, the medical team. There had always been one, but because Luo Feng was alive and kicking every day, it was only a medical checkup every 3 days. This group of theirs was quite idle. I'll say it again. Watch more of the little thing's previous video footage. He has an object phobia towards those instruments. Lu Changfeng really had a headache. There were too many connections in this new batch. Of course, it's okay to be stupid, but as long as it doesn't cause any problems, it's fine. Anyway, Lu Changfeng had a lot of fire today because Luo Feng had a bad appetite. Let these small section members are very afraid. Just by looking at his face, he knew that Lu Changfeng's heart felt like it was dripping blood and hurting. Usually when they met Lu Changfeng in the university, they were all very peaceful, and today such impatience and fire. It made everyone recognize the new Lu Changfeng, but also not Lu Changfeng fire. The little one does not eat. He is anxious. Who can have a good mood? Suddenly, Shangguan Shuwei did have a bright idea and opened her mouth. Prof. Lu, why don't we do it this way? We'll just let the little thing choose for itself. What do you mean choose for yourself? Lu Changfeng wondered for a moment. I think, the little thing's temper is a bit childish. Maybe he's in some kind of a temper today, so let's just go along with him and let him choose for himself for once. It's no trouble to try it out. Shangguan Shuwei said. Okay, we can give it a try. There's no other way. Lu Changfeng nodded and looked at those nutritional science researchers behind him. Don't even flinch. You guys go over to the logistics department and pick the best variety of meat ingredients. Then call up Mr. Tang Yongjin to go to the kitchen, make the meal on fire and ship it over. Zhao Yubao laughed bitterly behind his back, truly feeling a sense of silence for Tang Yongjin. Today was a tiring day. The little guy didn't eat. And then now? Still want Tang Yongjin to go and make many kinds of meat out? Luckily it was that there was enough manpower now. Otherwise, if Tang Yongjin had to do it alone in the past, I don't know how long it would take to get it. However, Zhao Yubao had the bright idea that he could put the news out and let the people on the internet think of something. After Lu Chongfeng's consent, on the crew's official microblog, there was a message like this: "Our baby is anorexic. All the gods think of a solution. Waiting online." Of course, the crew is on fire nowadays. Naturally, it's as high as a match. At this moment, everyone saw this kind of microblogging. Naturally, they left a message below. I go? Anorexic? How could this happen? Anorexia? What's the situation? Of course it's a literal situation. The little thing didn't eat much today. I watched the live broadcast too. It seems like it just ate a small pot. In the past few days, it's going to eat a lot. Is it sick? If it's sick, the professors have to hurry up and help heal it. The little one can't have any problems. Sick? It can't be, can it? Didn't they say that babies are invulnerable to all diseases? Drool and all that. It can fight off all viruses? Everyone was worried about the baby dragon. This was their tie-up these days. Watching the video of Luo Feng not eating today, so many netizens felt like they had no appetite. Shouldn't be sick, right? Shangguan Shuier, while browsing through the netizens' messages, pointed at Luo Feng, who was sunbathing. Look at him. He's sleeping on his back, squinting his eyes. He looks so happy. Of course. In fact, only by staying with Luo Feng for a long time could one know if Luo Feng was happy or sad. Baby, what's wrong with you? Huang Ziqing squatted down and touched his head. Her heart was worried to death. But just at this moment, Tang Yongjin came in sweating profusely and said, Professor Lu, there's a lot of meat ready. Oh, how much? Lu Chongfeng asked. About 7 or 8 kinds. Chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, all of them. Tang Yongjin was almost out of breath. Too tired today. Sigh. Let's give it a try then. Lu Chongfeng sighed and looked at those nutrition professors. If the little one doesn't eat it yet, you can't waste the food. Consider it as your meals. Oh, speechless. Crap. Those little researchers, as well as the little professors, besides being speechless, what else could they do? One could only hope that the little guy would eat. Otherwise, they should be punished by Lu Chongfeng. Good. Call the staff and serve the food immediately. Tang Yongjin opened his mouth and shouted. Also at the same time, he observed the little thing's reaction. Hearing about the food today, the little thing didn't look forward to it like before. Of course, Luo Feng at this moment, thinking about the food they made and the beef that was flopping around, really didn't have a bit of interest anymore. Anyway, Luo Feng was too lazy to express anything. He didn't eat. They would always find a way. Can they still starve themselves to death? Soon, the first dish that started to be served was the braised pork ribs. This aroma today? Luo Feng was sleeping on his back. After smelling this aroma, that naturally raised his head slightly. This time actually took the initiative to climb to that dining table. The little thing moved? He moved? Tang Yongjin said excitedly, and went to the dining table? Is it wanting to eat? Maybe. Let's observe first. Lu Chongfeng also saw a glimmer of hope and was very happy at the moment. It's actually braised pork ribs. Haven't eaten for a while. Luo Feng remembered in his last life, he could only eat pork, because pork was cheap. So in this life, he ate beef ruthlessly, but after eating for many days, he got tired of it. Today came pork ribs. Instead, it hooked Luo Feng's appetite, lowered his head, sniffed that ribs. Luo Feng opened his mouth and took a big bite. Of course, bones and meat, all chewed and swallowed. I have to say, the teeth are really good. After being reborn, this dragon's teeth, anyway, were very sharp, and no matter what it came across, there was nothing that its own teeth couldn't chew on. Wahahaha, eat it. Finally eaten. This little ancestor finally opened his mouth. Seeing this, Tang Yongjin almost danced with his hands. He had made so many dishes. If he didn't eat them, he would really collapse. Immediately, Tang Yongjin twisted his head to look at the back of the staff, urging, quickly, and then the second plate of red stewed pork ribs. Like to eat? Then surely open the lid to have a prize for another bottle. But the strange thing is, when the second plate went up, Luo Feng sniffed. He was not interested again, then flopped to the side and went to sleep. What's going on here? Tang Yongjin was speechless again. P.S. Everyone's monthly votes cast up, plus more rules. 1 monthly votes plus 1,000 words. 10 monthly votes plus 10,000 words. 100 monthly votes plus 100,000 words. Everyone's monthly votes are more powerful, so that the author can be motivated. Kneeling thank you. 59. Longbottom against all odds treatment. The most expensive meal in the world. Jesus, what's going on? Why don't you eat? Didn't you eat well just now? Tang Yongjin was going crazy, looking at Luo Feng, plopped down on the side. To the braised pork ribs, he had also lost interest. He was so annoyed. Let's see. These things, it's still better for us to keep them and eat them? After all, we can't waste food either, right? Mr. Wang smiled bitterly. Good baby, don't be picky, eat quickly. Master Shin brought up the plate, wanted to try it. The other party gave whether or not to give him Master Shin a face, but it was obvious. Luo Feng didn't pay attention. Then served the second course. Tang Yongjin gritted his teeth. The second course. Naturally, it was steamed osmanthus fish. Baby, do you want to eat some fish? This one is more delicate and delicious. Huang Ziqing chucked up a piece of fish meat, carefully picked out all those fish spines, then placed it by Luo Feng's mouth. When Luo Feng saw her like this, naturally he was a bit warm and still opened his mouth to eat it. Ha ha, ate again. Does he like eating fish? Everyone saw this. They were also happy one after another. But the next moment, after Luo Feng took a bite of fish, he unexpectedly took a second bite and stopped eating. What is this again? What dish? All just eat a little bit? Everyone realized that something was definitely wrong with Baby Dragon's appetite. Seeing this, the viewers of the live broadcast, naturally, had ideas, and they were all helping the crew to figure out what to do. According to the statistics, in such a short while, it was hundreds of thousands of pop-ups. The popularity was just too high. There were also viewers who took this matter and sent it to Weibo, wanting more people to see the message and then help solve it. After this thing was sent to Weibo, in just 10 minutes, it almost dominated the Weibo hot search. Without bragging a bit, Luo Feng's matter, in just 10 minutes, had the attention of hundreds of millions of people all over the internet. Countless netizens, their fondness for him was not verbal, but in their hearts. After all, who didn't care about their empire's divine beast? The fact that Luo Feng had gotten anorexia and lost his appetite instantly made the hot search all buzz. Everyone came up with ideas below, saying feed some lamb. Some said to have some bread. Others were even more bullish. Go order some KFC takeout and deliver it. There really were all sorts of ideas, but there's no doubt that it's also given the cast more popularity. The actual number of people, which had only stabilized at 30 million, directly dried up to 35 million. Zhao Youbao's earlier comment about breaking through the 40 million mark was really that much more hopeful. Now the pop-ups in the live broadcast room can completely block the whole screen. Can't see the screen clearly at all. The white flowery piece. The words are very small. The eyes are not good. Can't really see clearly. The vast majority of people have turned off the full screen pop-ups, but refused to let go of the pop-ups. Can only be open half-screen pop-ups. The number of people online was just too many. Even if one person said one sentence, it was still 30 million. Of course, it's worth mentioning that the 8 servers originally prepared by Jiangnan Defender, which the crew backed up, didn't look like they were quite enough now. Also, just the other day, right, the crew's live broadcast room, there was actually a hacker attack. Oh, but after discovering this, the Empire's Network Security Bureau immediately went all out, utilizing Dongxing's most awesome network security technology to defend the live broadcast room. Jiangnan Defender, with the help of the Empire, added servers, and replaced the firewall. At this moment, countless viewers see Luo Feng lying on the table in the sun, completely not eat those dishes. They were also very distressed. He was just a baby that was born a few days ago. Baby dragon is so pitiful. He's got anorexia. Eat, take a bite. You can't starve. Yes, you have to eat more to grow into thousands of meters. In the beginning, I could eat a bite of every dish, but now I'm just not eating? It's over. This is now barbecue. Why don't we give the baby dragon some human food instead? I'll go upstairs. What do you mean? That meat? Not human food? Dude, don't worry about it either. What I'm saying, change a little bit of the rice we eat. That is, coarse grains. No matter if it's wheat, rice, millet, it's fine. Is there a possibility that the baby is constipated? What can you do if you're constipated? Who knows about medical dragons? Ha ha, this question kind of asks the key. Experts in healing people. The world is full of them. But healing dragons? Who knows? I think, just simple indigestion. Such a situation. Have to exercise more. Egu. A few days ago, when he didn't exercise to fly, he didn't also eat and sleep. Sleep and eat, and didn't see his indigestion. Then what should we do? We can't watch the little guy not eat, right? Old me is still waiting for him to grow to a few thousand meters. The viewers were anxious. These guests from the crew were still anxious. Little guy, be good. Or how about next time I make a movie? I'll let you have a cameo role? Grandmaster Shin started coaxing Luo Feng again. Luo Feng glanced at him. The other party was joking about something. Can he himself be taken out by you to make a movie? But actually, to be honest, Luo Feng was still that little bit interested in this. You guys look. I said making a movie. The little guy actually opened his eyes and looked at me. Shin cheered, reached out and touched Luo Feng's little head. Good boy, baby, as long as you eat well, absolutely take you to make a movie. Give your plot. Write it a little bit more handsome. a little bit more invincible. Of course, faced with so many meals, Luo Feng now felt that he kind of missed the flavor of rice. From the time he was born until now, eating all meat every day, he was already tired of it. Of course, at this moment, Li Shiyan, however, had a sudden thought and said, "Do you want me to get a Yangzhou fried rice? Let's see if the little thing eats it or not. I see that at the beginning when he was born, he was eating meat while watching us eat fried rice." Li Shiyan's sudden opening, it made everyone's eyes light up. To be honest, no one had expected Li Shiyan's suggestion, which was rice. Shouldn't this thing, a dragon, simply eat meat? It would still eat rice? Teacher Wang at least knew that dragons should belong to carnivores, right? It's not necessarily true to say that it doesn't work. Lu Changfeng actually had no choice but to give it a try. Notify the staff and ship some rice over. It needs to be good. The best. Of course, knowing that baby dragon wasn't eating, there was one person who could be so anxious that he couldn't eat either. That was Elder Huang. Okay, I'll go inform now. Although Zhao Yuba was the head of the crew, in fact, in the past few days, he had completely become the Professor Core's Scud Courier. But everyone was puzzled. This dragon? Can it really eat rice? After all, from the beginning until now, the little guy hadn't been fed rice by anyone. It was all meat and fruit. After half an hour or so, a ship could be seen coming from the beach. The staff began to resist several bags of rice coming over. What variety of rice are these? It can be good rice. In the kitchen, Tang Yongjin had been standing guard waiting for the delivery of rice to come over. Teacher Tang, we're not sure. It seems like it was sent from the home of a division member of the Jiangnan War Department. The staff member looked at the name on the bag. I think it's Ringshui rice, and Midian Rouge rice. Division officer? Jiangnan War Department? Tang Yongjin glared down. This little thing, it had a big face. Academician Lu Changfeng said, if these rice are cooked, first make out 2 bowls of fried rice. One is Yangzhou fried rice, one is egg fried rice. See which one the little guy eats. The staff opened their mouths. Got it. You guys go back. Tang Yongjin was tired though, but at this moment, he also had to get busy. He was worried about Luo Feng. Something like not eating was a big deal for a baby. Wait, these 2 bags of rice? Tang Yongjin didn't care about the name of the rice the staff said just now, because of the intermingled dialects. It wasn't something that could be understood very well. Mr. Tang, what's wrong? The staff member looked back. Was there a problem with the rice he sent? To actually use such expensive rice? Tang Yongjin was also shocked, but thinking about the identity of the little one, he was relieved, and it was shipped from the division member's house. It definitely wasn't bad. Such expensive rice? How expensive? The staff member smiled. In his impression, the price of rice, cheap $1 or $2, expensive at most $5 or $6, right? Anything more expensive could definitely be had, but it would be a few $100s tops at most. Obviously, because of this rice thing, so many viewers in the live broadcast room were curious. These 2 bags of rice? Even if a rich person like Tang Yongjin looked at it, he was surprised to know Tang Yongjin's family was at least $1 billion in assets. Something that he was shocked by? It must not be simple, right? Little brother, these 2 kinds of rice. It's more than expensive. It's ridiculously expensive. Tang Yongjin pointed at the bag of Yutian Rouge rice. Did you see? On this bag, it's not even packaged with any merchant's packaging. No packaging? Does that mean it's expensive? The staff didn't understand. Isn't it the big brands that are expensive? You. Not having a brand name means that such rice is not sold in the market. Tang Yongjin said, this is the Imperial Field Rouge rice. Under the sky, there are only so 8 acres of fields produced. Price tens of thousands of dollars per caddy. A common into the factory employees, or a year's salary, in order to eat so a caddy. I go, crap, bull, that staff member, directly dumbfounded. He is now in the crew as hard labor. His salary is only 20,000 per month. So, he can't even afford to eat a caddy of rice? He can't even afford to eat a caddy of rice? That's outrageous. There's also this Ringshui rice. It's not the kind that circulates in the market, but over in Ringshui City, the best few fields, the rice from these few fields, which were also acquired by the empire, are imperial fields now. Tang Yongjin's meaning was clear. That was these 2 kinds of rice. Basically, they were imperial. Who can eat it? No need to explain, right? And now, rice that was so ridiculously expensive was actually given to the little guy for fried rice? Of course, even though it's said to be imperial rice, it also circulates to the rich and powerful, and that old man Huang has relatives and sons and daughters who will give some out. Let's start with this Yutian Rouge rice. Yutian Rouge rice is also known as Yutian Rouge rice. It is a kind of red rice unique to Yutian City, Liangjadian Town Shaoquan Village. Its nutritional value is extremely high. Its nutritional value is very high. rich in historical connotations, since the documentary records for more than 200 years repeatedly for the literati and writers, and Yutin by Japonica rice together in the Qing dynasty is the imperial tribute. Qing dynasty metropolis Yong in the food flavor miscellaneous aria wrote a poem praising Jinggi Jagu Wanbangchong, jade species first suitable for the first good abundance, rouge rice grain oval cylindrical, inside and outside are dark red, along the lines of purplish red lines, due to the flavor of rich, gas aroma, slightly red, long grain, cooked red as rouge color slightly red in grain length, gas aroma and flavor rich was called the imperial field rouge rice. Folk are called red rice, the past because it is the imperial palace tribute rice and famous far and wide, and back to the pot 3 times the color and aroma remain, as each back to the pot once, the rice grain elongation once, so called 3-stretch rice, and because of this rice, adaptability is very poor. Now there is only a few acres of fields in a valley that can produce authentic midden rouge rice, the rest of the land, although it can be planted, the ones that come out of the knots are not tasty at all. Those on the market are all fake red rice, and the words of Ringshui tribute rice, since the Tang dynasty, to the Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, Ringshui rice has always been the tribute rice, for the royal family to enjoy. Ringshui tribute rice is commonly known as rice on the slab. 10,000 years ago, many volcanic eruptions, the formation of lava slabs in this area, and covered with a thick layer of humus soil, which can provide rich nutrients for the growth of rice. At the same time, due to the porous structure of the slate land, it is easy to store heat during the day, and the absorbed heat is emitted at night, which makes the ground and water temperature of the slate land about 2-3 degrees Celsius higher than that of the general paddy fields. And in the north where there is a big difference between the daytime and nighttime temperatures, a natural environment favorable for the growth of the rice is formed, which absorbs the nutrients sufficiently and matures to an extremely high degree. In addition, many volcanic eruptions have caused the riverbed to be blocked by lava, forming the lava-ware lake. Near lake, the hot spring water is rich in calcium, zinc, iron, iodine and other minerals and trace elements needed by the human body, and is a very high-quality drinkable mineral water, pure, clear, without any industrial pollution. The heat from the hot springs itself also provides the necessary conditions to promote rice growth, and this localized microclimate environment is unique in the entire world. The unique growing environment creates the rich nutritional content of Ringshui tribute rice, which is rich in amino acids, vitamins, minerals, calcium, iron, copper, magnesium and other trace elements, as detected by the SGS Testing Center in Ilan. The report of Rice and Products Quality Supervision, Inspection and Testing Center of the Ministry of Agriculture shows that the content of calcium is even higher than the 4 times of the famous Japanese kashihikari rice, and 5 to 6 times of the common rice, and the content of 18 kinds of amino acids required by human body is 9%, and in the 8 kinds of amino acids that human body cannot synthesize, the Ringshui tribute rice can provide amino acids, vitamins, minerals, iron, copper, magnesium and other trace elements. Of the 8 kinds of amino acids that the human body cannot synthesize, Ringshui tribute rice can provide 7 kinds of them, and the content of vitamin E is actually 4 times that of Tai national fragrant rice. Since 1300 years ago, when Bohai Kingdom paid tribute to Tang Dynasty, Ringshui tribute rice has been a delicacy enjoyed by a few people. After the establishment of the empire, Ringshui tribute rice, as the Forbidden City Tabernacle banquet rice, shouldered a special responsibility, and at the same time, as an imperial gift, gifted to foreign guests, extremely precious and rare. During the Double 11 period in 2017, there is a 100,000 yuan Ringshui rice landed in Tenggu Mall, different from the bag of ordinary rice. 100,000 yuan rice, a total of 10 kilograms, with a dark brown ceramic jar. Then the price of a single caddy is 10,000 yuan, in the price of rice, second only to the Imperial Field Rouge rice, known as 2017 New Rice Bohai Country Imperial Field Supreme Rice, and also obtained the IP authorization of the National Museum, was made into a royal special paragraph ringing Water Supreme. Of course, the brand of Ringshui rice. There are a lot of brands on the market, but as I said earlier, this is the top. Only the dozen acres of fields in Ringshui City can produce such a superb product. The staff was shocked for a while after. The people in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Crap, these 2 types of rice, too expensive? How is it expensive? It's dead expensive, right? These 2 bags of rice are worth a house, right? 1 bag of 100 caddies, 2 bags of 200 caddies, almost $5 million, right? What are you so excited about? This is what the dragon eats. Can it be bad? We must send the good ones over. Yes, who is this little guy? That's a divine dragon. In ancient times, wasn't this rice a tribute to the emperor? and the dragon is the son of heaven. My little guy deserves to enjoy it. Ha ha ha, bull. Tang Yongjin here, naturally, did not ink, and soon began to put the iron pot, clamped on the stove. Although, in the past, he had also taken good rice and fried it, but such good rice, it was really the first time. The ingredients were $5 million. Was this the treatment of a dragon? Soon, the crew heard that the rice had come and came over to help. Although they didn't need their help, everyone was worried about the little guy. Panning rice for panning rice. Those who collected firewood collected firewood. Uncle Shun, you just said that you're looking for the little guy to shoot a movie? Miss Kiko was on good terms with Uncle Shun and pulled him aside. Ah, what's wrong? I said you're still looking for him to shoot a movie? This Buddha, can you bring out the crew? The top will definitely not agree. Miss Kiko said, it's fine, I'm just teasing the little guy. You're still serious? Master Shun smiled and said, I'll tell you, you didn't see the little guy's eyes just now. He seems to be taking it seriously. Miss Kiko said, and the audience, too, is starting to get up in arms, saying they want to see the little guy make a movie. In other words, if we don't make the movie, then it's a public grievance. Will you be able to withstand the pressure at that time? Grandpa Shun also had a black line. He really just said it casually, amusing Luo Feng. Maybe the other party was just interested in the way he danced with his hands. Maybe the movie was something that this dragon wouldn't even know about. But the other side, in half an hour, the rice in that steamer was also steamed. And with that, the fried rice began. Yangzhou fried rice, egg fried rice. These were probably the two best-selling fried rice in the entire empire. And the condiments didn't need to be too much, so the little guy should like it. It smells so good. Is it the aroma of the rice? Actually, when the rice was steaming in the steamer, Luo Feng could smell the aroma. The thing about the Midas Rouge rice, nothing else, it was the aroma that was sufficient. Actually, Luo Feng had been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally the rice is here. Ha! It smells so good. Luo Feng lowered his head. First, he took a good sniff. Then there was no nonsense, stretched his mouth over, and started eating. Great, great. Finally ate it. And it looks like you really like it? Well done. Who was it that brought up the idea of eating rice? Lu Changfeng had forgotten. Anyway, this person deserves praise. It's Xian chanting. Shangguan Shue'er also knew in her heart that the three of them from the girl group, or the crew, would definitely be honored by the empire according to merit in the future. Huang Ziqing already had the credit, which was the provision of eggshells, nails, scales, and other things. Shangguan Shue'er's words were also praised by Lu Changfeng for discovering the beauty effect of the little guy's saliva. This time, surely Shue'er was going to help her sister Li Xian. Miss Xian, great. I'll give you credit this time. Lu Changfeng smiled happily. If it wasn't for this girl mentioning it, there really wasn't anyone who would have thought of giving the dragon rice. Che, these professors, they just know how to verbally praise. I'm tired of hearing it. Would it kill you to come up with something substantial? That's right. Shue'er, Xian, Ziqing and the others, as well as Mr. Tang, are all working very hard. Gu, the two upstairs, just don't cloud it. At this juncture, a few female troop members of this crew, do you believe, when they return to the entertainment industry again, perhaps the entire entertainment industry wouldn't dare to mess with the existence? That's not true. The female troop that helped the empire breed baby dragon. Do you think? How would the empire be thankful? The key lies in the fact that the current baby dragon, especially likes the three of them to take care of him. Therefore those who understand that the importance of these few people in Peach Blossom Island is definitely higher than the professor at the moment. Of course, at this moment, Li Xian was already happily holding a spoon, feeding fried rice to Luo Feng's mouth, and also carefully blew cold air, afraid that the other party would burn. Yummy! What kind of rice is this rice? It's better than what I ate in my last life. I don't know how many times better it is. Luo Feng simply loved it too much. Such rice made his whole body feel soothed. All at once, appetite was wide open. Ow, delicious. Luo Feng happily shouted towards Li Xian. Do you want some Yangzhou fried rice? Li Xian asked Luo Feng when she saw that she had finished her egg fried rice. Ow. Luo Feng barked in agreement. Soon, 2 plates of fried rice, completely finished by Luo Feng. Immediately after, it seemed like Shangguan Shue'er brought another bowl of egg fried rice over from the kitchen. Little guy, likes to eat, right? Quick, open your mouth. Another big bowl of fried for you. Luo Feng also obediently opened his mouth and took a bite, chewed the ba a few times. Really delicious rice, moist and bouncy. Of course, with rice as the staple food, Luo Feng also began to eat those braised pork ribs, cassoulet chicken and so on. Come what may. Great, finally the appetite is back, right? It's really unimaginable that this dragon still eats rice. They say rats love rice. I didn't realize dragons love it too. What a cute little guy. When Lu Changfeng saw this, his heart felt like a stone had fallen. It was finally done. If this little guy kept not eating, and a dragon was starved to death, then the western side, it was probably going to directly piss themselves laughing, right? Luo San Lao, Imperial Field Rouge rice and rattling water rice. How much more is there? The little guy's side loves to eat it. Isn't it a good idea to greet the old man and send 1,000 pounds over? Lu Changfeng made a call to Luo San Lao. The other party was instantly a bit dumbfounded. What? 1,000 pounds? Luo San Lao was speechless. In Elder Huang's inventory, it was estimated that there were only this many, right? All of it? 60. For the sake of Longbottom, add a new law directly. Baby Dragon likes to eat it, so I'll ask. And if that doesn't work, we'll use a poorer rice instead. I also know that this kind of rice is the kind of rice that Elder Huang has been eating all his life. It's good that you know, but I'll go ask. Luo Sanlao would have to be changed to his usual self. Surely he would have to directly scold. Are you crazy? This is Master Huang's imperial rice, and you want 1,000 pounds more? But this time, because the other party was a dragon, he still obediently went to Master Huang's office. Obviously, old Master Huang, without even thinking, agreed. Listen up, from now on, this side of my villa, these two kinds of rice, don't send them over anymore, all of them will be sent to Peach Blossom Island. Huang Old Master's office also rang a password, and, join the new law, prohibit these two kinds of rice trading and eating, listed as a first-class protected plants. Now the hands of these two kinds of rice are to be surrendered, according to the market price of rice to them. To put it bluntly, those who eat these two kinds of rice in the future, that would be a crime. Even if Master Huang eats it, it won't work. The little guy had a large appetite. Even if the Imperial Field Rouge rice had a total of 8 acres of land planted, the Extreme Rattlesnake rice has 12 acres of land planted. But when the little one grows up, God knows how much he will eat. It's important to prepare a little more. And, in the whole empire, give me a good search, and find another field out as soon as possible that is suitable for growing these two types of rice. Of course, Elder Huang knew that it would be difficult. After all, for other places to be able to grow it, it wouldn't be that expensive. But it was even more difficult. It still had to be found. In the future, if Luofeng is a few thousand meters long, then it will be even more insufficient. People such a creature is not allowed to be good. In the last life, I guess, there was no beef to eat, and everyday rice under dried radish. Luofeng really hates rice. In this life, in the past few days, he ate beef like crazy and didn't eat it all. But without a few days of this all-meat life, it is a bit meaningless. There must be staple food. No wonder for thousands of years, this rice has always been accompanied by people's tables. Not without reason. Now Luofeng once again ate 2 large pots of rice. That 100 pounds of rice. It seemed like 50 pounds had already gone down the pot. Comfortable. It was really too comfortable. This rice is really delicious. Luofeng was a bit propped up from eating it. Thank you, old Tang. It's really good. After eating the rice, Luofeng crawled towards Tang Yongzhen. But the sound that came out was yada yada yada. Ha ha, the little thing must be thanking Teacher Tang. Yes, today's meal. It's delicious. Teacher Tang worked hard. What an obedient good boy. So understanding. Who could not love such a creature? I found that every time the food is good, he'll go yada 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 towards Mr. Tang to thank him. Yes, and if he gets upset, he roars and growls. The little guy nowadays doesn't have a prescriptive name yet, right? It seems like the cruise officials have been voting, and Baby Dragon and Dragon Treasure are very popular, but it's not allowed to be used. Cover your face. These two names definitely can't be used for the time being. Still, the Empire made an official announcement earlier. Can't stand it. Give my Baby Dragon a Dragon ID card and forget about it. But it's still Little Guy and Little Thing. These two names sound friendly. Kind what? Your family pet is called Little Thing? Ha ha, pet? Who can keep a pet a few thousand meters later like this? And look, no matter if it's the professor, or the women's group, or even more so the official, who treats him as a pet, directly as an ancestor. Ha ha ha, that's not true. Master Shen wasn't that humble before, but when he came to the crew, he faced this little thing and kept playing tricks to make him happy. Eating a meal. The female troop is responsible for picking the thorns, blowing the cold, and handing it over the mouth. The great imperial chef, Mr. Tang, has been upsetting the spoon in the kitchen. If Mr. Wang, bringing and the others to chop wood and burn the fire, and, as long as one sneezes, Lu Changfeng and the others are worried to death. Just today, he doesn't eat. Those professors, cough cough cough, to put it bluntly, it's like a dead son. This is poisonous, but the actual situation is indeed like this. There's no way. Who asked him to be a dragon? And on the side of the crew, Tang Yongjin looked at Luo Feng's well-fed appearance and squatted down. Little thing, will you follow teacher Tang on a trip? Ha! Luo Feng didn't understand for a moment, but it seemed like those professors had just whispered something in Tang Yongjin's ear. What for? Luo Feng wailed and barked. That, Shu Shi Yan. It's better if you guys carry him over. Tang Yongjin didn't say anything either. Soon, two people just carried Luo Feng in their arms. One person definitely wasn't too easy to carry. With two people, it was relatively easier. Anyway, Luo Feng just immediately lay down on that Shangwan Shue'er's body. And it's also very strange. When two people hugged him, Luo Feng always chooses Shangwan Shue'er's side as his pillow. If it was Miss Kiko, she would be chosen again. Everyone couldn't figure out why that was. Long Bao. Listen carefully, this long-shaped outhouse is where you'll go to the toilet from now on. Only you can come to this place. Tang Yongjin brought Luo Feng to a small house. It was actually a thatched toilet? What's the meaning? Teaching yourself to use the toilet? Luo Feng was speechless. Teacher Tang, you guys even got a toilet specifically for him? Shangwan Shue'er was also surprised. It's really nothing. It's over at the chemical department's Gu Pingtao academician, saying that it's convenient to collect the feces and urine of small things and whatnot. It would be a waste if you pull it in the wild. Tang Yongjin laughed. This toilet can spend tens of thousands of dollars to build. These tens of thousands of dollars? Shangwan Shue'er could hardly believe it. You don't know the intricacies inside. Ha ha ha. Tang Yongjin didn't say too much. Anyway, as long as one is here, it's totally like Ting into their labware. It won't be wasted a drop. But even though Long Bao is smart, he doesn't necessarily know what this is for, right? Shue'er spoke up. Yeah, rather neglected this. Tang Yongjin pondered for a moment, but Zhao Yubao, who was beside him, came over and said, this is something that the experts have specialized in for the little guy, and it will play a bit of music and the sound of running water to stimulate him to urinate. In addition words, Shue'er, you guys need to be more busy. When he needs to go to the toilet, designate to bring it here. A few times down, he'll get used to it. Alright then. Shue'er also nodded her head and agreed. After all, it was also a convenient collection, and Shue'er felt that it was also quite good. Before the crew also raised small animals. For the problem of defecation, it was also a headache. Simply close it up. Don't let them come out, so they won't poop. But a baby dragon? Can it be locked up? It's a national treasure among national treasures. Turn it off? The whole internet won't blow up? And there are so many professors watching. Is it possible for the crew to turn it off? On this side of their crew base, there have always been academicians with binoculars, remotely observing the situation on this side. The current Luo Feng, it can be said that whoever comes, is also an existence that cannot be messed with. I don't know. That old man Huang put his own perennial rice, all to Luo Feng, enough to prove how high the status is. What is the situation? Teach me to go to the toilet, and bring me here every day? And I'm used to it? Am I a husky? Looking at them chatting quite vigorously, Luo Feng was slightly upset. Do you have to control your own poop and fart? Do you have to be in charge? Is there a monitor in the toilet? It's really boring. Luo Feng does not care so much. The grassland of the capital of the horse. How I want to play. How to play. Later on, I will give you a show to kill people in the street. Not, I don't know what to do, but I don't know what to do. But it is also very strange. When hearing the music of the sound of running water in that toilet, Luo Feng really wants to urinate a little impulse. Put me down. Luo Feng struggled a few times, jumped down into the arms of the two men. What's he going to do? Shue'er was surprised for a moment. Did he really hear the music and have to pee? Tang Yongjin was on the side. It was also very excited. On the little guy. Everything that could be given at the moment was pretty much given, right? Currently all that was missing was urine. Seeing this, a doctoral student who specialized in collecting feces and urine had already arranged for a cameraman to record Luo Feng's defecation process. But just at this time, Luo Feng, who was at the entrance of the toilet, then glanced towards that toilet. Then he turned around and went to another place. What's this situation? The young doctor student was speechless. Didn't he have to pee? Where is he going? Anyway, Shangwan Shue'er and Tang Yongjin were chasing out. After following up, only then did they see Luo Feng had actually found a small forest. On the side of that grove was the tent area of the chemical department. What is he doing here? Shue'er and Tang Yongjin were confused again. But next, it could only be seen. That little thing actually went to the main tent entrance of the chemical department. How did this little guy come to our side? So cute. The majestic posture of the crocodile walking is so nice. There were so many people from the chemical department. Seeing that the little guy had come, they were naturally very happy. After all, although so many little transparent people had come to Peach Blossom Island, the chance to actually see Luo Feng was simply not there. They were all curious as to what Luo Feng wanted to do with his sudden grand visit, but very quickly, clattering. It was the sound of water flowing. Oh, Omega Omega, confused face? Crap, crap, these chemical engineering department students are completely stupid. This came to pee at their front door? It took about 2 minutes of clattering. That's a long time. Then that little thing squinted at these dumbfounded people, then turned around, took a 6-parent step, and walked straight away. The place where he just stood, straight into a little hot spring. Right, the kind that was still smoking hot. Don't be silly, what are you still staring at? Go collect it. Gu Pingtao heard that the little guy had come here and also came out of his tent. His words, it made the little bosun under his banner come back to his senses as well. Immediately, they were going to start collecting. Geez, this little thing. Shangguan Shuier chased over and was simply dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Was this deliberately messing around? Running over specifically to pee at the entrance of someone's chemical department? After all, the one who repaired his toilet and restrained him like an animal was the chemical department. Is this revenge? Maybe it was. Ha ha ha, crap, laughing my ass off. This bull. This is awesome. Straight up defecating anywhere. I'm convinced. Sister Shuier, go after them and spank them. I can just see those doctoral students, as if they are very sorry. Ha ha ha, yeah, to pee directly in that tens of thousands of dollars toilet. I guess not a single drop will be wasted, right? Of course. Lu Changfeng knew that Luo Feng had peed. Immediately, he came running wildly from their biology department's side of more than 800 meters. It seems like academician Lu Changfeng has come over. Cover your face, really well informed. So quick to know that the little thing peed? I guess, this time, it's not going to be a fight again, is it? Look, they seem to be arguing already. Ouch, the camera is a little closer. It seems like they are really arguing. The camera master. It seemed like he knew the audience's tastes quite well. The camera was indeed pulled over. Now it could only be seen. At the entrance of that chemical department tent area, the small piece of land that Luo Feng peed on was directly circled for protection. Now, Zhou Weiguo also came over. 3 backbone academicians, just one more to play mahjong. Although Zhou Weiguo is a research material, but the liquid, it is also a material. Of course he came over to fight. Also said that it may be useful to study liquid bombs or something. Take a piss. Directly put the 3 most bullish academicians on the island, all fried out. I say you two, playing the dirt? This is clearly peeing at the entrance of our chemical department. Gu Pingtao said with a straight face. This is definitely our chemical department's. Gu, pissing at the entrance of your chemical engineering department means it's yours? There's no such thing as king's land under the sky. This is the empire's. We want the little guy's pee too. Zhou Weiguo then very bad. Anyway, their materials department to get this thing is less likely. After all, the specialty does not match. Then began to be unreasonable. Blindly grinning chant. Come on, what else is there in the world that is not the king's land? Anyway, I said at the beginning that belongs to our chemical department. Gu Pingtao said defiantly. I'm the nominal host here. I'll split this one. Lu Changfeng spoke in a domineering manner, but the two didn't hang him, and said in unison, you know it's nominal too? Could it be that the little guy was a creature? Wouldn't even let them biology department host. If it was some kind of war or something, it would be their materials department hosting it. 3 equal shares. Zhou Weiguo from the materials department, who wasn't a loser as long as he got it anyway, offered such an opinion. Equal share of what? We have more than 24 professors and PhDs in the chemical department, all waiting, totally insufficient for research. Don't mess around with your materials department. Gu Pingtao said irritably. Ouch, it's really invincible. Quarreling again. Shuier and Tang Yongjin, rolling their eyes, were once again speechless. This was tens of millions of viewers, watching them quarrel. Ha ha, laughing to death. For a fight over urine? A few people arguing openly here? Stop arguing. Come to my house. I'll give you something fresh. Ha ha, bro. No one cares about that one of yours. Unless you mutate into a scion. I guess the treatment can be even better than the little guy. Why is that? What's the point? It's just piss. Let's just share it. Ha ha, upstairs. Didn't you watch the live broadcast of the Luzhou fight yesterday? It was much better than this. All I can say is bull. But let's all guess. Everything else is so bullish. If this urine, will it also be quite bullish? Who knows? We won't know until we study it. The live broadcast room was watching with great interest. Because of this picture, there was a pouncing flavor. 3 professors, with a warning sign, circled the stall of urine, resting here and pointing at the urine to argue. It's a complete wonder of the world. Water and Tang Yongjin directly choose to leave. 2 speechless, but not for long. Someone shouted, everyone come quickly. The little guy pooped. At this moment, the 3 academicians who were arguing merrily, immediately heard the sound. their faces also changed. In the next moment, all three were agitated. Little Li, keep an eye on this stall of urine for me. No one can move it. Shaolin, keep an eye on it for me. The three men greeted their big disciples. They picked up the collector at the speed of fire. They directly ran towards the direction where the little guy was pooping. The speed could not be described as fast. Those disciples watched, but they were also frightened. They are all over 60 years of age, and are the Empire's baby bump academicians, running like this? To really fall, it's really a big loss, but people just ran. What can be done? Your name is Zhang Deshing, is it? Were you the one who shouted just now? The little guy is about to poop? Lu Changfeng looked at it. It was under his own banner. Yeah, the little thing was wandering around and Miss Shangguan and Mr. Tang were chasing after it, Zhang Deshing said. As a result, that little guy went into the woods for a while, and then came out again. Later I went in the woods only to realize that it was the little guy who pooped. This little ancestor going into the wild again? Gu Pingtao are speechless to death. That gold and blue, and music, no mosquitoes and cockroaches thatch, not go to pull? Why in the wild he didn't even know how precious his feces were. It's a waste to poop in the wild. What's the point of fertilizing those lowly wildflowers? Zhang Desheng, right? There's no future in the biology department. Why don't you come to our materials department? Shou Weigua cunning, came up and began to pull relations. You're dead. The doctoral student who found the feces is from my biology department, so the feces should be ours too. Lu Changfeng retorted. Zhang Desheng, I hear your name is familiar. Your mentor is also my disciple, Gu Pingtao, not to mention being honest, also started pulling strings at this moment. Ouch, why are you here again? Tang Yongzhen and Shangguan Shui are in the distance, saw this scene, chose to leave again. Could they persuade? If they persuaded, they were still disliked by the other party, saying that this was scientific research, that it was great scientific research, and that they had to fight for it. Anyway, it couldn't be persuaded. Just choose to ignore it. They'll work it out on their own. Of course, all of this, it was Luo Feng's fault. Why did he have to defecate anywhere? 61. Long Bao's urine, counterintuitive efficacy. Shangguan Shuier and Tang Yongzhen smiled helplessly, choosing to leave the place. These old masters, when they launched their tempers and quarreled, not anyone could be persuaded. The status was also high. Although Shangguan Shuier was the female team leader with hundreds of millions of fans, but it is equally impossible to mess with. These three academicians, 3 stars, 2 stars, 5 stars. If any one of them came out, it was a figure whose disciples were all over the world. After the two returned to the crew's tent area, seeing that Luo Feng, who had caused the 3 professors to almost fight, was happily sleeping on that table and sunbathing, unspeakably comfortable and shy. Little thing you troublemaker you know what? You've caused a big mess. Now there's still pandemonium over there. Tang Yongzhen wasn't scolding him, just walked over and gave him a blank look. Go! Luo Feng rolled over and twisted his head to the side. Didn't bother with this guy. Anyway, the current Luo Feng wasn't a human, right? Why does a human soul have to do human things? One could live how one wanted to live, without them minding at all. These professors, they have to follow them when they fart. You guys conveniently collect and piss? Dream on. Anyway, Luo Feng himself wants to do whatever he wants to do, so he does it, and no one can possibly regulate himself. Yo, still don't want to care about me? Tang Yongzhen was speechless, but there was nothing that could be done. This little ancestor is not to be hit, not to be touched. You say Tang Yongzhen want to dare to hit him, right? Not to mention that those imperial security bureaus would directly come up and arrest him. Just those professors, they would probably have to beat Tang Yongzhen into a pig's head. Ha ha ha. Master Shin also laughed when he saw this scene. So he wasn't the only one who was rendered helpless by this little thing. There was finally someone like himself, also getting their defenses broken by the little guy. That, Mr. Tang, it's better not to talk about him, no matter what. He's a dragon, essentially a human intelligence. We have to give human rights, but then we can't constrain him with human thinking. Shangguan Shuier's meaning was that he could pull wherever he wanted to go from now on. That's not bad. Luo Feng slumped down with his back to the 2 men, silently nodding in his heart. Shuier's words are right. Teacher Wang also spoke up. Creatures like dragons have human rights, but they can't be bound by human laws and morals. In fact, to put it bluntly, just you damn rare. Otherwise who hangs you To ha ha, what's wrong with you guys? I didn't say anything about him either. Tang Yongzhen really want to be speechless to death. The level of this group of favorites, all talking about their own not? Himself is still the chef of the little thing. In the afternoon, the crew wanted to go out to the beach, and originally wanted to give Luo Feng to make a big villa, but Lu Changfeng and the other 2 professors, especially the Department of Materials Zhou Weigua, but took the initiative to take things down. He said that they would build it. Of course, Don't look at this inside no construction section. But they are all masters. They want to build a house. Surely what scientific reasoning are very consistent. Looking at them all packing things to go out to sea, Luo Feng also don't need to help, continue to sunbathe. But in fact, Luo Feng also found out that he has grown some more, now a full 1.6 meters. Soon, everyone also went out to sea, saying that they wanted to pick up some seafood for Luo Feng to come back and eat. Of course, the three professors were probably still arguing by now, but after that Prof. Zhang rushed there. Due to his high moral standing and status as the first person under the state scholar, he still let the three people share the equally. Only then did it stop the war between the three. And after the end of the fight, the three people naturally led their own teams to do their own research. Zhou Weigua, an expert in the materials department, was currently on this side of the temporary military base, starting to study Luo Feng's scales. This place was a temporary shooting range. Many doctoral students were here with pens and notebooks, so they could jot down notes later. Now, ready, huh? Zhou Weigua looked at an old white-haired man beside him. Are the scales placed securely? No problem. You can start immediately. That white-haired old man, who was also the top person in the materials department, was called Long Idua. Good, if there's no problem. We can start now. Zhou Weigua slightly nodded his head. And now, if he did, his eyes were full of that small scale, that blackened scale. It was placed on the target on the range. The thing to do now, that, of course, was to take the pistol and hit this scale. With a bang. After a war ministry soldier fired, Zhou Weigua, who was covering his ears, shouted towards Long Idua, who was standing by the target in the distance. Old man Long, how is it? Did you hit through it yet? Nope, there's no trace at all. Long Idua was also in a cold sweat. After all, this operation of Zhou Weigua was very bold. If the scales really pierced through, then it would be a pity. But it was worth mentioning. This war ministry soldier, it was really a sharpshooter. Just that little bit of scale. It was estimated to be only as big as a section of a small thumb. It's actually so far away. It was also able to successfully hit. Indeed, it's incomparably powerful. Too resistant. Zhou Weigua was flabbergasted. And at first, he had also taken a sharp knife and stabbed the scales, and it couldn't penetrate at all. So, Zhou Weigua only then boldly used his gun directly. Originally thought, no matter what, also leave some marks, right? But Long Idua said that there was no trace at all. That, little brother. You're a good shot. Zhou Weigua laughed happily and said to the doctoral students around him, it looks like, with this scale, ordinary firearms have no effect at all. Zhou Weigua thought about it and also hesitated for a while, but still said, now give me a direct armor-piercing bullet. Yes, it's the K-152 armor-piercing rounds. Load it for me. Old Zhou, this is very powerful. Are you sure you want to try it? Long Idua said worriedly. It's fine. How do you know the maximum without trying it? Zhou Weigua grunted and said, I don't have the time to slowly increase the power now, because the over there is still waiting for me to study it. It was hard to talk my way out of some of the samples I fought for. Being from the materials department, he was able to get his hands on these two things. It was also because Zhou Weigua was indeed a 5-star academician. The status was high. Otherwise don't even think about it. Well then, directly use the K-152 armor-piercing bullet. Long Idua didn't refute anything and continued to go over to the target to observe the situation later. It was the fear that after piercing it, Zhou Weigua was disappointed and the scales were damaged. Old Mr. Zhou, are you testing that little thing's resistance to blows? That sharpshooter war ministry soldier, while loading armor-piercing bullets. While doing so, he joked, ha ha ha, look at what you're saying. What's the point of testing his resistance to blows? Who dares to touch him? Zhou Weigua also made a joke. After all, he who was always majestic, that was to his own disciple, this war department soldier, but other units, belonging to another family's child. I also said that you guys are afraid that that dragon will grow up and go to commit crimes. Now measure whether he can be killed by a bullet or not. This sharpshooter, it was obviously the stuffy type. Once the conversation opened up, that joke could come one after another. Ha ha ha, little brother, if this question, you're overthinking it. I'll tell you, that little guy's temper. I don't know how docile it is. As long as you don't mess with him, he usually won't get angry, and he won't bite or scratch people indiscriminately. Zhou Weigua explained. Overall, he is very friendly to humans, and to other small animals, but also very loving. Once, saw a stray dog on the island, was forced to take away by the demolition team. After all, to relocate the island, this little guy saw, but also to fierce that demolition team. Woo 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 barking. So yeah, he's friendly to people, and quite loving to other small animals. Maybe that's what dragons are all about. That's not true, is it? This baby dragon is curious about anything new, especially the outside world. A doctoral student on Joe Waigwa's side also spoke up. Ha ha, so people's little thing is such a good dragon. Why do you guys want to test people's resistance to blows? That sharpshooter joke really couldn't stop. Little brother. Joe Waigwa was also speechless, not joking with him anymore, and said in a serious manner, let's put it this way, this little guy's scales, a special structure of up to 30 layers, are very ingenious. When there is heavy pressure from the outside, he will be like Tai Chi's softness overcoming hardness, dissolving the external force, and coupled with the fact that it's very hard itself, so that's why, if such a thing is researched and applied to the military, such as arming it to tanks, arming it to fighters, think about it little brother, then how much more defensive power should such tanks, such battleships, and such airplanes be? That little brother saw the other party getting serious. He also stopped joking and said, then I, Dong Shang, will have an invincible division with a full defense pole in the future. That's right, Joe Waigwa nodded fiercely. This little thing, it gave everyone too much hope. It also gave these scientists infinite excitement. Legend had it that a dragon's body was covered in treasures. This point, it was really true. Armor-piercing bullets are placed. When do we start? That sharpshooter little brother raised the gun in his hand and glanced at the opposite target. Long Idwa, are you ready? Joe Waigwa shouted. No problem. Thereupon, there was a bang. Another bullet. It accurately hit the not-so-large scale. Good marksmanship. This marksmanship, it's divine. Not bad indeed. Everyone still doesn't know about this sharpshooter, right? That's the champion of the Jiangnan War Department's shooting competition. At this distance, he's naturally a perfect shot. It's said that there's a very important mission to send him on a trip to a foreign country, but in order to test the resistance of the scales for us, he could only be sent here. No, why don't we just find a random gunman? What a waste of talent. Comrade, what do you mean by wasting talent? Listen to my explanation. This scale is really too small an area. You can't just take a gun and shoot it at close range, can you? You also know, Joe Academician, to be the different effects of the middle and long distance, 300 meters, 500 meters, are to do experiments. Therefore, we, Academician Joe, gave the above. The scales are very small, have to come to a sharpshooter. Ha ha ha, and then the above came directly to a big competition champion? These doctoral students from the materials section also had to say, that little guy's status in the empire was getting more and more advanced. Hey, Long Idwa, how's it going? Did it penetrate yet? Joe Waigwa shouted once again towards the opposite side. No problem, still no trace at all. Long Idwa shouted. Good. Joe Waigwa's face immediately overflowed with a smile. This scale is really invincible. Such a powerful armor-piercing bullet, said to be able to break through the existence of steel plates, and now it actually took a scale to do nothing? Still didn't penetrate? The sharpshooter was immediately shocked as well. He was from the War Department. Only he knew that this kind of armor-piercing bullet was the most powerful in the country at the moment. To say that the armor-piercing bullets over at the Great Tiger Empire were indeed a bit more advanced, but the domestic ones weren't that far behind. One could only say that this domestic first armor-piercing bullet didn't even make a mark. Then the foreign ones, even if they were that much more powerful, would probably not be able to do so. How should this be tested again? Joe Waigwa was also in trouble. The most powerful armor-piercing bullet can be used. This is like when you measure how much a person can eat, but you only have 1 pound of rice in your hand. How are you going to measure it? Might as well take the cannon intended. Cannons are more powerful, the marksman said squarely, and he wasn't joking, because if you want to compare the penetration ability, cannons were definitely much more powerful than bullets. It's not that it won't work, it's just that this scale is just too small. Joe Waigwa said helplessly. Yes, this scale, at a distance of 500 meters, if it wasn't me, I guess very few people would be able to hit it. The sharpshooter laughed confidently. The target is too small, the shell is too big. Joe Waigwa muttered. How about this? Try to do a simulated explosion equivalent of a cannonball, in the lab. After the decision was made, that Joe Waigwa didn't slow down. Immediately, he had the doctoral students under him start preparing for the work. Joe Waigwa was all thinking, if that little guy's entire body was skinned off, in a large area, then it would definitely be much better. But just thought of this, Joe Waigwa immediately deflated his mouth, secretly said, who took off his skin? I guess Elder Huang's side is about to take someone's life, right? As for Luo Feng's side, he didn't know that this Joe Waigwa was experimenting with his scales. He is now at the beach, following the crew, going to the beach to find seafood. After all, the psychology professor had also analyzed it, or not to let Luo Feng eat and sleep and eat, even if it's an animal. It's still necessary to take it out to play a little more. Long Bao, come and chase me. Shin was on the edge of the beach, running while shouting at Luo Feng. Everyone knew anyway. Luo Feng wasn't afraid of water when facing the sea. Therefore, there was no worry about him being washed away by the waves. Boring. Luo Feng directly ignored Grandmaster Shen. That playful look was comical to look at. And Luo Feng was interested in looking at Huang Ziqing and Shangguan Shuer and the girls. After all, they also came to the beach to pick up seafood, to lift up their pants legs. And the sea breeze was quite strong. Luo Feng was, in a sense, a reptile, shorter in the end, and could see a lot of different scenery of them. But suddenly, Luo Feng saw that Shangguan Shuer didn't know what she said in Huang Ziqing's ear. Then Huang Ziqing was very shy. It also glanced towards Luo Feng's side from time to time. These two goddesses? What are doing? Luo Feng was confused. It was also very curious, but as a dragon's intuition, the two must be secretly talking about themselves. But there was also no ability of clairvoyance and smooth ears, so there was no way to know what they were talking about. Soon, the passage of picking up seafood was also considered to have finished filming, and everyone had also picked up a lot of seafood, so they could give Luo Feng a small meal. Everyone collectively returned to the main tent of the crew. You guys are finally back. Long Bao went to the beach to play all afternoon. He must be hungry. I'll go cook. Tang Yongjin was tired from the day because he had to cook, and he didn't go to the beach. Nah, let's give you a hand. Ms. Wang took the initiative and stood up. A good number of people all went to the kitchen to get busy. Although, it wasn't like there was a shortage of staff now, and there were a lot of staff members sent to do odd jobs, but every time they cooked, everyone was willing to participate in it. Even Li Shiyan, who couldn't do anything, would go and help wash the leaves, cut the meat and so on. Of course, the current Luo Feng, how big was his meal size? Let's put it this way. Now outside the kitchen to do odd jobs carrying rice, this almost 2 meters big man, Luo Feng must have eaten 10 times as much as him. Of course, Luo Feng was not only eating a lot now, but his mouth was also very tricky. The current Tang Yongjin wasn't like before, when he would just get some meals out. Luo Feng would like to eat them. Luo Feng also knew that he was secretly learning cooking skills in order to eat well for himself, although he was already a chef, but there was no end to learning. To be honest, Shangguan Shuer, Li Shiyan, Huang Ziqing, Mr. Wang, Tang Yongjin, these people, when he was with them, Luo Feng always felt happy, being good to himself. When Luo Feng grew up in the future and had the ability, he definitely wouldn't let them down, especially Huang Ziqing. She was the first one to take care of herself and didn't know she was a dragon at that time. Even if she was a dragon later on, the kind of goodness she showed herself was still a loving kindness, unchanged. Ow, I'm hungry. Old Tang, hurry up. Luo Feng saw that the food wasn't coming up yet, jumping down from the table, majestically crawling over to the kitchen, owling towards the kitchen. Egu, little ancestor. Oh, today's seafood. The cooking program has to be complicated a bit. Wait a bit more. Mr. Tang knows you're hungry. Endure it first, Tang Yongjin said while speaking, taking a spoon. The movements also sped up a bit. The cast and crew guests who were helping in the kitchen inside, hearing Luo Feng's call, like a holy decree, they all moved nimbly. Ow, do a good job. Watch out for you guys. After Luo Feng finished his inspection of the kitchen, he waved his tail and swaggered off to wait at the dining table. Ouch, look at him, so tuggy. Shangguan Shuer also laughed out. Yeah, it's like a big boss who then comes backstage to rush the waiters. Huang Ziqing also blanked out towards his back. But which so what? If your dog, your family, could have this kind of intelligence, whatever behavior you do, it should be very pleasing to the eye. Not to mention, this was still a breed of divine dragon. Tang Yongjin's seafood cooking skills, not bad indeed. It's delicious, comfortable. Luo Feng looked at the windswept mess on the tabletop. It was a complete mess. Today was very full. The seafood was all eaten. Also ate a big pot of Yangzhou fried rice. There were also some pork ribs, lamb ribs, a perfect meal, and 3 girl group beauties to serve. Of course, the newcomers, Lu Hanyan and Chang Dai, naturally took good care of Luo Feng. But Luo Feng and them weren't too familiar yet. There wasn't a lot of time to give them hugs. What is this little guy going to do? After eating, Luo Feng didn't sleep on the table like usual. Instead, he jumped off the table, went outside. Did he go to the toilet? Li Shiyan guessed. Maybe. Shangguan Shuer nodded and still chased after her, and Luo Feng's side, slipped out of the theater group, found a dense forest, and climbed in. But on the professor's group's side, the drone camera placed in the sky naturally captured Luo Feng's figure. The last time they disliked the face shot, it had already been smashed by Luo Feng with their simulated bird. Now directly get the sky and shoot openly. Luo Feng didn't say anything about them either. It seems like this dragon treasure, too. Lu Changfeng saw such a scene in the background and immediately spoke. Everyone get ready. Don't worry, we're ready anytime. The people under the banner picked up their guys and gals at speed, and stood at the entrance of the tent. Of course, this squad, called Lightning Squad, was pretty much a fast and maneuverable group. The significance of this squad was, when Luo Feng appeared anywhere and needed someone to go over, they could be the first to arrive. Nowadays, the little guy wasn't subject to the constraints of others. For things like sneaking and defecating, he would be the first to go over and pick it up. If they meet danger or something, they have to be the first to go after them. This was the significance of the group's existence. Old Lu, let me tell you something. Suddenly, Gu Pingtao from that chemical department rushed in. In the morning, that little guy, didn't he pee in front of our chemical department's tent area? That area, all the weeds have grown out. It's practically a grassy area. Really? Lu Changfeng stared. That's not true. The results of the urine we're testing right now. In Long Bao's urine, there are also many nutrients that help a lot with the growth rate of plants. What's more important is that something like this has a huge benefit to the human body, or for multicellular animals. It's a priceless treasure. Gu Pingtao spoke here. It also got excited. Truly, it was too shocking. For an animal? It's priceless? How priceless? Lu Changfeng also sensed that the other party was very excited. Such excitement. Even more so than when he discovered that saliva could fight cancer. This urine? In the end, what special efficacy did it have? 62. Dragon urine effect? Immortality? Looking at Gu Pingtao's appearance, Lu Changfeng felt deeply. This efficacy discovered by the other party. It must have been an unprecedented shock. Lu Changfeng, who was also a scientific researcher, could too well empathize with such emotions. Old Lu Ah, this is really too amazing. We've experimented with mice, and it's a mouse that has entered the aging stage. And after injecting the urine of that little thing, this mouse actually regained its vitality. No matter if it's an organ, or a bodily function, or a cell, it's all completely changed. Gu Pingtao's words came out. Lu Changfeng almost fainted. His head buzzed and rattled. This. Lu Changfeng was also from the biology department, or he didn't understand what the other party said. If things were true, then this little thing's urine, was it having a rejuvenating effect? This was too shocking, right? Lu Changfeng couldn't believe that there was something so magical in this world and questioned. This experiment? Is all the data correct? There have been no mistakes? Old Lu, don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished my words yet. Gu Pingtao raised his hand, telling Lu Changfeng to be quiet first. Of course, he also understood how excited Lu Changfeng was at the moment. He himself knew the results of the experiment. He almost fainted as well. Then you quickly say it. What are you selling? Lu Changfeng urged. Old Lu, those just mentioned. The debilitated mice did appear to regain their physical vigor, but about an hour after injecting the urine, this mouse began to experience dizziness, blindness, mental anomalies, and so on. How could this happen? Lu Changfeng lost it all of a sudden. Is such a situation because too much urine was injected? The effect was too fierce? It should be diluted and then experimented on. How could there be no dilution? Gu Pingtao laughed bitterly. We used a concentration of about 2% of urine, and the body vigor of that senescent mouse, although somewhat better, was not that effective. Gu Pingtao paused and added, all the data of this experiment are sealed. I mean, what should we do next? The matter could not be described as insignificant. Now Gu Pingtao, too, had to discuss it with a few other professors. I think, let's first send the experiment report over to the capital side. Lu Changfeng opened his mouth and said, then shook his head. Forget it, don't rush. I'll study the mouse urine experiment myself. What was originally thought? Such an experiment report, or send it to the capital side. But after thinking about it properly, this is not very appropriate. After all, the effect of this urine, depending on the efficacy of returning to old age, when the time to go to the capital, will inevitably trigger an unprecedented big shock. Rain handled it properly and didn't act rashly. Professor Gu Ah, you have to keep a good eye on something small. There must not be any slip-ups. I'm going to the lab. Lu Changfeng here, quickly came to a villager residence on Peach Blossom Island. Of course, now, these villagers have already been relocated, and on the imperial side, they had also given a considerable amount of demolition and relocation fees. Basically, the residents of the island, there was no dissatisfaction. These villagers' residences, after moving out, many of the large courtyards, which were not left unused, became laboratories for these professors, or warehouses to put food in. This place that Lu Changfeng came to, there were many test tubes, cages, and instruments in the room. This was where Gu Pingtao did his experiments on mice dragon urine. Academician Lu, you're here? An old professor came up to greet him. Needless to say, I greeted your Professor Gu, and now I'm coming over to continue looking. Although it was said, when it came to the feces, urine, and fingernail samples, Everyone didn't give an inch and you fought over them. But when it came to the important moments, everyone was polite. After all, returning to old age, this really wasn't a small matter. Lu Changfeng swept a circle of these professors and opened his mouth to command. I think that we should take the urine and dilute it to 1% to 15% respectively. 15 stages in total. Follow up even. Subdivided into hundreds of stages, thousands of stages, and keep trying experiments. Of course, this would have to be with enough urine. Lu Changfeng's meaning was simple. That is, since 100% urine, although the rejuvenation effect was obvious, directly restoring the aging stage mice to a young body, but it seemed that it would be accompanied by some bad physical conditions. Therefore, just the amount below 15%. Try it out first. Soon, the professors and doctoral students in the lab started to get busy. Busy as they were, 27 or 18 minutes quickly passed. 15% of the equivalent. There was bleeding from the mouth and nose and blindness. 13% of the equivalents, a condition of abnormal state and running around. 9% of the equivalents appeared in the condition of body convulsions and fainting to death. Lu Changfeng's face was calm, but after hearing these experimental reports, he was also inwardly complex and regretful. These experimental reports specified, once they were replaced with a human for injection, then although there would be an improvement in the aging condition, these accompanying after effects were something that humans could not bear. However, there were a few mice that even appeared to die. This emboldened Lu Changfeng even more. This likewise showed that the urine of small things was indeed beneficial as well as harmful. Then the question came, the mice are like this, then even if it can return to old age, can humans still use it? Although humans may be more powerful than mice, but no one dares to take such a risk. Of course, just when Lu Changfeng was very depressed. Experiment number 3, and experiment number 4. On the other hand, there was a little turnaround. Academician Lu, experiment no. 3 and no. 4, the two mice at this moment have not shown any abnormalities. The equivalents are 3% and 4% respectively. What? No abnormalities? Lu Changfeng heard this. On his face, which hadn't smiled for a long time, a slight smile spread out. The current Lu Changfeng felt that perhaps it wasn't the urine of the little thing that was poisonous or something like that, but rather this equivalent. It had to be controlled well to work. Listen. Immediately conduct a more in-depth examination of the surviving mice's bodies. Observe more to see if there are any other symptoms. Lu Changfeng spoke excitedly. Yes, Academician Lu. It was about an hour and a half or so. The experimental report that Lu Changfeng had personally gotten out also came out. Taking this report, Lu Changfeng walked out of the temporary laboratory. The expression on his face was strange, smiling for a while being puzzled or incredulous for a while. While walking he also sighed, still shaking his head. No one knew his inner thoughts at all. With his mind wandering in a general way, he even accidentally bumped into the pillar of the resident's house. Oh, that hurts. Lu Changfeng immediately rubbed his head. Only now did his thoughts return to reality. Just now, in the experiment he continued to do, he completely surfaced a point of view. That is, the urine of the little thing, naturally rich in the rich nutrients that plants need, and diluted to about 2 to 3% equivalent, would be very suitable for improving the aging and functioning of the human body. But how? Diluted, completely unable to achieve the effect of rejuvenation. Not diluted, and then have to appear adverse physical conditions, but at the very least, it was certain that a 3% equivalent was definitely a super precious herb for prolonging life. Perhaps, be able to avoid using 100% equivalent, so that those sequelae do not come out. Then it can be done to return to life. Everything can only depend on the subsequent experiments, right? But how? Humans have always fantasized about returning to old age. Only exists in the novel thing, now is completely can realize. Not like before, just exist in the fantasy. Of course, here in the theater group, Luo Feng went outside to have fun and came back to the theater group long ago. Huang Ziqing and Shangguan Shuer and others sat down around the table where Luo Feng loved to sleep, as if they were chatting. And the thing that they were chatting about, of course, was the little guy going to poop and pee. Then it triggered the Second World War on Peach Blossom Island. The first time, it was naturally Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo's nails, scales fight, and Luo Feng was carried onto the table, and lay down on Shangguan Shuer and Huang Ziqing's hands. The little guy is really getting cuter and cuter, Miss Kiko said with a smile. She didn't dare to say Luo Feng was naughty, she just said he was cute. That's right, it's been a while since I've seen him being naughty. Huang Ziqing stroked Luo Feng's head and smiled sweetly. Ha ha, our little guy, he's just naughty once in a while, he's usually very good. I believe that next time, he won't run to someone's front door to pee. Shangguan Shuer stroked Luo Feng's beard, infinite favor in her eyes. Of course, in the live broadcast room, so many unknowns, or children who didn't watch the live broadcast at first. Then they began to chatter. What are Watery and the others talking about? What, running to someone's front door to pee? And Peach Blossom Island's World War II? What does that mean? Brother, go see the replay. It'll kill you. Anyway, the academicians of the 3 departments almost brought their men to a group fight. It's hard to imagine a bunch of respected old academicians actually fighting over, now that I think about it, what has fallen off the little guy's body, be it nails, scales, eggshells, saliva, feces, urine, and what other things. Do dragon lice count? Ha ha ha, I'll go. Man, you woke me up. This little guy's blood? What will the effects be? Crap, drinking it won't be a martial arts achievement? Increase your power by 30 years? Ha ha, have you read too many novels? No, it's a novel now, and it's a metaphysical novel. Aren't dragons in metaphysics? Although the words are like this, but let's take stock of the things that have been researched on the little thing nowadays. It's just saliva and poop, right? Right, just one saliva can fight cancer, and feces can be used as super fertilizer. The rest of the things, their functions are still unknown. Looking forward to a handful of the little guy's urine. After all, I'm a student of Chinese medicine, and I know very well that the urine of many animals can cure diseases. This dragon's urine, I think it can definitely have a magical effect. Let the professors study it slowly. It's not something that can be done overnight. It needs a lot of experimental comparisons and references. And on the side of the crew table, Master Shin started teasing Luo Feng again. Little thing, last time we talked about making a movie. How are you considering it? Other than that, this little guy to really a few thousand meters later. At that time, Master Shen absolutely want to let his team write a good movie title about the dragon, then let the little guy to go out directly without special effects. Such authenticity, or the box office can directly sell big. It is just a little difficult. Such a dragon treasure. Empire Shed let him go out to make a movie, but it occurred to Shin, even the Empire has to respect the little thing's own ideas. That is, if Luo Feng wants to go out and make a movie, then the Empire will not interfere. Yao Wa, Master Shin said, making a movie. That little thing, however, unexpectedly yada 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 screamed. It seemed like it was yelling low at Grand Master Shin or something to that effect. Everyone was very confused. Little guy, are you agreeing? Master Shin smiled and said, it seems that our dragon treasure is really interested in making movies, but little thing, you to grow up quickly, now cannot be appropriate out of this island. Professor Lu Changfeng, at this time, came out from behind. Then the topic said, the little thing is not going to be on the island all the time. He has to work out, and so on, mastered the familiar flying skills later. Surely it is necessary to change a bigger place for him. By then a large area of airspace are all the territory of his flight. Through Lu Changfeng saying this, only then did everyone wake up. When people could really fly, then perhaps this island would be a little too small. I'm so looking forward to the little guy growing up and actually being able to fly into the blue sky. Shangguan Shuier touched Luo Feng's head. Sister is waiting for that day. When that time comes, you have to take sister to the sky to have fun. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed out when they heard this. I didn't expect the Shangguan Shuier to be so bold. Little guy, even if I take you, do you dare to ride up? No, that is not an airplane. It's not a hot air balloon. What if you don't have a firm grip and fall off? Although it sounds a bit dangerous, I'll definitely try it when the time comes. Huang Ziqing looked down at Luo Feng, but long bow. Let's not fly too high, okay? The air is so thin when it's too high. Ziqing, you're really going to be a dragon rider? Thin air is all figured out? Teacher Wang snickered, then asked, Academician Lu, you came over, what's the matter? Everyone knew. Usually if there's nothing going on, these professors wouldn't even take the initiative to come over to the crew side of the shooting site. Rather, there is something that we all need to know. Lu Changfeng smiled and narrated. That is, if, say, the little guy's nails, as well as scales, once again have fallen off, everyone must pick them up and hand them over to us. Remember, these two things are really important at the moment. After all, if we want to talk about urine and feces, the little guy will always poop. But the nails and scales, if it wasn't for Miss Ziqing giving them to us, we wouldn't even be able to have them now. After all, they're all growing on the little guy. We can still hoover and snatch them, can't we? Everyone heard this. Naturally, they nodded. The other party was right. That was all unwanted by the little guy. They could pick up the slack. That fingernails, especially the scales, if they didn't fall off naturally. It is estimated that Luo Feng will not give them, and it has to be said, this little thing, the whole body, there is no place, is not the treasure of treasures. Academician Lu, so the nails and scales of the little thing. See this period of time you guys have been drumming up. Any significant research results? Mr. Wang asked curiously. How could this not have any research results? Lu Changfeng mentioned this, laughed out. I'll give you guys, this little guy's scales, when it's really magical. We first used the strongest armor-piercing bullets, but there is no trace at all, and then directly is changed to simulate the experiments of artillery shells equivalent. I did not expect is that there is still not a trace, and now the scales of the defense, the upper limit in the end, how much, we still do not know it, still have to follow up the experiment to see. Everyone heard here, they were immediately dumbfounded. Lu Changfeng looked at everyone like this, and naturally smiled gently. Don't be anxious first, you guys think this is the end? The fingernails of the little thing can still cut through the steel plate, and it doesn't require a lot of force. The urine thing, that's even more magical. It can make the mice's organism revitalized, but the side effects are very hard to grasp. The mice are prone to die, that is to say, overcoming the side effects. Theoretically, scientists can attack the problem of rejuvenation. A room full of people, when they heard this, can no longer hold back. A dozen or so people, immediately, were at a boil, completely stunned, completely dumbfounded. Each and every one of these things sounded as if they were impossible, right? But someone like Lu Changfeng would casually joke about it? Urine has side effects? The mice died? Tang Yongjin didn't understand too well and asked, Academician Lu, what do you mean? This little guy's urine can kill people? Ha ha, of course it's not killing alone. Lu Changfeng laughed. Let me put it bluntly for you. If a patient who is about to die injects or drinks the urine of the little thing, then that person, most likely, will be able to stand up immediately. However, it is rich in too many elements. There are elements that are good for people and those that are bad for people. But for plants, it seems like there will be dead plants coming to life, as well as crazy growth. This, Shangguan Shuer was also stunned when she heard these words, and asked in a trembling voice, so drinking the urine, these side effects? What are they? Be more specific? Those are of course a lot of symptoms, such as bleeding from the mouth and nose, fainting to death, metabolic disorders, or blindness, neurological disorders, and so on, and even outright death. Lu Changfeng said this, everyone was covered in goosebumps. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? Although it was true that there was a chance to return to old age, but the side effects, it was simply too much for people to dare to try. So that's why we have to find a way to solve these difficulties, then we can truly return to old age. Lu Changfeng sighed. So is there a preliminary solution now? Shangguan Shuer asked. If the medicine is too potent, then it can be diluted, right? Ha! Naturally we will look into these things. Lu Changfeng didn't tell them about the meticulous experimental report and stood up, just coming over here to talk about these things, mainly because I want to say that this little guy, everyone still needs to pay attention to it a little bit, and can't just get too close. To put it bluntly, that's urine can kill. You guys watch yourselves. After the explanation was finished, Lu Changfeng naturally left the place. Everyone looked at Academician Lu Changfeng's back. They were all silent, unable to speak. This urine? The scales? Fingernails? It was also too amazing, right? But at this moment, the live broadcast room, of course, it can no longer be described as an explosion. It was simply on the level of a nuclear bomb. Oh my god. Oh, Omega. Oh my god. Horrible. What I'm trying to say is it really possible to return to old age? What Academician Lu means is that if you can break through the side effects, then you can. Basically, it means that the elements that are harmful to the human body are eliminated, and the favorable ones are extracted. So that's it. You guys don't get it. It seems to be effective only when the patient drinks it, right? What the hell is to return to old age? Ouch. No matter what, it's super awesome. And nails? The scales can still be so awesome? It's unbelievable. This is normal. Our dragon treasure. But a dragon, the legendary divine beast. The whole body is treasure is also should be. Yes, if it doesn't have these effects, then it's not normal. I hope you're in this. Must find a way to overcome the side effects. When I buy it for my grandfather to drink. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. You're overthinking it. Even if this thing comes out, it's probably not something that ordinary people can afford. That's right. Just one dragon? Where can it supply so many people in Dongsheng? Anyway, when the time comes, don't mark it up for sale. First give it to those academicians who have contributed to the empire. Seconded. Let's just hope there's a major breakthrough. Anyway, it's only good if it's affordable for the common people to use. Upstairs, you're wrong. Even if this thing is cheap, it's impossible for all the people to use it. If the earth is going to be like this, I guess it's going to be overcrowded. Anyone can return to their old age. The people in the live broadcast room, at this moment that pop-up screen, directly is flying up. After all, throughout the ages, for the topic of immortality and returning to childhood, it was everyone's fantasy. the emperor can't do anything with it. Kings and lords have even less to say. When the first Qin Shi Huang to meet Luo Feng, it is estimated that now do not even need to speak English.